Dear, your monthly salary is 4 yuan. 6. 6 yuan won't work, only 4. In the cramped rental room, Xie Lin sat cross-legged on the bed. The uneasiness in his chest disappeared the moment he read the message, and he blocked the sender without a second thought. Can a fool even be a boss? This world is certainly too forgiving. Xie Lin rolled his eyes and kept scrolling through the job hunting app to talk with the next company. Dear, would you be willing to wear a skirt? Is your company legitimate? Where is it located? Xie Lin almost laughed in anger. Asking a guy to wear a skirt. Were perverts this brazen now? He reported blocked and deleted in one smooth chain and kept looking for the next company. Dear, the competition is fierce now, so the internship requires a fee. Damn it, give me your phone number. I'll call you up and curse you out. The other party blocked and deleted him clean and swift. Xie Lin's breath stuck in his throat, so he hurled his phone onto the bed. His mouth politely offered greetings to the ancestors of those garbage companies. Damn it, things were getting more and more ridiculous. A beast of burden's life is still a life. He just wanted a job, so why did it feel like Tang Monk's journey to fetch Buddhist scriptures? 3 months. A full 3 months. And not one normal company had shown up. He grumbled and took screenshots posting those absurd conversations online. When he saw people on the internet sharing his anger, he finally felt a little better. Why is it so hard to find a job in this world? Every requirement is more outrageous than the last. Who the hell is even working these jobs? Xie Lin threw his phone onto the bed and sprawled out spread-eagled on the mattress. Staring at the moldy ceiling, he felt his life was too bitter. Other transmigrators were either rich second-generation heirs or came with golden fingers. As for him, he had nothing and couldn't even find a job. Unfair. He was a transmigrator. Because he saved a drowning child. He ran out of strength, failed to climb ashore, and kicked the bucket. It was only after death that he transmigrated into the original owner's body. 3 months had passed since then. He had been a hero for the first time in his life, and he ended up losing his life. He wasn't even sure if he'd make it into the family tree. The original owner's background was simple. A father who died young, a mother who had just died, a broken family, and a useless him. Since finding a job wasn't working, he needed another way out. In his previous life, many people became streamers. With a couple of shakes and a few words, the women watching would shower them with tips. With a bit of luck, he might even meet a rich woman. If he could live off her, everything would be worth it. The thought was tempting. Why not give it a shot? Xie Lin shot up from the bed and walked to the mirror. He lifted his shirt to admire his abs. With his 1.8-meter frame, perfect abs, and handsome face, it would be a crime against heaven if he didn't become famous. The more he thought, the more eager he became. Let's do it. Beep. Xie Lin jolted awake. What was that sound? Beep. Beep. Detected the host's intense will to survive. Conditions for binding met. System loading. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on binding the strongest Handcraft system. With this system, you will never worry about food or clothing again and will stride toward the peak of life. Holy craft system. Xie Lin was bursting with excitement. The cheat device every transmigrator had to have. No, the golden finger. 3 months. My system has finally arrived. My dear system, do you have any idea how I survived these 3 months? The strongest Handcraft system. How strong is it? Can I really handcraft anything from now on? Yes, host. Xie Lin instantly brightened and rubbed his hands excitedly. Being able to handcraft everything was way too cool. Host, please draw your novice gift pack. There's a gift pack too. Draw it. Congratulations, host. You have received 1000 points which have been used to upgrade your skills. Current skills. Handcraft level 1. Machinery skill 1. Xie Lin suddenly felt a flood of new knowledge filling his mind and his hands itched to get moving. As expected of a system, it was truly awesome. But skills could also be upgraded. Xie Lin opened the system. The interface was very simple, showing only the skills and 2 gray buttons whose functions were unknown. How do these skills level up? Skill levels are calculated based on popularity. The exchange rate is 1001. 500 popularity points will raise 1 level. Host, please earn popularity as soon as possible. Wow, so it's all about popularity. If he wanted popularity, live streaming was the best way. As long as one of my videos goes viral, won't my popularity skyrocket? He decided to do it right away. Time to go live. Yeah, right. Xie Lin looked around the cramped room. It could barely hold him, let alone a desk. There was no space for handcrafting at all. Then he suddenly remembered that when the original owner's mother had died, she left him a house in the suburbs. The original owner had rented a place in the city center just to make job hunting easier. Now it seemed there was no need to waste that money. Once he made up his mind, he immediately packed up his few belongings. He sent the landlord a message canceling the lease, picked up his suitcase, and headed home. Luckily, he hadn't paid the next quarter's rent yet. After the landlord checked the room, the deposit could be refunded. By evening, Xie Lin arrived at the original owner's suburban house. Before him lay a wide courtyard and a bright, spacious house. What had the original owner been thinking? With such a good house, why rent that tiny shanty instead? That was pure suffering for no reason. He also blamed himself for not remembering this house existed. That night, Xie Lin lay on the soft bed and sighed comfortably. This was a life worth living. Xie Lin slept straight until noon. After brunch, he registered a livestream account, Handcraft King. Then he cleared out a room on the first floor and turned it into a Handcraft workstation. Everything was ready, and he changed the stream title to Handcraft Blogger I Can Make Anything. The live stream began. Xie Lin played with his tools in the stream. Soon a few people came in because of the title, wondering which clown dared to claim he could handcraft everything. This streamer talks big. Make anything. A craft streamer. What can you handcraft? Seeing people coming in, Xie Lin perked up and confidently promoted himself. I can make anything. It's my first day streaming, so you decide what I make. He wasn't bragging. The current Xie Lin was no longer the Xie Lin from before. The live stream viewers sneered when they heard him. They had seen arrogant people, but never someone this arrogant. They stopped being polite, determined to make this streamer trip up. Can you make a spaceship? Can you make a missile? Xie Lin watched the comments and laughed. I can. But not now, because I don't have a driver's license. What driver's license? A spaceship license. This streamer is pretty out there. At work, Li Yin, who was slacking off in the bathroom, happened to come across Xie Lin's live stream. A craft streamer. He can make anything. Li Yan's eyes darted and he sent a bullet comment. Streamer, handcraft a Gatling gun and show us what you've got. He didn't believe this streamer could do it. Just as he was debating whether to switch to a simpler request, he heard the streamer's reply. No problem. I can make one today. Xie Lin said confidently. No kidding. Streamer, if you really make it, you're my big brother from now on. Alright, I accept you as my little bro, Xie Lin said without hesitation. The other viewers in the live stream room had no objections once they heard it was a Gatling gun. No man can resist the charm of a Gatling. Xie Lin mentally dismantled the Gatling structure, then turned around and dragged out a pile of steel pipes, wooden boards, and other materials from the warehouse, setting them aside. The live stream viewers looked puzzled at Xie Lin's actions. Is the streamer going to hand make a Gatling from steel pipes? Steel pipes. That doesn't seem like a problem. Xie Lin glanced at the live stream chat. While working, a Gatling can be made not just from steel pipes, but also plastic pipes, or even waste paper. The streamer is bragging again. One day when I'm free, you'll hand make one for you out of waste paper. Xie Lin pressed his handsome face close to the camera and said, I don't believe it. They'll just wait and see how the streamer eats his words. There'll be a witness. Xie Lin now began his preparations. First, he cut 6 steel pipes of the same size to serve as gun barrels. For the bearings, he simply used 2 pieces of iron sheet. The magazine was made of wood. The live stream viewers watched Xie Lin's orderly and skillful movements, their faces turning thoughtful. I have a bad feeling about this. The streamer looks like he actually knows what he's doing. It's just for show. I could do that too. Whoa, this actually looks like a real Gatling. Just came in. What is the streamer doing? Place your bets. I bet a pack of spicy strips that the streamer definitely can't make it. I bet a pack of instant noodles that the streamer can make it. Viewers kept entering and leaving the live stream. Many newcomers, upon hearing that the streamer was hand-making a Gatling, stayed to watch the excitement. The viewer count gradually grew. Xie Lin had no time to care about the viewers now and started assembling the finished parts. Only one final burst fire mechanism was missing. Xie Lin looked around, then removed the motor from an electric drill and installed it. After all, he didn't have real gunpowder or bullets. Li Yin, who was slacking off, held his breath as he watched the Gatling taking shape. This guy could actually build a Gatling. Xie Lin used sharpened wooden sticks as bullets. Finally, he found some black spray paint from who knows where and sprayed the Gatling. The paint went on smoothly and perfectly, making it look exactly like a real Gatling. Awesome streamer. He actually made it. Whoa, this streamer is something else. After 2 whole hours, Xie Lin finally finished his first creation. At this moment, he held the Gatling, grinning from ear to ear with his eyes squeezed shut. How about it, bros? Looks just like the real thing, right? As he spoke, he struck various cool poses. Putting on sunglasses, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, holding the Gatling, he gave a sly smile. No way, that's too cool. This kid is really showing off. It's not cool at all. Sixth brother, put it down and let me try. Li Yin watched the Gatling in Xie Lin's hands with extreme envy. It was a real Gatling. Even as a model, it filled him with envy. Streamer, is that Gatling for sale? He'll pay 8,000. Xie Lin's eyes lit up instantly. This thing could actually be sold for money. 8,000. I'm rich. I'm rich. Sold. You'd better not go back on the deal. Li Yin was equally delighted. I won't go back on it. He'll transfer the money to you right now. Ding. Xie Lin received 8,000 yuan. The corners of his mouth stretched almost to his ears. Thanks for the support, bro. They'll carve a few bullets for you later. Man, you actually bought it. 8,000. That's 2 months of my salary. Xie Lin cheerfully carried the Gatling on his shoulder and headed out. Come on, it'll take you guys to test out this Gatling's firepower. Streamer, don't joke around. Can it actually fire? Careful you don't screw this up. Xie Lin carried the Gatling and held his phone, smiling. As the strongest DIY streamer, anything I hand make must actually work. Xie Lin lived in the suburbs, and there was an open park nearby. It was mid-afternoon, and the park was completely empty. Perfect for Xie Lin. Brothers, let's see how powerful this is. Xie Lin set his phone aside, raised the Gatling, and unleashed a furious barrage at a tree. So cool. This is so cool. So this is how satisfying shooting feels. The live stream viewer count skyrocketed in that moment. The streamer handmade a Gatling that could actually fire. This badass streamer deserved attention. No way it can actually shoot. Streamer, you're for real. Is this even our country? Streamer, where have you brought us? A gun, a real gun, paradise for men. After getting his thrill, Xie Lin took his phone and brought the viewers in for a close look at the tree trunk. The wooden bullets were embedded in the tree trunk. If they hit a person, they'd leave bruises black and blue. My heart is racing. I want one. Streamer, let's be friends. This is too cool. I'm ordering you to mass produce them now. Is that a real gun? Streamer, are you planning to traffic weapons? I didn't expect it to be this powerful, Xie Lin said in shock. At that moment, a few birds flew overhead. On a whim, Xie Lin raised the Gatling and fired a burst into the sky. 3 birds were hit and fell down. The other birds, frightened, flapped their wings and vanished. This scene was clearly visible to the live stream viewers. Streamer, your gun is faulty. Send it to me and I'll check what's wrong. What kind of ordinary person hand makes a real gun? Followed. Badass streamer. From now on, you're my big brother. Li Yin got so excited that he wanted to share it with a colleague, but when he turned around there was no one beside him. Oh, he almost forgot. He was currently hiding in the restroom, slacking off. He had been slacking for 2 hours and his legs were numb. Damn, it's over. Will he get caught for slacking off too long? He hurriedly pulled up his pants and limped back to his workstation. He happened to run into his slacking buddy who was smoking. Refusing the buddy's offer of a cigarette, he returned to his desk. It was all that streamer's fault. Had lost track of time. He didn't notice the strange look his slacking buddy gave him. Meanwhile, Xie Lin in the live stream picked up the 3 birds, grabbed them by the wings, and headed home. Tonight I'll roast these birds for you bros. Xie Lin carried the Gatling on his shoulder and the birds in his hand as he returned home, completely unaware that someone was following him at a distance until he entered his house. Only then did the man reveal his true nature. He was a young man with a crew-cut around face and clear eyes. Finding a shady spot, he sat down and sent the recorded video to his work group. His gaze was alert, fixed on Xie Lin's home. As long as I'm here, I won't let evil forces spread. This man was named Zheng Xiaokai, a policeman from Sanluo District, Yin Province. He was off duty today and had come to the park at noon to enjoy the shade, where he happened to see Xie Lin firing the Gatling in the park. How outrageous. Everyone knew that Long Country had banned guns. Yet this man had the audacity to test a gun in a public park. And he was even live streaming. Arrogant, truly arrogant. He was completely disregarding the law. A person like this had to be thrown in jail. So he had quietly hidden aside and followed him home. As it turned out, this man was a resident of the area. Perfect. He would just wait here for his colleagues to arrive. There was no way he was letting this guy get away. Xie Lin returned home and began plucking the birds, lighting a fire and placing them on an iron rack, all in one smooth flow. What does the streamer do for a living? He can even hand make firearms. Guns are banned in Long Country. Streamer, maybe you should turn yourself in. Xie Lin paid no attention to the barrage comments, saying, this is a handmade piece. You saw me crafting it with my own hands, so don't talk nonsense. At the police station of Sanluo District, Yin Province, Xiao Li, who was tidying his desk, heard the notification sound from his phone and quickly put down the documents in his hands. The sound unmistakably came from the workgroup chat. He wondered if the team leader had found some clue. Opening his phone, he saw a video sent by Zheng Xiaokai. After watching it, he was utterly stunned. Wait, is this person in Dragon Country? Could this video be fake? The other officers looked horrified after watching. Chief, the weapon in this video is a Gatling gun with considerable firepower. Who is this person? He's openly carrying a gun in and out. He's definitely a dangerous individual. Wait, what hit the tree doesn't look like bullets. They are sharpened wooden sticks. They can even penetrate the tree trunk with power comparable to real guns. This person is committing a crime. The man called Chief was Yangshan, a captain of a police detachment. He watched the video with a serious expression. It's a simplified version of a Gatling gun with great power. Check the information on this person. Shortly, a young officer retrieved the data and said, Captain Yang, this person is Xie Lin, a graduate of the Mechanical Engineering Manufacturing major from a University of Science and Technology. His parents are deceased. He is 20 years old, currently unemployed. No, now he's a handicraft streamer on Douyin. A handicraft streamer. Pull up his live stream, Captain Yang said. Okay. A few seconds later, the officer brought up Xie Lin's live stream. At that moment, Xie Lin was streaming himself roasting a bird. Captain Yang watched the replay for a while and understood the situation. A handicraft streamer, and he can make a Gatling gun look so real. Check his social connections. 2 of you put on bulletproof vests and come with me. Yes, Captain Yang. Soon a police car left the station. Captain Yang with 2 officers in bulletproof vests headed to Xie Lin's home. Meanwhile, Xie Lin was chatting with his stream buddies, discussing how well the bird should be roasted. The bird is ready, buddies. Eat first. Xie Lin had just placed the bird on a plate when he heard a knock on the door. He put down his chopsticks and went to open it. He saw 3 police officers in uniform. The one in front exuded righteousness and scrutinized Xie Lin with a sharp gaze. Officers you are. Seeing the fierce-looking officers, Xie Lin had a bad feeling. What's going on? Could the original owner have done something bad? Don't let me be framed. The leader flashed his police ID. I am Yangshan. Someone reported you for illegally possessing firearms. Illegally possessing firearms. Officer, there must be a mistake. I've never touched a gun in my life. Wait, he did touch one today, and even fired a few bursts. Could it be about today's incident? But that was a toy gun. Meanwhile, the live stream audience became lively. The streamer is actually a lawbreaker. Unfollow. Illegal possession of firearms. Is that about the Gatling gun he handcrafted today? The streamer is awesome handcrafting a Gatling gun and even attracting the police. Damn, is the streamer going to be locked up? The streamer I follow got arrested. I can brag about that. Mourn for the Suntabellist handicraft superstar. Yangshan swept his gaze across the yard and happened to see the Gatling gun placed aside. He walked over and picked up the object. What is this? Yangshan asked, holding the Gatling gun. So it was indeed about the Gatling gun. This is a handmade craft I made today. It's definitely not a real one, Xie Lin said with conviction. Captain Yang noticed the phone on the table, still streaming. He picked it up and turned off the live stream. With a glance, he signaled the other two officers to search the yard. They thoroughly searched every corner, found no other suspicious items, and then withdrew. You need to come with us for a statement, Yangshan said. Can I come back? Xie Lin asked timidly. What's there to fear? If the investigation finds nothing, you'll be released. Yangshan's eyes were sharp, and Xie Lin quickly shut his mouth. Inside the police station, Xie Lin sat in the interrogation room, trembling, answering every question he was asked. He was sincere in attitude, genuine in tone, and extremely cooperative, afraid of being detained here. He had only been streaming for a day. He absolutely couldn't get himself into trouble. Despite Xie Lin's cooperation, Captain Yang remained stern. The gun is very realistic. Can all mechanical engineering manufacturing graduates make it so realistic? Yang asked. Xie Lin felt a bit proud. They definitely can't do it as well as I can. Confess honestly. Where did you learn to make guns? Yangshan suddenly barked. I've read about the working principles of guns. I figured they're all similar. Xie Lin said. You're quite smart. Do you know that making private guns is illegal? I'm just a handicraft blogger. The netizens said they wanted to see a handcrafted Gatling gun, so I had to meet their request. This was accidentally made purely by chance. I really don't have any hidden firearms, Xie Lin quickly clarified. This is almost like a real gun. Your level of skill suggests it's not your first time. Yangshan sized up Xie Lin. I'm quite smart. Once I understand one mechanical thing, I understand them all, Xie Lin said, a bit uneasy. He really hadn't thought much at the time. His plan was to make a once-in replica, but he was too lazy to make bullets, so he gave up on that. Now he thought it was good that he gave up. Yangshan looked at Xie Lin's social relationship report. From birth to graduation, his experiences were simple, his connections simple. He glanced again at Xie Lin's silly smile and clear eyes. He was silent for a moment. Can a person really be so smart that they can learn something just by looking? The investigation shows no problems. You can go home. Try to avoid making hot weapons in your live streams in the future, Yangshan said. Don't worry, officer. My mother taught me since childhood to be useful to society. I will never do anything illegal or against the rules. Xie Lin patted his chest and said, It's best that you think that way. The Gatling gun you made today will be kept at the station for destruction. You may leave, Yangshan said. Xie Lin's face instantly fell. Was his precious toy gone just like that? Following Yangshan out, the officers waiting there all turned their gaze sharply on Xie Lin. One of them, a round-faced young man, had a frighteningly intense look. Xie Lin stepped back in fright. What's going on? They're not going to take it back, are they? All right, you can go now. As soon as Yangshan finished speaking, Xie Lin dashed out of the police station in a flash. Gosh, their eyes were terrifying. Good thing he was a law-abiding, patriotic youth. After Xie Lin left, Yangshan reviewed the detailed information handed over by his team and the verified facts, confirming that this person had no issues. He ordered someone to keep an eye on Xie Lin's livestream in case that kid made something else strange. The only one who wasn't happy was probably the round-faced young man. He had thought he was about to earn merit, but who would have guessed it was all for a craftsman? After all this commotion, it was already dark. Returning home, Xie Lin looked at the mess on the floor, on the verge of tears. The roasted birds had long gone cold. Xie Lin ate a few bites reluctantly. But no matter how cold the birds were, they couldn't compare to the chill in his heart. His Gatling gun. No, his first handcrafted work was gone just like that. He opened his phone and saw everyone messaging him asking if he was out. For a moment, he felt his followers weren't so bad. There are still good people in this world. As he scrolled, he came across a clip of himself being taken away by the police, caption shocking. A Handcraft blogger turned out to be a hidden criminal. The likes had already surpassed 50,000. He spoke too soon. There weren't many good people in this world, they were all dogs. System, how much popularity do I have today? Ding. Viewership count 6,000. Gained 60 popularity points. Congratulations, host, for your first stream, breaking 5,000 viewers. Reward skill level increased by 1. Handcraft skill level 2, mechanics skill level 1. Reward 100 popularity points. Oh, he didn't expect a level up reward from his first stream. It was a pleasant surprise. There were 10 levels in total. If he maxed them out, could he handcraft missiles? Xie Lin was thrilled. The thought of crafting anything by hand was just too cool. As he was about to fall asleep that night, he suddenly sat up. He had received an 8,000 yuan payment from a guy today, but now the goods were gone. What was he going to send him? Was that money just flying away? No way, no way. After thinking for a while, Xie Lin suddenly had an idea. If he couldn't make the real thing, why not make one out of paper? The police wouldn't allow selling weapons, but a paper one shouldn't be a problem, right? Great idea. Head do that tomorrow. With the problem solved, Xie Lin lay down peacefully and drifted off to sleep. Little did he know that clips from his stream were being edited and posted online. A video titled, "Livestream Handcrafting a Gatling Gun Invited for Tea by the Police," was quietly climbing the hot search. The clips showed Xie Lin firing the Gatling gun and being taken away by the police. Netizens were first confused, then started discussing it, as they had never seen anything like this before. He's the first streamer to be taken in for making something too realistic. This streamer is legit, he actually builds what he claims. The video checks out as real. Did this streamer get locked up? Building weapons in Dragon Country. This streamer must have a death wish. That shooting looked so satisfying. Wish I could have a go. Are you sure he's a handcraft blogger? Look how skilled he is. Better have the police check him out thoroughly. This guy is awesome. If he gets out of this, I'm following him. Just as Xie Lin woke up, he heard the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained 600 popularity points. Please choose a skill to upgrade. Xie Lin jolted upright, all sleepiness gone. 600 popularity points. That meant 60,000 people had seen his stream. How did it grow so much overnight? He quickly grabbed his phone and saw the video hanging at the bottom of the hot search. It all made sense now. Someone had posted the exciting clips from his stream yesterday, and it had hit the hot search. Even though it was only at the tail end, it was still the hot search. Xie Lin was instantly ecstatic, thanking the unknown editor who sent him to the top. System opened the skill panel. A virtual panel appeared before him, showing his skill levels. 600 points can level up once. He'll put it into mechanics. Upgrade successful. Handcraft skill level 2, mechanics skill level 2. Remaining points 60. After just one day of streaming, the two skills were even. He was truly amazing. System, what happens if I reach max level? Xie Lin asked. Ding. Host, when a skill reaches level 5, the blueprint mall will be unlocked. Please continue to work hard. Blueprint mall. What's that? Xie Lin asked, puzzled. The blueprint mall is a place to exchange for various blueprints. It contains everything imaginable. If you can think of it, the system can find it. Please work hard, host, to unlock the blueprint mall as soon as possible. Xie Lin caught on. You're not planning to make me handcraft everything, are you? No, host. The blueprint mall is just an aid to assist you in your handcrafting creations. Xie Lin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It's a system that doesn't pressure its host. He ran his fingers through his hair and contacted the guy who ordered yesterday, telling him the Gatling gun had been confiscated, but if he wanted, he could make a paper one of the same size. Li Yin saw Xie Lin's message as soon as he arrived at the company. The blogger was released. That's great. His Gatling gun was saved. Make it first and show me the finished product. I don't care what material it is, I want it to be as perfect as yesterday's. Xie Lin understood instantly. He could guarantee top quality, but the power would be significantly reduced. Li Yin had no objections to that. With the confirmation, Xie Lin finally felt at ease. He casually posted a message about streaming at 1 p.m. and turned off his phone. He needed to buy a batch of paper. The guy had paid good money, so he couldn't just use scrap paper. He had professional ethics. At GUN Supermarket, Uncle Jiang, give me a box of craft paper. Xie Lin's voice arrived before he did. Uncle Jiang, who was scrolling on his phone at the counter, saw Xie Lin. Hey, you're alright. I was just about to go check if you were back. Everyone in the neighborhood knew Xie Lin had been taken to the police station yesterday. Seeing him out shopping today, they were curious about what happened. I posted a handcraft video yesterday, and the police misunderstood. It's all cleared up now, Xie Lin said, waving his hand. What video? Let me see. I'll give you a follow, Uncle Jiang said enthusiastically. Uncle Jiang ran a small grocery store and had been doing so for over a decade. When Xie Lin was younger, he used to love hanging around Uncle Jiang's store for snacks. They had become familiar over time. That would be great. Xie Lin took Uncle Jiang's phone, found his own account, and followed it. By the way, when his brother phone coming back? Jiang Feng was Uncle Jiang's son, 3 years older than Xie Lin. He had always been the other people's child that Xie Lin's mother talked about. Excellent grades and well-behaved. He was a completely different species from a wild kid like Xie Lin. It was said he was working in the capital city now, though no one knew exactly what he did. Him? I don't know what he's so busy with lately. He doesn't even bother to call me. Wait here, he'll get your craft paper. Uncle Jiang grumbled as he went to the storeroom and brought out a box of craft paper. Xie Lin paid, hoisted the box onto his shoulder, and headed home. Back home, he set up his phone to record and began crafting. First, he pried 6 bearings off a fidget spinner, crafted heat sinks, and sealed them with glue. Then he fashioned 6 slender barrels, inserted them into the heat sinks, and fitted them into a cylindrical housing. Star-shaped notched gear and 6 stooth gear pieces were inserted directly into the barrels. With that, the most challenging part of the Gatling gun was complete. Xie Lin then dismantled a drill, removed its bit, placed the trigger into the grip, and welded the live and neutral wires. He stuffed the power source into the engine casing, attached the handle, and mounted the cannon barrel and magazine. It was essentially done. After his skill upgrade, Xie Lin's craftsmanship sped up considerably. He finished the model in a single morning. After installing a motor and crafting the bullets, the handmade Gatling gun was complete. Finally, he took out paint and coated the exterior black. A remarkably realistic Gatling gun was finished. Xie Lin picked it up and squeezed the trigger, and the bullets fired with a rapid pop-a-pop. The bullets had little force though, and didn't hurt when they hit. This should be fine now. Xie Lin snapped a few photos and sent them to the buyer. Your newly crafted Gatling gun, please check. He then edited the morning's video and posted it online. Li Yan, who was eating, suddenly received a message. When he saw the finished Gatling gun Xie Lin had made for him, the food in his mouth dropped out. Whoa, this is the one the streamer remade for him. It was exactly to his liking. This is so cool. Streamer, you're amazing. Is this really made of paper? Of course, I just posted the video, you can check it out. Just as he replied, the address came through urging him to ship it quickly. He was afraid it would be confiscated if delayed. Xie Lin hastily packed the item and called a courier to send it off. After all that hard work, he couldn't afford any mistakes. Besides, what could go wrong with a paper one? At the Beijing Public Security Bureau, Officer Zheng Xiaokai stared wide-eyed at the video Xie Lin had just posted. Zheng Xiaokai was the new officer with a crew cut and round face from yesterday. After yesterday's incident, Captain Yang had assigned him to monitor Xie Lin to ensure he wouldn't make anything else outrageous. He never expected the kid to dare make another Gatling gun, this time out of paper. Zheng Xiaokai was almost laughingly furious. Captain Yang, this kid has handcrafted another one from paper. Should we bring him in? Yang Shan glanced at the video, slightly exasperated. Let him be. Gather everyone for a meeting. Last night, a robbery and murder occurred in their jurisdiction. The victim was a researcher from the Aeronautical Research Institute working on the development of aircraft carrier arresting cables. Now that he was dead in Yun province, the higher-ups were furious. They had also sent a special task force to assist in the investigation. It was said several people had already been reassigned. If they couldn't solve this case quickly, their careers would be over. At Xie Lin's home on the outskirts, Xie Lin started his stream on time. Yesterday's viewers notified of the broadcast came by to see the fun. Huh, streamer, you didn't get locked up. How was the police station tea? Is this the streamer who brought the cops yesterday? He's pretty handsome. Hey buddy, ever thought about doing group streams? The pay is great. This guy treat you like brothers, and you treat me like a joke. Sigh. Xie Lin watched the bullet comments, feeling a sense of tragedy. Streamer, we're genuinely concerned, really. Getting into the police station proves your craftsmanship. It's a testament to your skill. In a Xinxiao world, you'd be the sect master of the artifact refining sect. Xie Lin squinted at that last comment. Do I look like I believe that? After some banter with the viewers, he began the day's stream. Yesterday, I handcrafted a Gatling gun, and the police officer told me not to make any more firearms. So today I'm going to craft something else for you guys. The storm of petals, needles of vengeance. This statement hit the chat like a drop of water in hot oil, exploding instantly. Are you serious, streamer? That's even possible to handcraft. Wait, isn't that a weapon from wuxia novels? A hidden weapon? No way you can make that. The storm of petals. Isn't that fictional? Don't mess around, streamer, you'll get mocked. He made a Gatling gun yesterday, maybe he can actually make this too. I don't believe it. Me neither. Ma Chong was a jobless drifter who loved nothing more than trolling people online. Had been drawn in by the Gatling gun video, and didn't believe anyone could handcraft such a thing. Yesterday, the streamer probably just researched the Gatling gun structure beforehand. After all, most guns look alike. You can find their structure and principles online. But claiming he could make something he'd never seen before. He wouldn't believe that in a million years. This streamer was full of hot air, and he hated people like that. The storm of petals doesn't even exist. You're quite the bullshitter, streamer. Xie Lin squinted at the comment. Fame brings trouble. Do I already have haters? How about a bet? What if I do make it? If you can make it, I'll gift you 300 yuan. If you can't, you kneel and call me daddy, then quit Douyin. The viewers were all watching eagerly. Don't listen to him, streamer. If you quit Douyin, where will we find you? I think the streamer might be overreaching this time. Xie Lin said with a smile. I refuse. If I lose, I have to call you daddy and quit Douyin, but if you lose, you only pay 300. That's not fair. I think you're just scared, coward, Ma Chong taunted. Since you're so eager, if I lose, I'll quit Douyin and call you daddy. But if you lose, you have to call me daddy and gift me a spaceship. A spaceship cost 3,000 yuan. If he could afford 300, he could afford 3,000, right? Ma Chong hesitated because he only had 3,000. He didn't expect the streamer to play so big. What, you don't have the money? No money, and you're acting like a big shot. Xie Lin said sarcastically. Ma Chong, unable to swallow his pride, immediately agreed to the bet. He just couldn't believe the kid could handcraft the storm of petals. Fine, then watch me make it, Xie Lin said with a grin. Seeing the bet was set, the viewers, loving the drama, shared the stream. If you can make it, well, gift you 200 yuan worth of gifts. Some boasted defiantly. Oh, free money is always welcome. Excellent. Thanks for the tips, everyone. They'll get the materials ready now. Xie Lin turned to find his tools, his retreating figure seeming lighter with glee. A lewd grin stretched across his face, showing his teeth. He had earned more from crafting the rainstorm pear blossom needles and receiving tips than he did in a month at his day job. Jackpot! Jackpot! Xie Lin laid out the prepared iron sheets, iron tubes, and copper tubes beside him. Well, based the design of this rainstorm pear blossom needle on the one from that game Toro. As he spoke, he showed the image he had searched for to the livestream audience. They had no objections. Xie Lin then began crafting the fan blade's lotus petal's main shaft and handle components. Finally, while working on the firing mechanism, he paused to refine the weapon's launch principle, changing it from single shot to continuous fire before installing it. 24 firing ports were installed at the top, and the needle cartridge was placed within the handle. A small automatic feeding pusher was designed inside the handle. When a portion of needles was fired, the rest would automatically move into position. Finally, he installed the outer shield and the firing trigger mechanism. And with that, the Rainstorm Pear Blossom needle was complete. Holding the weapon, Xie Lin swung it around, his smile radiant. "My friends, from this day forth you may address me as the sect master of the Tang clan," he declared, striking a heroic martial arts pose. "Damn, this guy actually crafted it. Fire it for us to see, or we won't believe it. This thing looks so intricate. Streamer, be honest, are you a time traveler? Fire it." "Alright. Today I'll show you the true power of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom needle. Streamer, you're actually going to fire it. If it really works, you're the undisputed master of this craft." "Master? Not quite. Call me the king of handicrafts." Xie Lin stepped into the yard, found the perfect angle to ensure viewers could see his dashing posture, and placed a wooden board at a distance. After loading the needles into the firing chamber, and the auto feeder finished its job, he struck a pose. "My fellow warriors, allow me to demonstrate the hidden weapon of the Tang clan." As the words left his mouth, Xie Lin performed a brief, stylized martial arts routine and fired the Rainstorm Pear Blossom needle. As the mechanism was triggered, silver needles shot out in unison, gleaming coldly, and embedded themselves neatly in the wooden board. The livestream audience was stunned into silence. The chat went completely quiet for a full 30 seconds before erupting into a frenzy. "Arg. He actually pulled it off again. I'm so mad. Holy crap, the streamer is playing for real. Tang clan hidden weapon. Sect master, your Tang clan disciple pays his respects. Oh my god, someone tell me this is real. He actually made a weapon from a wuxia novel. Isn't the Rainstorm Pear Blossom needle fictional? How did he make it? Oh, streamer, you're amazing. You're my god. Streamer, you're so bold. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He'll buy this. Name your price." Xie Lin picked up his phone and saw the chat flooded with praise, his face breaking into a wide grin. "I'm happy you're all praising me, but a bet is a bet. You still owe me gifts. No backing out now. We'll pay up. For craftsmanship like that, we definitely have to send gifts. A bet is a bet. Streamer, you're truly 666. Who knows if he had it designed by someone else beforehand. I don't believe he can make a Rainstorm Pear Blossom needle," Ma Chong said, unconvinced. "Accusing me without evidence. A pig-brained fool like you could never understand the mind of a genius like me. You're not trying to weasel out of paying, are you?" Xie Lin's tone was mocking. Ma Chong indeed didn't want to pay and was just thinking of a way to get out of it when the live stream viewers started to pressure him. "Don't think you can do whatever you want online. We'll expose you if you don't pay up." Under the online mob's condemnation, Ma Chong reluctantly tipped 3,000 yuan and immediately logged off, disappearing without a trace. "The guy didn't even call me daddy before running off. Can't take a loss, what a sore loser," Xie Lin muttered. Whatever, as long as the money was in his account. Impressed by Xie Lin's display, the viewers began sending tips one after another. The screen was instantly flooded with gift effects, and any dissenting comments were quickly buried. Xie Lin couldn't stop grinning as he heard the notification sounds for the tips. "Guys, that's enough. No need to be so generous." The words were insincere, especially with the Ertoeer smile he couldn't hide. Xie Lin was ecstatic, and the live stream's viewership skyrocketed past the 100,000 mark, making him the hottest topic on Douyin. Xie Lin was over the moon. Suddenly, a frantic pounding at the door startled both him and his viewers. "Who is it?" Xie Lin wondered who could be knocking with such urgency, as if announcing a death. Despite his annoyance, his feet carried him towards the front door. I'm coming. Stop knocking, you'll break the door down." The moment Xie Lin opened the door, he was slammed against the wall. "Wait, what? How did he end up pinned against the wall? I told you yesterday not to make weapons, and today you go and build a Rainstorm Pear Blossom needle." Xie Lin looked up and saw the young policeman with the crew cut and round face he had met at the station yesterday. "But I didn't make a firearm." Xie Lin protested his innocence. "No weapons of any kind are allowed. Grab your stuff and come with us," Zheng Xiaokai said with a helpless sigh. "Oh, the police are here. Streamer, you're something else. This is your second visit, right? The police got here fast. Makes me think they were already watching you. And so we bid farewell to the future sect master of the Tang clan. Other streamers just get a warning. This one gets taken away on stream. Let's make a bet on whether he gets out. I bet he won't. This has to be a deliberate violation, right? I bet he gets out. It was an honest mistake." The live stream was buzzing with excitement because Xie Lin was being taken in for questioning again. The stream's popularity soared even higher, attracting many new viewers. They tuned in just in time to see a police officer making an arrest, pausing in confusion for a moment. Since when did police work get streamed live? Wait, isn't this supposed to be a handicraft stream? Why has it turned into an arrest scene? Hold on, let me turn off the stream first. There are too many people watching, Xie Lin said hastily. Zheng Xiaokai signaled for the officers to let him go. Xie Lin picked up his phone, looked at the growing viewer count, and said awkwardly, "Wait for me to come back, guys." He then ended the live stream. Xie Lin could already imagine what the viewers would be saying about him. Back at the police station, Xie Lin sat obediently while the two officers looked at him with exasperation. The specialist had already taken the rainstorm pear blossom needle for testing, and the results were expected shortly. Zheng Xiaokai said with a very stern expression, "I told you yesterday not to build weapons, and you turned around and made a rainstorm pear blossom needles. Are you trying to rebel?" Xie Lin argued weakly. "I thought rainstorm pear blossom needles was a martial arts fictional weapon. How was I supposed to know it's also on the banned list?" Xie Lin mumbled a rebuttal. "This weapon you built has such a high danger coefficient, and you even installed a multi-shot mechanism. It's no different from a firearm. What were you thinking making this?" Zheng Xiaokai said, "I'm a DIY blogger, aren't I? If I don't make something interesting, how can I get followers? Besides, I didn't think the rainstorm pear blossom needles would be banned either. You only said guns and the like were not allowed," Xie Lin said. "So according to you, it's our fault for not making it clear." Zheng Xiaokai was almost amused. No, absolutely not." Xie Lin quickly denied. If he admitted that he would never get out of this door today. Fortunately, Zheng Xiaokai didn't seem to want to make things difficult for him. "Remember, you can't make either hot weapons or cold weapons, understand? Especially since you're a blogger, it has a very bad influence on society." At that moment, the test report for the rainstorm pear blossom needles came out, recording its speed and lethality. Zheng Xiaokai's eyes darkened. This thing was definitely a deadly weapon comparable to an old-style pistol. Seriously, what kind of DIY blogger could forge such a thing? What was your job before becoming a DIY blogger, eh? Zheng Xiaokai began to suspect that Xie Lin might be hiding some background. "I was a student before becoming a DIY blogger," Xie Lin said softly. "No wonder. Studying mechanical engineering really makes a difference in what you can create." Zheng Xiaokai said with admiration, then shifted the topic. "Why didn't you think about finding a job? A talent like you shouldn't have trouble finding work, right?" Xie Lin made a pained expression, leaned in, and whispered, "Bro, you've never looked for a job, have you?" Zheng Xiaokai looked puzzled. Xie Lin had a knowing expression. "There are hardly any normal companies nowadays. Each one is as dark as the black landlords of the last century. No, even the black landlords weren't as dark as them. At least the landlords provided food, lodging, and medical care. These companies are practically demanding money from me to work for them." Rarely having a chance to vent, Xie Lin got more and more excited until Zheng Xiaokai interrupted him. Stop. I get what you're saying. Let's leave it at that for today. Be more careful with your live streams in the future. Don't worry, officer. I will never touch these things again." Xie Lin said sincerely. "Sign here, leave the item, and you can go." Xie Lin was forced to sign, hesitating, as if he wanted to redeem his rainstorm pear blossom needles. Seeing Xie Lin's expression, Zheng Xiaokai said, "Don't even think about it. This thing is too dangerous. It's not suitable to be in the hands of the public." Xie Lin's second handmade creation was thus left at the police station. Zheng Xiaokai saw Xie Lin out, and they ran into Yang Shan, who was hurrying back from outside. Yang Shan paused for a moment upon seeing Xie Lin behind him. What trouble has this kid gotten into again? Xie Lin was speechless at the remark. What did he mean by trouble again? He was a law-abiding good citizen. Zheng Xiaokai briefly reported the day's situation to Yang Shan. After listening, Yang Shan sized up Xie Lin. This kid was something of a talent in a certain way. You could be more careful from now on. Go on home. After saying that, Yang Shan hurried back into the police station. Xie Lin noticed something was off and took a closer look. He saw many police officers walking into a room with serious expressions. His intuition told him something was definitely happening. Back home, Xie Lin collapsed onto his bed and let out a huge sigh of relief. What a mess, but he didn't regret it. If you don't risk something, you can't gain anything. Without making something special, how could he attract fans? He just didn't expect to build it so well that it once again caught the police's attention. Xie Lin sighed narcissistically. Being too excellent was also a burden. System, quickly check today's popularity points, Xie Lin called out to the system. Ding. The livestream viewership is 300 people. Popularity points are 300. Total popularity is 360 points. Please release a video host to increase popularity points. Tip: video popularity points are only calculated from the popularity generated within 24 hours after release. Ding. Congratulations, host, your livestream audience has exceeded 100,000. A special reward of 500 points is granted. Please choose the skill to upgrade. The system was generous. It actually rewarded 600 points. But how is the video popularity calculated? The calculation method for video popularity is the same as for live streaming. Host, please work hard to earn popularity points. Xie Lin opened his phone, searched, and found himself trending. Rainstorm pear blossom needles, not a legend, recreating martial arts, hidden weapons, young man descendant of Tang sect. Of course, the videos are not far behind. Handcrafted martial arts, hidden weapon, rainstorm pear blossom needles, police, invite for tea. Again, the number one martial arts, hidden weapon, rainstorm pear blossom needles, is actually not fictional. Young man recreates rainstorm pear blossom needles. Netizens think he is a hidden Tang sect disciple. What kind of headlines are these? Being able to craft it was because he was smart. Okay. The video he released today of handcrafting a Gatling gun out of paper also had a very impressive view count. He would see how many popularity points it generated tomorrow. He made today's live stream into a video and posted it to his account. Only then did he start upgrading his skills. System upgrade handcraft skill. Upgrade successful handcraft ability level 3, a mechanical ability level 2. Remaining points 360. After reaching level 3, Xie Lin felt that his mind had gained a lot of knowledge and his hands had become much more dexterous. Was this the effect of skill upgrades? Not bad at all. He felt that he was terrifyingly strong now. He could basically replicate most common things. Such an amazing ability. In a good mood, Xie Lin posted a message that he was safe and would live stream as usual tomorrow, then lay on the bed playing with his phone. He had no idea that danger was quietly approaching. In the suburbs of Jiang province, a scene of speed and passion was unfolding. Several police cars were chasing a broken-down van. The van driver floored the accelerator. They had been chasing from the city center all the way to the suburbs. Ahead was a large bridge where the police had already set up an ambush. The driver made a desperate decision and drove straight into a residential area near the suburbs. Abandoning the van, he jumped directly into the courtyard of a house. Since he couldn't get out anyway, he might as well hide first. At that moment, Xie Lin, who was scrolling through his phone on the bed, heard the wailing of police sirens outside. He wondered which thief had caused the police to launch such a massive pursuit. Listening to the sirens, he estimated there were about 2 or 3. Unconcerned, Xie Lin continued scrolling, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Why were the sirens getting closer and closer to him, as if stopping right outside his house? Could it be that the police had changed their minds and come to arrest him? It couldn't be, could it? He hadn't done anything wrong. Just making a rainstorm pear blossom needles wouldn't warrant such a big commotion, would it? Xie Lin sat up from the bed, intending to go outside and see what was happening. As soon as he stood up, a knife was pressed against his neck. When had someone come in? How could he have no idea at all? Don't make a sound, or he'll kill you. The man's voice was ruthless, unmistakably that of someone who would actually act. Xie Lin dared not risk his own life. He immediately raised his hands. Big brother, I promise I won't make a sound. He'll do whatever you say. Better not try any tricks. I've killed people before. The knife in the man's hand pressed closer to Xie Lin's neck. Absolutely not, Xie Lin quickly conceded. This man had a knife. For now he had to submit. Listen, you inside, you're surrounded. Surrender now, and you'll get lenient treatment. A police officer outside shouted through a loudspeaker. The robber remained unmoved, saying sarcastically, do you think I'm stupid? Surrender means death. With that, he grabbed Xie Lin and headed toward the second-floor balcony. Only then did Xie Lin see the scene outside. Several police cars were parked outside with neighbors watching behind them. From far away, Xie Lin couldn't see their expressions, but he could feel their curiosity. As soon as the robber and he appeared, they were immediately noticed by the police. Release the hostage now, and you can still get lenient treatment, the police officer with the loudspeaker shouted. Listen up, all of you. Give me a car and let me leave safely, or I'll kill him right now, the man said with a ferocious expression. Xie Lin, with the man's arm locked around his neck, felt his life hanging by a thread. He hurriedly called out to the system in his mind. System, think of something. Ding. Detected host in danger. Emergency opening of one-time skill warehouse. Emergency opening of item exchange mall. Ding. Detected host has 360 points. Do you wish to exchange for a one-time elementary Xie Na technique? There's a Xie Na technique. Exchange. Survival is paramount. Ding. Exchange complete. 300 points deducted. Please resolve this crisis. If you fail, this system will collect your corpse. Rest assured, host. Xie Lin was murderous. I really thank you. You're such a great system. The elementary Xie Na technique was barely enough to subdue the thug, but now he needed to find an opportunity. Calm down. Can't give in. Perhaps because Xie Lin seemed docile, the robber only held his clothes with one hand and pressed the knife against his neck with the other. The robber's gaze was fixed on the commotion downstairs, not paying attention to him at all. Got it. He knew how to escape. Xie Lin's eyes darted to the robber's arms stretched across him. He combined with the Xie Na technique, it would definitely work. The police officers downstairs looked at the hostage Xie Lin with worry and tension. What should we do? Should we prepare a car for him? An officer asked uneasily. First, protect the hostage. Get a car ready as he requested, Yang Shan said with a grim face. The person standing beside Yang Shan wore a police uniform. At 1.8 meters tall, he towered over everyone else present. He wore a police cap, his eyes fixed on the robber and Xie Lin on the second floor. This man was from the special task force named Zhou He. Can we get a sniper? The sniper is on the way, Yang Shan said. The car arrived quickly. Seeing this, the robber prepared to take Xie Lin downstairs. Must not let this bastard get away. Xie Lin, having already observed the body structure, seized the moment when the robber turned. His eyes narrowed. He reached out and grabbed the robber's arm, and with his other hand, he accurately pinched the funny bone hard. The robber let out a howl and released his other hand that was holding Xie Lin's clothes. Once free, Xie Lin grabbed the robber's arm and twisted it behind his back. With a crack, the robber's arm was dislocated by Xie Lin's twist. The knife in the robber's hand clattered to the ground. The robber realized he had been tricked by this kid. Just as he tried to pick up the knife, Xie Lin delivered an elbow strike to the robber's back. The robber collapsed in pain, unable to get up no matter how hard he tried. This Chi-Na technique was really useful, but it was only a one-time beginner skill. System exchange for a super sturdy rope. Okay, host. A coil of rope suddenly appeared in Xie Lin's hand. He looked down. Good heavens, it was even steel wire. Not bad, not bad, this system is reliable. Xie Lin used the steel wire rope to tie up the robber like a caterpillar. No way he could escape. After doing all this, Xie Lin turned on the light in the room. Only then did he look at the robber's appearance. Bald head, shifty eyes, and a sturdy build. Xie Lin, now recovering his nerve, grew bolder. He squatted in front of the robber and taunted, "A guy like you thinks you can take a hostage. Committed a crime and still wants to run. You're waiting for jail time." The robber's forehead bulged with veins. "You damn. Don't fall into my hands. They'll kill you sooner or later. Kill me. You'll have to wait until you get out first. Hostage taking, attempted injury. You're finished in this life. You're unprincipled, pinching my funny bone. If you've got guts, let's fight fair, and he'll stab you to death. This is called all is fair in war. As long as I win, it's fine. You're shameless sneaking up on me. You're a robber yourself, and you talk to me about principles. Isn't that ridiculous?" After mocking the robber, Xie Lin prepared to go downstairs to inform the police that the robber was caught. Just then he heard footsteps on the stairs, and in an instant he was surrounded by police. Seeing the robber tied up on the ground, they all showed shocked expressions. Xie Lin saw the people coming up, and his face lit up. "Captain Yang, why are you here?" "Perfect timing, the criminal has been subdued by me. Take him back for a thorough interrogation." The officers holstered their weapons. Yang Shan let out a sigh of relief. "You subdued him?" Xie Lin looked innocent. "Yeah, isn't it obvious?" "Very good," Yang Shan finally managed to say. "We heard screams and thought something happened to you. Glad you're okay." Joey said. The screams were his. "I dislocated his arm, but I forgot to put it back." How about you take him to the hospital?" Xie Lin said with a grin. Forgetting was impossible. He just didn't want to reattach it now. "Let him suffer a bit for taking me hostage." Captain Yang saw Xie Lin's expression and understood everything. "It's fine, it's just a dislocated arm. It can be reattached later." The criminal, tied up tightly on the ground, glared at Xie Lin with a dark look. "When I get out, I'll kill you. Threatening me in front of the police." Xie Lin pointed at the robber in disbelief. "Officer, you must interrogate him thoroughly. He doesn't take the people's police seriously at all. There must be bigger crimes behind him. Still daring to threaten people. Take him away." Yang Shan's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on the man. He then turned to Xie Lin and said, "Come with us to make a statement. Don't worry, we'll arrange for someone to escort you back later." "All right." Upon arriving at the police station, Yang Shan ordered the officers to take the criminal to the interrogation room, and the two of them went in to interrogate him. Another officer took Xie Lin's statement. It was completed very quickly, mainly asking about the sequence of events. When he heard that Xie Lin had grabbed the criminal's pressure point to seize the chance to dislocate his arm, Zheng Xiaokai, who was taking notes, almost burst out laughing. "Your technique looks quite skilled. Have you practiced before?" Zheng Xiaokai asked. "I learned a few grappling moves from an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner during my school days. I didn't expect them to come in handy," Xie Lin said with a smile. "Brave and resourceful. Impressive." Zheng Xiaokai praised him. He then added, "The statement is complete. They'll arrange for someone to take you back shortly." Xie Lin hesitated for a moment before asking, "What did that criminal do?" "There's no harm in telling you. He killed someone just 2 days ago, and the victim was a researcher. If he had escaped, it would have been a real problem," Zheng Xiaokai said. A jolt went through Xie Lin's heart. Good heavens, this man really was a murderer. Thank goodness he had the system's help, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble, maybe even dead. As he stepped into the police station lobby, Zheng Xiaokai was about to escort him back. An officer who came rushing out from behind called out to Xie Lin. Awkwardly, he said the ropes binding the criminal couldn't be untied and asked Xie Lin to help undo them. It was only then that Xie Lin remembered he had tied a knot that was extremely difficult to loosen. "Hey, if you can't untie it, just cut it off," Xie Lin said nonchalantly. The officer grew even more embarrassed. "The rope isn't easy to cut either. They sent me out to see if you'd left yet. If not, would see if you could untie it. If you can't, well, figure something else out." Xie Lin was inwardly shocked. What kind of rope couldn't be cut? "System, what kind of rope did you give me exactly?" Inside the interrogation room, the criminal sat in a chair, still bound by the rope. Since the criminal had been brought in, Yang Shan and Zhou, he had been trying to untie it. No matter how the officers tried, they couldn't get it loose. Sensing something was off, Yang Shan stepped forward to untie the rope himself. Still, it wouldn't budge. Seriously, how had that kid tied this rope? It was a dead knot, and they couldn't loosen it at all. "Give me a knife," Yang Shan ordered. An officer quickly brought one over. Yang Shan sliced at the rope. It didn't break. He tried again, still no cut. Where on earth had that kid gotten such a stubborn rope? Only then did they realize the rope binding the criminal was actually made of steel wire. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary rope. "That kid must have been terrified this guy would escape using a steel wire rope like that," Zhou remarked. "Has that kid left yet? If not, get him back here to untie this rope," Yang Shan said, utterly exasperated. When Xie Lin walked in, all eyes were fixed on him. Startled, Xie Lin took a step back. "Don't look at him like that. It was terrifying." You tied the knot, so you untie it, Yang Shan said, his tone less than pleased. Xie Lin stepped forward, and the knot that had stumped everyone came undone with ease. Yang Shan stared at the loosened rope, almost laughing at himself in frustration. That knot of yours. It's quite something. Most people couldn't untie it, and the criminal couldn't escape either, Yang Shan said. A self-invented knot. Hard for the average person to undo. Xie Lin let out an awkward chuckle. Give him an inch, and he takes a mile. Yang Shan thought, realizing this kid really knew how to ride a compliment. All right, get going. Shao Kai, take him back, Yang Shan added. It was already 2 in the morning when Xie Lin got home. He sank into a chair, finally, letting his guard down. That was freaking intense. He never thought he'd actually run into a robber one day. It was thrilling and exhilarating all at once. System, what did that item exchange mall you opened earlier mean? Ding. The mall contains a variety of items. The host may exchange according to your needs. Xie Lin opened the system interface and saw it indeed contained all sorts of things. From small parts and accessories to aircraft carriers and spaceships, everything was available. Of course, the exchange costs were equally impressive. System, are you sure you're just a handicraft system? Xie Lin couldn't help but doubt whether this system was truly a mere handicraft system. Ding. The item mall is opened for emergencies, and as a system, having a mall is a standard configuration. Please don't make a fuss, host. Fine, it was truly an all-purpose system. Glancing at the time, Xie Lin crashed into bed and fell asleep. He didn't crawl out of bed until 2 in the afternoon the next day. If not for remembering he had a live stream scheduled, he might have lazed in bed all day. When he checked his phone, he found that the video of the tempest rain of pear blossom needles had posted yesterday had blown up and landed on the hot search. The view count had reached 80,000. Not bad at all. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've earned 800 points. For surpassing 5000 views, you've also received a skill level upgrade. Please select the skill to upgrade. Upgrade both handicraft skill and mechanical skill by 1 level each. Ding. Upgrade successful. Handicraft skill level 4 or mechanical skill level 3. Remaining points 360. Keep up the good work, host. The system was generous. Xie Lin had roughly figured out the rules. Every time he hit a whole number milestone, he'd get a reward. Like 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. Those kinds of round numbers. Xie Lin's sudden fame drew attention from others. Those with keen instincts had already started replicating his video to recreate the tempest rain of pear blossom needles. So this is what it feels like to go viral. I kind of like it, Xie Lin said with a satisfied grin. All right. System, what kind of rope did you give me yesterday? Xie Lin asked, puzzled. Ding. This is an ultra-tough, high-strength rope perfect for binding people hauling cargo, or even hanging. Your top choice. Xie Lin choked on his breath, nearly suffocating. Just listen to that description. It didn't sound like a proper rope at all. He opened them all to check, and sure enough, the exchange price was 200 points. Why was this piece of rope so expensive? System products are always premium. Please learn the manufacturing method for this rope as soon as possible, or double the points will be deducted. What? Exchanged items also needed to be learned how to make. System, don't you think this requirement is a bit unreasonable? The system has no unreasonable requirements. All exchanged items must be learned by the host. What if I can't learn it? Host, you're a handicraft blogger. There's nothing you can't accomplish. Was the system calling him the smartest person? System exchange for a rope like yesterday's. The moment he spoke, a rope appeared in his hand, and his points dropped to 160. Xie Lin examined the rope carefully. So this was the ultra-duff rope. It looked no different from an ordinary one at all. Xie Lin scrutinized the rope, observing the material and weaving technique. It's made of high-strength steel wire woven in a very unique way. He formulated a rough idea in his mind, put down the rope, and thought, I'll try weaving one tonight. Xie Lin's live stream from the previous day had gone viral overnight. The topic of handcrafting the rain of steel needles and silencing the skeptics was being avidly discussed online. Today, when Xie Lin started his stream, the viewership had doubled from yesterday. I heard this streamer is amazing. He can make anything. Let me see what the fuss is about. A disciple of the Tang sect pays respects to the sect leader. Is this the famous DIY blogger everyone's talking about? I don't buy it. I was told you can make anything here. Can you make me a figurine? This person was an extreme Shinibu, but the message quickly got pinned. Streamer, what are you making today? I'm curious too. After being taken away by the police 2 days in a row, I wonder what hell craft this time. Xie Lin looked at the bustling chat room and said, brothers, the things I made the past 2 days were too dangerous. The police officer told me to take it easy, so today, I haven't decided what to make yet. Streamer, if weapons aren't allowed, go for the arts. Can you draw? How about painting us a picture? Don't mess around. This is a DIY stream, not an art class. Asking him to paint. That's just setting him up. Art is a form of DIY too. I dare you to try. That user sent 2 messages in a row, constantly provoking the streamer. Aren't you the best DIY blogger? How about making me some cash? Confirmed. This guy is here to cause trouble. The netizens were right. He was indeed looking for trouble. This person was a friend of Ma Chong. Last time Ma Chong lost a bet, and feeling resentful called his friend to vent. His name was Sun Chao, and he hated braggarts online. With a decent family background, He spent his days playing judge on the internet. He was determined to bankrupt those false promotion influencers and force them out of the industry. Since Ma Chong told him about a DIY blogger bragging that he could make anything, Sun Chao had come sniffing around. These influencers will say anything for money. I have to put a stop to this hypocrisy. Most people, upon seeing Xie Lin's slogan, "I can make anything," assumed he was just a skilled DIYer who could craft many things. They didn't take it literally. "I can make anything" was clearly an exaggerated marketing slogan. No one would take it seriously. But there were always nitpickers online who insisted that since the streamer claimed he could make anything, he must be able to make everything. Especially the person Ma Chong brought. He was the most stubborn of the stubborn, the ultimate troll. Some spectators added fuel to the fire. As the chatroom descended into chaos, the netizen who first suggested painting began to regret his proposal. This was putting the streamer in a tight spot. Xie Lin looked at the comments and laughed. "Painting? I actually can. But if I paint well, what will you do?" Sun Chao, seeing Xie Lin take the bait, immediately said, "If you paint well, I'll send you 2 spaceships." 2 spaceships were worth 6,000 yuan with a cut of 3,000. Not a bad deal. "Alright, I'll take the job. A painting for 3,000 is worth it," Xie Lin said with a smile. "But if your painting doesn't satisfy me, you'll have to record an apology video admitting you're not skilled." Sun Chao said, "No problem. I guarantee it'll satisfy you and everyone else," Xie Lin replied with a grin. Making everyone happy was easy. "Streamer, are you crazy? If he says he's not satisfied after you paint it, what will you do? This guy is done for. Him out. The streamer is too arrogant. No painting can please everyone. I don't believe it. He's blowing it up. Now he can't back down. Thanks for the concern, brothers. You'll definitely like this painting. They'll go prepare the materials." Xie Lin remembered he had some paints at home. Following his memory, he found dusty oil paints and watercolors on the second floor. "Brothers, let's start now." He took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, placed it on the table, and began to copy it. From size to color to texture, Xie Lin painted with meticulous detail, even using a magnifying glass when necessary. As the outlines gradually became clear, viewers realized what he was drawing. Holy crap, this guy is painting Chinese yuan. Streamer, you're a legend. Who doesn't love money? Damn, he's got some brains. I thought he was an idiot. The painting looks pretty good so far. Can't wait to see the result. From the moment Xie Lin started the bet with Sun Chao, the viewer count stabilized. When he began painting, the yuan numbers fluctuated slightly, but continued to grow. Xie Lin worked unhurriedly, refining details and applying colors layer by layer. Surprisingly, it looked quite authentic. Finally, Xie Lin thought for a moment and added optical variable ink. A banknote that looked almost identical to the real thing appeared before the viewers. Xie Lin then picked up a pen and paper and drew another outline of similar size beside it. The viewers were confused. Why was he drawing another outline? Was he going to paint the back of the yuan? As the outline took shape, they realized it was a US dollar. You guessed right, brothers. This is a US dollar. I'm afraid if I paint a full RMB, the police will take me in again, and then he'll be screwed. Xie Lin sighed. Luckily, he had only painted the front of the RMB. Viewers worried he might mess up showing off his skills, but at that moment Xie Lin was fully focused on the details of the banknote, color mixing, texture, anti-counterfeiting features. Then he began preparing reflective ink and optical variable ink, applying them one by one. Finally, he added what looked like a portrait anti-counterfeiting mark. Then he flipped the paper and painted the back of the US dollar in the same position. 666, this guy is really meticulous. He even remembered the back. I have a bad feeling about this. Did he just use color shifting ink? Tell me he did. Drawing it this realistically, does he have a death wish? Daily question: what did this blogger do before? I feel like the streamer isn't ordinary. Come clean. What's your hidden identity? Streamer, you're a legend. It looks exactly like the real thing. The comments were flooding in, but Xie Lin paid no attention. He was now adding the finishing touches. Moments later, a lifelike banknote appeared before the viewers. The screen was filled with awesome and 666. Brothers, how do you like my drawing? Xie Lin said cheerfully, holding a US dollar bill. It's indistinguishable from the real thing. Brother 6, why don't you start a side hustle? Where did that guy who asked the streamer to draw go? Does he like this drawing? Yes, where is he? Come out, don't try to weasel out. The live stream room was buzzing with more and more netizens joining in the fun. Ma Chao couldn't play dumb even if he wanted to. It had to be admitted that the drawing was indeed impressive. We're all Handcraft streamers this skilled now. Who said I won't send gifts? They'll send them now. Ma Chao directly gave Xie Lin 2 spaceship gifts. Thanks for the gift, brother. Please follow me when you have time, Xie Lin said cheerfully. The netizens, seeing Ma Chao so generous, suddenly felt it was less interesting. They had thought he would deny it. Streamer, since you drew it so realistically, why not try putting it through a currency detector? Suddenly, a netizen suggested. The live stream room went quiet for a moment, then netizens frantically spammed comments. Brother 6, it's so realistic, why not give it a try? What's there to try? It's a drawing, it definitely won't pass. Right, if it passes, the streamer will be in trouble. It won't pass anyway, so why not try? Xie Lin was a bit tempted, maybe he should try. Alright, as a fan-friendly streamer, I must fulfill your requests, brothers. Come on, brothers, it'll take you to the supermarket. Xie Lin went out with the drawn dollar bill to find Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang owned a supermarket, so he definitely had a currency detector, though Xie Lin wasn't sure if it could handle US dollars. Home supermarket was not far from Xie Lin's house, just a few steps away. Uncle Jiang, can I borrow your currency detector? Xie Lin called out as soon as he reached the door. Uncle Jiang was still watching a drama on his phone. He greeted Xie Lin immediately. Seeing the phone in Xie Lin's hand, he asked tentatively, "Are you live streaming?" "Yes, uncle. Just borrowing your detector to satisfy the curiosity of the livestream brothers." "Sure, go ahead." Uncle Jiang pointed to the detector on the table, curious about what Xie Lin was going to do with it. "By the way, uncle, can your detector handle US dollars?" Xie Lin suddenly asked. "US dollars?" Uncle Jiang's eyes lit up. "Yes, it can." He then proudly introduced the detector. "Your brother Jiang Feng bought this for me. He said it can handle currencies from several countries. Let me show you how to adjust it." Xie Lin glanced at the detector, and the next second all its structural components were laid bare before his eyes. Stop, system, we can't dismantle everything." Xie Lin blinked, and the detector returned to normal. Thank goodness it was just a moment. Xie Lin stepped forward, adjusted the detector to US dollar mode, and aimed the camera at it. "Brothers, do you really want me to run this dollar through?" There was no way this drawing could pass. The brothers were really looking for fun. "Go ahead, the streamer is already at the supermarket, it's easy. I don't know what's there to test." "Test it, streamer, hurry up. After it's done, I'll make a video with the title, Handcraft Streamer Overestimates Himself Attempts to Turn Fake Money into Real." The comment above is really not hiding anything. Xie Lin ignored those bastards and placed the dollar bill above the detector. "Brothers, I'm starting." With that, Xie Lin let go, and the banknote went straight through the detector. Everyone across the internet was waiting for the alarm to sound. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 10 seconds, the detector still gave no alarm. Taking a closer look, the dollar had actually passed. "Holy crap. What's going on? Streamer, is the detector broken? Why no alarm?" Xie Lin was dumbfounded. He quickly picked up the dollar and ran it through again. Was it passed? Not believing it, Xie Lin tested it several more times. It passed every time, no alarm. "Little Lin, this money is real. Why are you still testing it?" Uncle Jiang watched Xie Lin test it several times, not understanding what there was to test. "Really?" Xie Lin, still skeptical, tested it again. Still no problem. "Uncle, is your detector accurate?" Uncle Jiang was displeased. "Don't talk nonsense. I just replaced this detector last month. How could it be faulty?" "Oh no, uncle, the detector passed this money." Xie Lin was on the verge of tears, feeling he was truly doomed. "Isn't it good that it passed? What do you want, counterfeit money? What's wrong with your head?" Uncle Jiang said impatiently. "Passing is the problem." This was his drawing. The netizens in the live stream were also stunned. "No, how did it pass? Streamer, you didn't secretly swap it for real money, did you? That banknote was always under the camera, right?" "I remember that too." "Oh no, streamer, you're in trouble." Before Xie Lin could think of a countermeasure, the live stream suddenly went black. He was forced offline, and the stream terminated. "I'm screwed. No need to think, as soon he would be in jail." Seeing Xie Lin's expression, Uncle Jiang asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, little Lin?" Xie Lin was on the verge of tears. "Uncle, I'm probably really finished. This money was drawn by me." "What did you say?" "You drew it." Uncle Jiang was shocked. "Little Lin, you're amazing. The money you drew looks exactly like real. With this skill, you could definitely get into the Central Academy of Fine Arts and maybe become a great painter in the future. Good boy, you've made it. I never knew you had this skill. You'll definitely become a great painter." Uncle Jiang praised sincerely. Xie Lin was stunned. Was Uncle Jiang joking? Suddenly, footsteps came from outside. Xie Lin looked out and saw Zheng Xiaokai walking toward him menacingly. "You kid, why are you always causing trouble? Come on, let's go have some tea," Zheng Xiaokai said helplessly. "Can I really come back this time?" Xie Lin asked cautiously. Zheng Xiaokai's face was expressionless. "Hard to say, it depends on the team leader." Xie Lin had no choice but to follow Zheng Xiaokai to the police station. Inside, Xie Lin secretly observed Yang Shan sitting opposite, with Zheng Xiaokai taking notes. Yang Shan was stern all day, quite capable now, starting to privately mint money. Xie Lin said in a low voice, "No, I just drew a picture. Who would have thought the money would actually pass the detector? If you think you're in the right. Look at you live streaming for 3 days and ending up in the station for 3 days. Are you coming again tomorrow?" Yang Shan had never seen such a streamer. Xie Lin's eyes lit up. "Captain Yang, do you mean I can go back?" "Go back? Your banknote can pass the detector. Do you understand the seriousness of this?" Yang Shan was so angry his liver hurt. "How can a drawing pass the detector? That supermarket's detector must be faulty," Xie Lin said confidently. "We've already tested it with another counterfeit detector, and the machine is fine," Yang Shan said. "How did this painting pass the test? It seems their country's currency anti-counterfeiting technology isn't that great either," Xie Lin remarked. "That's still no excuse for your crime," Yang Shan said sternly. Xie Lin thought for a moment and said, "Captain Yang, you see, I'm a handmade crafts blogger. In the future, other things might pop up during my live streams. Is there a way to resolve this? I keep ending up at the station every couple of days, and it's not good to keep troubling you all." Yang Shan looked at Xie Lin and scoffed. "Can't you just make normal things? Which handmade blogger do you know does stuff like this? Everything I make is pretty normal. I just didn't expect my skills to be so good that everything turns out so realistic." Xie Lin said. "Hi, you're pretty conceited," Yang Shan said. Hey, it's a handmade blogger's affirmation of his own ability, Xie Lin said. Enough with the jokes. There is actually a way to handle your situation. Yang Shan took out a document. Fill in all this information, file a record at the station, and after that you can do what you want. No problem. Xie Lin cooperatively filled out the forms, took the necessary photos, and uploaded what needed to be uploaded. Finally, he registered his information on the designated security platform. After all the procedures were completed, an hour had already passed. Alright, the filing is complete. We'll be keeping an eye on you at all times, Yang Shan said. Okay, Captain Yang, I'm ready for your inspections anytime. I definitely won't do anything illegal or disorderly, Xie Lin promised earnestly. Alright, leave the painting here, and you can go home now, Yang Shan said. Xie Lin sighed. For 3 consecutive days his creations hadn't been allowed to stay. He felt like an old father who had lost his child, his heart aching. After Xie Lin left, Yang Shan looked at the $100 bill and smiled helplessly. This kid, as long as he doesn't go astray, he's bound to do great things. Zheng Xiaokai nodded. I've never seen anyone who could draw money. Captain Yang, what should we do with this money? It's already been reported to the chief. He'll bring it over later and destroy it personally in front of him, Yang Shan said. Just then an officer came over and said, Chief, the people from the Research Institute have arrived. Yang Shan's heart tightened. Why are they here so soon? Weren't they supposed to come the day after tomorrow? A jeep was parked outside the station and a slightly stout middle-aged man got out. By the time Captain Yang came out, the man had already reached the station's lobby. Hello, I'm Yang Shan, captain of the Yun Province Special Case Team, Yang Shan said. Hello, I'm Fu Guoqing, a member of the Research Institute. I'm here to look into the case and take the fallen comrade's remains back, the middle-aged man, Fu Guoqing said. Alright, the chief briefed us beforehand. Follow me. Fu Guoqing followed Captain Yang into the station, while Zhang Feng waited outside. Captain Yang led him to the meeting room and brought out the case files for the murder of the researcher. After reviewing the case files, Fu Guoqing looked somewhat sorrowful. What kind of force is behind this person, he asked. This person received a sum of money from someone. The person who transferred the money is a domestic contact, and this contact has a superior. However, this superior is very cautious and left no trace. I suspect it might be connected to foreign forces. Yang Shan said. Fu Guoqing's face showed a hint of anger. These people are getting more and more outrageous, daring to harm people in our dragon country, and using the hands of our own people to kill. There have always been those who betray their country for personal gain. All I can do is catch them one by one. Yang Shan said. Fu Guoqing took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. Thank you for your hard work this time. As they left the meeting room, Fu Guoqing, who was walking behind, noticed a rope placed on a police officer's desk. He unconsciously walked over and picked it up. Recently, the Research Institute had been working on arresting gear, so now he had a habit of picking up any rope he saw. By the time he realized it, he already had the rope in his hand. He looked at Yang Shan apologetically. Occupational habit. I see a rope and I just have to pick it up. As he said this, his gaze fell upon the rope in his hand. And this look made him notice something different. The weaving pattern of the rope seemed unusual compared to common ones. Captain Yang, where did you buy this rope? Yang Shan glanced at the rope and said this rope was used to restrain a criminal. He then recounted the events of that day. So that young man was the one who caught the culprit. Truly a credit to our dragon country's youth, Fu Guoqing remarked with admiration. That kid is good in every way except he can't control his hands and dares to make anything. Just talking about Xie Lin gave Yang Shan a headache. He had never seen such a bold person. How so? Fu Guoqing's curiosity was piqued. Since it wasn't a secret, Yang Shan told Fu Guoqing about Xie Lin's exploits, which made Fu Guoqing laugh heartily. If he truly has the skill, being a bit special is fine. I'm worried others might follow his example, Yang Shan said. Others would need to have his skills to do the same, Fu Guoqing said with a smile. That'd make some sense. He'll take this rope back with me. If he comes looking for it, have him contact me. Fu Guoqing said. Yang Shan didn't understand. Was there something special about this rope? Xie Lin had just arrived home when he saw Uncle Jiang waiting outside. Xie Lin had been taken away by the police during today's live stream, and Uncle Jiang was worried. Although the police said it was just to understand the situation, this was already the 3rd time. As the saying goes, once or twice is forgivable, but not a 3rd time. He thought that if Xie Lin didn't come back today, he would go to the station tomorrow to check on him. Even if he was locked up, someone would need to handle the paperwork right. Xie Lin looked at Uncle Jiang with a displeased expression. I treat you like an uncle, and you're hoping I end up in jail. With the way you're always going to the station, who wouldn't be scared? Uncle Jiang said. But who else can make anything like I can? Uncle Jiang, do you know what this is called? Xie Lin said mysteriously. What? Uncle Jiang asked curiously. I call it having superior skills. Only with skills as solid as mine can I catch the attention of the police station. Ordinary people can't even meet this standard, Xie Lin said, without a hint of modesty. That makes sense, but you need to be careful. Don't actually get yourself locked up. Uncle Jiang said. Don't worry, Uncle Jiang, I know what I'm doing, Xie Lin said with a raised eyebrow. After confirming Xie Lin was fine, Uncle Jiang went back. Xie Lin, on the other hand, sat excitedly in his chair replaying the events of the past 3 days. The experience over these 3 days had been extremely thrilling. 3 days of live streaming, 3 days of being taken to the station. Ask any streamer who has that kind of effect. He didn't know what those netizens were saying about him online, but at least his fame was out there. The process was a bit strange, but that didn't matter. Xie Lin quickly got back into the zone. He hadn't checked today's live stream popularity points yet. System, quickly check how many points I earned today. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 600 popularity points. The number of viewers has exceeded 50000. You have earned 1 skill upgrade. Please select the skill to upgrade. The system was generous, the reward was unmistakably clear. Upgrade both skills once each. Ding. Upgrade successful. Handicraft skill level 5, a mechanical skill level 4. Remaining points 260. Ding. Congratulations, host, your skill level has reached level 5. The blueprint shop has been unlocked. Please use the blueprint shop wisely. The blueprint shop was unlocked now. The system was efficient. Xie Lin opened the system and saw that the 2 gray buttons had transformed into the blueprint shop and the item exchange shop. He clicked on the blueprint shop, and indeed, as the system had said, it contained blueprints for all kinds of items from small stools to spaceships, everything available. Exchange points: blueprint for stool 10 points, blueprint for tractor 50 points, blueprint for 4-wheeled vehicle 40 points. Blueprint for spaceship 0 points, blueprint for interstellar warship 0 points. The exchange points. The gap was quite large. The more high-tech the item, the higher the exchange points. Xie Lin reluctantly closed the system. For now, he was not worthy of handcrafting an interstellar warship. It's too late, time to sleep. Ding. System prompt: the host has not yet finished handcrafting the ultra-duff rope. Please complete it as soon as possible or 400 points will be deducted. Xie Lin then remembered the unfinished rope. Damn it. He went straight to the workshop to continue twisting the rope. He had basically figured out the principle of the rope. All that was left was to physically make it. Xie Lin turned on the twisting machine and wove the rope in a specific pattern. The difference between this rope and an ordinary one lay in the weaving method. It didn't take long before Xie Lin finished the rope. Seeing that it was indistinguishable from the one exchanged from the system, he nodded in satisfaction. If the rope were woven even thicker, wouldn't it be even stronger? But he didn't need such a strong rope at the moment. He would deal with it later. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the rope construction. Reward 100 points. Total points 360. Oh, he hadn't expected a reward. Not bad, not bad. Li Yin received his Gatling gun delivery after work today. Unable to wait, he tore open the package and took out the Gatling gun. The pitch black body, the sleek lines. He pulled the trigger, and it could even fire bullets, though the power was weak, but that wasn't the point. The point was that it looked exactly like the real thing. Li Yin was instantly captivated. He gently stroked it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After obsessing over it for a while, he pulled out his phone and took a frenzy of photos, fully indulging in his fanboy behavior. After the excitement, he placed the item in the display cabinet dedicated to his weapon model collection. Li Yan's family was moderately wealthy. The entire house had 4 rooms, 3 of which were used to store such items. He posted the photos to a niche hobby group chat and waited comfortably for his friend's praise. Within 10 seconds, someone replied, "Li Yin, did you rob an armory?" The message came from Old Gao, a friend with the same hobby. "I had this custom made by a streamer. Let me tell you, that streamer is amazing." Li Yin briefly recounted the story, and the group was astounded. Can that streamer really make anything? Seriously, today he just drew a US banknote, and the counterfeit detector couldn't even tell it was fake. Are you bragging? If it's true, I want an electromagnetic cannon. Ask him if he's still taking orders. He's been hauled into the police station so many times these days that I'm not sure if he's accepting jobs. He'll DM you his account. With that, Li Yin shared Xie Lin's streaming account to the group. He also sent the account to his cousin. This streamer's craftsmanship is incredible. You won't regret watching. His cousin was a huge fan of anime and had recently been clamoring for a custom beast suit. He didn't know if it had worked out. After finishing these tasks, Li Yin hummed a tune and went back to his bedroom. The first thing Xie Lin did upon waking up was check how many points yesterday's video had earned. Ding. Video views exceeded 100,000. Points awarded 1000. Total points 1360. Congratulations, host, for reaching over 1000 views. Reward 2 skill level upgrades. Congratulations, host, for unlocking new skills, X-ray vision and programming. Please upgrade your skills as soon as possible. Wow, new skills could be unlocked. System, how many surprises have you got in store for me? But what is this X-ray vision skill? Is it the X-ray vision I'm thinking of? Xie Lin grinned lecherously. Ding. Pervert. This system is a legitimate system. This X-ray vision function only works on objects. Please put aside any improper thoughts. How dare you say that? Am I that kind of person? I'm just fully understanding the X-ray vision function. Xie Lin adamantly denied his earlier thoughts. However, with this X-ray vision, he could instantly know the structure, material, and required craftsmanship of any object. Paired with his mechanical skills, it would be an unbeatable combination. Please upgrade the skills. Xie Lin thought for a moment. Upgrade each skill once. Ding. Upgrade successful. Handicraft skill level 6, O mechanical skill level 5, programming skill level 1, A X-ray vision skill level 1. Xie Lin closed the system with satisfaction and opened Douyin. He had been taken away by the police yesterday in front of the live stream audience. He wondered what the viewers were saying about him. Unsurprisingly, he was trending again, this time on Weibo, hanging at the third-to-last spot. Newbie streamer arrested 3 days in a row. Is it human nature or moral decay? Newbie streamer deliberately creates prohibited items for traffic, now caught by police. Handcrafted U.S. banknote T with police 3 times, the strongest craftsman appears. Only the last headline seemed normal. What were the first 2 about? How was he human nature or moral decay? These people would say anything for traffic. Calling him a deliberate traffic grabber, outrageous. After a night of fermentation, Xie Lin gradually gained fame. After all, who else goes to the police station every day? As soon as Xie Lin started streaming, the number of viewers rose sharply. Oh my god, streamer, you're live. You didn't get locked up. Watching other streamers, you worry about scandals. Watching Brother 6, you worry about him being arrested. Brother 6, you're truly something. Out so soon. Brother 6, tell us honestly, what did you do before? This doesn't look like a legitimate background. This is the streamer who's been to jail 3 times. Quite the skill getting out like this. Let me see what kind of streamer has caught the police's attention. Xie Lin dismissed the barrage of comments, knowing they were from his admirers. Fellow brothers, the almighty Handcraft King is back. New friends, hit that follow button. This streamer is capable, skilled, and never cheats his audience. Follow me, and you won't regret it. Follow me, and you won't be fooled. Bring on the popularity. Brother 6 seems excited. Guess yesterday's issue got resolved. Brother 6, what are you crafting today? Brother 6, I'm in the US right now. How about you draw me some dollar bills and mail them over? We can go into business together. Whoa, that guy upstairs is bold. Can I get in on that too? Xie Lin chuckled as he watched the comments. Brothers, we can't do anything illegal or against the rules. Sure, it's aimed at the US, but we're still in Dragon Country. We can't be arrogant or break the law. So the streamer means it's okay once we're abroad? No, not even abroad. I'm a law-abiding moral person. I don't want to end up behind bars. Xie Lin said. He wouldn't do anything illegal. But as for after he went abroad, who knows? Streamer, what are you crafting today? Xie Lin thought for a moment, but found no good ideas, so he said, Brothers, what do you want to see me craft? The question alone instantly threw the live stream into chaos. Everyone was shouting for different things. The comments flew by so fast that Xie Lin felt dizzy after watching for a while. Brothers, you want too much. I'm invincible, but I can't craft everything. Just then a viewer named Remote Soaring suddenly tipped 2,000 yuan, and Xie Lin's eyes lit up. Thank you for the generous tip, big bro. Whatever you command, I'll do my best to make it happen. A comment scrolled by streamer, I'm a drone enthusiast. Can you handcraft a drone? If you can pull it off, I'll tip you another 2,000. Xie Lin's eyes gleamed even brighter. This wasn't just a big brother. This was a god of wealth. God of wealth. Big bro, do you have any requirements for the drone? Remote Soaring replied, no requirements. As long as it's a drone. Everyone says you're the Handcraft King. You can craft one, right? Xie Lin understood now. This was a test of his skills. Not a big deal. A drone was nothing he couldn't handcraft. Bro, your request is basically no request. Since you're a drone enthusiast, I'll craft you a compact, portable, and easy-to-operate one. He had to make the money worth it. And maybe the guy would come back for more custom work. Wait, wasn't he a handicraft blogger? How did he end up doing custom orders? No matter. As long as he could make money. The viewers watched the two settle on the live stream topic in just a few exchanges and started voicing their opinions. What's so special about a drone? You can buy one for a few $100. Brother 6 crafts something no one's ever seen. Yeah, 6 makes something unique. How about 1,000 machine umbrella? Let us see something amazing. If you can make a Tempest Pear Blossom Needle, 1,000 machine umbrella shouldn't be hard. Drones aren't that easy to make. The streamer isn't just buying parts and assembling them himself, is he? Xie Lin said calmly, that's impossible. I'm a handicraft blogger. I can't ruin my reputation. Let me think about what kind of drone to craft. The common drones on the market were boring and wouldn't impress the viewers. He had to craft something no one had ever seen or something that would blow their minds. System, show me some drone blueprints. The system immediately opened the Blueprint Mall's drone category. Xie Lin looked at the dazzling array of drones. Infrared drones, firefighting drones, multiform drones, and bionic drones. Xie Lin paused, his gaze fixed on the bionic drone with envy. This drone sounded awesome just by its name. Why not make a bionic drone? He opened the blueprint and found the internal structure a bit complex. This drone wasn't just a drone. It also came with reconnaissance, attack, and stealth functions equipped with infrared modules, artificial intelligence, and command reception capabilities. Xie Lin's mouth watered. This drone was a real treasure. It cost 200 exchange points, affordable. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the blueprint. After the exchange, he discovered he could edit the blueprint. Features he couldn't currently implement, like the AI, environmental analysis, command transmission, and the specialized materials, could be temporarily discarded. He only needed to keep the functions he could achieve now. Xie Lin excitedly edited the drone's features and obtained a brand new bionic drone with a simple structure and only the essential functions. Brothers, I just thought of an awesome drone that will definitely blow your minds. He held the blueprint up to the camera and said, this drone looks like a bird with all the essential drone functions inside. And to keep things interesting, I've upgraded it with reconnaissance attack and stealth capabilities. The body is about 20 centimeters long, styled after a wryneck woodpecker. The advantage is that the larger size makes it easier for me to handcraft, and this bird is common enough not to raise suspicion. Plus, it's absolutely silent. Very nice. The live stream was buzzing. Everyone had seen drones, but none like Xie Lin's. The streamer's not just bluffing, is he? 6. Are you sure you're talking about a drone? Something feels off. Definitely off. Reconnaissance stealth attack undetectable. Are you sure those words describe a drone? Isn't the real point that the streamer's drone design is pretty unique? I think the streamer is mostly full of hot air. Remote Soaring frowned slightly as he looked at the blueprint in Xie Lin's hand. The drawing was a bit sloppy, with the internal structure sketched in a single stroke. Based on his years of drone experience, he recognized a few standard drone components, but he didn't believe the features Xie Lin was claiming. If he could really build something with all those functions, he wouldn't be a streamer. He'd be working at a research institute serving the country. I don't care what features you add. If you can make a drone, you win. Xie Lin smiled heartily. Don't worry. Since I've taken your money, I won't let you down. He set his phone aside and began preparing the materials for the drone. Ordinary plastic would do. It was just a prototype, and he couldn't afford high-tech materials anyway. Xie Lin cut the plastic at home into the shapes he needed, hot melting and splicing the pieces together where they fell short. After shaping the exterior, he sprayed on a coat of paint. This time a soft pink, as feathers would soon be attached. Then he began work on the drone's most crucial component, the motors and the flight mechanism. Xie Lin assembled 2 linkages at the wings. As for the core flight controller, he pulled out the computer he'd bought in college and began writing a custom program to validate the data for the wings and the flight system. Though his programming skill was only at level 1, it was more than enough to build a simple drone. It wasn't as if he was tackling something deeply complex. All he needed was to simulate bird flight. As Xie Lin continuously fine-tuned the settings, the half-finished contraption actually lifted off the ground. The live stream viewers were stunned. Wait, streamer, you actually know what you're doing. After calibrating the flight data, Xie Lin took apart the surveillance camera from his home. So I don't know how to make a camera, so we'll just use my HD home security camera as a stand-in for now. Naturally, none of the live stream viewers dared to object. If he could make a camera too, he'd be a true all-around genius. Xie Lin busied himself with disassembly and reassembly. Back at the research institute, Fu Guoqing had brought the rope in for study upon his return. Initially planning only a simple test, he was astonished to find that this unremarkable rope produced remarkable data in both toughness and tensile strength. Guoqing, where did you get this rope? The data is far better than anything we've tested before, another researcher asked with barely contained excitement. I brought it back from the Sanluo police station yesterday. To be honest, Fu Guoqing himself hadn't expected the rope to perform this well. Still, how did a rope like this end up at a public security bureau? Where exactly did this Xie Lin buy it from? Academician Fu, should we continue testing? The other researcher asked eagerly. Test it. Let's see what its limits are. Fu Guoqing said. The experiment continued. When the tensile force was doubled, the rope finally began to show signs of fraying. The data's in. This rope's overall performance is very close to what we need for the arresting cable. If the rope were thicker, it might fully meet the requirements. The researcher was beside himself with excitement. They had been researching the arresting cable for so long, without any breakthrough. Today this rope finally gave them hope. Excellent, excellent. They'll report this to Elder Huang right away. Elder Huang was the towering figure of the institute, the chief in charge of developing the aircraft carrier arresting cable. Fu Guoqing dialed Elder Huang's number. Elder Huang, we've made progress on the arresting cable. I'm in the testing lab now. Good'll be right there. An aged voice came through the line. Moments later, an old man in a white research coat with fully white hair and beard hurried down from upstairs to the testing lab. Seeing the old man, Fu Guoqing respectfully addressed him, Elder Huang. What's the situation? Elder Huang cut straight to the point. Fu Guoqing transferred the test data to Elder Huang. Elder Huang, these are today's test results. Across the board, this data is quite close to our requirements for the arresting cable. Elder Huang examined the data, growing more excited with each glance. This data was indeed very close to their standards. Good. Although it falls slightly short of passing, with some improvements, it might truly meet the requirements for the arresting cable. Elder Huang said. Elder Huang, this rope can absolutely meet the requirements, Fu Guoqing said, pulling out the broken rope. This is the rope that was tested. In his hand was a very thin rope, at least extremely thin compared to what they had been researching. Elder Huang stared at the rope in disbelief. That data was from this rope. That's correct. After receiving the confirmation, Elder Huang couldn't help but be shocked. They had spent so long on this, even putting out bids to numerous enterprises and research institutes, all without any results. He never expected to be outdone by a rope like this. Run the test again. It wasn't that Elder Huang didn't believe it. It was simply too unbelievable. The arresting cable had stumped everyone at the institute. The cable required extraordinary strength and durability, capable of withstanding the pull of a 20-ton aircraft. The ropes they had developed so far fell completely short of the standard. The Americans had locked down this technology tightly. Now that the carrier was built, it was this cable that had everyone stumped. A researcher named Xiao Wang at the institute had some ideas, but before he could implement them, he was murdered while out searching for technical solutions. This enraged both the institute and the entire military. Everyone knew who was behind the killing, but there was no way to seek revenge for now. The entire institute was holding its breath. Now that they had finally found hope, there was no way they would let it slip away. Elder Huang personally oversaw the data, and when it came back identical to the previous run, he finally broke into a hearty laugh. Where did this rope come from? Elder Huang asked. I got this rope from the Sanluo District Police Station in Yun Province. Fu Guoqing recounted the entire story without concealing Xie Lin's identity. Arrange for someone. Let's head to Sanluo District now. Elder Huang couldn't wait a moment longer. Fu Guoqing naturally wouldn't let Elder Huang make the trip himself. Leave this matter to me. After much persuasion, Elder Huang was convinced to abandon the idea of going to Sanluo District. After Elder Huang left, Fu Guoqing opened his phone, recalling Captain Yang's mention that the young man was a handicraft streamer. Having never used Douyin before, Fu Guoqing downloaded it for the first time and found Xie Lin's livestream. By now, Xie Lin's drone was nearly complete. The livestream viewers were watching with intense focus. I've been watching from the start, and I've confirmed one thing: the streamer is home alone. I don't understand it, but it looks impressive. I'm getting hyped. Xie Lin kept working on the drone while chatting with viewers. Folks, this drone will be the most stunning, most badass drone in history. Earlier I thought the streamer was full of it, but now I think he might actually pull it off. Bro, pride comes before a fall. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Xie Lin had just finished attaching the wings. For aesthetics, he thoughtfully glued on some chicken feathers and dyed them green. The feathers, of course, were pilfered from the neighbor's chicken coop. The neighbor almost thought Xie Lin had lost his mind. Bear with it for now, folks. I can't get my hands on realistic feathers at the moment, so I'm just using chicken feathers as a stand-in, Xie Lin said, without a hint of remorse. Given the small size of the frame, Xie Lin worked with great precision and care. For the sake of full functionality, he also dismantled an infrared sensor module from another machine at home. He then assembled the finished exterior with the components. A drone with a bird-like appearance was thus completed, though its feathers were quite off-putting. Perhaps feeling it was truly unattractive, Xie Lin drew some feathers on paper. After coloring and cutting them out, he glued them onto the drone. From a distance it looked somewhat convincing, but not up close. Folks, my handcrafted drone is complete. Xie Lin flashed a grin, showing a row of white teeth. Streamer, don't you think your drone's appearance is hilarious? Are those feathers around it for real? That's just ridiculous. Folks, hold on, let's see how it flies. Xie Lin picked up the remote controller and began operating the drone. Before the eyes of countless viewers in the live stream, the wings of this feather-topped drone slowly flapped. In the end, it flew straight up. Damn, this thing can actually fly. The streamer has broken my perceptions again. Besides being a bit ugly, it's flawless. The feathers are flying high. Xie Lin deliberately flew the drone close to his phone and gave it a 360-degree spin so the viewers could see the drone clearly. Actually, this drone can be equipped with many more features, but since we're live, I have to be careful, Xie Lin said with some regret. Bro, what features do you want to add? I'm curious. My gut tells me bro is thinking of something bold. Xie Lin chuckled and said, it's not that bold. This drone can also carry some microbombs. If a war breaks out, flying this drone over the enemy's camp would be spectacular. Xie Lin was excited, and the viewers were too. I feel like bro is close to getting arrested. Is this drone for sale? He'll pay any price. I just realized something important. Do you hear the drone's sound? Why don't I hear anything? I don't hear it either. Could it really be as silent as bro said? It can't be silent. Maybe it's because of the screen that we can't hear it. Seeing that someone in the comments finally noticed this, Xie Lin said, I modified the drone. It is indeed silent. I also added a bird simulator inside to mimic bird behavior. As he spoke, Xie Lin demonstrated the drone's bird head turning on the spot. Although it was a bit stiff, it was enough to amaze the viewers. Also, its reconnaissance function is pretty good. It can transmit video in real time and has its own power supply mode. Xie Lin shifted the topic. I didn't install that. I don't have the technology yet. If I had enough skill, I could add AI algorithms to this drone so it could plan its own routes, take a trip, and come back on its own. Just thinking about it is cool. Xie Lin then demonstrated the infrared mode and camera mode for the camera, capturing the outdoor snack street with perfect clarity. This is all I can do for now. Give me another month and I can optimize it to be even smoother. Xie Lin sighed, feeling regretful about his current limitations. Brother Yuan Cheng Feixiang directly sent him a wave of gifts. This drone is great. Can you sell it to me? Name your price. Xie Lin was immediately excited, but he hesitated, looking at the imperfect device in his hands. This drone's central control module is the only part of high value. The exterior is indeed shoddy. Before he could finish, the brother directly tipped him 2,000 yuan. Selling it or not? The brother was a man of few words. He'll sell it as long as you don't think it's ugly. Money-hungry Xie Lin now agreed with whatever the brother said. The viewers were stunned. Bro, I feel like you'll get arrested sooner or later. Honestly, this isn't a drone, right? This streamer is awesome. This drone is great. How much is it? I want it. Hello streamer, I'm a manager from Tianjiang Drone Company. Let's talk business. This comment was quickly pushed up by viewers, and no one paid attention to its authenticity. They were all discussing how impressive Xie Lin was. Fu Guiqing, who was watching the live stream at the Research Institute, immediately realized the drone's value. Silent, ecologically mimicking bird-like in appearance. This wasn't a drone, it was a robot. This was a big surprise. Fu Guiqing contacted Elder Huang again, and sent him the recorded clips. He believed Elder Huang would understand his intention. Indeed, as Fu Guiqing expected, Elder Huang saw the value as soon as he received the video. It seems I need to find time to meet this person, Elder Huang said, putting down his phone. Xie Lin's live stream was also coming to an end. After showcasing all the drone's functions, he ended the stream smoothly. It was his most successful stream since he started. Right after ending the stream, Xie Lin edited and published the video. Then he eagerly checked today's popularity points. Ding. This live stream earned 700 popularity points. Ding. The video's popularity exceeded 10000. Reward 1 skill upgrade 200 points. Total popularity points 1060. Video popularity exceeded 100. He had just posted it today. Could it be that a previously posted video went viral? That was the only explanation. Yes, host. Your handcrafted Gatling gun video has gone viral abroad. As it exceeded 100 views, a skill upgrade reward has been issued. It went viral abroad. Xie Lin quickly used a VPN to check what was happening outside. Thanks to the system, he could now understand English. His video was widely shared on foreign websites, and the comments were a chorus of God. Of course, some people attacked the video, saying he was promoting violence and demanding he get out of America. Xie Lin was baffled. He wasn't even in America, so what was there to get out of? After browsing for a while, he concluded that people across the ocean were not right in the head and logged off. He had no idea about the serious impact this video was causing. System upgrade both my handicraft and mechanical skills by 1 level. Upgrading skills was the priority. Ding. Upgrade successful. Handicraft skill is now level 7, a mechanical skill is level 6. All other skills are level 1. Remaining points 60. Xie Lin looked at his skill levels, feeling that the popularity points were still insufficient. He needed to find a way to earn more. After the stream, Xie Lin planned to go for a walk. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the snack street fully set up with stalls, and he quickly pulled his foot back in. Wait, when did a snack street appear here? He was pretty sure they hadn't been there yesterday. No wonder Head seen so many people when he was flying his drone earlier. Head assumed they were just there to take photos of the nearby ancient ruins. The government had been trying to develop that site for years without much success. Had the ruins finally become a tourist attraction? If so, he wouldn't need to order takeout anymore. Excited, he dashed over to the new food street. Boss, give me a jianbing with 2 eggs, extra sausage, extra pork tenderloin, and a pack of spicy strips. Xie Lin rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Okay, the young vendor stammered, clumsily spreading the batter on the griddle while stealing glances at Xie Lin. Feeling a bit unnerved by the scrutiny, Xie Lin suddenly realized the vendor looked oddly familiar. He ventured a guess, have we met before? The vendor's hand twitched. I just have one of those faces. You probably know someone who looks like me. Xie Lin nodded and headed home with his deluxe jianbing. The jianbing vendor let out a sigh of relief, scared half to death that had been recognized. He was a rookie police officer, only 3 days on the job when had been assigned here. Last night, his superiors had devised a plan to set up a food street right in front of this guy's place. His job was to keep an eye on the target and report any suspicious activity or developments immediately. A good performance would mean a full-time position. And he wasn't alone. The regular beat cop next door, the police station's cleaning lady, and the security guard out front had all been reassigned to pose as street vendors. It was an all-hands-on-deck operation. Meanwhile, at a certain theater command in the Middle East, a major general slammed his hand on the table in fury. Damn the Americans. They've restricted weapon sales to us. How are we supposed to fight this war? The general could already foresee the outcome of the conflict. The U.S. is a madman bleeding the entire world dry. They're the ones who started this war. Now is not the time for complaints. We need to find a solution to our weapon shortage. What's there to fear? We have our own homemade weapons. We won't let those bastards get off easy. Damn Americans, the general fumed, condemning their unreasonable actions. They had blocked all weapon sales to them, even forbidding the flow of critical components to other countries. It was a blatant attempt to force their surrender. The war was becoming incredibly difficult. Just then the leader's younger brother rushed in. I found a way to solve our weapon problem. What is it? The general asked, his eyes blazing with hope. The leader's brother pulled out a phone head bought earlier and played a video. This man from Dragon Nation is teaching us how to make weapons. A Dragon Nation citizen teaching them how to make weapons. Wasn't Dragon Nation the country with the strictest gun control in the world? How could they be teaching others to make homemade arms? I found this on an American media outlet. The design is simple, we can produce it ourselves. The video was none other than Xie Lin's tutorial on building a Gatling gun. The process was detailed, the steps easy to follow. Just swap the materials and use real ammunition, and it could be used on the battlefield. Replace paper with steel glue with welds. Who needed to buy weapons anymore? And his latest video shows how to make a drone. The group quickly huddled around to see how to build this unmanned aircraft. Although Xie Lin's drone tutorial was a bit more complex, and they couldn't fully replicate it, they managed to cobble together a simplified version that was serviceable enough. These men were incredibly resourceful. Within 2 days they had assembled over a dozen makeshift Gatling guns. They were powerful and far more effective than their old crude firearms. Unbeknownst to Xie Lin, the situation in the Middle East was subtly shifting. The next day Xie Lin woke up and checked the popularity points his videos had earned. Ding! Video views exceeded 100,000. You have earned 1,000 points. Your first video to break 1,000 views within 24 hours has earned you a skill upgrade. Please choose a skill to upgrade. Well, this video really delivered. Upgrade my craftsmanship and mechanical skills 1 level each, and the remaining 1 goes to programming. That would bring his craftsmanship and mechanical skills to level 8 and 7 respectively, with programming at level 2. He was getting closer and closer to maxing them out. He couldn't wait to see what new skills would unlock once those 2 reached the max level. But what should he livestream today? Xie Lin thought for a moment and decided to leave the choice to his viewers. If they had no ideas, head just handcraft a tank. He still hadn't shipped the drone from yesterday's stream to his big spender fan. Xie Lin decided he'd send it out after today's stream. Honestly, he was a bit reluctant to part with it. Not for any particular reason, just that the drone was a little rough around the edges. But the fan had paid handsomely, leaving him no room to refuse. What a wonderful problem to have being buried in cash. After breakfast, Xie Lin went live. At this point, he felt like a true workhorse, streaming every single day. He deserved every bit of this money. As soon as the stream connected, he was greeted with warm wishes from his fans. He reciprocated the sentiment. They were without a doubt the most harmonious fan and streamer duo on the internet. Hey guys, what do you want to see me handcraft today? Streamer, can you really make anything? The question clearly came from a newcomer unaware of what Xie Lin had been up to. Of course I can make anything, Xie Lin said with a gentle smile into the camera, projecting an air of utmost reliability. Bro, don't fool the newbie. Hurry up and make me that 1,000 machine umbrella we agreed on yesterday. Yeah, I was here yesterday too. Bro promised me a 9 Dragon Zen staff. Hey streamer, I'm a big anime fan. Can you make me a beast head? Name your price. Stop fighting. I want a robot. The chat was in an uproar. Seeing no big ticket orders coming in, Xie Lin sighed with a hint of regret. Alright folks, how about we tackle something big today? Viewers eagerly asked what it was. A tank. The chat went silent for a split second before being flooded with comments. After a heated discussion, the excitement died down. Streamer, you can actually build a tank. Xie Lin was quick to correct him. It's a piece of art, a handcrafted item, not building a tank. Don't say that. His longtime fans started teasing him about being scared of getting in trouble with the police. The police are here to serve the people, and I shouldn't be a burden. They've got enough on their plates without me adding to it. Right, brother's got a point. Bro knows his place. I bet the cops get a headache just seeing you, haha. The chat was full of agreement. Alright then, it's decided. We're making handcrafting a tank. When it comes to other things I might argue with you, but a tank. Who wouldn't want one? Except for one guy who kept insisting on a 9 Dragon staff, and even tipped Xie Lin 500 yuan for it. Money not earned is money lost, so a 9 Dragon staff it is. That's simple enough. Today I'll craft both the tank and the staff for you. Streamer, is it really that easy to make? Forget the tank, just look at that staff. It seems so complex with all the welding and polishing. Bro, maybe you should just refund the money, and let's focus on the tank first. Earning money any way you can will only ruin you. Xie Lin waved his hand and said, don't worry folks, this staff is simple. I can have it done in half an hour. With that, he placed an order with a nearby hardware store for a bunch of fittings, and also bought some iron sheet steel pipes, gears, and other materials for the tank stream. Folks, let's wait a bit. I just ordered a batch of materials. Once they arrive, we'll get started. During the downtime, Xie Lin chatted and joked with his fans. Soon he heard a knock on his front door. Oh, the stuff is here. The shop owner was pretty fast. Xie Lin ran over and opened the door only to see a man in military uniform and a middle-aged man in casual clothes standing outside. Behind these two stood Officer Yang, whom he had seen before. Xie Lin instinctively took a step back. This was bad. Although he had no idea what was going on, the atmosphere made him feel like his great-grandmother was calling him. The viewers in the live stream saw this and discussed it even more fervently. Military and police are here. Streamer, what did you do? Damn streamer, it looks like you're really done for this time. Are you still going to make the tank? At this moment, the streamer is recalling every bad thing he's ever done, trying to figure out what he did to get both the military and the police knocking on his door. At that moment, Xie Lin was indeed racking his brain over all the mischievous things he had done in the past. But surely none of them warranted these two forces teaming up to catch him. He didn't think he had that kind of clout. Who are you looking for? Xie Lin asked cautiously. No need to be nervous. We're here to ask you for something. I'm Fu Guoqing, Deputy Director of the Longwa Research Institute, and this is Comrade He Guang, who escorted me here. The middle-aged man Fu Guoqing said kindly. Xie Lin quickly greeted them, his eyes full of envy as he looked at the military uniform. Would it be alright if we talked inside? Fu Guoqing said. Xie Lin snapped back to reality and led them into the courtyard. He Guang, following behind Fu Guoqing, took in every detail of the yard, including the phone on the corridor table that was still live streaming. What exactly are you looking for? Let me be clear, I'm not sure I even have what you're after, Xie Lin said quickly. Anything the military was looking for was bound to be something extraordinary. What good stuff could an ordinary guy like him possibly have? Fu Guoqing smiled and handed a rope to Xie Lin. This is what we're looking for. Xie Lin took the rope, puzzled, and gave it a look. Isn't this the rope he used to tie up the robber the other day? This rope? I made it by hand. What's it for? Xie Lin asked curiously. He Guang glanced at Fu Guoqing and then said, would it be convenient for you to turn off the live stream right now? Xie Lin quickly looked at the phone over there, walked over, and ended the stream. Although the viewers couldn't hear what was being said, they felt it wasn't quite right to be broadcasting directly at a military man. The viewers were still waiting for some drama, but the stream ended abruptly. They were indignant, but helpless. Their frustration eventually turned into various clickbait titles spreading across the internet. Fu Guoqing looked at Xie Lin with a warm smile. Can you make this rope thicker? Despite his confusion, Xie Lin replied, yes, I can. Fu Guoqing's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. Would you be willing to sell your rope-making technique? Xie Lin was dumbfounded, not understanding why he would ask that. Fu Guoqing quickly explained the rope's purpose. As Xie Lin listened to what the rope was for, he was utterly stunned. Wait, how did it become an aircraft carrier arresting cable? It was just an incredibly tough rope. How did its value skyrocket in the blink of an eye? Are you sure you're not joking? This rope is an aircraft carrier arresting cable. Xie Lin couldn't believe it. I'm 90% sure. The remaining 10% depends on the specs of the thicker rope you make, Fu Guoqing said. So it was basically confirmed. All that was left was for Xie Lin to handcraft a thicker one. Making a thicker one now is doable. Follow me. Xie Lin had no intention of hiding anything about this. Fu Guoqing was pleasantly surprised. You're willing to let me observe and learn this technique? Why wouldn't I be? If this rope is truly useful, I can't just stay home handcrafting ropes all day. And if it's useless, you wouldn't be able to use it anyway. If he could contribute to the country, what more could he ask for? Good. If the rope meets the standards, you'll be duly rewarded with bonuses and honors, Fu Guoqing promised. Those who contribute to the nation should never be left feeling disheartened. Xie Lin led Fu Guoqing and the others to his workspace and began demonstrating how to make the rope using the stranding machine. May I record this? Fu Guoqing asked. Of course, feel free to record. It was just making a rope, not some state secret. He Guang took out his phone and started recording while Xie Lin began crafting the rope. Actually, this rope isn't that special. It's just that the braiding technique is different from other ropes. Xie Lin adjusted the machine and started braiding. Because it needed to be thicker, Xie Lin worked a bit slower, but luckily his skill was still sharp. Before long, he had crafted a rope about 50 centimeters long. The manufacturing process wasn't particularly complex. Fu Guoqing grasped the technique after just one viewing. Thank you for your hard work. They'll take this rope back for testing. I'll let you know once we have the results, Fu Guoqing said. Okay, Xie Lin hesitated for a moment before adding. If you need any further assistance from me, just let me know. Fu Guoqing nodded, then changed the subject. You made a drone yesterday. Would you mind if I took a look? That drone was also a remarkable piece of work. Since he was here, he might as well check it out. Xie Lin couldn't see what was so interesting about an ugly drone, but he still went to the shelf at the back and brought it over. Fu Guoqing handed the drone to He Guang. I watched your stream yesterday. Can all those features you mentioned on the stream actually be realized? When it came to professional knowledge, Xie Lin perked right up. He gave a detailed explanation of the drone's structure, internal components, and core programming. Essentially, I added a perception module and a control system to give it a certain level of intelligence. My current tech is still a bit lacking, but with top-tier technology, this drone could achieve autonomous obstacle avoidance, route planning, target identification, and if you added a micro-attack module, it would be even more perfect. Xie Lin felt a pang of regret over his current lack of capabilities. He Guang instantly realized that this was not a configuration a drone would have, rather it resembled a combat robot. The Research Institute had been secretly studying this for years, and they had already produced version 1. Version 0. The test results showed insufficient power, still lacking something. He Guang's gaze towards Xie Lin shifted repeatedly. This is a talent. He must be recruited to the military. Fu Guoqing had experimented with the drone and only then realized its uniqueness. The operating modules were still those of an ordinary drone, but the core modules were the key. The program inside must have been written by himself. The components looked rough, but were actually precise, and some of the design ideas gave Fu Guoqing much inspiration. This is undoubtedly a robot, and a bionic one at that. It can be called a war weapon, Fu Guoqing said in shock. It could also self-destruct when necessary to strike the enemy. Xie Lin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. War weapon. The implication was that this item must be handed over. Damn. Just as Xie Lin expected, this thing had to be handed over. After Fu Guoqing finished speaking, Xie Lin sighed. In the end, he couldn't escape it. Fu Guoqing found it amusing and said, Don't lose heart. You'll get your share of the benefits. What could Xie Lin do? He could only trust. Resigned, he went inside to draw the blueprints of the drone and added some functions he wanted to implement, but couldn't with his current ability. Fu Guoqing took the blueprints and was shocked by the content. The blueprint depicted a slightly complex mechanical diagram, including the mechanical principles, functions, and components, the sleek fuselage, and a futuristic appearance. There was no spiral lift, only bionic wings flapping. Compared to the blueprint the drone Xie Lin had built was practically child's play. This technology could be applied to all kinds of drones. No, to be precise, it could be applied to all kinds of robots. This was no drone, it was cutting-edge technology. Guang couldn't understand the blueprint, but he understood the psychology of these researchers. If it could make a researcher so excited, this thing was definitely not simple. Fu Guoqing, on the other hand, looked at Xie Lin in shock. This blueprint. You designed it. Fu Guoqing was so excited he was incoherent. Xie Lin nodded. This blueprint is the complete version of the drone, but my current conditions are insufficient. I can't make it for now. With your abundant materials and top-notch technology, it should be built quickly. Xie Lin's tone was relaxed, as casual, as if he were commenting on the weather. This blueprint is very important. On behalf of the Research Institute and the military, I thank you, Fu Guoqing said excitedly. No need, no need. Just let me see it when it's done. The tribute from such a big shot flattered him a bit. It was just a drone blueprint, nothing so serious. Alright, I'll go back now and run tests. They'll notify you as soon as the data is out, Fu Guoqing said, unable to stay any longer, eager to return to the lab. By the way, the reserve drone can be sold to others as long as the key technology is not leaked. Now with this blueprint, Fu Guoqing had no interest in the one Xie Lin built. Okay, absolutely no leaks. Xie Lin put all the core programs into the chip and casually wrapped the chip with a layer of protective code. Ordinary people couldn't crack it, and ordinary people wouldn't bother to crack it. Later he would delete the attack program, which should be fine. Only then did Fu Guoqing feel reassured. After exchanging a few words with Xie Lin, he hurriedly left Xie Lin's house. Watching the group get into a military jeep, Xie Lin returned home. Inside the car, Fu Guoqing looked at the blueprint with a grave expression and suddenly said, Guang, arrange a few people to protect Xie Lin's safety. Guang was taken aback. Is this blueprint really that powerful? More than powerful. The drone on this blueprint can no longer be called a drone, it can be called a robot. First, arrange for secret protection. He'll discuss his status with old Huang when I get back. Fortunately, this kid didn't build this thing directly on the live stream. Guang nodded. He'll arrange people as soon as I get back. They will definitely protect him. No need to be too nervous. As long as his identity is not exposed, there will be no danger, Fu Guoqing said. Completely unaware of this, Xie Lin was now struggling over whether to continue his live stream. Just then the items he had ordered arrived. After 3 seconds of thought, Xie Lin decided to continue streaming. As soon as he went live, netizens flooded in. Brother Six, tell us, what did you do? Was that the military just now? Brother Six, what did you do? I'm really curious. Please satisfy your little brother's curiosity. The livestream comments were all over the place. Nothing much, just asking for directions. Xie Lin naturally couldn't say these things. The netizens in the livestream naturally didn't believe it. The military police came to your house just to ask for directions. You're lying. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. But looking at today's time, it's not enough to build a tank, so we'll first make the 9-dragon staff for that big brother. Xie Lin ignored the fans' questions and decided to focus on the task. What time is it, and you're still thinking about that lousy staff? Streamer, you better confess honestly. I feel like you'll be inside tomorrow. Inside? Impossible. Brother Six, how many times has he been in the police station? I bet 2 packs of spicy strips that he's fine. You know what, following a streamer like this is thrilling, always worried he might get locked up one day. Xie Lin poured all the parts he bought from the hardware store onto the floor. The livestream audience was puzzled. Wasn't he supposed to make the 9-dragon staff? Why so many hardware parts? These are the key materials for the staff. Watch how I do it, Xie Lin said with a mysterious smile. He sorted the hardware parts and began assembling. Under the netizens' witness, Xie Lin twisted this way and that, eventually assembling the long pole and welding a small ball at the bottom. Just like that, a staff was completed. The netizens in the live stream were dumbfounded. A staff can be made like this. You make it feel like I could do it too. So tempted, what to do? How about it, folks? Can you say this isn't a staff? Xie Lin held the staff with a sly grin. Then he placed one hand on his chest with a serious expression. This humble monk is Tang Sanzang, burying heaven, earth, and all beings. If you don't understand Buddhist teachings, I also know a bit of martial arts. Wukong Beiji's search, carefully spare none. The live stream comments instantly turned into a massive scene of human regression. The barrage was all I want it, streamer, give it to me. Oh my god, no matter how careful I was, this kid still got to show off. The streamer's words are so awesome. Give me the staff, this monk will go to the Western paradise and make the Buddha abdicate. Assembling a staff from hardware parts, Brother Six, is as impressive as always. The livestream viewers were genuinely awed by Xie Lin. After basking in the moment of glory, Xie Lin said with satisfaction, isn't it simple? Crafting a staff by hand is as easy as breathing. The viewers protested, wait, you just did this and that, and it was done. We didn't catch how. I have hands, but my brain says it didn't learn a thing. Xie Lin chuckled at the chat and said, I'll post the assembly video and the required part specifications on my account later. You can assemble it yourselves at home. The chat flooded with praises. What a generous streamer. No time for the tank today. Tomorrow we'll officially start crafting it from scratch. See you all then. With that, Xie Lin ended the stream without waiting for a reaction. The moment it ended, he excitedly called out to the system, "System, check today's viewership numbers." Ding. Total viewers today, 102000. Points, earned 920. Total points, 980. Please select a skill to upgrade. Reward 1 free skill upgrade for surpassing 1000 viewers. Over 100,000 viewers. This was truly going viral. System allocate points to the crafting skill. He recalled that the crafting skill was just 2 levels away from maxing out. These levels came at the perfect time. Allocation successful. Crafting skill is now level 10. Congratulations, host. Crafting skill maxed out. Bonus reward 2 skill levels and 1000 points. Total points 1480. While this reward was incredibly generous, the system truly was his favorite. Now with 2 free levels and 1000 points, he could upgrade for more levels. Xie Lin pondered for a moment and decided to max out another skill. System max out the mechanical skill. Ding. Allocation successful. Mechanical skill maxed out. Congratulations, host. Bonus reward 2 skill levels and 500 points. Total points 1480. The points for maxing out the second skill were 500 less. Would the rewards keep shrinking for future maxed out skills? Ding, congratulations. Host has unlocked new skills: brain development and medical skill. Current skills: crafting max no longer displayed, mechanical max no longer displayed, X-ray vision level 1, programming level 2, brain development undeveloped, medical skill level 0. Xie Lin stared at brain development in deep thought, suspecting the system was subtly mocking him, and he had proof. Please don't overthink, host. Everything is based on data tests by the system. Please select a skill to upgrade. How is my brain undeveloped? Give me an explanation or I'll take you down with me. Host, be magnanimous. Your life is precious too. According to my detection, your brain is not fully developed. Didn't you know that? Xie Lin was so irritated he could grind his teeth. This system, if it had a physical form head, give it a piece of his mind. However, Xie Lin roughly understood what the system meant by undeveloped. A mature system should soothe its host. You're too willful. The system emitted a burst of garbled code before returning to normal. Alright, I will learn to soothe the host in the future. Please, dear host, select a skill to upgrade. Xie Lin's hair stood on end. Why had the system suddenly become so syrupy? System allocate the 2 bonus levels to brain development and medical skill. Allocation successful. Remaining points 1480. Continue upgrading. Upgrade X-ray vision by 1 level. Upgrade successful. Remaining points 980. Suddenly Xie Lin felt his mind become remarkably clear. Complex problems were processed with ease. It was as if an old sluggish machine had suddenly become smooth and efficient. After maxing out the crafting and mechanical skills, his most tangible improvements were incredibly dexterous fingers and an almost perfect understanding of how every mechanical object worked. These skills were phenomenal. Combined with X-ray vision, he was practically invincible. Feeling pleased, Xie Lin began organizing the materials needed for tomorrow's stream, preparing to amaze his audience. After posting today's stream video, he quickly wrote the preview for the next one, crafting a heavy armored tank from scratch. So easy, anyone can do it. Afterwards, he started rebuilding the drone, removing sensitive programs, and giving its exterior an aesthetic upgrade. At least it looked good now. Once finished, he called for a courier and sent it off. Meanwhile, Xie Lin was completely unaware that his actions had sparked a wave of hardware crafting trends across the internet. His creation of a staff from hardware parts had fans howling with excitement. They had never seen such toys before, and they were thrilled. It was truly a man's paradise. Hardware store owners were stunned, exclaiming, "Whoa, this is how you sell hardware parts now." They had entered a whole new world of possibilities. Various hardware toys emerged one after another, making men happy and hardware store owners even happier. Back at the research institute, Fu Guoqing hurriedly brought the rope into the lab. Upon hearing the news, Elder Huang followed him down. As the simulated data climbed bit by bit, their hearts rose along with it. "I have a feeling this time will work," Fu Guoqing said. "Academician Fu, should we push the data higher?" The researcher asked. "Yes, increase it. Verify it according to the standard for aircraft carrier arresting cables," Fu Guoqing ordered. "Do you think it will succeed this time?" Elder Huang asked. "Definitely. This rope was made to my specifications. Based on the previous data, we have a success rate of over 90%. Elder Huang exclaimed good several times in a row. This problem had plagued them for a long time. If they could truly solve it today, their aircraft carrier could also make its debut sooner. The data tests in the lab continued. When the data approached the standard for arresting cables, the rope remained completely intact. The operator continued, and the data inched closer to the target, eventually matching it, and even surpassing it. Yet the rope remained flawless. The lab fell silent for a moment. "We did it. We succeeded." Someone shouted, and immediately cheers erupted throughout the lab. "Elder Huang, we succeeded." Fu Guoqing exclaimed excitedly. With tears in his eyes, Elder Huang said, Good. Finally, we've done it. Our aircraft carrier can finally see the light of day." The Americans have been putting immense pressure on us, but at least we haven't let others laugh at us now. Thanks to Comrade Xiao Xie, otherwise would have spent much more time on this, Fu Guoqing said. Xiao Xie is a good comrade. We must not skimp on the honors and rewards he deserves. Making such a contribution is our pride. Of course, now that the data tests are successful, we can begin mass production, Fu Guoqing said. About the manufacturing process of the rope, does Xiao Xie? Elder Huang asked, hardly daring to believe it. Not only did he share everything he knew, but he also let me film the process. Fu Guoqing said, with deep emotion. He never expected the young man to simply hand over the technology like it. With such promising younger generations, how could our nation not thrive? We must not let the youth feel disheartened. Once we finalize the cooperating enterprises, send them their due benefits. Don't treat the kid unfairly, said Elder Huang. Rest assured, Elder Huang, I know what to do. Then recalling the drone blueprints, he added, by the way, Elder Huang, take a look at these blueprints. Elder Huang took them and was immediately captivated by the designs. After examining them repeatedly, he exclaimed excitedly, where did you get these? Whoever designed this drone is extraordinary. If we could recruit them into the research institute, it would greatly benefit our nation's development. Fu Guoqing smiled. Elder Huang, you know this person. Elder Huang looked puzzled, mentally reviewing every researcher he knew, but couldn't find a match. Seeing Fu Guoqing's mysterious smile, an impossible thought flashed through his mind. These blueprints. Could they be from Xie Lin? Indeed, it's him. Fu Guoqing sighed in admiration. That's impossible. The design concepts and power research in these blueprints are brilliant with a credibility of 90%. The remaining 10% needs verification. Elder Huang said, stunned. But it's the truth. I watched him draw these blueprints. On the way back, I had He Guang check his background. It's clean. His family for 3 generations has been common folk, Fu Guoqing explained. The more Elder Huang looked at the blueprints, the more excited he became. This was beyond a mere drone. The technology surpassed current domestic standards. Fu Guoqing placed Xie Lin's detailed biography before Elder Huang. It was incredibly thorough, even listing the websites he visited and the things he said. His background is clean. Elder Huang and Fu Guoqing were finally reassured. After we handle these matters, send him the honors he deserves, Elder Huang instructed. Understood. Unaware that his life had been thoroughly investigated, Xie Lin slept soundly until dawn. He stretched comfortably and began checking the popularity points from yesterday's video. Ding. Video views 80000. Points earned 800. Skill upgrade granted. Total points 1780. Xie Lin was now unfazed by 800 views, having previously surpassed 1000. A mere 800 views was nothing. System upgrade: brain development, medicine, and X-ray vision, each by 1 level. Upgrade successful. Remaining points 280. Xie Lin sighed. Points were earned quickly but spent just as fast. He'd have to stick to streaming to earn more popularity points. Opening his phone, he saw a trending topic about him: handcrafted blogger staged with military and police. The post accused him of staging the military and police appearances in his live stream for views, insulting the armed forces and police, and claiming he was unworthy of being a citizen. Xie Lin found it baffling. Who was this threefold? Why the baseless criticism? Staging with the military. He wouldn't dare, even with 100 times the courage. It was ridiculous. Truly the shallows breed noise. Xie Lin found the account. Oh, he was a fellow Handcraft streamer. No wonder he was being attacked. This guy was losing the competition and had resorted to other tactics to bring him down. Fame truly brings trouble. Xie Lin wasn't worried, he was proud. Being attacked meant he was popular. One of the burdens of being famous. He optimistically began preparing for today's stream. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Xie Lin's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively tensed up at the sound. They're not back again, are they? He hadn't done anything wrong lately. He hesitantly opened the door. A cheerful voice boomed, "Son, your dad is back." Surprise. Outside stood a young man with tan skin and a crew cut. He was beaming, arms wide open for a hug. Xie Lin dodged the bear hug. "You ungrateful brat. How dare you defy your father?" Xie Lin retorted. The visitor was Cheng Wei, Xie Lin's childhood friend, their bond so strong they jokingly called each other dad. Fortunately, they didn't attend the same university, so the change in Xie Lin wouldn't be noticed. After their playful banter, they got down to business. "When did you get back?" Xie Lin asked. "Just yesterday, but it was late so I didn't come by. My dad mentioned you're streaming now and doing well. I had to see the future internet celebrity myself." Xie Lin puffed up with pride. "Your dad is already a big shot online. He was planning to build a tank for today's stream and needed help. If you're free, stick around and give me a hand. I'm building something big today, and it's tough doing it alone." Cheng Wei's interest was piqued, ignoring the nickname jab. "Sure, I'll skip fishing today and for the next few days too. He'll stream with you. By the way, what are you building?" "A tank." "A tank?" Cheng Wei was shocked. "Wouldn't that get them arrested?" "Relax, I'm registered and approved. It's all legal," Xie Lin said calmly. As the stream time neared, Xie Lin dragged the materials into the yard. Cheng Wei took the opportunity to quickly check Xie Lin's account. Wow, his childhood friend had some serious skills at staying calm in front of the police. The stream started half an hour late as Xie Lin spent extra time on the materials. As soon as he went live, he was greeted by the usual banter from viewers. If Brother 6 misses a day of streaming, I start to worry he's been arrested. Is this the streamer who faked military and police presence? Huh, my Brother 6 doesn't need to fake it. He's always towing the line of legality, why would he need to? Brother 6 is the best handcraft blogger out there. Why would he need to fake military or police appearances? Clearly you don't know Brother 6. A real man never needs to fake things for views. Xie Lin was in a good mood watching the bullet comments. You guys have good eyes. I, the Handcraft King, have no need to fake anything for popularity. Brother 6 is right. But hey, could you teach the metals and staff again? I didn't get it. 1 ID number. Xie Lin was slightly surprised. Isn't this easy? You guys actually can't do it. The barrage fell silent for a moment. Do it with ease. Are you mocking us? Forget the staff, when are we building a tank? Soon comments about the staff were flooded off the screen. Let's begin now. Xie Lin briefly outlined the day's livestream theme and introduced his helper before diving into the main topic. I bought some materials yesterday. We'll start with the chassis. As any tanker knows, a tank has two parts, the chassis and the turret. Once the chassis is done, we'll move to the turret. Xie Lin briefly explained the tank structure. But we don't need top-grade materials for the chassis, now it's not like it's going to actual battle. The camera panned, revealing the true nature of the metal sheets. Wait, these look like the cheapest kind of tin plate. Bro, is this tin plate gonna hold up? Seriously, couldn't you get better sheets? Won't this thing just fall apart? The viewers didn't understand and didn't care to respect the choice. How could it? With my skills it won't fall apart. Xie Lin patted his chest in assurance. Even Sheng Wei beside him couldn't help but turn his head, worried the tank might just collapse. If that happened, he could mock him for a whole year, hahaha. Xie Lin's confident promise didn't reassure the viewers, instead it attracted a bunch of trolls. They gathered in the stream, waiting to see the joke unfold. His chat was now split into two factions, one worried the tank would fall apart, and the other waiting for it to happen. Ignoring the chat's commotion, Xie Lin got to work welding the tank's chassis. Folks, since I chose regular tinplate, I'm going with a skeleton frame weld for the chassis. If you're doing this at home, remember to use armor-grade steel that's more sturdy. He took a moment to explain to the viewers. The chat exploded with 666 comments. As if I have the skills for that. Just build one with real material, streamer. They'll wait for you to build it, and tell me yourself. The viewers were uncooperative, but Xie Lin didn't even glance at the comments. He installed torsion bar, shock absorbers, and bearings. The assembly was a bit complex, but with Cheng Wei's help it wasn't a waste of time. The viewers watched in amazement as Xie Lin methodically handcrafted the tank. After all, witnessing someone hand-build a tank was a peculiar sensation. Xie Lin was now hauling wheels out of the warehouse. 12 uniform wheels laid out in the yard, a sight that stirred excitement. The two began mounting the wheels and tracks. Not wanting overly complex tracks, Xie Lin simply welded iron plates onto 2 loops of chain. Fortunately, these plates seemed to be of better quality than the chassis. Crafting the tracks alone took them until nightfall. Xie Lin straightened his back and put down his tools. It's too late today, we can't finish. We'll continue tomorrow. Xie Lin flopped into a chair, phone in hand. The live stream was buzzing, and most understood seeing the tank's initial form. If this thing was built in half a day, the streamer could just report directly to the military. After ending the stream, Xie Lin and Cheng Wei grabbed dinner at a street stall, agreeing to continue tomorrow. The next day, Xie Lin started streaming on time, and Cheng Wei came to assist. Though called assisting, he did a substantial amount of work. Yesterday was the chassis, today was the power system. Xie Lin had already planned this, designing an engine based on his own concept. It was powerful enough to drive the tank with ease. The viewers then saw Cheng Wei welding the tank bit by bit, while Xie Lin tinkered with something off to the side. It wasn't until the next day's stream that Xie Lin revealed what had been working on. The audience finally saw it clearly, it was an engine. The barrage instantly went wild. Wait, he's hand-making an engine too. This is too time-consuming, just by one. Am I the only one focused on the fact that he can handcraft an engine? Damn, this guy actually has some serious skills. I thought he was slacking off yesterday, but he was secretly building something big. Xie Lin installed the finished engine, adjusted the data and power system, then sat down to furiously type on his computer. Confused viewers saw lines of code flashing across his screen and fell into deep thought. No one told them this guy could program too. Bro is truly the best, absolutely amazing. Xie Lin wasn't coding anything too complex, just adding some fun gadgets to the tank. The program was written quickly. By the time he was done, Cheng Wei had finished the chassis, and it was ready for a test drive. The interior of the tank was spacious enough for both of them. Xie Lin rubbed his hands excitedly. Folks, the chassis is done. Time for a preliminary test drive. He'll take you all for a spin. Holding his phone, he stood on the chassis, hands on the protruding control panel. The control panel was simple, just a few buttons for forward, reverse, and turning. When the machine started moving, the entire live stream chat erupted. Holy crap, it moves. This thing is real. Even just a base chassis, and I'm this excited. Never thought I'd watch someone build a tank in a live stream. What a time to be alive. Bro, with this thing out, watch out you don't get arrested again. Xie Lin was extremely satisfied. It was his own creation after all. Lin, let me have a go. Cheng Wei said excitedly. Xie Lin moved aside and let Cheng Wei take the controls for a bit. After their fun, they began constructing the turret. Xie Lin had already handled the complex programming, so the rest was completed quickly. The next day a tank appeared in front of a live stream audience. And so a complete tank taking 4 days in total was finally finished. Xie Lin even sprayed camouflage paint on it, making it look incredibly real. He walked around the tank with his phone filming a 360 nodiad angle showcase, driving the viewers in the chat wild. The sleek lines, the perfect paint job, the lifelike appearance. What man could resist that? Oh my god, I'm in love. You actually built it. Oh no, the cops will be here in 3 seconds. Let me drive it. The viewers were all stunned by the giant creation. In just a few days he had truly handcrafted this behemoth. Cheng Wei, looking at the machine, was also thrilled. He had a part in this. Xie Lin cleared his throat and announced, "Alright folks, let's go fire some rounds." Netizens, what? It can't be what they're thinking. Xie Lin climbed into the driver's seat with his phone, followed by Cheng Wei. This is the control console, behind is the ammunition storage, and this is the launcher. Xie Lin introduced the tank's internal structure one by one. Then Xie Lin gave a sly smile. "Da Wei, show our bros something impressive." "Got it." Cheng Wei started the machine and activated the front sight. Instantly, a virtual battlefield appeared in front of the tank. Aiming at the enemy tank ahead, Xie Lin quickly grabbed a green fizzy drink from the ammunition storage and loaded it in. Cheng Wei pressed the fire button. A loud boom echoed as the tank on the screen was blown to pieces. Xie Lin's tank shook with the impact, dust falling off. It felt like they were truly battling on a real battlefield. Then Xie Lin loaded another shell, while Cheng Wei fired, even shooting down a fighter jet that appeared in the sky. The realistic recoil and sound effects made it feel like a real war zone. Netizens were stunned. They had seen tanks before, but never one like this. Wait, is this a tank or a game? Damn, I'm really tempted. Get out and let me have a go. No way, you actually build a tank from scratch. So cool, let me play a few rounds. Forget it, just open a gaming store with this equipment. If I played this for a year, I could say I have a year of combat experience. As netizens discussed fervently, a fighter jet appeared in the sky on the game screen. Cheng Wei quickly activated the interception system and successfully blocked the bomb dropped by the plane. Seeing this, netizens shouted in awe, "Awesome. You can do that. This can't be a real tank, right?" Of course I can't build a real tank from scratch. I set up a program that links it to a game. In short, it's an immersive gaming experience. If you remove the game and load real ammo, it could work as a tank, but I don't recommend it. You might not come back. Xie Lin advised based on his experience. Bro, you really overestimate us. I'd be proud just to make a mini version. I feel like this blogger is trying to teach us how to build a tank. Oh no, I think the streamer will be arrested soon. I have that feeling too, but before that, let me have a go. Before you go, can you license this to a game company? Xie Lin glanced at the comments. Isn't this easy? Anyone with hands can do it. Xie Lin made it sound so simple. After finally building this massive thing, he took many cool photos from various angles, making netizens want to rush over and challenge him. Despite all precautions, he still managed to show off. In disbelief, netizens flocked to the game company, demanding a similar gaming console. After playing until they were tired, Xie Lin and Cheng Wei ended the stream. The creation that took 4 days to build was finally done. Xie Lin treated Cheng Wei to a big meal and promised he could come play anytime, and they both went home satisfied. At the police station, Yang Shan watched the live stream replay from the undercover and fell into deep thought. He seriously wondered what this guy did before. Had he not investigated thoroughly enough? Maybe he missed some training background. At the research institute, Fu Guoqing finished watching Xie Lin's stream and asked, "Old Huang, what do you think?" Huang Lao looked at the screenshots and said, "The tank interception system is already implemented in our country, but this kid's game invention is interesting. If we could develop a combat simulation game specifically for the military." Fu Guoqing's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Let me call He Guang over to discuss. But the development of the program and the manufacturing of the equipment. That kid came up with the idea, so go discuss it with him," Huang Lao said with a smile. "I think he's skilled in RD, maybe he has even better ideas." Fu Guoqing nodded. The arresting cable matter is also about to be settled, I'll mention it to him. Meanwhile, Xie Lin compiled the 4-day stream footage into a video and posted it on his account, then started checking the popularity points from those 4 days. Ding. Total popularity points for the 4-day stream, 2010. Congratulations, host, your audience has exceeded 2,000. Reward: physical strength enhancement X1 requires 5 for full development skill upgrade X2 and 1,000 points. Total points 3,290. Please select the skills to upgrade. He even received a hidden reward. What does this physical enhancement mean? Host: physical strength increases overall body coordination such as endurance, resistance, and flexibility. So, it means becoming a saint through the flesh. Not to that level, but if your heart is stabbed, others would die, but you could survive. Wow, so it's like having high HP and max vitality. Xie Lin exclaimed in amazement. The popularity from 4 days of streaming can be combined. Host streamed the same item, so it counts as one continuous stream. Xie Lin had a sudden idea. If he split one stream into 2 days, he could earn more popularity. Host: the system can detect the duration of streams. If you violate the rules, the system will deduct double points. Well, it seemed nothing could fool the system. Seeing so many points, Xie Lin quickly stopped being upset with the stingy system. System upgrade, X-ray vision by 2 levels, brain development by 2 levels, and programming skill by 2 levels. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current skill levels: X-ray vision level 5, programming level 4, brain development level 4, medical ability level 2. Remaining points 1290. Xie Lin suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his brain accompanied by slight pain. So this was what brain development felt like. After a while the pain disappeared, and Xie Lin felt an unprecedented clarity of mind. It was a mysterious feeling, like an old calculator instantly turning into a supercomputer. This is great. Xie Lin marveled to himself for a while before looking at the remaining points. He decided to keep the 1,000 points for now, as exchanging blueprints also required points. These 4 days were not wasted, he had earned so much. Xie Lin happily browsed the videos on his account. Just then a fan with a foreign name sent him a message. Dear sir, I want to see you build other weapons. Pay race 15,000 yuan for your trouble. Xie Lin thought he was seeing things. Who was this joker trying to fool him? 15,000. Why not say 20,000? Xie Lin replied without thinking. Give me 2,000 and he'll show you more weapons. And remember, pay first then watch. He thought, he'll play you for a fool making fun of me. After replying to the message, Xie Lin paid it no more heed. Tomorrow he would grant himself a day of rest. One must know how to balance work and leisure. The moment Xie Lin posted his message about taking a break, netizens on the other end began speculating whether he was truly resting or simply unable to stream. As everyone knows, this streamer's path here is quite unconventional. Just yesterday he handcrafted a tank with his bare hands. I believe he's already been taken in, declared threefold a streamer on Douyin in a video with absolute conviction. Moreover, he even sought out military and police personnel. That behavior is highly criminal. Therefore, I deduce that this guy has most likely been locked up and will find it hard to get out anytime soon. Threefold analyzed with a serious expression. Surprisingly, such an absurd statement even gained support from some netizens. I've long found this streamer insufferable. He clearly has a team, but insists he's a solo act. This time he's really flipped his car. Some even speculated that Xie Lin had already been imprisoned and would never be seen again. Within a single day on the internet, Xie Lin had already been sentenced to at least 5 years in prison. It wasn't until he started his stream the next day that Xie Lin saw these comments and exclaimed how absurd they were. Come on folks, I only took a single day off. Xie Lin was shocked and bewildered. His fans laughed. It's because your path here is just too unique. Look which other streamer ends up in the police station as often as you do. You are the only criminally inclined streamer on the entire network. Xie Lin took a deep breath. At this rate, if I don't show my face for 5 days, there will be rumors of my ascension to heaven. 5 days. 3 days is enough. 3 days. They'll start spreading news of your funeral tomorrow. That's just ridiculous. Xie Lin sighed, feeling helpless, and decided to drop the topic and move on to today's stream. Folks, what do you want to see me handcraft today? 2 options: A, fireworks; B, fireworks. Please answer. The audience in the stream was speechless. Then they rapidly began spamming bullet comments. I've suddenly realized this streamer might be a bit unhinged. Definitely unhinged. Would he be in the police station otherwise? What's the difference between the 2 options? Maybe the streamer doesn't want to do this anymore. How about we fire him? Just as the netizens were buzzing with discussion, a spaceship gift suddenly shot across the screen. Then another spaceship followed, and a third, until 5 spaceships in a row left the viewers stunned in place. Holy crap. Which boss sent these? Give me your number and your son. Streamer, tell us this was arranged by you. Big bro, tell us what you want to see crafted, and the streamer will definitely fulfill it. Boss, look at me. I can handcraft things too, and it feels great. Hey, this is a handcrafting channel, not a dating one. Can you guys have some dignity? Are you that easily swayed by this little money? Not me, I'd do it for just 5,000. Xie Lin, seeing the gift, smiled so wide his eyes narrowed into slits. Thank you to this bro named Zaid for the gift. What would you like to see me craft? This was a major benefactor after all. Even if he wanted to see his spaceship crafted, Xie Lin would have to oblige. Just as Xie Lin was waiting for the big boss message, he suddenly noticed a transfer notification pop up in his back end. Upon opening it, he saw it was from brother Zaid. And this big bro was the same person who had chatted with him that day about seeing other weapons crafted. He had actually transferred 200,000 yuan. Xie Lin was stunned, staring at the money but afraid to accept it, his mind racing. Could a handcrafting show really be worth 200,000? What was this big bro's identity? Xie Lin clicked into his profile only to find no introduction at all. Zaid. That didn't sound like a Han Chinese name. He probably shouldn't accept the 200,000. He feared that accepting it now would land him in trouble the next second. Just as Xie Lin was pondering how to respond, brother Zaid sent a bullet comment saying he wanted to see Xie Lin handcraft a weapon. Xie Lin thought it over carefully for 3 seconds. If the big bro wanted to see it, then he would do it. He couldn't let the money go to waste. But he still wouldn't accept the 200,000, it was too risky. So Xie Lin rejected the transfer and continued streaming normally. In that brief moment, many discordant comments began to appear in the bullet chat. The streamer is buying traffic again. What a great shill act. This whole performance is really boosting the streamer's popularity. You guys aren't actually believing this, are you? Who would donate that much money just to see someone craft something by hand? LMAO, Xie Lin's original fans in the stream were displeased. Where were all these haters coming from? Streamer, why do you suddenly have so many haters? What did you do? These people appearing out of nowhere. Could they be paid trolls? Turns out they're fans of some other person. Can you at least clean up your accounts before attacking others so people don't know exactly where you came from? Xie Lin checked the accounts of these people. It was the work of the same person who had attacked him last time. Oh, looks like someone's feeling butthurt. Can't win fair and square, so resort to underhanded tactics, Xie Lin said sarcastically. Why not say you hired actors? You're a trash streamer, better quit now. Xie Lin found a seat, sat down, and began to perform. Oh no, I'm so hurt, so hurt. Look, someone here is butthurt. If I can hire actors, you can too. Oh, I see. You're just not good at acting right. After all, mine is real and yours is fake. Well, if you wanted fame so badly, you should have said so earlier. Your big bro here can give you a tip: create some real RMB right now, and people will come to you immediately. No need to act at all. The fans in the stream were laughing heartily at Xie Lin's antics. Meanwhile, Threefold, who was secretly watching Xie Lin's stream, was livid with anger. This guy has absolutely no decency, he fumed, tempted to smash his phone, but then gently setting it down, remembering how expensive it was. Seeing that the person remained silent, Xie Lin quickly steered the stream back on track. Big bro, sorry about that. Consider that a little bonus show. Today's stream is fully sponsored by Brother Zaid. Any objections, folks? Xie Lin said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. The netizens certainly had no objections. The big bro paid, so the big bro had the final say. They were just there for the entertainment. Due to the generous donation, the stream had attracted quite a few new viewers. Big bro, what weapon would you like to see me craft? Xie Lin asked excitedly. The other party quickly replied, a relatively popular weapon. That was easy. A thought quickly formed in Xie Lin's mind. Okay, big bro, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Xie Lin quickly pulled out the paper he hadn't used last time. Today, I'll use paper to craft it. I'm afraid if I use other materials, the police officers will put handcuffs on me, Xie Lin said with resignation, while the netizens found it amusing. Having regained his composure, Threefold picked up his phone and switched to his burner account to stir up trouble. Bro, he donated so much money and you're just using paper. Last time your team designed it for you. Do they have time to design for you this time? Hey, you better refund the big bro's money now, so you can save some face before you embarrass yourself. This guy was getting on his nerves. Xie Lin was getting angry. What if the big spender actually believed him? Would the money had already earned be returned? So the viewers in the live stream saw Xie Lin walk out and come back and carrying a computer. Just wait, you hater. Daddy's here to teach you a lesson. With that, his fingers started flying across the keyboard. Some tech-savvy viewers noticed snippets of code that looked like they were attacking someone's firewall. Whoa, is this streamer actually hacking into someone's system? Move the camera closer to the screen, we want to see what's going on. Xie Lin couldn't hear their thoughts, and he didn't want them to see anyway. If the police saw this, he'd be in big trouble. After a moment, Xie Lin closed the laptop. Alright, let's start the stream. No more haters bothering us today. He placed his phone on the stand. Boss, I've kept you waiting. Let me make you a few more things today. When it comes to classic weapons, the rocket launcher machine gun and Barrett sniper rifle are timeless favorites. Today I'm going to build these by hand. As he spoke, he began working the cardboard, changing forms under his skilled hands. While working, Xie Lin explained things like how a real rocket launcher is loaded and the principles behind its firing. It's not high-tech, but it gets the job done. It's a tank killer. He paused, realizing he'd just built an anti-tank weapon yesterday after making a tank. The guy's really talented. In about half an hour, a rocket launcher was finished. I'm out of materials, guys. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. He came back with a stack of cardboard boxes. He's not really going to use those cardboard boxes to build those things, is he? Yeah. Isn't it obvious? 666. 6 Bro is amazing for making this with paper. We should call him Neo Bro from now on. The viewers watched as the worthless cardboard boxes were slowly transformed into various weapons in Xie Lin's hands. Xie Lin crafted 3 weapons in one go, and the viewers were thrilled. He stretched his neck. All done. Now let's go test if these 3 can actually fire. He carried them out into his yard. I gotta admit they look good, but can they actually shoot? The streamer added a propulsion system, so it should work. This guy can hand make a tank, a few paper guns are nothing. That's why 6 Bro is called 6 Bro. Xie Lin looked at the barrage of comments and smiled confidently. Watch closely, folks. Time to witness a miracle. He shouldered the rocket launcher and fired it, sending a projectile flying a long distance. Then with a smooth, cool move, he switched to a rifle and unleashed a burst of fire. They weren't real bullets, but they could shoot. The machine gun was even more impressive, with projectiles spewing out continuously. It was incredibly exciting. I want to call the police because he's having too much fun. Honestly, I don't think there's anything 6 Bro can't do. Is this considered illegal weapon manufacturing? Are the cops going to show up? Xie Lin packed up his gear, chuckling. Hey, this is origami art. How is that illegal weapon manufacturing? He picked up his phone. Hey, big spender, are you satisfied with these? A tip came in immediately, 5 in a row, just like before. Xie Lin was overjoyed. Had met a real rich patron today. Wishing the big spender great fortune every year, may you be richer than Bill Gates. If there's anything else you want to see in the future, just come to me. There's nothing I can't build. The patron gave money, he gave blessings. A win-win situation. Xie Lin ended the stream happily. But Sanjidya the hater was not in a good mood. Now not only his phone but also his computer were displaying an animated image of a puppy pooping. Xie Lin's little bit of code was no joke. He had hacked directly into Sanjidya's network, even taking control of his home network. Get someone to fix this now. Sanjidya shouted angrily. We can't find anyone. Their skills are too advanced. The hackers we've hired can't break through. The assistant was sweating profusely, inwardly cursing him for picking a fight with that craftsman. Now they'd hit a brick wall. The stream starts in an hour. Let's see how you handle this. Sanjidya could only rage in frustration. How did this craftsman know hacking skills? Suddenly an idea struck him. Since he couldn't solve the problem, he'd use it to slander the craftsman further. Come here, record a video. We'll say the craftsman hired hackers to attack us. The timid assistant protested, we can't do that. What if it wasn't him? Sanjidya scoffed. Once the video is out, even if it wasn't him, it'll be his fault. Well, steer the narrative and the netizens will believe whoever seems more pitiful. Seeing his boss' insistence, the assistant followed his orders and recorded the video. Meanwhile, Xie Lin was tallying up the popularity points from the stream. Host this stream gained 800 popularity points. The video from the day before yesterday earned 1,000 points. Total points 1,800. Congratulations. Your live stream audience exceeded 50000. You've earned a skill upgrade. Congratulations. Your video popularity exceeded 10000. You've earned another skill upgrade. The tank video from the day before had over 100 views. Impressive, truly impressive even for him. System upgrade, X-ray vision by 2 levels and programming and brain development by 1 level each. Upgrade successful. Current skills, X-ray vision level 7, programming level 5, brain development level 5, a medical skill level 2. Remaining points 2090. Congratulations. Brain development has surpassed level 5. You've earned a body enhancement, 25 uses, and a skill upgrade. So brain development is really important. The rewards are so generous. System continue upgrading. Max out X-ray vision. Ding. 1,500 points deducted. X-ray vision is now level 10. Congratulations, host. X-ray vision is maxed out. You've received a skill upgrade and 500 points. Total points now 1090. Today was quite fruitful. Head add the final skill point to medical skill. He didn't know why the system gave him a medical skill, but maybe it was a hidden Easter egg. Finally, the skill upgrades were complete. The next day, Xie Lin received another 1,000 popularity points and directly added them to programming and brain development. The live streams for the next 3 days were uneventful. Xie Lin's life was comfortable. His skills had improved. Programming was now level 8, a brain development level 7, and medical skill level 3. His points remained unchanged at 1090. Xie Lin was very satisfied. Warning. Warning. The host's popularity is declining. Please resolve the crisis immediately. He had just lain down to rest when he heard the system's alarm, jolting him upright in bed. What is going on? What do you mean my popularity is declining? Host, there's some negative press about you online. According to my system scans, if left unchecked, it will seriously damage your image. Negative press about me. Xie Lin was utterly bewildered. What dirt could they possibly have on him? Was it from stealing watermelons from the neighbor's yard in elementary school, being a delinquent with dyed hair in high school, or tricking his roommate into becoming a male model in university? Filled with doubt, he opened his phone. A highly visible trending topic on the social media app caught his eye. Handcraft King hires hackers to attack rival. The video posted was the one where Sandai had his assistant film his own phone and computer being hacked. Netizens unaware of the truth were being led by the nose, unleashing a torrent of criticism at Xie Lin. Come on, what's he on about now? Xie Lin stared with dead fish, eyes utterly confused. According to my scans, he seems to have hit his breaking point. The system chimed in timely. Breaking point. His mental fortitude is that fragile. What's he got to be broken up about now? Your live stream today was very effective. Oh, I see. This guy is just jealous. But that's no excuse to slander me. They'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. This was truly like a toad on one's instep, not biting, but extremely annoying. Xie Lin immediately pulled up the computer surveillance footage from that day of the incident. It perfectly captured Sandai's entire conspiracy. Xie Lin posted the video online without a second thought. You claim I hired hackers to attack you, but do you have evidence? But you attacking me, that's got evidence. Sandai probably never imagined that even though his computer was hacked that day, the webcam was still on. It captured his sneaky, scheming face in perfect detail. Xie Lin posted the video with the caption, keep the music playing, keep dancing. Netizens were stunned. They realized they had been used as pawns. They immediately turned their anger towards Sandai, who was still smugly hosting a live stream. This time Sandai truly had to fold himself up. No matter how he folded, it was game over for him. He was bombarded with so much criticism, he nearly quit the internet. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Xie Lin lay down peacefully and went to have a date with Morpheus. Unbeknownst to him, on the other side of the ocean, others were plotting to execute their own plan against him. At 9 a.m. U.S. time in the White House, the President Hades was grinding his aromatic coffee beans. Upon seeing the latest intelligence reports, he slammed his coffee cup heavily on the table in a fit of rage and pressed the call bell summoning an aide inside. We've embargoed weapons to the Middle East, so why do they still have weapons? And so many of the ones we restrict. The aide fit replied helplessly, Sir, we never sold them those weapons. They manufactured them themselves. You must be joking. How did they get the blueprints? It's impossible to build weapons without the components, Hades said. I know it's hard to believe, sir, but that's the reality of the situation, Fit said with a shrug. I want to know the specifics. Weapons aren't that easy to produce. Sir, we've investigated the matter thoroughly. The root cause is that they saw a video posted by a Dragon Country citizen which helped them improve their weapons and find substitute parts. While the accuracy might be mediocre, their destructive power is still considerable. Not just Gatling guns, but also drones and other weapons. Based on the principles shown, they've created simple versions of these. In my view, they aren't sophisticated, but they have proven to be quite effective on the battlefield. A video from a Dragon Country citizen. A bunch of monkeys who've never even seen a gun, and they can build weapons. Hades sneered. Sir, this is the video in question. The video showed Xie Lin handcrafting a Gatling gun in meticulous detail, simple enough for anyone with a functioning brain to follow. And it wasn't just Gatling guns, there were also drones, tanks, rocket launchers. After watching, Hades' eyes darkened. This damn dragon citizen. Find a way to get rid of him. Sir, this video has spread widely, and this man is within Dragon Country's borders. We can't touch him directly. Then activate our assets within Dragon Country. Since we can't strike him directly, well, destroy him with public opinion. He may not have intended it, but his actions have affected the situation, and I am not pleased. Hades stated. Very well, sir. They'll get on it immediately. Also ensure these videos are not allowed on our networks. Our people don't need to see this. Understood, sir. Ding Yu was a Chinese student studying in the U.S. Recently, he had discovered this streamer from his home country online. Finding him interesting, he followed him and would occasionally share his videos on foreign websites, attracting a large following. One afternoon, he suddenly noticed his account had been banned. They offered no explanation, only stating that if he wanted to stay safe in the U.S., he should stop spreading this kind of content. I demand an explanation. I don't need to justify to the U.S. for posting videos of my idol. You have no right to do this. Ding Yi said angrily. The other party's tone was dismissive. Your videos are a serious violation of U.S. public order and international peace. Our decision not to investigate you further is already the utmost respect. Please don't cause trouble. Huh. You were just making up those charges on the spot. Ignorant monkey. The reason has been given. Do not call back. With that, the other party rudely hung up. Ding Yi was so furious, he cursed the U.S. for its high-handedness and arrogance. Around the same time, American media figures publicly condemned this Dragon Country citizen for war crimes, demanding that Dragon Country provide an explanation. When Ding Yi saw the news, he almost thought he was seeing things. War crimes? Were the Americans serious? How on earth did this become a war crime? They then released what they claimed was evidence. When Ding Yi saw it, he nearly choked on his drink. He immediately used his alternate account to contact Xie Lin and explain the general situation. This was probably his fault. He couldn't let this streamer take the fall for him. To be honest, he had no idea how these videos had spread to the Middle East. The next day, Xie Lin woke up and discovered he had been labeled with the charge of war crimes. The accusation left him so bewildered that he thought he was still dreaming. After double and triple checking that it wasn't a hallucination, Xie Lin stared with dead fish eyes and exclaimed, "What did I even do? How is this a war crime?" As he spoke, he scrolled down to read the news. They had indeed provided evidence. It turned out that because his videos had gone viral in the Middle East, they had begun manufacturing their own weapons. The U.S. had thought they had a guaranteed victory by blocking weapon exports to the region, but Xie Lin had thrown a wrench into their plans, severely impacting the situation. Hence the U.S. media's intense accusations. Let them accuse him. They accuse everyone of something every day. But looking on the bright side, the fact that he could make the U.S. lose its composure was something to brag about. He. Now this matter has spread widely. Some domestic media backed by America have been trumpeting it, while some small media outlets that are unclear about the situation followed suit. Within a single morning, Xie Lin has become a complete celebrity. Netizens are all eager to know who this man who stirred up the war situation is. Following the trail, they found Xie Lin's livestream account and are waiting for his broadcast. Xie Lin was reading his private messages. A person named Ding Yi had sent him a long message. After reading it, Xie Lin roughly understood the situation. However, he didn't think the videos he had reposted could spread so quickly to Zhongdou. After saying a few words of comfort, he put down his phone and was about to get something to eat. At this time in the Sanluo District Police Station, Yang Shan was looking at the news on the media with a headache. "Chief, how should we handle this?" asked a young officer. "Handle what? Don't handle anything. This matter is beyond our ability to handle now." Yang Shan rubbed his head. "This kid is really something. He's become famous overseas. Assign more people to keep a close watch on Xie Lin," Yang Shan suddenly said. "Chief, are you worried someone might harm him?" The officer, thinking he understood his chief's meaning, said, "Aren't we overthinking? This is Longhua, who would dare come here? Yangshan glanced at the young officer. I'm afraid he'll run abroad and actually become a war criminal. This guy can forge US dollars and make weapons. If he's let loose, who knows what will happen? At this moment, the internet was buzzing. Netizens were all discussing this new age war criminal. This guy is awesome. He can pull off anything. What did he do to make America talk like that? America is unhappy, so I'm happy. This guy is a man among men. Respect, respect. I found this person's account. Let's go check it out. Although I don't know what's going on this guy's side. The online uproar was raging, but Xie Lin remained as steady as a mountain. He went live right on schedule, showing no intention of avoiding it. As soon as the stream started, a crowd immediately flooded in. Is this the streamer who committed war crimes abroad? I've come to see what a war criminal looks like in peacetime. Wow, I'm here to join the fun. Woke up and brother Six's status has changed. Brother 6 is indeed my brother 6, the first in history. Brother 6, how did you become a criminal? This person is actually a criminal. A decent person messing with weapons, shameful. Trash streamer apologized to America immediately. A group of netizens who didn't know the truth, or rather some paid trolls and dogs, immediately flooded into Xie Lin's livestream room. Xie Lin looked at the mixed barrage of comments and laughed out loud. Black red is still red. Besides, the situation isn't all black now. I'm a handicraft blogger influencing the war situation. If I really had that ability, you black haters wouldn't be worthy to talk to me, Xie Lin said. They made weapons because of your videos, so you are certainly responsible. What decent person handcrafts weapons? Seeing you, I know your intentions are not pure. Hurry up and think about how to give an account to America. Xie Lin finally witnessed the diversity of species today. When they give me an account, then I'll give them one. If a toy I make can have such a big impact, then they're really useless. Xie Lin said sarcastically. Streamer, your words have seriously affected the peace between the two countries. People in Zhongdong have made so many weapons based on your videos and killed so many people. Shouldn't you explain? Xie Lin glanced at the barrage with a face full of question marks. Isn't it normal for people to die in war? What do I need to explain? Have you considered the consequences of doing this? Apologize immediately. Even dogs wouldn't watch this kind of stream. A person like you must be a violent maniac. Are guns and ammunition something that can be streamed? You should be arrested. Look at the Americans. They never stream such bloody things. His videos completely violate American law. You should be responsible for this. Xie Lin squinted his eyes at a series of comments and casually clicked on the region of this ID. Oh, a certain urban district. What a coincidence, there's a military base nearby. Then he flipped through this person's past comments and posts. What was there not to understand? Xie Lin smiled meaningfully. I suspect you are a walking 500,000 yuan spy, and I have evidence. What walking 500,000? What nonsense are you talking about? Xie Lin said. Do you dare let me ask you a few questions? What's there to be afraid of? Go ahead. Xie Lin gave a sly smile. What is the fundamental political system of our country? The People's Congress system. What is the fundamental system of our country? Socialist system. What is the fundamental law of our country? The Constitution. At this moment, the livestream room was as quiet as a mouse. Xie Lin smiled slyly and asked the last question. What is your occupation? Freelance painter. Xie Lin sighed, regretfully picked up his phone and dialed the police to report a spy in a certain area. This not only stunned that person, but also amazed the netizens in the livestream room. How did Brother 6 determine he was a 500? What's going on? I checked those questions, and they are all correct. That person frantically typed subtitles. My answers are all correct. Why are you framing me? Apologize to me immediately. Xie Lin shook his head. It's precisely because your answers are all correct that you have a problem. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? The questions I asked you can only be remembered by students, political teachers, civil service exam takers, graduate exam takers, and government employees. How could ordinary people remember them? Especially since you are a freelance painter. Oh, and by the way, we people of Longhua never refer to our occupation as freelance painter. In Xie Lin's livestream room, someone with a username of XX Public Security Bureau entered the room and followed. That 500 spy was never heard from again after Xie Lin finished speaking. Netizens in the live stream shouted 666. This is really a walking 500 yuan spy. Brother 6 made a fortune. Actually, another reason is that this person's account content is very suspicious. Either topics that stir up conflict or posts that belittle Longhua and fawn over America. Accounts like this are basically abnormal. Learned. This anti-routine method of identifying a 500 spy, who wouldn't say 6 after seeing it. You scared me. I didn't know any of those questions. I was about to say I'm not a 500. So answering correctly is also abnormal. Xie Lin's slick move instantly attracted a wave of viewers. Longhua people may quarrel among themselves, but when it comes to major issues they are very united. Of course, except for some self-righteous netizens. But they still learn to make weapons because of you. No matter what, you have affected the peace between the two countries. No. Xie Lin raised a finger. First, they already had war, and it was one-sided bullying. Second, if I really wanted to teach people to make weapons, I would never teach them such troublesome firearms, but the simplest weapons that are not low in power. Do you want to hear it? The fans in the live stream quickly typed, "We want to hear it." Xie Lin grinned. Today we're not handcrafting anything. Let's talk about. No, let's popularize the weapons that can be used on the battlefield. Fans frantically liked the stream. Brother 6, go on, I want to hear this. LOL, the streamer is rebellious to the bone, and so are his fans. Honestly, do you really want to learn, or are you just here for the drama? I got pulled in by a trending tag and didn't expect the streamer to be like this. Xie Lin set up his phone. As we all know, we've moved past the era of cold weapons. Now it's all about firearms and advanced tech. Speaking of the issues in the Middle East, if you don't have weapons, you make your own. If you can't buy the finished product, you buy the key components. As long as they can assemble the weapons themselves, everything is fine. A fan immediately asked, what if the key components are only available in the US? How do we handle that? Yeah, if other countries don't get involved, it's an unsolvable problem. Xie Lin sighed in disappointment. Folks, there's something in this world called smuggling. A single small component isn't classified as a weapon. If the US wants to smuggle, other countries will. Money talks, like anything can be arranged. And even if you can't buy them, just buy our gas canisters. Their explosive power rivals artillery shells, and they're not subject to export restrictions. How did the streamer come up with the idea of them buying gas canisters? And then what? Carry a gas canister onto the battlefield. You can't throw it that far. The enemy is launching shells at you. Are you just going to charge forward with a gas canister? Xie Lin gave them a "you're all so dense" look, weld the fin to the base of the canister, load it into a mortar tube, and fire it. Simple, practical, and convenient. When there's no war, you can use it for cooking. When there's a war, it's a weapon. Perfect. The fans were stunned by this idea. When you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Although they weren't sure about the practical application, theoretically, it was feasible. Thank goodness the streamer is in Dragon Country. If this got out, he'd be at least a military strategist. At the very least, he'd be a commanding officer. At that moment, a user named Zard sent Xie Lin 10 spaceships in a row along with a message. I'm going to try this when I get back. The viewers were stimulated by the generous tip and then saw this big spender boldly claim he'd try it. They immediately perked up. This is Dragon Country, man. Don't do anything reckless. Streamer, you've really corrupted someone. What if something goes wrong? Dude, don't try this. You'll end up in jail. Xie Lin squinted at this big spender, a bold guess forming in his mind. He quickly dismissed it. It must just be a keyboard warrior. Alright, that's it for today's stream. We'll get back to handcrafting tomorrow. Seeing that the time was about right, Xie Lin turned off the stream. After going offline, he saw a message from academician Fu Guiqing. He already knew about the war crimes accusation from US media and told Xie Lin not to worry and to just focus on his streaming. To be honest, Xie Lin wasn't worried at all. No matter how you spin it, the US doesn't have a leg to stand on. Even if they didn't learn from his video, the Middle East would have found another way. They can't just pin all the blame on him. If you really want to get to the bottom of it, the US is the root of all evil. Indeed, without the US, the world would be the most peaceful. Still, he was happy that the big shot remembered him. With those words of reassurance, he felt at ease. Next, he checked today's popularity points. Thanks to the war crimes label, today's stream peaked at over 150 viewers, earning him 1,500 popularity points. As per its usual habit, the system rewarded him with a skill upgrade. Please select the skill you wish to upgrade. Host. Xie Lin thought about it and calculated his points. He could level up 4 times in total. System upgrade: programming 2 levels and brain development 2 levels. Ding. Upgrade successful. Current skills. Programming level 10. Brain development level 9. Medicine level 3. Congratulations, host. Programming has reached max level. Reward: 1 free skill upgrade, 500 points, and 1 body enhancement, 35 uses. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked super physics, general biology, and aerospace engineering. Keep upgrading and reach max level soon. Xie Lin immediately felt a change in his body. His chaotic mind felt completely clear, as if he had grasped some fundamental rule of the universe. It sounded a bit mystical. The knowledge in his mind could now be applied flexibly, no longer feeling as sluggish as before. No wonder the system had added a brain development function. Maybe it was to prevent his brain from being overwhelmed by too many skills. As expected, he had unlocked 3 more skills this time. But with physics and aerospace, what exactly was the system trying to train him for? System max out brain development. Ding. Upgrade successful. Brain development is now level 10. Congratulations, host. Max level reached. Reward: 1 free skill upgrade and 1 body enhancement, 45 uses. This time let's put it into aerospace engineering. Upgrade successful. Current skills. Medicine level 3. Aerospace engineering level 1. Biology level 0. Super physics level 0. Total points 1590. Keep working hard, host, and achieve success soon. Xie Lin was very satisfied with this upgrade speed. No matter how many skills the system had, he could level them all to max. Xie Lin was done streaming, but the online controversy about him was far from over. The hidden 500 online trolls were working hard, publishing one article after another. No one knew why they were so fixated on targeting Xie Lin. Netizens treated the whole affair as mere entertainment. These trending topics are ridiculous. They don't actually think we'll turn on this streamer, do they? They just don't understand how appealing this situation is to a dragon country man. It's so cool influencing the course of a war. I can't imagine how much I'd brag about it if this happened to me. Foreigners can't comprehend how much we dragon country people admire this. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, Zard logged off the Dragon Country network, a look of barely contained excitement on his face. Zard was the leader's younger brother. He had spent time in the US and had learned some Chinese from a friend from Dragon Country. He could understand a portion of Chinese, and with the help of a translator, he could grasp about 70 or 80% of Xie Lin's stream. This time he had originally just wanted to watch the stream to see what weapon this Dragon Country man would build today. He never expected to learn such a trick. He immediately called his soldiers to test the method Xie Lin had described. The power was indeed extraordinary. This was fantastic news for them. However, they were a bit short on mortar tubes. If Dragon Country could export gas canisters, they could surely export other things too. Dragon Country's goods have always been of high quality. The steel pipes they had bought from there were extremely durable, and crucially, they could be made into seamless mortar tubes. He immediately went to the leader and informed him of the situation. After a brief discussion, the two decided to contact a Chinese enterprise to purchase a batch of gas canisters and steel pipes. The owner of a small company was fretting over declining gas canister sales when he suddenly received a message from overseas. After having it translated, he learned they were interested in buying his products. He promptly paid a deposit to secure the order. The boss was overjoyed. This order couldn't have come at a better time. Xie Lin was completely unaware that his idea had actually been put into practice. Ding Yi, who was closely monitoring Xie Lin's stream, immediately clipped the video the moment he finished broadcasting in the south. Using his burner account, he posted it on a US-based platform. They banned that account, but I have this one. The guy deserves a chance to defend himself. Ding Yi muttered. The topic was still trending the next day when Xie Lin went live, but most viewers held no ill will towards him. In fact, they were envious. This man had achieved what they could not. When Xie Lin came online, his viewer count was even more staggering than the day before. After all, the public discourse had been fermenting for a day, spreading to a much wider audience. His contrarian 5.0 yuan verification method had netizens spamming 666. Bro, you're my god. Pay attention, this man named Xiao Shui single-handedly caused two nations to go to war. Hey man, Big Sis is here to see you. We're both streamers. Why is his content spreading so far while I can't even get out of my neighborhood? Curious viewers clicked in only to exclaim, wow, you're a streamer who cleans septic tanks. No wonder you don't have many viewers. Xie Lin's smiling face appeared on the stream. Thanks for the support, my friends. No time for chit-chat today. Let's get straight to business and start our crafting project. What do you guys want me to handcraft? As soon as Xie Lin finished speaking, a wave of gifts flooded in. Teacher, may you gifted a spaceship. Teacher, may you gifted a spaceship. Teacher, may you gifted a spaceship. After 5 consecutive spaceships, Xie Lin was grinning from ear to ear. Thanks for the gift, my friend. What do you want me to make? Teacher May you quickly replied. Bro, I finally got through to you. Do you know how many comments I've posted? I knew you'd only see me if I gifted. Xie Lin sighed. Alright, you've successfully got my attention. Teacher May you said, bro, I want a fursuit head. I'm cosplaying a character from a game. My performance at the comic convention depends entirely on you. She then sent him a private message with the character she wanted. Xie Lin looked at the character, searched for the game, and immediately understood the intended function of the beast head. A tactical military headpiece for field operations. Wow, that's stylish, that's cool. The chat instantly exploded with a flood of anime fans. A beast head. I want one too. Is that the cosplay beast head? That's insanely cool. A craftsperson could easily handle that. Why not ask the streamer to make something more complex like a 1,000 mechanism umbrella? Anime fans are winning. Who wouldn't want a 1EO fakin' beast head? A wolf head? No problem. Xie Lin confirmed he could do it. Many viewers thought the beast head wasn't as impressive as a rocket or spaceship, so some left. However, because it was anime-related, it attracted a wave of new fans from that community. The rest were just there for the spectacle. Xie Lin mounted his phone on the desk, and the first step was designing the beast head. After a moment's thought, he sketched a character on white paper, one wearing a wolf head and military uniform. This striking image immediately captivated the viewers in the chat. It really does look cool. Xie Lin then jotted down data and formulas next to the drawing that the audience couldn't understand. Wait, why does making a headpiece require formulas? It's that complex. Fortunately, he didn't write for long before putting down his pen to begin the preparation work. Without a 3D printer, he used lightweight foam to cut out the shape of the wolf head. The fur on the surface was meticulously crafted to closely resemble a real wolf's. An hour later, a preliminary shape was ready. Xie Lin tried it on and identified many issues. Guys, this headpiece has a lot of room for improvement. Let me make some adjustments. Xie Lin opened his laptop, wrote some code, and uploaded it. He added a ventilation system, bionic eye programs, and a brainwave recognition system. To optimize it for field operations, Xie Lin enhanced the user experience by connecting the external environment to the wearer's senses. Simply put, wearing the headpiece would feel as comfortable as not wearing it, with no difference in vision, hearing, or environmental awareness. After finishing the programming, Xie Lin started a live demo of the eyes. Mimicking human blinking frequency, the beast head's eyes blinked in perfect sync with the wearer's. When the beast's eyes blinked on stream, the chat went wild. Bro, what kind of masterpiece are you creating? I knew it. Anything that ends up in brother's hands becomes sci-fi. Holy crap, the eyes actually blink. That's insane. Xie Lin ignored the chat for the moment, and after debugging all the programs, he sealed everything inside the headpiece. To enable real-time data reception and transmission, Xie Lin installed a sensor chip inside the headpiece. When worn, the chip would rest against the wearer's temples to collect and transmit data. By the time everything was complete, it was already 9 p.m. And the viewer count had surged significantly. Finally done, guys. Xie Lin held up the beast head and showed it off from every angle on camera. Bro, this is beyond handcrafting. How much did they pay you to work this hard? Is this even a cosplay head? This is a genuine field operations tool. I don't care about anything else, bro. Put it up for sale now. I want it. Xie Lin glanced at the chat and chuckled. Alright folks, as usual, let's do a test run first. With that, he put on the headpiece. The viewers thought he instantly looked cooler and more imposing. The headpiece's eyes blinked in sync with Xie Lin's own. Even more impressive, the wolf's jaw could open and it bared its teeth when Xie Lin bared his. The fans immediately lost their composure. You call this a cosplay fursuit head? This is clearly military-grade field equipment. No, they wanted one too. Xie Lin dug out his old military training uniform from college, grabbed a toy gun he had crafted earlier, and donned the headpiece. He looked incredibly cool. He dropped into a roll, firing off a few pew-pew shots. He turned to walk away with the gun, then suddenly looked back and gave a wink with his wolf eye, driving the viewers in the chat absolutely wild with desire. Xie Lin was having a blast on his live stream, but his fans weren't too happy about it because they wanted to play too. He always gets to show off before we even get a chance. Bad review. I didn't get to play, so hey, race a thumbs down. Bro 6, honestly, that headpiece of yours has some serious issues. How about you send it over and I'll fix it up for you? Yeah, I think it's flawed too. Send it to me first. I can only imagine how thrilled that fan would be to receive that headpiece. Xie Lin took off the headpiece, his smile radiant. My dear friends, I think it's so cool. I'm having second thoughts about sending it away. Haha, teacher May, you looks like you lost that deal. They guarded against everything except the streamer himself. Bro 6, as your fan, I want to give you a gift. Just give me your address and I'll mail it to you right now. What gift are you sending? The one upstairs. Almost fell for that trick from upstairs. I have a gift too, give me the address. Xie Lin placed the beast head on the table. How about you just convert the gift's value into cash and send that to me instead? He saw right through us. Bro 6 is sharp. He almost got me. Bro 6, stop joking around. Teacher May, you quickly interjected. Xie Lin, of course, had no intention of actually fighting him for this headpiece. This was his benefactor after all. Just as Xie Lin was about to say it was a joke, a sudden forceful knock echoed from his front door. Xie Lin was startled, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The longtime viewers in the live stream instantly recalled their past experiences of being checked up on at the sound. This scene is so familiar. Old fans know what that knock means. It was bound to happen eventually. Bro 6, don't just stand there, open the door. My friends, this is one door I really don't want to open. Xie Lin said with a grimace. But open it, he must. With that kind of pounding, he'd be left with no door at all if he didn't. With a sigh, he secured his phone on the table in the corridor and opened the door. Standing outside were Fu Guoqing, He Guang, and Yang Shan. Perfect. The police, the military, and the research institute had all shown up. Fu Guoqing smiled. Comrade Xie Lin, good to see you. I come bearing good news this time. Xie Lin looked at them suspiciously. You're really not here to interrogate me. You've made such a significant contribution to the country. We're here to commend you. Fu Guoqing said cheerfully as he walked into the yard, his eyes immediately landing on the tank simulator placed there. The awe in his eyes was unmistakable, and even He Guang couldn't help but glance over a few times. A commendation. Xie Lin was puzzled. Fu Guoqing glanced at the phone that was still live streaming, and Xie Lin, catching on, instantly walked over and ended the stream. This caused an uproar among the fans in the live chat. What secrets could be so important that their most esteemed fans couldn't hear? And why were the military and police visiting the streamer again? They were dying to know what was being said. With the stream off, Fu Guoqing got straight to the point. The technology you provided last time solved a critical issue for our national aviation. The organization has awarded you this certificate of honor and a cash prize. Xie Lin was bewildered. Are you talking about that rope? Fu Guoqing nodded. Xie Lin was even more confused. How on earth did that rope solve an aviation problem? After our tests, the rope perfectly meets the requirements for an aircraft carrier arresting cable. Our aircraft carrier was actually completed long ago, but this was the final hurdle we couldn't overcome. Your rope came at the perfect time. Production of the cables has already been commissioned to other enterprises. Of course, as the technology owner, the state will not shortchange you. An arresting cable sells for about 10 million yuan, so we'll give you a 30 technology royalty per cable. How does that sound? Xie Lin asked cautiously. So that means 3 million per cable. Fu Guoqing smiled and nodded. Xie Lin's spirits instantly soared. 3 million. He was about to be rich. Furthermore, after internal discussions, would like to invite you to work at the Research Institute. As he spoke, Fu Guoqing produced a letter of appointment and handed it to Xie Lin. Xie Lin immediately calmed down. Work at the Research Institute. That would make him a researcher. Are you sure there's no mistake? Xie Lin asked. Neither his academic credentials nor his abilities met the standard for a researcher. It didn't seem right to invite him now. Besides, joining the institute would definitely affect his live streaming, and he needed the streams to build his audience. That was his main gig. After thinking for exactly 3 seconds, Xie Lin flat out rejected Fu Guoqing's invitation. Why not think it over? This is a rare opportunity. Being a researcher has a great future. And if you ever want to build something, the institute's materials are at your disposal. Fu Guoqing persisted. I've made up my mind. I prefer live streaming. What could he do? He couldn't live without his audience. Seeing Xie Lin's firm refusal, Fu Guoqing regretfully took back the appointment letter. If you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me. They'll keep this spot open for you, he said with a hint of disappointment. With the official business concluded, Fu Guoqing turned his attention to the tank simulator in the yard. I was curious about this thing during your stream. If it works as you described, this is something the nation needs. Fu Guoqing exclaimed. Xie Lin's mouth twitched. Good thing you're on my side of the country, feel free to look around. Fu Guoqing marveled at the tank. Setting everything else aside, its exterior was already remarkably similar to a real tank. Although Yang Shan was a police officer, he had a deep-seated weakness for machinery like tanks. Seeing it was like seeing a path to glory and achievement. His eyes gleamed with pure excitement as he looked at the tank. The 3 of them then climbed inside. The interior was even more spacious, able to accommodate 3 operators. The console was built to mirror a real tank's design. Guang took one look around and immediately understood the basic controls. He powered on the machine and a massive screen instantly displayed a simulated battlefield. The genes within Guang seemed to awaken as he took control of the tank and engaged in a battle. Aiming, firing, evading, countering bombs. He did it all with effortless skill. The explosions on the battlefield felt immersive. A bomb landed near the tank and the shockwave damaged its edge, triggering a flashing alarm inside. After that round, Guang was completely hooked. This is incredible. The battlefield simulation is so realistic. This could definitely be used for soldier training, Guang said in awe. That's a great idea. How accurate is the simulation? Fu Guoqing asked. It can replicate about 70% of a real battlefield. I wonder if this setting can be adjusted. Guang's eyes were shining. Dragon Country hasn't been in a war for decades. Although we have annual exercises, they're not enough for all our soldiers to participate in. If this simulator can truly solve that problem, our military's capabilities will be elevated significantly. Fu Guoqing grew more excited the more he thought about it. Academician Fu, how long do you think it would take to develop a program like this? Guang asked. Fu Guoqing pondered for a moment and said, if we go all out, it won't take too long, but rather than developing from scratch, it's better to improve upon what we have. His meaning was simple: directly use Xie Lin's source code. After a brief conversation, they walked out to the tank. Guang didn't beat around the bush and directly asked whether the tank simulator could simulate a real battlefield. Xie Lin thought for a moment and said, to simulate a real battlefield, we need to collect data on various weapons and ammunition and incorporate it into the program. By adjusting this data, we can achieve either a 100 realistic simulation or only a partial one. Guang felt a surge of excitement. This was excellent. I'd like to appoint you to a technical position in the military to develop this simulator, Guang said. Huh. Xie Lin was caught off guard. That might not be appropriate. Xie Lin hesitated, though he was tempted. Don't worry, you just need to write the core program. Others will assist with the rest. Fu Guoqing chimed in at the right moment. This was doable. He could spare a little time each day to code. No problem, Xie Lin agreed readily. Being a military technical staff member and developing a new generation weapon, even if it was just a simulator, was something he truly couldn't refuse, especially since he wouldn't have to work at the Research Institute. It was perfect. I need to take this tank back to show the Research Institute colleagues. Consider it sold to me. I'll transfer the money now. Is 50,000 enough? Guang said. Yes, very much so. Xie Lin had no objections at all. By the way, that furry headset you made this morning. That one's not available. Oh, it's for a client. Xie Lin immediately refused. It was a custom order, and he couldn't let them take it. I need to see it. If it's good, you'll need to discuss the technology with academician Fu, and of course you'll be well compensated. Guang said with a smile. Good grief, you're taking everything, even the food. Xie Lin wanted to protest, but his protests were futile. He reluctantly brought out the furry headset. Guang put it on, the headset's sensors collected data, and he instantly felt as if he wasn't wearing it at all. His field of vision was broader, and the external data was transmitted to his brain, creating the illusion that no headset was on. Breathing was smooth with no stuffiness. After a moment, Guang removed the headset, and Fu Guoqing tried it himself. Watching the headset's eyes blink on their own, Guang couldn't help but marvel. This thing was born for the battlefield. Comrade Xiao Xie, you're a genius. This can definitely be used on the battlefield, Guang praised. Fu Guoqing took off the headset and Yang Shan also experienced it. Words couldn't describe it. Have you really considered working at the research institute? Fu Guoqing truly didn't want to let this talent slip away. No, the research institute isn't for me, Xie Lin quickly declined. They were already taking everything, and now they wanted to recruit him. No way. Fu Guoqing sighed with deep regret. What a pity. Come to the military district, we won't restrict you, He Guang said. I still prefer staying home, Xie Lin declined tearfully. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he live-streamed daily. What if he accidentally leaked military secrets? That would be disastrous. He Guang felt disappointed, but then said, since you're now a military technical advisor, shouldn't you transfer the headsets program to us? They weren't even pretending anymore. Xie Lin stared at He Guang in disbelief. They'll copy it for you right now, Xie Lin sighed. Both He Guang and Fu Guoqing were satisfied. For the headset's material, you can choose bulletproof options, but don't make it too heavy. It would strain the head. For breathing, you could add a gas mask feature to broaden its use. Xie Lin said. Fu Guoqing nodded, agreeing with his thoughts. After returning, they'd consider further improvements for combat applications. But those were the Research Institute's tasks. Xie Lin copied the tank and headset data onto a USB drive, and the rest was no longer his concern. With matters settled, Fu Guoqing and He Guang left Xie Lin's home. Before leaving, Fu Guoqing informed him that the improved drone models were ready. One with infrared and automatic surveying systems for police use, and another with free extinguishing bombs for fire departments. The Research Institute had arranged everything well, and Xie Lin expressed his support. The tank simulator in the yard was towed away by He Guang's people, leaving the space much emptier. Xie Lin felt a bit dazed, then suddenly realized those two were like bandits. They had taken everything. Today's livestream couldn't continue, so he locked the door and checked today's popularity points. The stream had 1000 viewers, converting to 1000 points. Adding the remaining points from last time, his total was 2590 points. System upgrade: medical ability, super physics, and aerospace science, each by 1 level. Ding. Upgrade successful, deducted 1500 points. Current skills: medical ability level 4, general biology level 0, super physics level 1, aerospace science level 2. Remaining points 1090. Xie Lin nodded with satisfaction and lay on the bed scrolling through videos of dancing girls. Halfway through, he suddenly sat up. He remembered he had promised Fu Guoqing and the others to write the war simulator. After 3 seconds of thought, he lay back down, or it hadn't even started yet, so he could write it tomorrow. With that thought, Xie Lin continued scrolling through his phone with a clear conscience. The next day, Tech News announced the successful development of patrol drones and firefighting drones, which had already entered mass production and would soon be widely deployed. The report also gave special thanks to technical advisor Comrade Xie, tagging Xie Lin's account on Big Eye and Douyin. The person who discovered this news was the guy who had bought a drone from Xie Lin. Hearing that the official had released new drones, he clicked in and saw that these 2 drone models had all the features his drone had. He initially thought the official drones weren't that impressive, not as good as the one he had hand-built. Then he saw the technical advisor tagged at the end. Strongest Handmade King. The drone enthusiast checked several times to confirm he wasn't mistaken. So Handmade King had submitted his technology to the state. Holy crap. Awesome. Respect. The drone enthusiast forwarded the news to his own account, congratulating Handmade King. Xie Lin's fans also noticed the news and spread it quickly, boosting his fame even more. They never expected that the works of the handicraft blogger they followed would end up with an official status. Who could have imagined that? It was a pity, though. They probably wouldn't be able to buy such cool drones in the future. Remote flying side. Tianzhong Drone Company had missed a golden opportunity. He and his friends had left numerous messages on their account, but got no response. Was it that Tianzhong Drone didn't want to respond? A certain manager at Tianzhong Drone had seen the message, but at the same time the state was collaborating with them to develop drones, so they set aside the matter of contacting Xie Lin, who knew that in the end it was all the same person. The marketing director was full of regret and didn't dare mention it to the boss. When Xie Lin woke up, he checked topics about himself and saw the Longhua Research Institute's post, which surprised him a bit. Although Fu Guoqing had informed him yesterday, seeing the Research Institute tag him in their public announcement still gave Xie Lin a secret thrill. This was nothing short of a popularity boost for him. He gave a heart gesture to the Research Institute folks. They really know how to handle things. By the time Xie Lin started his live stream, most of the fans in the chat had already seen the news. Brother Six, you actually became a technical consultant for the Research Institute. Awesome. Brother Six always gives me the feeling that he doesn't look strong, but he could still take down a martial arts master. I have an idea. What if we attach chili powder to a drone? Dude, we're playing with drones, not starting a drone war. Keep those thoughts to yourself. The netizens and fans were just chatting away when suddenly a flood of unfamiliar IDs poured into the livestream. Oh, is this the blogger who teaches weapon crafting? My god, I finally got in. The fans stared blankly at the sudden influx of foreign accounts. What was going on? How did these foreign accounts get in? Streamer, I heard you say you can craft anything from scratch. Since that's the case, craft an immortal sword for us to see. The streamer is just bragging. There's no way he can actually craft that. The streamer's hype is way overblown. He actually can't do anything. He probably bought the drone design. Xie Lin squinted at this group of haters. Who's got an itchy backside again? Seeing the chaotic barrage, the fans started directly clashing with this wave of people. Where did these dogs come from biting people the moment they enter? There are not only haters, but also foreigners. Brother Six, who have you offended? This group's intention to smear him is all too obvious. Among the foreigners who entered, some could understand Chinese and started translating in real time. When the topic of the immortal sword came up, this group of foreigners began to cheer. We want to see the Dragon Kingdom's immortal sword. I love Dragon Kingdom stories the most. There's no such thing as an immortal sword in this world, it's just a trick the Dragon Kingdom people use to fool us. The haters were clamoring in the live stream, goading Xie Lin into crafting this immortal sword. Xie Lin understood perfectly well. This was a hunt targeted at him. They all knew there were no cultivators, yet they deliberately gave him an impossible task, probably hoping to cyberbully him. They even brought in a bunch of foreigners. The mastermind behind this really went through a lot of trouble. At that moment, several notifications suddenly popped up. Sanluo District Police Station followed you. Yangshan followed you. Fu Guiqing followed you. Dragon Kingdom Research Institute followed you. Dragon Kingdom Military Region followed you. Dragon Kingdom Fire and Rescue followed you. Netizens were stunned by this series of follows. What's happening? Brother Six, where have you taken us? It took a while for someone to speak. Am I dreaming? All these big shots followed Brother Six. Brother Six, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? This lineup. Maybe you should just turn yourself in. So were those people from the military who came yesterday real? I almost forgot about those 3 I saw yesterday until you mentioned it. Is there a chance these people are here to protect Brother Six? I don't believe it. I think they're here to keep an eye on him since his stream is always crafting things that are borderline illegal. I just checked, these accounts above are real. Brother Six, you need to be careful from now on. Don't end up in jail. At this moment, the haters became even more active, repeatedly demanding that Xie Lin produce a flying sword, claiming otherwise it was false advertising. Xie Lin squinted at the haters and the ignorant foreigners. You want me to craft something just because you say so? Even big shots pay for requests. You think a few words from you get me to work? Dream on. Xie Lin's words were extremely blunt, almost as if he had seen money written across his face. Everyone look. The person you're a fan of is just a money grubber. He's a fraud who can't do anything. You'd know if I can do it or not after you tip. What's with just using your mouth? Trying to get something for nothing won't fly. Xie Lin laughed. The other party was clearly angered by him. If you're not willing to spend, then don't come to my stream acting like a big shot and making requests. I suspect you're just here to cause trouble, Xie Lin continued. Suddenly the other party sent a spaceship gift. Since you claim you can craft anything, craft a flying sword right now, and let us see. The other party suddenly said with false bravado. Can't do it. One spaceship isn't enough to see the ultimate show, Xie Lin said calmly. You just can't craft it. Stop making excuses, the other party said, not expecting Xie Lin to go back on his word. No, it's just that crafting a flying sword is very complex. ITLL take 5 spaceships. If you want to see it, just click away, Xie Lin said with a smile. Fine, 5 spaceships it is. But if you can't craft it, it'll make you refund me tenfold. And you'll apologize on stream admitting you know nothing and are just a fraud. This person for some reason was dead set on challenging Xie Lin today. He then sent 5 more spaceships. With 7,500 in hand, Xie Lin was satisfied. Squeezing this much out of him wasn't bad. Alright, the big shot has requested a handcrafted flying sword. Folks, give the big shot a round of applause. If I manage to craft it, the big shot will have to apologize to me since your earlier suspicion has seriously damaged my reputation, Xie Lin said boldly. The barrage was instantly flooded with applause emoticons. Something feels off. Did Brother Six just trick this big shot? Don't talk nonsense. It's just the performance fee for the request. So the big shot pays money and still has to apologize. Sai, why did he have to go against Brother Six? Brother Six doesn't seem like a good guy. So the streamer has this service. Can I do the same next time I want to see him craft something else? Yeah, the streamer said you can make requests. Xie Lin's longtime fans quietly moved to the Brother Six group they had created a few days ago. I feel like Brother Six just dug a hole for himself. How is it a hole? Maybe it's a source of income. But with so many people online, what if someone asks for something he can't do? I think if Brother Six can pull off a flying sword, is there anything he can't do? That makes sense. Wait, does that mean we'll have to pay if we want him to craft other stuff in the future? You idiot. Brother Six is obviously tricking the haters. We're not haters. Back in the live stream, Xie Lin began preparing the materials needed for the broadcast. You guys don't really understand. Even though Blue Star has no spiritual energy, now we have technology. If you want to fly on a sword, you need technology, Xie Lin said jokingly. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of paper on the desk and began designing the flying sword's appearance. He chose the traditional Dragon Kingdom longsword for the design. There was nothing particularly special about that. However, he then started listing a bunch of formulas on the paper, which left the netizens confused. To achieve the effect of a flying sword, you need aerospace technology, magnetic levitation technology, data algorithms. Xie Lin explained to the netizens as he wrote. Why is Brother Six explaining this to us? As if I could understand any of it. I'm an aerospace major. I understood the earlier part, but the later part lost me. Bro number 6 is pretty impressive, at least at a genius level. I don't care why I want to fly on a sword. To avoid complications, Xie Lin pulled out his computer and started building a simulator. After importing the data and technology, it could generate the final product's data. A simple simulation test revealed the flaws in this flying sword. The first time the sword failed to lift off, so Xie Lin adjusted the data. The second time the sword's recognition system had issues, and he tweaked the data again. The third time it didn't return, so he adjusted the data once more. By the sixth attempt, all problems were perfectly resolved. The viewers were stunned by the simulation program. Though they didn't understand it, they felt it was incredibly impressive. Fu Guoqing, who was watching the live stream, had a different reaction. As an academician and researcher, he naturally understood the formulas. What surprised him was that the program encompassed many disciplines. Xie Lin not only had a sharp mind, but also an impressive knowledge base. He casually shared the live stream in the Institute's casual chat group. Though it was called a casual chat group, few actually chatted. It was usually lifeless. Suddenly a live stream link appeared in the group, and everyone curiously clicked in. They expected an academic lecture, but it turned out to be a DIY streamer. Then they saw the formulas on screen. On Insider. Finally, they saw the simulation program on the computer and couldn't help but praise it. It was quite similar to the software their institute used. Xie Lin confirmed his direction and began forging the longsword. He was now very skilled at heating iron. The blade and hilt were processed separately. Inside the hilt, he installed circuits, a chip, and a power system, essentially making the hilt hollow. Thankfully, the blade and hilt were wider than traditional swords, otherwise there wouldn't be enough room for the components. A circuit was also embedded inside the blade connecting to the hilt. Finally, he welded the two parts together. After polishing and finishing, he added a futuristic neon strip to the back of the blade. He then crafted the scabbard, also equipping it with technology. At this point, the flying sword was complete. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. Some viewers had left the live stream midway, while others joined later, curious about the flying sword construction, and stayed to watch. Flying on a sword. What Chinese person hasn't dreamed of that? Folks, as promised, I've built the flying sword, Xie Lin said with pride. Bro 6, I want to see. Hurry. My spiritual energy is about to burst. Is the streamer bluffing? This is a flying sword. Xie Lin held the finished sword, laughing with obsession. Folks, let me change into something cooler. Old fans know whenever this guy changes clothes, he's about to pull off something big. I have a bad feeling if this guy is about to show off. Yeah, I feel it too. Can't someone else get a turn? Xie Lin changed into a black martial arts outfit. A hanfu the original owner had bought. Finally, it came in handy. Holy crap, bro 6, you actually have that outfit. Take it off, let me wear it. All flash and no substance. Apologize now while you still can. If the sword doesn't fly, you'll look ridiculous. Big brother finally spoke. Don't worry, the show you requested won't flop. Xie Lin strapped the sword on his back and left the house. The house is too small. Oh, let's go to the park we visited the first time, Xie Lin said. The owner of the snack street stall at the door greeted him warmly. Boss not closing up yet. Save me a bowl of spicy hot pot, Xie Lin said, not forgetting to ask for his meal. Sure, I'll set it aside now. I'll be ready when you're back, the owner replied warmly. Passing the pancake stall, he also asked the vendor to save him a deluxe pancake. What are you up to? The young stall owner asked, putting away his phone and eyeing Xie Lin's outfit curiously. I'm going to put on a flying sword show for the folks. Be back soon, Xie Lin said with a grin. The young stall owner nodded. He had been watching the live stream himself, just closing his phone to avoid being caught. Xie Lin headed to the park, where there were few people at this hour. He found the right angle, set up his phone, and began his performance. Xie Lin stood aside. Folks watched closely. Then he commanded, sword out. The long sword on his back shot out of the scabbard with a swoosh, landing beside him, hovering midair. The blade glowed with blue light, exuding a cyberpunk vibe. The move stunned the viewers. Holy crap, am I seeing things? It actually flew out. No cheating, right? Did you guys spot anything? The live stream exploded. Flying on a sword. The ultimate dream of every Chinese person. The number of viewers instantly doubled. No Chinese person can resist the allure of flying on a sword. Newcomers saw Xie Lin controlling the sword and started calling him Immortal Master in the chat. Xie Lin couldn't see the barrage, but he could feel the excitement. Folks watched closely. With that, Xie Lin changed his hand gesture, go. The flying sword shot forward with a whoosh, following his steps as he ran. He picked up his phone, sprinted ahead, and the sword flew right behind him. As his hand gestures changed, the sword changed direction. It was just like the immortal swords in cultivation novels, leaving viewers drooling with envy. Folks, watch this next part. Xie Lin grabbed the hovering sword and performed a sword routine for the audience. Side flips, aerial kicks, sword flourishes. It was utterly dazzling. After the final move, he struck a cool pose, driving the live stream audience wild. Who could resist this? They were already imagining themselves cultivating immortality, slaying demons, and vanquishing evil. Finally, Xie Lin commanded, return. The sword instantly slid back into the scabbard. So how about this flying sword? Xie Lin said proudly. It wasn't just good. It had become a legend in the viewers' hearts. Oh, you're my idol. I want to fly on a sword too. I feel like I'm already a sect disciple flying around on a sword. Bro 6, name your price for that sword. I want it. He'll call you dad. Oh, just let me play with it for a bit. Master him, your long-lost disciple. It's too cool. Be honest. Are you really not a cultivator? Damn, couldn't see it coming. This guy pulled off a huge show-off. So Kyer finding is actually electricity finding, and foundation establishment is computer building. You're a cultivator, right? Right. Don't wait until the end of the world. You guys ascend and fly on swords while I'm stuck running on 2 legs. The end of science is metaphysics. Fans were going crazy and netizens were ecstatic, clamoring for Xie Lin to mass-produce this flying sword so they could soar through the skies on it too. Big sponsor, are you satisfied with this show? Xie Lin said into his phone, addressing his patron, since this was the program he had requested. After a long pause, the sponsor sent back 2 words, satisfied. Seeing those words, Xie Lin could almost picture the man gritting his teeth on the other end. Foreigners watching the live stream were stunned. All Dragon Kingdom people know Kung Fu. Witchcraft, it's Dragon Kingdom witchcraft. My god, that's so cool, how did you do that? The Dragon Kingdom people are all wizards. Fans who understood foreign languages translated the foreigners' comments, filling them with pride. It was a bit odd to call cultivation witchcraft, but given their shallow cultural understanding, it was understandable they couldn't grasp the concept of immortal cultivation. Brother 6, I think there's a problem with your flying sword. Send it over, and I'll take a look for you. The guy upstairs is so transparent his schemes are showing. Xie Lin laughed and said, the principles behind this flying sword are the technologies I just mentioned. If you want the same model, I can share the code with you. Do you think we can understand that? Brother 6 overestimates us. Oh, I can't even figure out high school math. Name your price, how much to handcraft one for me? Xie Lin politely declined. Handcrafting a flying sword is easy if you have hands. I'll edit the video later, and you can follow the steps to craft your own. I feel like Brother 6 is mocking me. Handcrafting a flying sword. Not even with hands and feet. Bro, I have a PhD, and I still can't do it. What else could he do? He couldn't possibly handcraft one for everyone ahead, exhaust himself to death before finishing. Xie Lin played dumb and bantered with netizens for a while before ending the stream. Seeing it was already 11 p.m., he took his ordered spicy hot pot and a deluxe version of a Chinese crepe back home. Quick system, check today's popularity points. Ding. This live stream earned 1,500 popularity points. Yesterday's video earned 1,600 points. Total 3,100 points. Adding the remaining points, the total is 4,160. Congratulations, host, for breaking the 150 viewer mark in this stream. You have been awarded 1 skill point upgrade. Congratulations, host, for exceeding 150 video views. You have been awarded another skill point upgrade. Please select the skills to upgrade. Xie Lin's eyes lit up instantly. He hadn't expected to accumulate so many points in just 2 days. With this many points, he could upgrade 8 times plus the 2 bonus upgrades, making 10 in total. System upgrade: medicine by 3 levels, physics by 2, biology by 2, and aerospace by 3. Ding. Upgrade successful. For 1,000 points deducted, bonus skills used. Current skills are as follows: medicine level 7, a general biology level 2, super physics level 3, a aerospace level 5. Remaining points 160. Xie Lin was satisfied. Earning this many points in just 2 days proved he was destined for fame. Content he began to eat with gusto, remembering the troublemaker from earlier and the sudden appearance of the foreigners. Xie Lin wolfed down his meal, then opened his computer and hacked into the man's ID from before. Upon seeing the person's face, Xie Lin chuckled. It was the same trifold guy who had tried to hack him last time, but ended up getting counter-hacked instead. He had thought to himself, how could a blogger as good as him attract haters? So it was him. If he had known, he would have strung him along in the live stream a bit longer to make him lose even more money. What a pity. Xie Lin's fingers moved swiftly as he hacked into the other person's phone through the network. The other party was on a phone call. After failing to ruin him, he still had the mood to make a call. That didn't fit his character. Could it be he planned to attack him a second time? Then he had to listen in and see what was going on. At that moment, Sanjidya was on the phone, his tone laced with anger. I truly never imagined he could actually forge a flying sword. That's a completely impossible feat. It infuriates me that he even gained traffic from it. The person on the other end clearly lacked patience for his explanation. It seems your understanding of him is still insufficient. You need to speed up your efforts. You must destroy him. There's still a chance. This isn't his only live stream. He'll stir up trouble in every single one of his broadcasts. Besides, I've already found out where he lives. I don't believe he can escape this time. The other person seemed to be considering this, then said, I don't care how you do it. Just remember what your task is. You've taken the money. If you fail to complete the mission, I have ways to make you disappear. Don't worry, I'll make sure he disappears from the internet. Sanjidya declared with conviction. Ever since Xie Lin ruined his image last time, Sanjidya had been semi-retired from the online world. In truth, if he had just waited a while longer, he might have had a chance to make a comeback. But he couldn't swallow this insult, and was determined to crush Xie Lin. Just then someone contacted him offering money to find a way to take down Handcraft King. He had wanted to destroy the guy anyway. Now he got paid to do what he wanted. Why not? He just didn't expect Handcraft King to have some real skills and actually manage to create a flying sword. Sanzidi's face darkened as he schemed his next move. Xie Lin suddenly had a revelation. So he had found a partner to slander him. He just couldn't figure out who that person was. He minded his own business and stayed out of trouble. He hadn't offended anyone. Xie Lin traced the phone call and discovered it was from an overseas number. Oh, now this is getting interesting. Xie Lin followed the trail to find the owner of the number. It was a Chinese person living abroad. Based on his chats and posted information, Xie Lin determined this was a traitor to his country. Recalling the condemnation from American media a few days prior, Xie Lin roughly understood what was happening. These Americans were so petty, chasing him across thousands of miles over a handmade weapon. So those foreign IDs were deliberately lured in by them. Although he didn't know what purpose luring those foreigners served, if they couldn't handle the Americans, they could certainly handle these guys. Xie Lin immediately sent the evidence of their collusion to Yang Shan. Captain Yang, I'm sending you some credit. After sending the message, Xie Lin collapsed comfortably into his chair. He wondered what expression Yang Shan would have. What expression? Yang Shan was shocked. This kid really did big things quietly. He had been suspicious of those foreign accounts today. Before he could even investigate, the kid had already slapped the evidence right in his face. What a guy, always full of surprises. Having resolved his trouble, Xie Lin was completely unaware of the frenzy his live stream had caused online. The moment the video of Xie Lin riding his sword was uploaded, it immediately attracted countless netizens. People of Dragon Country have three great passions: fighting, sakura farming, and cultivating immortality. When someone suddenly appeared flying on a sword today, Dragon Country netizens went wild with excitement. Is this video really not CGI? I'm a VFX artist, and I've analyzed it. There's no trace of compositing in this video. Damn, he's secretly practicing cultivation. Calm down, everyone. The blogger said he used technology. I'm not afraid of you using technology. I'm afraid you're using spiritual energy under the guise of technology. Which blogger is this? I have to go check this out. The foreigners who were lurking in the live stream during the day shared the video on foreign websites, captioned Dragon Country, people practice witchcraft. This led foreigners to exclaim, oh my god. When Ding Yi went to repost the video, he found that Xie Lin's sword flying clip was plastered all over the foreign internet. Where did these foreigners get the video? Ding Yi hadn't expected anyone to be faster than him. Fu Guoqing, having finished watching Xie Lin's live stream, wore a contemplative expression. A flying sword using so much technology. He wondered what else this kid could come up with in the future. He found himself looking forward to it. When Xie Lin woke up, he unsurprisingly found himself on the trending searches. Netizens digging through his past realized, oh, it's that strategist. Follow must follow. Just as Xie Lin opened his eyes, he heard a thunderous banging on his door. What's going on? What did his front door ever do to deserve this? Xie Lin opened his door with a grumble, only to find Cheng Wei outside grinning like a fool. You punk, don't you know I'm still asleep? Xie Lin immediately put Cheng Wei in a headlock. Cheng Wei quickly begged for mercy. Bro, I'm sorry, have mercy. If I die, you'll have no brother left. Xie Lin reluctantly released him. It's 10 o'clock. I've never woken up this early. Bro, calm down. They'll treat you to a big meal later. Cheng Wei said with a fawning smile. Xie Lin sensed something was off. You're being awfully nice all of a sudden. Spill it. Why are you here so early? Cheng Wei casually draped his arm over Xie Lin's shoulder, grinning slyly. Can't hide anything from you, bro. I do need your help with something. Xie Lin looked unsurprised. But what could I possibly help you with? Cheng Wei was quite confident. You can help me with a lot. There are wild boars frequently appearing near my family's chicken farm in the neighboring city. Do you have any way to keep them away from the farm? Xie Lin couldn't believe his ears. Do you have the wrong idea about me? I'm just a handicraft blogger. You want me to scare off wild boars? You dare to think it, but I don't even dare to do it. With your brains, I'm sure you can figure out a solution. And even if you can't, no big deal, just consider it a trip to relax. Don't judge the place by the chicken farm. The scenery is quite nice. You'll see when you get there. Cheng Wei said. Xie Lin was a bit tempted. He hadn't been out to have fun since he arrived. I have a live stream this afternoon. You don't mind if I broadcast from your chicken farm, do you? Xie Lin asked. Not at all. Cheng Wei then reacted. Wait, dude, we're going out to have fun, and you still want to stream. Are you signed to Douyin for life, or something? What are you thinking? This is called professionalism. Xie Lin rolled his eyes at Cheng Wei. Cheng Wei didn't understand, and was utterly shocked. Was his brother really the type to be that dedicated? He highly doubted it. Whatever, well, set off soon. Get ready. They'll treat you to a meal when we get there. There's this farmhouse restaurant with a chicken and mushroom stew that's absolutely delicious. You won't forget it. With that, Cheng Wei dashed off. Xie Lin had lost all drowsiness now. He went back to wash up, changed clothes, grabbed his power bank and phone, and headed out. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw the street vendors already setting up their stalls and couldn't help marveling at their diligence, setting up before midnight, yet he wondered if they had any customers. Young man, you're up early today. Where are you off to? The Jianbing vendor greeted Xie Lin warmly. Hey, I'm heading to my buddy's chicken farm. I heard there's a place there that serves amazing chicken stew with mushrooms. Xie Lin chatted casually. Oh, what a coincidence. I love that dish too. Which restaurant is it? I'll have to try it when I get the chance, said the Jianbing vendor. I'm not sure myself. I'll ask my buddy when he gets here and let you know. Just then Cheng Wei pulled up in his van. Xie Lin asked him the name of the restaurant. and Cheng Wei told him directly. The Jianbing vendor, having learned the name, smiled and thanked them, telling them to drive carefully. After Xie Lin left, the Jianbing vendor took out his phone and reported the situation to Yang Shan. Chief, should I follow them? The vendor asked. Follow them. They're not criminals. Don't cause me trouble, Yang Shan quickly said. I'm just worried he might stir up something big again, the Jianbing vendor, who was actually a young police officer, replied. You can't restrict his freedom. Just sell your Jianbing quietly. Say another word and he'll confiscate your Jianbing money, Yang Shan said. After hanging up, the Jianbing vendor sighed. Captain Yang always threatened him with money, and he always fell for it. The scenic area was picking up recently and business was good. Suddenly realizing he was a police officer, he felt a pang of regret. Wrong, he almost got lost in it. Over there, Xie Lin and Cheng Wei drove for an hour and a half before finally reaching Cheng Wei's family chicken farm. Cheng Wei stepped on the gas and sped into the farm. Xie Lin looked around in amazement. Nice environment here. Your chickens probably won't get depressed. He glanced around but didn't see any chicken coops, so he asked where they were. Cheng Wei said casually, why do we need coops? Free range is the trend now. See that mountain? That's the coop. Xie Lin was impressed. Your chickens live in such a great environment. Mountains, water, food, drink. They almost live better than I do. When I leave, catch me a few chickens to take along. Cheng Wei was stunned. Since when did you learn to cook? Xie Lin replied calmly, I can't cook. I just can't stand these chickens living better than me. Cheng Wei was speechless. You're too jealous. I need to stay away from you. With that, he started walking away. Xie Lin immediately asked, where are you going? To take you to eat chicken and calm your resentment, Cheng Wei said grumpily. Cheng Wei hopped up and followed behind Xie Lin. After eating, Xie Lin slumped in his chair, burping. The chicken stew with mushrooms was indeed delicious. The chicken was tender, the mushrooms fresh. Head, come again. Come on, take me up the mountain. I want to think of a way to drive away the wild boars. Having eaten and drunk, it was time to work. Cheng Wei led Xie Lin up a small path beside the farm. Along the way, they kept encountering chickens foraging leisurely. Seeing their carefree demeanor, Xie Lin's desire to stew them grew even stronger. When the time was right, Xie Lin greeted Cheng Wei and started his live stream. As soon as the stream began, fans flooded in. They immediately noticed the background was different from usual. Brother Six, where are you? The background's off. The scenery behind the streamer is beautiful. Tell us where you are, and he'll come find you. Upstairs, you're a grown man. What are you finding? Brother Six, you're not going to do handcraft today, are you? No. Streamer M from Tianjiang Company. Let's cooperate on that flying sword. Xie Lin saw this comment and ignored it completely. Who would send a cooperation request via chat comment? It felt like a prank. Folks, we have a different mission today. We're streaming from another place, but first let me show you something. He flipped the camera. Look at this environment. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed, Xie Lin had chosen a great spot. The camera showed a clear blue sky, white clouds, distant mountains, a stream below, and birdsong all around. A truly refreshing sight. Fans nodded in agreement. The environment was truly wonderful. It made people want to immerse themselves in nature. Seeing the right moment, Xie Lin grinned. Folks, did you know? This beautiful place is a chicken farm. The live stream audience paused, then heard Xie Lin say, the chickens are living a life of retirement. Folks, you still need to work hard. Fans mentally cursed and began to attack Xie Lin. I knew Brother Six wasn't showing us the scenery for nothing. He was setting us up. Brother Six, you're such a dog. From now on, we'll call you Dog Brother. Brother Six deliberately stabbed our hearts. What a dog. I misjudged you. So am I supposed to become a chicken? Upstairs, send a photo. If you're good looking, he'll support you. Let's talk privately. What are you doing upstairs? This is a live stream, not a personal chat room. Brother Six, look what you've done. This place has turned into a chicken finding party. The live stream quickly became chaotic. Xie Lin hurried to calm the netizens. These netizens almost got his stream banned. Folks, it's my fault. To make it up to you after the stream, Inswell hold a lucky draw. The winners will get a chicken, ending their retirement early. The resentment in the live stream immediately halved. Brother Six is such a dog, ha. Suddenly, I don't envy these chickens anymore. What's going on? I think Brother Six just doesn't want the chickens to live too comfortably, so he's doing this draw. Xie Lin saw this comment and immediately denied it. I'm doing this to strengthen our friendship. How can you think that? You are breaking my heart. The netizens fell silent. Xie Lin's denial was too quick, which only convinced them. So that's what Brother Six is really like. After a bit of banter, Xie Lin finally got down to business. Today we're streaming from here. This chicken farm belongs to my buddy. He says wild boars keep sneaking in to attack his chicks, so he asked me to see if there's any way to drive them away. So today's mission is to patrol the mountain and deal with the wild boars. And at the same time take you folks on a virtual tour. The netizens had no objections. Streaming anywhere was fine, and they were curious how the two of them would drive off the wild boars. Xie Lin held up his phone chatting with netizens while listening to Cheng Wei introduce the place. Along the way, they occasionally spotted chickens strolling leisurely. The netizens found it amusing. These chickens really did look carefree, envious, and even more eager to eat them. The two wandered to the back without realizing it. Cheng Wei noticed a gap torn in the wire fence and immediately sensed trouble. He called his father to ask about the breach, only to learn that there had been no hole there that morning. Lin, something's wrong. We need to get down the mountain now. Cheng Wei quickly explained the situation. When the livestream audience heard that a wild boar might have gotten in, they were both excited and scared. Just then they heard rustling sounds nearby and instantly became alert. They cautiously peered over and saw a stout, hefty wild boar devouring a chicken. A silent "holy crap" flashed through Xie Lin's mind. The two exchanged glances and crept backward. The boar, after finishing its meal, turned and spotted them. Their eyes met, and the air went still for a few seconds. Then Cheng Wei grabbed Xie Lin and bolted. The boar watched the fleeing two-legged creatures and belatedly realized they were its afternoon snack. It gleefully gave chase. "Holy crap, Wei, you never said there were wild boars at the chicken farm." "I didn't know either. They usually come out at night, never during the day." "What do we do now?" Xie Lin's legs churned frantically. "Run faster," Cheng Wei shouted between breaths. Damn, thank goodness the system had strengthened his body, who otherwise, with his weak physique, had have been a wild boar's snack by now. The boar behind them grew more excited. "Mom, these two snacks are so lively. They'll bring one back for you to taste." It pursued relentlessly, nearly goring them several times. "Such fragrant treats. Come into my mouth. Can we lose it?" "No." Xie Lin had no energy left for expressions. "You scare it off. Do I look like I can take on a wild boar?" They ran at full speed, shouting as they went. Cheng Wei spotted a tree ahead. "Lin, climb that tree." Xie Lin hugged the trunk and shimmied up in a flash, perching on a branch, panting heavily. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Wei saw Xie Lin already up there and blurted out, "Holy crap, is this guy part monkey? Climbing that fast?" Without time to marvel, Cheng Wei hugged the tree and scrambled up, barely making it in the nick of time. He crouched on a branch, gasping for air. The two stared at each other from separate trees while the boar roared below. "Wei, I'm never coming to this chicken farm with you again. If I hadn't run so fast today, the whole village would be eating at my funeral feast tomorrow," Xie Lin said with a look of utter despair. Who could have guessed they changed their schedule to steal chickens during the day? Cheng Wei was equally helpless. Xie Lin caught his breath, pulled out his phone, and saw the live stream was still going. The comments were all asking if the streamer was okay, or even still alive. "Folks, your streamer's alive and didn't become boar feed. You won't be attending my funeral feast either," Xie Lin said into the camera. The viewers went wild. "Holy crap, you're actually fine. That was so intense just now. I saw the panic in your eyes through the screen. Good thing you and your buddy ran fast. Is there really a boar? Or is the streamer just faking it?" Xie Lin, seeing the doubt, flipped the camera to show the boar pacing beneath the tree. It really was a wild boar, not some staged act. "Bro, you're lucky to be alive, escaping from a boar's jaws." "Sorry, streamer, I thought it was just for show. Didn't realize it was real." "Is it illegal to kill a wild boar?" Forget about legality right now. The real question is how the streamer gets out of this. Good thing boars can't climb trees, or had be done for. Out of danger, Xie Lin felt playful enough to tease the viewers. They stayed up in the trees for about half an hour until Cheng Wei's father arrived with a few men and drove the boar away. Finally rescued, Xie Lin crouched back at the farm, pondering how to deter the boars. He opened the system and searched for a device to ward them off. Product: laser hunting rifle blueprint. Description: kill boars from 100 miles away, completely safe. Points required 200. Xie Lin pondered. Does the country even allow killing boars? Forget it, too bloody. He skipped it. Product: wild boar terrorizer blueprint. Description: scare boars insane, drive them to suicide. Points required 150. Now that's interesting. Scare them mad enough to off themselves. Should he give it a try? Just as he was about to redeem it, he realized the flaw. If the boars go crazy, won't they attack people? There are other farms nearby and villagers down the mountain. Forget it, causing a disaster would be a real problem. He scrolled for a while and finally found a suitable option. Product: wild boar repelling radar. Description: real-time detection of boar activity, immediately repels them upon detection. Points required 200. This is perfect. Meets all the requirements. This is the one. System redeemed this blueprint. Beep. Insufficient points. Would you like to tally yesterday's video points? Xie Lin was stunned. Not enough points. Oh right, he had used them all on upgrades yesterday, leaving only 160. Tally yesterday's video points. Ding. Tally complete. Current points, 3,000. Total points, 3,160. Congratulations, host. Your video has surpassed 3,000 views. Reward: 2 skill upgrades. Xie Lin rubbed his hands together excitedly. This was his first time hitting 3,000 views. He was really getting the hang of this influencer thing. System redeemed the blueprint for me. Ding. Redemption successful. 200 points deducted. Remaining points 2,960. The blueprint for the wild boar repelling radar instantly flooded his mind. After studying it carefully, he understood its principle. Simply put, it uses radar to detect boars, and then flashes lights or emits sounds to drive them away. Time to build it today. Let the boars run rampant no more. The live stream viewers watched Xie Lin stare blankly into space, some wondering if had been scared senseless. Though being scared witless was understandable, it was a wild boar after all. Most people wouldn't have outrun it. Xie Lin picked up his phone and saw the comments calling him scared silly. He got indignant. How could a man of his stature be frightened by a mere wild boar? Pure slander. He stood up abruptly, but his leg cramped and he nearly toppled over. Luckily Cheng Wei caught him just in time. What's wrong? Scared stiff. Cheng Wei eyed him suspiciously. I just got a leg cramp. You're the one who's scared. Xie Lin shot back. By the way, where can I buy copper aluminum and some composite materials around here? Xie Lin asked. What do you need those for? Did you come up with a way to drive off the boars? Cheng Wei said excitedly. Xie Lin didn't understand why the guy was so worked up. Sort of. I have a rough idea. Great. Tell me how much you need, and he'll have it delivered right now. Cheng Wei was incredibly eager. Xie Lin reported the required materials and quantities along with a development board, the versatile tool of the tech world. Cheng Wei immediately made a call to have everything delivered. When netizens learned that Xie Lin was going to handcraft a device to drive away wild boars, they flocked to the live stream to watch the spectacle. Xie Lin first borrowed Cheng Wei's computer to write a program inputting images of wild boars for recognition. The algorithm would automatically identify the boars. He then began tinkering with a radar system. The version he was handcrafting was a simplified one using ready-made Wi-Fi patch antennas. Its shape was a long rectangular box, unlike the traditional rotating skin radar. The exterior was densely packed with independent signal units. He brought out an old monitor from Cheng Wei's chicken farm to serve as the radar display. However, netizens noted that the radar's appearance seemed quite different from conventional radar. This time Xie Lin didn't handcraft a drone, but bought a few along with the materials. He rewrote the drone's program to connect with the radar signal, using the radar to control the drone. 2 hours later, Xie Lin's radar was finally assembled. By then it was dark outside. Folks' perseverance pays off. My wild boar repeller is finally done, Xie Lin said, rubbing his sore wrists. Bro, this repeller of yours looks really weird. How does it work? I don't get it. Maybe we should test it out first. Xie Lin felt a bit proud. Folks, let me tell you, this repelling device uses radar signals to identify wild boars and coordinates with the drone to drive them away. As he spoke, Xie Lin flipped the switch, showing the netizens how the radar operated. Wait bro, why isn't this radar spinning? What if multiple boars show up at once? Netizens immediately raised different opinions. Not spinning is exactly right. See this? These are signal units, each one a transmitter. This expands the detection area several times over, allowing us to identify targets without rotating. Haha, the best part is it can track multiple targets simultaneously. Rest assured folks, the Handcraft King's products are always top-notch. Xie Lin patted his chest as a guarantee. He then took the time to explain the device's structure and working principle in detail. After finishing, he called for Cheng Wei to go install the radar for a test. Cheng Wei immediately agreed. The two carried the equipment up the mountain, installing the radar behind the chicken farm and positioning the drone at the edge. Once a boar was detected, the radar would alert the drone, which would then fly to the location to drive it away. However, to guard against a large number of boars, Xie Lin also fitted the radar with a cannon-like attachment. This device was for emitting a blinding light. If the drone failed to respond within 5 seconds, it would fire the light to scare off the boars. The two returned to the chicken farm's shelter and kept watch over the monitor. The way do we really have to stay up all night? Xie Lin was a night owl, but staying up the entire night was too much for him. We won't need the whole night. A boar came in during the day, so it's bound to come back for a second time. Cheng Wei said, how about you keep watch here and I go get some sleep? The moment Xie Lin said that, the netizens protested. They also wanted to see if the repeller actually worked. Left with no choice, Xie Lin had to stay by the monitor. In the middle of the night, a groggy Xie Lin was jolted awake by a sudden alarm. What the heck? Cheng Wei immediately stared at the display where a wild boar was heading toward the chicken farm. The nearby drone received the signal and flew straight for the boar. The boar was the same one from earlier that day. Having tasted success in the daylight, it had snuck back under the cover of night. Suddenly, hearing a buzzing sound ahead, the boar looked up and scanned around, quickly spotting a glowing object flying toward it, crackling with noise. What on earth is that? The boar retreated cautiously, but the object followed closely, hovering at a height just out of reach. The sound it made was one that terrified the boar, sending it turning tail and running. The drone gave chase for a short distance before giving up. Cheng Wei, having watched the whole scene from inside, exclaimed in amazement, "Dude, what have you been secretly learning? Are all college students this impressive these days?" Cheng Wei asked, stunned. Hearing this, the netizens in the live stream scoffed. "Brother's college is different from ours. We're students, he's a beast student. No, don't get us wrong. We college students aren't like this. We undergrads aren't either. Bro is clearly a mutant strain, you can't judge him by normal standards." Xie Lin felt his phone vibrate and looked down. Oh, the folks are still here. It's this late, and they're still full of energy. He chatted casually with them for a bit, then thought about how late it was. 3 a.m. and how these people could really stay up. No way. You promised a giveaway and haven't done it yet. Yeah, we're waiting for those free-range chickens. Xie Lin quickly completed the day's giveaway. 50 chickens for 50 winners. After the draw, he immediately ended the stream, not giving anyone a chance to speak. He'll buy these chickens and send them out over the next couple of days. Xie Lin said with a yawn. No need'll cover it. You helped out so much today, there's no way I'm letting you pay. Cheng Wei replied. After some back and forth, they finally settled that Xie Lin would provide the chickens and Cheng Wei would cover the radar material costs. Once that was settled, Xie Lin went back inside and crashed into bed. The clip from this live stream that netizens turned into a video was the part where Xie Lin was chased by the boar, which had everyone laughing. Truly, if you escape, it becomes a joke. If you don't, it's your last portrait. Xie Lin woke up at 11 a.m. His mind still foggy. Damn the after effects of staying up late. This damn biological clock. Can't get up, whatever, no need to force it. He picked up his phone and posted a message saying today's stream was cancelled. After lounging for a bit, he heard voices outside. He stepped out and saw Cheng Wei looking full of energy. We both stayed up late. How is this guy so lively? After lunch, Xie Lin headed home with Cheng Wei. On the way, they passed the pancake stand owner who was scrolling through videos on his phone with a serious look on his face. Then the owner looked up in his direction and gave him a friendly wave. Xie Lin waved back and returned home. It felt like he'd gone out just to experience a life or death rush and then build a boar repeller. Why does it feel like being forced to go to work? Just then Yang Shan called Xie Lin, telling him that the spy he had reported 2 days ago had been investigated and arrested. The director decided to award Xie Lin a certificate for being an outstanding citizen. Xie Lin asked expectantly, "Is there a cash prize too?" "Yes, 500,000. Come to the bureau tomorrow to collect it." "Great." Xie Lin suddenly felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Lying in bed, Xie Lin remembered that his livestream viewership from yesterday hadn't been tallied yet. System, what was my popularity count yesterday? Ding. According to statistics, yesterday's viewers exceeded 3,000. You earned 3,200 popularity points. Total points, 6,160. Congratulations, host, for exceeding 3,000 points in a single session. You are rewarded with 2 skill upgrades. Please select the skills you wish to upgrade. Xie Lin thought about the 2 skill upgrades he received yesterday. Now he had 4 upgrade rewards. With 6,000 points, that meant 12 skill upgrades. Xie Lin's eyes lit up instantly. Maxing out his skills was within reach. System upgrade: medicine by 3 levels, general biology by 3 levels, superphysics by 3 levels, and aerospace science by 5 levels. Keep 1,000 points in reserve. Ding. Upgrade successful. Deducted 5,000 points and 4 skill upgrade rewards. Remaining points, 1,160. Current skills are as follows: medicine level 10, a general biology level 5, a superphysics level 6, aerospace science level 10. Congratulations, host. Medicine and aerospace science have reached max level. You are rewarded with 1 body enhancement, 55 uses 2,000 upgrade points, and 1 skill upgrade. Xie Lin rubbed his hands together excitedly. Jackpot. Jackpot. This reward was incredibly generous. Could it be because 2 skills maxed out simultaneously? System, you're the best system ever. This reward is exactly what I wanted. Love you. Beep. Beep. Alert. System has received harassment. Host, please maintain proper decorum. A human-machine romance has no future. Xie Lin was speechless. This system was clearly an artificial idiot. Couldn't it tell he was joking? Indeed, AI would never replace humans. Tisk, so inexperienced. System, I'm curious. Where do you come from? Beep. Beep. Question exceeds parameters. System cannot answer. Xie Lin rubbed his chin, thoughtfully lost in contemplation. Exceeds parameters. Or was it just a lack of clearance? Something was suspicious. System upgrade: physics 4 times and biology once. Ding. Upgrade successful. Super physics level 10, a general biology level 6. Congratulations, host. Physics has reached max level. You are rewarded with 1 skill point upgrade. Congratulations, host. New skills unlocked: cosmic astronomy and genetics. Please allocate your points wisely. Xie Lin was stunned. New skills unlocked. But what were cosmic astronomy and genetics supposed to mean? He could understand medicine being a jack of all trades. Was genetics pushing him toward the medical field? System, can you tell me how many skills there are in total? Xie Lin asked curiously. Host, this is updated in real time. This system cannot answer that either. So the database was constantly updating, meaning more skills could appear at any time. He felt like he was never going to be done with work. After upgrading his skills, Xie Lin edited the video from his live stream the day before and posted it online. With nothing to do, Xie Lin suddenly felt lonely. He quickly realized this mindset was wrong. Isn't having nothing to do a good thing? Why was he feeling lonely? Just as he lay down comfortably, he remembered he hadn't yet written the code for the battle simulator he had promised Fu Guoqing. He cursed under his breath and got out of bed. He just couldn't stay idle. Scolding himself, he opened his computer and started programming. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he left the chicken farm, an inspection team arrived. The team was led by He Guang. Ever since he saw the wild boar repeller on Xie Lin's livestream, He Guang's eyes had lit up. Being a soldier, he thought more deeply. If this device could repel wild boars, could it repel other things too? How was it different from the radar they currently used? That's why he made the trip personally, to understand the full capabilities of this wild boar repeller. At that moment, the chicken farm owner Cheng Wei's father waited nervously at the foot of the mountain. Beside him stood his brother Cheng Wei's uncle. Brother, why would they suddenly come for an inspection? This has never happened before. Cheng Wei's father said with some anxiety. How would I know? We haven't broken any laws. Let them inspect if they want, Cheng Wei's uncle said. Despite his words, he couldn't help but worry. An inspection of their chicken farm out of the blue was definitely not normal. Just as the two were muttering to each other, a military vehicle pulled up in front of them. Guang got out followed by 3 soldiers in uniform. Cheng Wei's father and uncle were stunned. Wait, they were told it was an inspection, not a military inspection. What on earth had their chicken farm done? Now the two brothers were suspicious of each other, wondering if the other had been up to something at the farm. Guang looked around the chicken farm. The environment was indeed good. According to the documents submitted, wild boars frequently appeared in this area. Comrade, Cheng Wei's father said reluctantly. Guang softened his tone. Hello, fellow villager. Guang from the nearby military region. I'm here to look at the repeller at your chicken farm. No need to be nervous. How could they not be nervous? You're from the military region. Everyone knows police visits aren't scary, but military visits are terrifying. Your chicken farm installed a wild boar repeller yesterday. Could you show us? Guang said. Of course. The device is inside the chicken farm, Cheng Wei's father said nervously. In his mind, he wondered if there was something wrong with the repeller. He led Guang and his team into the farm. Inside the rest house, the repeller scanner and a monitoring device were set up. The scanner detected all suspicious objects within a 360-degree radius. At that moment, it was tracking a moving object. What is that? Guang asked in shock. Cheng Wei's father leaned in to look. Not sure. It's too blurry. It hasn't triggered an alert, so it's not a wild boar. Probably just a bird passing by. Guang felt his head spin. Cheng Wei's father continued. This device is great in every way except it always detects random things. But thankfully nothing bad has happened. It may not look like much, but it's quite useful. Last night 2 groups of wild boars appeared, and this thing drove them all away, Cheng Wei's uncle added. Guang stared at the detection screen, waiting until the tracked target disappeared before looking at the others. They might not know, but he certainly did. Although the tracked target was somewhat blurry, he could still recognize it. It was clearly a fighter jet passing by. Wow, a device meant to repel wild boars could actually monitor moving aerial targets. This is no mere wild boar repeller, it's essentially an aerial surveillance device. It's the optimal detection apparatus for countering aircraft and missiles. To think Xie Lin used it just to chase away wild boars, what a colossal waste. Go and drive a few boars over here. Let me see how it performs. Guang commanded. 2 soldiers acknowledged and headed straight into the mountains. Cheng Wei's father watched them with concern. Those were wild boars after all. What if someone got hurt? Noticing their apprehension, Guang explained, they're the fastest runners in the unit. Nothing will happen. The 2 soldiers soon returned, luring 3 wild boars. They sprinted ahead with the boars in hot pursuit. As they entered the monitoring zone, the detectors emitted a soft alert. Once the boars stepped into the repelling zone nearby, drones launched, instantly targeting all 3 simultaneously. Guang clapped his hands in admiration. This was a remarkable piece of tech. When the soldiers returned, he said with satisfaction, this repeller is truly excellent. Of course, last night's boars were all driven off by this. With this machine, we won't have to keep watch all night anymore. At that, Cheng Wei's father beamed like a blooming flower. No more living in constant fear. All right, we've seen enough. We won't disturb you further. Guang's purpose for this visit was to inspect the repeller. Now that its function was verified, he could go find Xie Lin. That kid should have brought out such a good thing sooner. At that moment, Xie Lin was busy coding the war simulator program. Fortunately, the core program wasn't extensive. Xie Lin worked straight through from morning until 10 o'clock, finally completing the task. Subsequently, he wrote a document explaining which code segments adjusted the human sensory data. The remaining data, on shell explosions, geographic mapping, and various weapon specs, would need the Research Institute to extract themselves. This code could be applied to land equipment as well as for simulating fighter jets. Speaking of fighter jets, an altitude simulator and a weather control valve were needed. This would allow for adjusting weather conditions later. He worked until midnight before finishing. Xie Lin transferred the data to a portable drive and sent a message to Fu Guiqing to have someone pick it up. Finally, free Xie Lin could lie down and play with his phone. Thinking about how he nearly died in those boars' jaws yesterday made him furious. It was only thanks to his quick reflexes that he escaped a moment slower and had have been done for. If only there was something that could fend off boar attacks, even for someone with bad legs. One radar wasn't enough, he needed to create something else to fend off the boars. Wouldn't it be perfect to have a sturdy shield to protect himself, or even the entire chicken farm? It could keep out the boars and prevent the chicks from escaping. He decided to do it. First, it couldn't be too complex. Second, it couldn't be too expensive, nor consume too much energy. An idea began to form in Xie Lin's mind, and he started browsing the system's blueprints. After searching, he found an energy shield that met his needs. Product: energy shield. Description: can cover up to 300 square kilometers, minimum 5 square meters. Exchange points for small shield: 300 points. That's 100 points more expensive than the radar. No matter, I've got plenty of points now. Xie Lin exchanged for the blueprint. Studying it, he roughly understood the principle. Simply put, it externalizes energy to form a barrier as hard as a shield, deflecting external attacks. Xie Lin was stunned. This was just like a protective barrier from those cultivation novels. Awesome. I've got to build this and show everyone. However, the biggest challenge lies in the energy source. Xie Lin decided to set this aside for now and research it slowly. The immediate question was what should he craft for his fans? While pondering, Xie Lin browsed the blueprints in the system. Suddenly one caught his eye. Product: Invincible Solo Wind Fire Wheels. Description: step on the wind fire wheels, and we're all Neza piercing the sky. Exchange points, 300 points. Wow, same price as the energy shield. I've got to exchange for this to take a look. The blueprint for the wind fire wheels suddenly appeared in Xie Lin's mind. After examining it, he understood the principle. This is fun. I'll craft these for my fans and show them something amazing. The next morning, Fu Guoqing woke up and saw Xie Lin's message. The core data was ready. Excellent. Now they could proceed to the next stage of research. The Research Institute and the military were collaborating to record various battlefield data, just waiting for the core program to integrate and run experiments. It was a pity he couldn't leave his post right now. He Guang make a trip to Sanluo district today. The simulator's core program is ready. Bring it back. Fu Guoqing contacted He Guang. The core program is done. Great, I'll bring it back today. He Guang acknowledged. Then he added, Academician Fu, I'll send you a video. Take a look at this technology. Don't tell me that kid has invented something else. Fu Guoqing asked, sensing it. Exactly. He made a wild boar repeller for a chicken farm the day before yesterday. I'm in Sanluo district now, so I'll go find him in a bit. He Guang said. Fu Guoqing thought to himself, just as I suspected. After the call ended, He Guang arrived at the street where Xie Lin lived. The military vehicle stopped right in front of Xie Lin's house. The soldiers who got out surveyed the surroundings with a slight pause. General, these street vendors don't look like ordinary people. He Guang smiled and scanned the area. Of course they're not ordinary. They're all police officers from Sanluo district. The soldier thought for a moment and understood the situation. At this time, Xie Lin had just woken up lying in bed trying to gather his thoughts. He heard a loud banging on his front door. Xie Lin guessed it was probably someone from Fu Guoqing's team to pick up the data. He opened the door and saw He Guang standing outside full of energy. That kind of vitality was certainly different from ordinary people. Hey, race your 500,000 yuan bonus. I'm also here to pick up the data. He Guang said as he entered the yard. It was Xie Lin's first time seeing 500,000 yuan in cash. His eyes widened. Only Chairman Mao's face could be his one true idol. He'll get the data right now. Xie Lin went inside and returned shortly with a portable hard drive, handing it to He Guang. This is the core data for the simulator. Just expand the program from what's inside. Adjust the battlefield data, weapon stats, and sensory feedback as you see fit. He Guang stored the drive and said, when the experiment results are out, I'll invite you to be the first to try it. Xie Lin immediately declined. A war simulator. Going in there was like walking to one's death. He had absolutely no desire to experience that. Do you have the data for that repeller you made the day before yesterday? He Guang asked. Xie Lin looked at him puzzled. What for? You guys planning on repelling wild boars too? Boars? No. I went to the chicken farm yesterday. That repeller's technology can be adapted for military use, to monitor enemy aircraft, drones, and missiles from the air. This is a veritable game changer. Xie Lin's bewildered mind instantly cleared up. So this is how the wild boar repeller can be used. From now on, don't call it a wild boar repeller anymore. It's too low class. He Guang joked. Xie Lin fell silent. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Is this data complex? Can you write it out now? He Guang asked. It's quite simple. He'll go write it right away. Having received 500, Xie Lin was in a very good mood. He Guang patted Xie Lin on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. The country needs this. Fine, if the country needs it, I'll get it done right now. Xie Lin returned indoors and began writing the program for the wild boar repeller, also sketching out the blueprints. The researchers at the institute are professionals. They should understand what it's all about. The repeller program wasn't actually complex, but since he was at it, he might as well write it all out. In about an hour, Xie Lin finished it, saving it all on a hard drive for He Guang to take along. Comrade, Xie, the motherland and the people will remember you. He Guang saluted Xie Lin solemnly. This left Xie Lin unsure of how to react, his hands and feet feeling out of place. Why make such a big deal out of this out of the blue? It was oddly exciting. He Guang left Xie Lin's house with the items to report back. Watching him leave, Xie Lin was suddenly filled with regret. He should have recorded that moment. Posting it on his account would definitely boost his popularity. How could he have forgotten? What a missed opportunity. Xie Lin lamented while starting to prepare for today's live stream. He started the stream on time, and viewers immediately flooded in with greetings. Bro 6, you're finally live. Even the village mule wouldn't dare rest this long. Bro 6, did you get scared by the wild boar? Go on, tell us, we promise not to laugh. A whole day? You disappeared for a whole day? We were about to file a missing person report. Came in after seeing the video. Is this the streamer who got chased by the wild boar? Streamer, how did you convince the wild boar to cooperate with your stream? Ha, great question from the person above. Bro 6, I want to see the wild boar stream again. When are you two teaming up for another round? Xie Lin looked at the barrage, feeling for the first time that he must have committed many sins in his past life. Look at the things they were saying. Can't cooperate anymore. I'm afraid your wallets won't survive it. Xie Lin said helplessly. Just as the viewers were puzzled, Xie Lin explained, if we cooperate again, it'll be done for. Then you'd have to come to my funeral and give money in a white envelope. Isn't that your wallet's taking a hit? See, wallets won't survive. Viewers exclaimed, damn. They really hadn't thought of it from that angle. Wait a minute, is life and death something to joke about so casually? Folks, enough chit-chat. Let's start today's stream. Today I've decided to skip the serious stuff. Let's do something relaxing and handmade. Xie Lin said, Bro 6, is anything handmade ever relaxing? I want to know what relaxing thing Bro 6 is going to do. Curious one. Xie Lin gave a sly smile. Tired of the rich food. Today let's have some light porridge and simple dishes. The viewers weren't buying it. They liked the rich food and didn't want any light porridge. Unfortunately, Xie Lin chose to ignore them. Just then a foreign ID sent a message saying they liked watching the streamer make weapons and were eager to see what surprise he had today. A viewer who knew English translated it immediately, and they all called out to Xie Lin. Bro 6, there's a bunch of foreigners here wanting to see you make weapons by hand. How did another group of foreigners get here? When did that happen? Probably the same group that flooded in last time. These are the ones who stayed captivated by Bro 6's charm. So Bro 6 has international fans now. Bro 6, you better perform well in front of the foreigners. Don't mess up. Yeah, give these foreigners something to be amazed by. Xie Lin laughed at the barrage. Don't worry, folks. I said we're doing something light today, but I won't let you down. Come on, let's go get the raw materials. Xie Lin led the viewers to Uncle Shin's corner store, where he bought 2 boxes of Moguang brand gel pens along with refills, compasses, and other stationery. The viewers in the live stream were increasingly confused. Bro 6, what are you buying stationery for? Bro 6, give us a hint, so we can be mentally prepared. I have a feeling Bro 6 is trying to slack off today, which is why he said head make something light. Now that you mention it, that's totally something Bro 6 would do. Is the streamer buying stationery just to brush us off? Maybe just stick to making weapons. Xie Lin looked at the barrage and said, folks, making weapons right now is a bit risky. I'm afraid I might get locked up and not be able to come out. So let's do a stationery makeover instead. The fans were full of question marks. A stationery makeover. Do you even hear yourself? What can you possibly do with stationery? Just watch. Xie Lin disassembled the gel pens and then reassembled them in a peculiar way. In just a few moments, he transformed a few pens into something resembling a machine gun. The viewers blinked. What did they miss? How did a gun just appear out of stationery? Bro 6 would do it again. I didn't see how you turned stationery into a weapon. He just did this and that, and then it became this. Stationery into weapons. Bro 6, you're truly amazing. Xie Lin smiled proudly. Folks, let me teach you. It's simple. Turning stationery into weapons is so easy, anyone with hands can do it. First, take apart a pen. Make sure to disassemble it completely clean. Then take this spring and do this. Finally, remove this part from the cap and attach it here. And there you have it, a working stationary gun. The viewers were exclaiming in awe. How did he come up with this? It's the same brain. Why is his so different from ours? Alright, now let me show you another type of toy gun. There's another one. Xie Lin took out 2 more pens. Unscrew the bottom part. Take off the clicker from the cap. Invert the refill. Like this. This part here is the trigger. Bang, bang. The refill embedded itself into the cardboard in front. The viewers' jaws dropped. This thing actually has some power. Elementary school kids shouldn't learn this. It's too dangerous. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Xie Lin quickly explained. Right. This is too dangerous for elementary school kids. It's just right for adults to play with. I'm making it right now. Once I'm done, it'll be the coolest guy in my dorm. I've already graduated. What good is telling me this now? Has Moguang switched from stationary to arms dealing? Bro 6, you better be careful, or one day we might need real name registration to buy pens. Xie Lin then took out a few more pen refills. Come on, buddies, our stationary weapons aren't over yet. Now let me show you a pen refill compound bow. Here, bend this refill, but not too much. Make a few more, tie them together with rubber bands. Finally, use this rubber band as the string. There, we've made a compound bow. Let's demonstrate. Xie Lin placed a refill on the arrow, and with a swoosh the refill pierced the cardboard box in front. Perfect. Did you kids learn how to do it? The fans in the live stream shouted that they hadn't learned. How is this kid's brain wired? Why is he so smart? Do it again, I haven't learned. Good heavens, lucky this guy graduated early. I wonder how cocky he'd be if he were still in school. He's already pretty cocky. Xie Lin was indeed very cocky, his smug expression impossible to hide. Xie Lin then modified a compass into a machine gun, showing off to the netizens again. Finally, he said with some regret, what a pity. Why did I only think of these tricks now? If I had known earlier, I can't imagine how happy I would have been. The fans couldn't stand it anymore. You're already happy now, and not just happy, you're showing off. I have reason to suspect that today's live stream on stationary weapons was intentional. Deliberately showing off in front of us. Brother 6, you're still such a dog. Xie Lin, you caught me, Just tell me, didn't I share the joy? Once you learn, you can show off in front of your friends. Makes sense. Once he learned, he would go out and show off. Suddenly a foreign ID sent a bullet comment. Your little toys are really cute, but unfortunately I have them all. I heard that you Dragon Country people all know Kung Fu. Can you perform it? Or can you show me your country's traditional weapons? Netizens who knew English translated the bullet comment. Where did this foreigner come from? Probably the badge from last time. I didn't expect they were secretly lurking. Huh, a foreigner. When did Brother Six go international? Traditional weapons. What do you want me to handcraft, a shield or a spear? What's there to prove? In the cold weapon era, everyone was the same. The other side then sent a bullet comment. No, I've seen videos. You Dragon Country people know Kung Fu, so your weapons must be different. The fans fell silent. Who was spreading the rumor that Dragon Country people know Kung Fu? Anyway, they didn't. No, you must all know it. I just want to see your traditional weapons. Let me witness their power. The fans grew even more silent, and Xie Lin was amused. Dear foreign friend, if you want to see traditional weapons, that's fine. He'll show you right now. Xie Lin said with a smile. The netizens' eyes widened. No, Brother Six, don't just agree recklessly. What is Brother Six up to now? I always feel Brother Six is going to cause trouble. What traditional weapons are there here? Streamer, don't fool the foreigners, it will affect our image. Xie Lin placed his phone aside with the camera exactly capturing him and the target in front. Then Xie Lin said to the camera, this is a little bonus for the live stream to entertain everyone. Foreign friends, we have many traditional weapons. Everything you can see is our weapon. Foreign friend. Domestic netizens. Xie Lin picked up a wooden board from the ground, placed it on the opposite table, and stood opposite it. He picked up a pen refill that had fallen while making toy weapons earlier. This is a ballpoint pen refill, one of our traditional weapons. With that, he flicked his wrist, and the pen refill was firmly embedded in the wooden board in front. Netizens. Foreigner, my god. Xie Lin, as the most traditional weapon, a needle. With a twist of his wrist, smack, the needle also stuck into the wooden board. Oh right, we like to use whatever is available. Look at this twig. Smack, it stuck into the board. And this leaf. Oh, and this potato chip works too. Let alone this iron sheet. Xie Lin demonstrated more than a dozen traditional weapons in one go, then stopped with a look of lingering enjoyment. Foreign friends, all of the above are just a part of our traditional weapons. As I said, everything you can see is our traditional weapon. The live stream became much quieter, then suddenly exploded into chaos. Foreign netizens, oh my god, I knew you Dragon Country people all know Kung Fu. Kung Fu. Kung Fu. I want to become your disciple. Wow, this is so cool. Dragon Country people are so amazing. Everything becomes a weapon in their hands. No wonder they research new weapons. Their traditional weapons are truly terrifying. I want to go to Dragon Country. I want to be friends with them. Domestic netizens were dumbfounded and shocked. Wait, you were asked to show weapons, but you showed hidden weapons. And even if you showed hidden weapons, why did you say they are our traditional weapons? Foreigners, don't be shocked, yet let me, a domestic, be shocked first. Brother Six, when did you switch careers to become an assassin? What's going on? Aren't you a DIY blogger? Is this what a DIY blogger should be? How is this not a kind of craft? Smoke. It's over now. The foreigners are even more convinced that we all know Kung Fu. The matter of Dragon Country people knowing Kung Fu will never be cleared up. Streamer, should you go file a report at the police station? This is dangerous. As an old fan, I think Brother Six has shown off again, and this time in a big way. Xie Lin felt pleased reading the bullet comments. Buddies, how was my performance? I definitely fooled these foreigners. He said this while proudly lifting his chin. You not only fooled the foreigners, but also fooled the domestics. Brother Six, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Xie Lin's display instantly attracted a lot of netizens, but before they could finish being amazed, Xie Lin ended today's live stream. Wow, today was really fulfilling. Not only did I show off, teach stationary weapons, but I also showed off. Life is really getting more and more promising. Xie Lin had no idea that this video had spread overseas. A group of naive little foreigners watched the video and were completely stunned. Dragon Country people all know Kung Fu. Don't mess with Dragon Country people from now on. Overseas students studying abroad were in trouble. Those foreign classmates insisted on the Dragon Country students performing a traditional weapon for them. At first, they didn't understand what traditional weapon meant, but after watching the video, was this a test of their limits? The chaos outside didn't affect Xie Lin in the slightest. At that moment, he was rubbing his hands together, eagerly awaiting the system's tally of today's popularity points. Ding! 2,000 popularity points today, and the video uploaded yesterday earned 2,500 points, totaling 5,060 points. Xie Lin was thrilled. He kept 2,000 points and used 3,000 for upgrades, which meant 6 upgrades in total. System max out biology and upgrade all other skills once. Oh, and add the bonus skill point from last time to astronomy. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. Biology has reached max level. A bonus skill point has been awarded. Well, maxed out already. Add this bonus point to genetics. Upgrade successful. Current skill points are as follows: genetics level 2, cosmic astronomy level 2. Xie Lin now realized these were the only 2 skills left that needed upgrading. This was fantastic. Soon all his skills would be maxed out. At the Research Institute, He Guang brought the data over. Their machine prototype had already been built. All that remained was to inject the core programs and integrate battlefield data before they could enter the experimental phase. Fu Guoqing opened the hard drive and scanned the data, his eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. The data Xie Lin provided wasn't just limited to land-based weaponry, it also included core data for aerial and naval combat. It was all open source. In the future, any researcher at the Institute could modify and adapt these programs to apply them to new tools. He Guang's eyes lit up even more at this explanation. Does this mean we could build a fully comprehensive combat simulator? Theoretically, yes, Fu Guoqing said excitedly. If they could simulate a soldier's physical condition and combine it with the simulator's coordinated combat, it would truly be a complete virtual battlefield. Fu Guoqing was just musing as the technical difficulty of such a feat was extraordinarily high. By the way, Xie Lin also gave me the core program for a repeller device. Here are the blueprints. He handed the items over. I believe this thing is the multi-ray radar we've been developing. Fu Guoqing looked at the blueprints, his fingers trembling slightly. This was indeed the multi-ray radar they were trying to build. Just 2 days ago, they had finalized the direction for their research, and now Xie Lin had given them such a tremendous surprise. Heaven blesses our dragon nation. These blueprints couldn't have come at a better time. Fu Guoqing exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Elder Huang walked in from outside, catching the tail end of Fu Guoqing's exclamation. What blueprints? Seeing it was Elder Huang, Fu Guoqing said excitedly. Elder Huang, we don't need to research the multi-ray radar anymore. Hearing that the research was no longer needed, Elder Huang's expression immediately soured. But before he could speak, Fu Guoqing handed him the blueprints. This is the multi-ray radar that Xie Lin developed. Take a look. Elder Huang was taken aback. They had just settled on the research direction, and now the blueprints were already here. Elder Huang immediately dove into studying them, growing more and more excited. The direction aligns perfectly with ours and the functions are similar. So that's how it works. Excellent. Excellent. Did you draw these blueprints? Fu Guoqing quickly denied it. No, Xie Lin drew them. He invented a wild boar repeller a couple of days ago, and this is the technology it uses. He then recounted the whole story to Elder Huang. Elder Huang listened with a sense of regret. Even a chicken farm is using this technology, and we haven't even managed to develop it yet. Sigh. Elder Huang, there's no need for self-reproach. This technology. Fu Guoqing started to console him. Civilian technology is iterating far too quickly. They say masters are found among the people, and it's absolutely true, Elder Huang said with a self-deprecating laugh. He then added, I'm very curious about this Xie Lin now. I must meet him when I have the time. But for now we need to develop this radar. Unfortunately, I can't go just yet. If you'd like to meet him, Elder Huang, I can bring Xie Lin here, He Guang offered. No, we shouldn't scare the young lad. Alright, with these blueprints the research will be much faster. Wait until I've finished this busy period. At that moment, frontline soldiers reported detecting an American aircraft intruding into their nation's airspace. However, when they attempted to track it again, the aircraft had vanished from their monitors. He Guang was furious upon hearing this news. Those damned Americans. Do they think the Dragon Nation is someone to be trifled with? They keep violating our airspace. What angered him even more was the fact that their radar couldn't even detect the aircraft's trace. This infuriated them further. Fu Guoqing's expression darkened. The Dragon Nation's technology lagged behind the West by many years. American fighter jets frequently intruded into their airspace, coming and going with impunity, while the nation was utterly helpless. Their planes utilized the latest stealth technology, rendering our radar completely ineffective. This posed a severe threat to the safety of the people. If America were to launch an attack at this moment, the Dragon Nation would suffer catastrophic losses. Faced with America's provocation, the entire military was seething with anger. They vowed to develop a radar capable of detecting American fighter jets, ensuring they would never dare to violate their airspace again. Now we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Before long, America won't dare to harass our nation again. Fu Guoqing stated. They'll get this radar into the experimental phase as soon as possible. If the data is confirmed accurate, we can move to production within a week at the latest, he added. Elder Huang's expression was grim as well. He felt a sense of responsibility for the nation's lack of firepower. He took the blueprints and headed straight back to the research lab. Fu Guoqing couldn't stop him and could only watch as Elder Huang threw himself into his work. It seems I need to assign someone to keep a close watch on Xie Lin's livestream. If he comes up with anything new, I want to know about it immediately, Fu Guoqing said half-jokingly. The military already has people in his livestream chat, He Guang said. A thought suddenly struck him, and he quickly asked, Academician Fu, what do you think Xie Lin's ceiling is? What do you mean? If I were to propose a new technical challenge to him, do you think he could pull it off? He Guang asked. Based on our interactions, so far his abilities have already reached the level of our research institute. As for his ceiling, we could always test it. How did a talent like him slip through our fingers? Fu Guoqing lamented every time he thought about it. After graduating from university, he entered the workforce. He became a handicraft blogger because he couldn't find a job. He Guang had Xie Lin's file memorized. How many talents like Xie Lin do you think are out there in the civilian world? I don't know how many there are, but I doubt there are many who measure up to Xie Lin. After all, who else would casually hand-build a war simulator or create a multi-array radar? This kid was definitely... Forget it. I initially wanted the nation to conduct a comprehensive civilian survey, but that might be too difficult to pull off. Let's start with the enterprises instead. Let's see if we're being choked by the West, or if we've got our sweater on inside out strangling ourselves. Fu Guiqing said. Xie Lin, sound asleep, could never have dreamed that he had been singled out, and because of him the nation was about to launch an industrial survey campaign. The national survey moved quickly. On the first day, Fu Guiqing proposed the idea. On the second day, the execution plan and task assignments were finalized. By the third day, orders were issued and various departments swung into action. Xie Lin only learned about it from the news, puzzled as to why the nation had suddenly started investigating enterprises. Recently, those companies had become much more obedient, terrified of being found guilty of any illegal activities. Xie Lin woke up earlier than usual today, probably because he had gone to bed early the night before. After getting up, he remembered that his energy shield project wasn't finished. He began studying the blueprints to figure out how to make it work. After half a day of research, he found that while the design could defend against electromagnetic attacks, it fell far short against physical ones. To withstand a wild boar's charge, he would need to rethink the whole approach. Xie Lin stared at the sky, lost in thought. An energy shield was invisible by nature. He needed something within it that could make it manifest. If air could be transformed into rice, then it could be transformed into other things too. And if air could be changed, what about wind? What about light? An idea soon struck Xie Lin. He would add a special substance to the existing design, a material he named shield. This substance could decompose visible matter and synthesize it into a hard shield. Only with the shield substance could the energy truly become a solid defense. However, the exact amount of this substance needed to withstand external attacks still required experimentation. But with a clear goal in mind, the rest became much simpler. At 2 o'clock, Xie Lin started his live stream on time, greeted by an even more enthusiastic welcome from viewers than usual. Did you all run into some good luck today? You seem so happy. Xie Lin asked curiously. We're just happy to see Brother Six streaming. Yeah, without Brother Six, who would handcraft high-tech weapons for us? The guy above is hilarious. Aren't you all scared by Brother Six's hidden weapons? I finally found this blogger. Just because you showed that hidden weapon online, now my whole class is surrounding me, demanding I demonstrate our Dragon Nation's traditional weapons. I'm just an ordinary international student. I don't know how to use an assassin's weapons. The guy above is hilarious. Don't worry, just tell them your sect rules forbid you from showing off easily. Seriously though, yesterday my friend abroad contacted me too, asking for a demo. Good thing I already graduated. Xie Lin sheepishly touched his nose. Well, I didn't expect those foreigners to be so curious. Some overseas students began playfully condemning Xie Lin, while domestic fans watched with amusement. Serves him right for showing off without thinking. Maybe this will teach him not to brag anymore. After this little interlude, Xie Lin started the day's live stream. Folks, to make up for it, today's handcraft project is your choice. Option A, handcraft a robot. Option B, handcraft wind fire wheels. Take your pick. Xie Lin even set up a poll on the screen. The viewers were curious about both options. What kind of robot is it? Are they Nez has wind fire wheels? Awesome. Last time we made a flying sword, today it's wind fire wheels. I choose the wheels. He'll pick the robot. I want to see what kind of robot Brother Six can whip up. The viewers were divided, but in the end the wind fire wheels narrowly won the vote. Great choice, folks. I only just finished these wind fire wheels a couple of days ago, Xie Lin said with a wide grin. His longtime fans instantly knew the drill. This guy was about to start showing off again. Brother Six, can these wheels actually fly? Of course. If they couldn't fly, they wouldn't be called wind fire wheels. You're all about to witness a miracle firsthand, Xie Lin declared with a confident smile. Hurry up, we want to see these wind fire wheels. Xie Lin set up his phone and placed the materials on the table. Folks, these wind fire wheels are actually a form of technology. Xie Lin explained while writing code. Soon the programming was complete. Then he started crafting the wheels. The wheels can be made of any material. Once the wheels are done, wrap this strip around the edge to simulate the flames. Next, we make the wristbands and the belt. Their function is to link with the wheels to form a stable structure. There are balancers inside to keep you from falling. Xie Lin explained as he worked, though whether the viewers could follow along was another matter entirely. Ever since his brain had been developed and his skills maxed out, Xie Lin found everything he did went smoothly. Take today's wind fire wheels for example. He finished them in just 2 hours. When he flipped the switch, it looked the part. The 2 wheels floated in midair, and with the cold light strips, it truly felt like a cyberpunk version of wind fire wheels. Whoa, he actually made it. Wait, is this even possible? Someone explain. Brother Six, tell us the truth. Did you secretly go into cultivation and put spiritual energy in there? Xie Lin's face showed a hint of excitement. Folks, the moment of truth has arrived. Xie Lin buckled his belt, put on the wristbands, and carefully stepped onto the 2 wheels holding the wall for support. During construction, he had attached a transparent footboard to make it easier to stand. After activating the program, Xie Lin stood steadily on the wheels as they slowly lifted him 2 meters into the air. His initial nervousness vanished, replaced by pure excitement. Folks, look, I did it. I'm flying. Xie Lin shouted excitedly, holding his phone. The viewers in the live stream were even more thrilled. It actually worked. But will it fall? Oh my god, Brother 6, you've completed another great invention. Xie Lin then began maneuvering the wind-fire wheels forward. Once he got the hang of it, he really let loose, moving forward, backward, flying steadily. The more he played, the more thrilled he became. Folks, am I cool or what? Get your screenshots ready. Screenshot now. I guarantee there's no wire work. He's really flying, ha. Folks, I can even fly like this. The viewers in the live stream were howling with excitement, telling Xie Lin to get down so they could have a turn. The streamer really knows how to show off this time. When do I get a chance to show off like that? Every time we can't stop the streamer from showing off. I'm so jealous. I want to show off like that too. Xie Lin, thoroughly engrossed in his play, didn't glance at his phone at all, simply enjoying himself. Then he was noticed by the stall owner outside. The pancake vendor was utterly bewildered, wondering where on earth this guy had come from. In the blink of an eye, the man was flying through the air. Xie Lin soared over the courtyard wall, descended, and landed on the street outside. Hey boss, save me a pancake, he called out, his heart filled with nothing but excitement. The online viewers were far from composed. They urged him to stop playing and check the barrage of comments. We want to know what's going on. At that moment, a wave of tips came flying in. The Longwa Research Institute tipped a spaceship. Dr. XX tipped a spaceship. Minter XX tipped a rocket. The live stream grew even more lively. The pancake vendor secretly recorded a video and sent it to Yang Shan. Chief, look. Xie Lin just crafted a wind-fire wheel with his bare hands. Yang Shan, in the midst of handling a case, stole a glance at his phone, then promptly muted it. Out of sight, out of mind. As the captain of the criminal investigation unit, he had to mind his image. Meanwhile, Xie Lin, tired from playing, returned to his courtyard and finally noticed the barrage. Folks, tell me, aren't you thrilled? Aren't you excited? The camera only captured Xie Lin's gleaming white teeth. Bro, you always get the cool stuff first. Am not having it, I want to turn too. But seriously, I want to know the principle. How do you stay balanced in midair? Xie Lin then explained, the secret lies in the belt. I added an anti-fall program to the belt that keeps the body in a constant state of balance. If there's any tilt, the magnetic field between the belt and the wind-fire wheel will correct your posture. In simple terms, it's like a tumbler. No matter how you push it, it always returns to upright. The strap on my wrist is actually the controller for speed, altitude, forward and backward movement. It works on the same principle as the gesture control for the flying sword from last time. The energy comes from the power source inside the wind-fire wheel. It converts electricity into the force that propels the body. The entire principle of the wind-fire wheel is... Got it, folks? It's super simple. The fans were horrified. They didn't want to understand, they just wanted to play. How can he say super simple with a straight face? I suspect he's implying we're dumb. I didn't understand it, and I don't think it's simple. Bro knows so much. Imagine how awesome it'd be to be his buddy. Bro, I'm your long-lost brother from 20 years ago. Do you remember me? Let me sum it up, just mass-produce it. Speaking of which, what are the companies in Longwood doing? Such a great business opportunity, and no one's come to discuss a partnership with Bro. Xie Lin tucked away the wind-fire wheel and said, now that you mention it, something does seem off. Why hasn't any company approached me for collaboration? It'd be incredible if this could be turned into a little toy. Just imagine the fun. Just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door. Xie Lin sprang up with a start. He now felt had been conditioned to jump at every knock. Hold on, folks, someone's at the door. The fans suddenly perked up, knowing full well what a knock on Xie Lin's door usually meant. This time, was it the police or the police? Xie Lin opened the door and froze for a moment. Outside stood a middle-aged man in casual clothes, followed by a sharp-looking young man. Not the police. The fans felt a twinge of disappointment. Hello, Mr. Xie, I'm the boss of Yuzhong Technology, surname Wang. I'm here to talk about the wild boar repeller. The middle-aged man wore a genial smile. So it was about a collaboration on the boar repeller. They'd thought it was about the toy. Wait a minute. Did you say who? The fan snapped to attention. Yuzhong Technology is a livelihood enterprise. Coming to discuss the boar repeller. They've got their eyes on Brother's repeller. Great. Brother's finally made something of himself. Xie Lin understood the man's intent, recalling that Guang had said the device could be used for monitoring enemy missiles and such. He wasn't sure whether he could authorize it to a civilian enterprise. Seeing Xie Lin's hesitation, Boss Wang quickly explained, Mr. Xie, we intend to use the repeller in agriculture. Wild boars are overrunning many places, not just here. Don't worry about the price. 30% of the profits from this project will be credited to you. For a large enterprise, 30% of the profits was indeed substantial. Xie Lin was deeply tempted. It would certainly beat his streaming income. Then wait a moment, let me make a call. I gave the repeller to someone else the day before yesterday, but rest assured your uses won't conflict. So saying, Xie Lin called Fu Guoqing and relayed the general situation. Fu Guoqing was surprised to receive the call. I'm glad you thought of the nation, but this is your technology. As long as it doesn't involve military matters, we have no right to interfere. Xie Lin hadn't expected Fu Guoqing to say that. Had assumed he wasn't allowed to share it with others. He had overthought it. The big shots were indeed different. Alright, I understand. They'll remove the attack mechanism and lock the monitoring target onto wild boars and other animals. After hanging up, Xie Lin felt a surge of excitement. The fans in the live stream had no idea who Xie Lin was talking to, but they caught the mention of military and began to speculate. Could this guy secretly be working with the military? How they longed to know what was going on. Xie Lin turned to Boss Wang. Alright, we can talk about the collaboration. But I have one small request. Boss Wang listened attentively as Xie Lin said, when the product hits the market, could you put my account name on it? You know I'm a streamer, and fame is important. Xie Lin secretly thought that with fame his popularity would surge. Boss Wang clearly hadn't expected such a request, but it wasn't a big deal. No problem at all. The online viewers who had been bracing themselves for some secret were all taken aback by this request. Wait, I thought you'd negotiate a cut or money, but all you want is fame. Sure, you're a streamer, but you're not just a streamer anymore. Wake up. This account isn't that important. Well, actually the account is pretty important. Without you I'd lose half our fun. No problem. I brought the contract, take a look. Boss Wang had prepared the contract in advance ready to sign if the discussion went smoothly. If there were any points of contention it could be adjusted on the spot, as Head brought a printer along. Well prepared indeed. Xie Lin took the contract and examined it. To be honest, he wasn't well versed in contracts. Though the system had enhanced his brain, contracts remained a blind spot for him. Xie Lin contacted Fu Guoqing again, asking him to review the contract. As a heavyweight in the research institute, reviewing a contract should be no problem for him. Just as he sent the contract over, he heard the system come online. Ding. Contract detected. Does the host require the system to review the contract? Hearing the system's voice, Xie Lin was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. The system could review contracts too. This system is all-purpose. As long as the host needs it, this system can accomplish it. System, I want to be a billionaire. Please refrain from making unreasonable requests. I am a system, not a wishing well turtle. Xie Lin felt deeply disappointed. You said you could fulfill any of the host's wishes. Isn't this blatant fraud? A burst of static electricity crackled from the system. Though incomprehensible, it felt like a stream of profanities. After a moment, the system returned to normal. Host, my capabilities are limited to skills. Daydreaming is beyond my scope. If the host continues with excessive demands, I will retract your intelligence. If I lose my intelligence, won't I become an idiot? You wouldn't be an idiot to make such a request to a system. Even the god of wealth can't handle that, let alone a small system like me. Alright. You're the one who talks. Sigh. In other people's transmigration stories, the systems are kind and gentle with soft voices. Why did his system feel so iron-boned? Oh well, it's better than having no system at all. Xie Lin cheered himself up within 3 seconds. System, help me review this contract, Xie Lin said. Alright, host. After system inspection, this contract has no issues. It's safe to sign. At the same time, Fu Guoqing also sent a message confirming the contract was fine. The two parties reached a cooperation. Xie Lin handed over the blueprints for the wild boar repeller to President Wang on the spot, though it was a watered-down version. The livestream viewers had witnessed a business collaboration, filling the screen with congratulations. Brother Six is heading for a wealthy life. Watching live streams is great. You get to see how people negotiate deals in real time. Just as President Wang left and Xie Lin was about to end the stream, the doorbell rang again. The netizens were amused, speculating about who this visitor might be. Xie Lin also found it strange. He shouldn't have any more visitors. When he opened the door, he saw a tall, lean, elite-looking man. Upon seeing Xie Lin, the man flashed a broad smile. Hello, Mr. Xie. I'm the owner of XX Toy Factory. I'd like to discuss a collaboration on the flying swords. The netizens grew excited. A toy factory owner. A real toy factory. Ha ha ha, their little toys were finally on the way. Cheering for this boss. Xie Lin was also quite surprised. This boss had good taste. His flying swords were unparalleled with no substitute nationwide. Xie Lin warmly invited him in and began discussing the collaboration. The other party not only wanted the flying swords, but also the foam Huoluan from today. The offered cooperation terms were reasonable, with technology and design rights remaining with Xie Lin, and the price was even higher than that for the wild boar repeller. Xie Lin was very satisfied. After checking the contract and finding no issues, he signed it on the spot. Afterward, the other party brought up the tank simulator, which they had wanted to secure since the earlier livestream. But after seeing the military personnel arrive, they were unsure if cooperation was still possible. So today they were essentially testing the waters with Xie Lin. Xie Lin's eyes lit up. Why not? We can cooperate. He would modify the program to make it purely entertainment-oriented. The other party was also delighted to collaborate and immediately decided to draft the contract. Xie Lin checked it, found it satisfactory, and signed it directly. Both sides were very pleased. The netizens were also thrilled. Yesterday, Brother Six was just an ordinary person like them. Today, he had become a tycoon. Brother Six is a reliable guy. He doesn't hide from us, even when signing contracts. Are Handcraft streamers this impressive now? Cooperating with enterprises? Don't get the wrong idea up there. Only this streamer is amazing. It has nothing to do with the rest of us Handcraft streamers. Laughing to death, Brother Six single-handedly raised the bar for the Handcraft niche. After a little banter with the netizens, Xie Lin finally managed to end the stream. No more unexpected incidents this time. After going offline, Xie Lin couldn't wait to check today's popularity. Ding. Congratulations, host. This livestream earned 3500 popularity points. Yesterday's video earned 4000 points. Total points 9560. Please select the skill to upgrade. Wow, he was truly amazing. 2 live streams and nearly 1000 points. Maxing out skills was a sure thing. System upgrade both skills to max. Xie Lin waved his hand grandly. Ding. Deducting 8000 points. Upgrade successful. Remaining points 1560. Congratulations, host. Skills maxed out. Reward combat arts level 1, a divine marksman level 1. Congratulations, host. You are rated as the host with the shortest time and fastest upgrade. What reward does this rating come with? Xie Lin asked curiously. No reward. Just a title. Tisk, not a shred of sincerity. But these 2 rewards, combat arts, divine marksman, were these skills really suited for him? He'd rather have 200 million so he could retire from the livestream world and enjoy life. Hey, now that he had maxed out, could he stop streaming? Ding. The host still needs to livestream. Skills are not fully unlocked yet and technology is not fully advanced. Please continue to earn points. System, tell me how many more skills need upgrading. Ding. System cannot query. Please work hard to earn points. Xie Lin rolled his eyes. This system wasn't being honest. What if it didn't tell him when all skills were maxed? Xie Lin opened the system interface. Nothing had changed. The skill list showed the skills that were already maxed. The blueprint function and item exchange also remained unchanged. System, you're not trying to screw me over, are you? Xie Lin asked. Ding. The host is overthinking. If I wanted to screw you, I would have done it long ago, the system replied with a calm tone. Xie Lin felt like he was being looked down upon, though he wasn't exactly round in the first place. Unable to get answers from the system, Xie Lin had to give up. Still, he was curious why the system had chosen him and why it insisted on handcrafting. There must be a secret he didn't know. On the other side, President Wang returned to the company with the technology and immediately summoned all members of the R&D department to start manufacturing the wild boar repeller. They pooled their ideas and added other animals like tigers and brown bears to the original design, aiming to protect the people's property. As soon as the product was released, it was snapped up. People living near mountainous areas had long suffered from wild boars, and some places even had bears roaming. This device provided excellent protection for their property and crops, truly a blessing beyond compare. Even forest rangers stationed in the mountains found their lives significantly safeguarded after acquiring this product. The product became a sensation, with people overseas scrambling to get their hands on it. The inventor, known as Handcraft King, also rose to fame in his circle. Meanwhile, new toys from the toy factory went viral online, captivating not just children but adults as well. Xie Lin's Windfire wheels had already trended online once before, and now the toy factory secured a partnership to produce them, making headlines again. The factory's business flourished. Now people could be seen everywhere riding these Windfire wheels. Although they couldn't replace daily transportation, they could easily cover a kilometer. To prevent accidents, Xie Lin equipped the Windfire wheels with an active obstacle avoidance system and capped the flight height at 2 meters. Any higher, and the adventurous spirit of the people would surely lead to trouble. It's true that only one's own people truly understand them. 10 days after the Windfire wheels went on sale, a wave of negative reviews flooded the trending topics under the hashtag Windfire wheels endanger lives. The comment section was crowded with supposed victims, some claiming the controls failed and they fell from a 2-meter height, complete with photos. Others claimed to have crashed into walls or experienced sudden drops. A myriad of complaints, all boiling down to one message: the Windfire wheels were faulty. Xie Lin could tell at a glance that most of these were malicious attacks with only a few injuries caused by genuine user error. Xie Lin was instantly displeased. If he didn't show his fangs, they'd take him for a toothless cat. He went online and started replying beneath the posts. The Windfire will clearly warned you to turn, but you stubbornly crashed into a wall. If it were sentient, it would have called the cops on you immediately. You pried off the control buttons yourself, so who else should take the fall? As for the one complaining about sudden drops, you activated the emergency equipment. Of course it would drop. If you want speed and thrills, go do it on the ground. Don't drag the Windfire wheel into it. Honestly, even the Windfire wheel would call the police if it met you lot. If you want to cause trouble, at least be thorough. Don't just nitpick. Don't you read the product manual? Your videos are evidence of your own negligence, and you're still here blabbing. Lucky for you, you're dealing with me. Anyone else would sue you for defamation, and you'd be locked up for a year or 2. If I've committed a crime, let the police punish me, not you bunch of idiots. Xie Lin cursed with gusto, leaving the trolls trembling. Wait, this guy isn't holding back at all. Why isn't he playing by the rules? Shouldn't he be issuing a public statement to clarify things? So bold, does he have a death wish? The netizens were thoroughly entertained, dubbing him the only real person on the internet single-handedly battling a million trolls. After venting, Xie Lin felt much better. He went live on schedule, his mood completely unbothered. As soon as the stream started, fans flooded in with concerned greetings. Brother 6, you're truly something else. Even with all this hate, you're still so calm. The entertainment industry should learn from Brother 6's approach instead of just sending out lawyers' letters all the time. Brother 6, you've defeated a million-strong army alone. You are my god. Xie Lin wasn't modest in the slightest. You flatter me, folks. It's mainly because my opponents are stupid. They handed me the evidence themselves. It would have been a waste not to call them out. Brother Six, what are you crafting today? Last time you gave us two options, the wind fire wheel and a robot. How about a robot today? Xie Lin was thinking the same thing. Since the wind fire wheel was already out, bringing a robot into the world seemed perfectly normal. Brother Six, oh, I want this robot. A fan sent over a picture of a transformer. The other fans in the chat were stunned. Dude, that's not even in the realm of robots anymore. Oh my god, you're really trying to stump Brother Six. Transformers. 666. Can you handle this, Brother Six? If not, it's okay. You're still the greatest blogger in our hearts. Ha ha ha, this is it. Brother Six has met the biggest challenge of his career. The netizens were just there for the entertainment, gathering around to watch the spectacle. If Xie Lin said he couldn't do it, no one would blame him. After all, it was a transformer. Who could possibly build that? But everyone loves a bit of drama, so they crowded in for some banter. However, they never expected to run into Xie Lin, a man who defied all odds, and that changed everything. Xie Lin looked at his gleeful fans and let out a soft sigh. Folks, do you know who I am? The netizens were a bit confused, not understanding why Xie Lin was asking this. You're Brother Six. I don't know, I've never seen you. I know you. You're my college classmate. Dude, how did you become an internet celebrity? Oh wow, we actually fished out someone who knows Brother Six. Quick, tell us some embarrassing stories about him. Hey, does Brother Six have a girlfriend or a boyfriend? I like guys like him. Whoa, the guy above. You. Don't be so surprised. I just checked, and that guy is from Shanxing, so it's normal. Say, Brother Six, how about a visit to Shanxing? Six, that's a real six. Seeing the conversation veering off into the Pacific, Xie Lin quickly pulled it back. Stop. I'm not interested in men. You guys are looking for the wrong person. What a coincidence, I'm not interested in men either. See how perfect we are for each other, Brother Six. Six, that's a solid six from the guy above. Ha ha, no one cares who Brother Six is, but everyone cares about Brother Six's body. Actually, Brother Six is pretty good looking. If he didn't do handicrafts, he'd probably do well in Shanxing too. Xie Lin wore a face like the old man with phone meme. All jokes aside, fooling straight guys into switching teams is just wrong. Haha, first time seeing Brother Six rebut so fast. He really doesn't like men. Stop messing around, we're live. If the stream gets banned, everyone here is responsible. Xie Lin said. Alright, well, stop. But Brother Six, why did you ask if we knew who you were? Do you have some kind of background? Xie Lin clicked his tongue. You're overthinking it. Who am I? I'm a handicraft blogger. What are you all thinking? Everyone drop and give me 100 push-ups. The answer was so simple. How did you guys manage to drag Shanxing into it? Haha, 666, truly six. Can the guy above do anything besides typing six? 999, oi, six to the max. Let's start over. Do you all know who I am? Xie Lin said. Brother Six is a handicraft blogger. Xie Lin nodded with satisfaction. Correct. I'm an all-around handicraft blogger. I can craft anything with my hands. So that Transformers you mentioned, I can make it. Brother Six, you've got to be kidding. That's a Transformers we're talking about. Come on, we were just joking. It's not your fault if you can't pull it off. You doubt me. The title of Master of Handcrafting isn't just for show. Since you guys want to see a Transformers, I'm duty-bound to make it happen. Xie Lin patted his chest in assurance. Brother Six, you're the best blogger I've ever followed. Other bloggers won't spin tales to please us, but you'd rather boast just to make us happy. I was actually touched, but then I heard the rest of what you said, and all I could do was laugh. Brother Six's fans are just as unreliable as he is. Xie Lin's lips twitched slightly, pretending not to see that comment. Folks, enough talk. Let's get started right now. It's time to show you that my reputation as the Handcrafting King is well earned. Xie Lin opened his computer and carefully studied the transformation sequences of the Transformers from the movie. After watching it twice, he had a rough idea in mind. He then began drafting the blueprints on his computer from the pre-transformation form to the post-transformation form, along with the key mechanics of the transformation. Once he had it all figured out, Xie Lin started gathering materials to begin the build. The viewers watched his actions. Just a few looks, and that's enough. Got to admit, those blueprints actually look pretty legit. Why can't I make heads or tails of these blueprints? I work in mechanical design, and Brother Six's blueprints look pretty impressive. Once Xie Lin got busy, he forgot all about the comments. He rummaged through his workshop, pulling out a ton of materials and tools. After melting them down, he started crafting various components. For this project, he planned to make one about 30 to 40 centimeters in size. Not too labor-intensive, yet still easy for everyone to see clearly. The Transformers transformation is quite complicated. In the movies, it's because they're made of Cybertronian alloy, a metal that can alter its physical form as needed. That kind of advanced metal he didn't have. So he had to resort to the most basic methods, either stringing the key skeletal joints together with wires and hiding them, or equipping each joint with an independent subbrain controlled by a master brain. For the sake of aesthetics, Xie Lin decided to install an independent subbrain in each key joint to facilitate the transformation. As a result, viewers watched him hollow out each joint as he crafted it, embedding the chips head prepared earlier. It was a bit more troublesome, but visually it looked much better. After assembling one joint, Xie Lin ran a test through the master brain program. The movements were responsive with no stuttering, so he felt confident moving on to the next step. Folks, this is going to take a while. You might have to stay up late with me, Xie Lin said. The viewers were amused. Who among them wasn't a night owl? A little late night was nothing. Brother Six, what are you stuffing in there? This is the key to controlling the transformation. With this, the transformation will be much smoother, Xie Lin explained. Oh my god, Brother Six actually intends to make it transform. I thought you were just making a static model. That would just be a model. Anyone could buy one of those on any street corner. Why would Brother Six need to handcraft that? Xie Lin traded a few quips with the viewers and continued his work. By 11 o'clock at night, the entire Transformers was finally assembled, and Xie Lin began the full transformation test. Folks, it's finally done. Now let's test its full transformation capability. Big Yellow transform. With his command, the standing robot instantly morphed into a yellow car and even drove forward a short distance on its own. Big Yellow transformed back. Immediately, the car's doors shrunk and had opened up as it reshaped into an upright robot. Big Yellow attack. Before the viewers' disbelieving eyes, the robot's hand morphed into a cannon and fired projectiles, though they were just toy pellets. The viewers in the live stream were even more shocked. You equipped it with weapons too. A flood of 666 comments scrolled across the screen. Big Yellow combo move. In front of the camera, the robot instantly transformed into a car and sped off. When it encountered an obstacle, it actively swerved to avoid it. Then it shifted back into a robot and sprinted, its arms morphing into anti-aircraft cannons, firing as it ran. It did a combat roll and turned back into a car. Then an anti-aircraft gun emerged from the rear and started shooting. The cannon retracted, and it became a harmless-looking car again. The viewers in the live stream were howling with excitement. A full-on display of human atavism. Xie Lin was thoroughly pleased with the audience's reaction. The test went pretty well. So folks, are you satisfied with my robot? My Transformers? Xie Lin beamed with pride. Satisfied? More than satisfied. It's beyond anything I imagined. You actually pulled it off? Is there anything you can't do? Brother Six, be honest. What do you really do for a living? I'm starting to think you're not just an ordinary guy. Look at what he's built. Do you really think he's ordinary? Big Yellow, say hello to the fans in the live stream. Xie Lin pointed the camera at the robot. Hello everyone. I'm Big Yellow. The moment the robot spoke, the viewers lost it. Brother Six, hurry up. I want it. Oh, this is my dream machine. Brother Six, this is a blood feud. Prepare for a duel. Let's fight it out. Whoever wins gets Big Yellow. Amazing. This guy actually handcrafted a Transformers. Who would believe it if you told them? God, with skills like this. Is the streamer secretly from a research institute? I just joined a research institute this year, and I can confirm. This design is totally viable. Damn, he's showing off again. Xie Lin grinned from ear to ear. My title as the Handcrafting King isn't for nothing. If you ever want to see something handcrafted, just ask. There's nothing I can't make. Honestly, if Brother Six ever crafted a mech suit, I wouldn't be surprised. Same here. Neither of them had any idea that today's joke would one day become a reality. At this moment, Xie Lin was all smiles, basking in the admiration of so many people. This was a man's pride, winning over a legion of devoted fans. Oh, just then a viewer in the live stream said, since Brother Six can handcraft a Transformers, does that mean he can also handcraft a mechanical insect? The person upstairs must be a new fan. Have you forgotten about Brother Six's handcrafted counter-rotating drone from a while back? The technology is basically the same. As long as that bionic drone works, doesn't that mean we essentially have mechanical insects? The person upstairs has hit the nail on the head. So today's Transformer from Brother Six is a robot. This is a robot, obviously. Be a bit bolder. Think bigger. If this technology were applied to the military, a major conflict would mean mechanical insects in the sky and armies of robots on the ground. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Seriously, it's true. Let's immediately the Dragon Country military and get them to arrange this. Message received. It has been added to the plan. At that moment, the Dragon Country military replied in the bullet comments. Fans rubbed their eyes staring at the comments several times. Once they were sure they weren't mistaken, they cheered wildly. Only then did they remember that the military had been lurking under Brother Six's livestream account. Oh my, they've actually made it big. I will contact the streamer shortly. Streamer, you have contributed to the nation and the party, and the people will remember you. Xie Lin chuckled awkwardly. It was a bit embarrassing to have so many people saying this to him. After briefly chatting with the netizens, Xie Lin ended the stream. As soon as he went offline, Guang contacted him to request the Transformer blueprints. Xie Lin exchanged the complete blueprints from the system. The complete version looked incredibly complex, annotated with material properties, transformation forms, transformation principles, and so on. Although it looked dense, every detail was meticulously marked. Xie Lin transmitted the blueprints to Guang. Upon receiving them, Guang immediately handed them to Elder Huang and Fu Guoqing. Late into the night, the three of them remained awake. Elder Huang uploaded the blueprints to the central system to get a clear view of the information. The dense and detailed specifications drew continuous exclamations of wonder from the two men. This technology is at least a century ahead of Blue Star, Elder Huang said with trembling hands. Guang, not being a technical expert, found this hard to believe. Isn't that an overstatement? No, it's not an overstatement. The materials mentioned here have only ever appeared in our boldest dreams. We don't actually possess them, Fu Guoqing explained. So this kid Xie Lin's abilities surpass yours? Guang asked, finding the notion laughable. He admitted Xie Lin had some talent, but exceeding the two academic giants seemed too exaggerated. They'll call them over, Elder Huang said, dialing Elder Zhu's number. The them Elder Huang referred to were Elder Zhu, the leading authority in material science, and Elder Zhou, the leading authority in artificial intelligence. Old Huang, what's so urgent that you called us over so late? Elder Zhou arrived in a flurry. Elder Zhu followed closely behind. Seeing everyone was present, Elder Huang cut to the chase. Take a look at this. Elder Huang pointed to the blueprints on the central system. The two academic giants were stunned at a single glance. Was this something that belonged to this era? Where did you get this from? Elder Zhou asked excitedly. We got it from Xie Lin, Elder Huang said with a strange sense of pride. You mean the Xie Lin who created the aircraft carrier arresting cables and weapons? Elder Zhu asked. That's the one, Elder Huang confirmed. Xie Lin had already made a name for himself at the research institute, first with the arresting cables, then with various combat devices. His ideas were novel, and his skills were solid. But what truly brought him to everyone's attention was the invention of the multi-array radar. This kid's performance is nothing like a fresh university graduate, Elder Zhu observed. We've checked his background thoroughly. His family history is completely clean, Elder Huang added. With his abilities, he should be recruited into the Academy of Sciences, not be some kind of internet celebrity. Elder Zhou said with regret. What does it matter? As long as he loves inventing, he can do it from anywhere, Elder Huang said with a chuckle. Although the logic was sound, they still felt that someone like him should be contributing at the Academy. Is this transforming robot feasible for us? Elder Huang asked, changing the subject. They all immersed themselves in the technical details again, fully realizing it is impossible, but we might achieve a third of it, Elder Zhou stated. We can find substitute materials, though, that will need to be confirmed through experiments, Elder Zhu added. That's good enough. Let's make this robot a key project this year and strive to build it as soon as possible, Elder Huang decided. None of the three had any objections. Realizing this technology sooner would only benefit the nation. The bionic drone from last time had already entered the production phase. If this robot could be successfully developed, the Dragon country's military strength would be elevated significantly. When Xie Lin woke up, his mind was still foggy. What did he do yesterday? Oh right, he handcrafted a transformer and had the netizens cheering wildly. Thinking about it cleared his head, lifting his spirits and restoring his energy. System, how much popularity did I earn from yesterday's stream? Ding. Congratulations, host. Yesterday you earned 3500 points. Your current total is 5660 points. Great, another batch of points earned. What should he handcraft for today's stream? After some thought, Xie Lin decided to let his fans decide. Xie Lin started the stream on time as usual, but this time he was immediately flooded with attention. Academician Huang from the Academy of Sciences has entered the stream. Academician Zhu from the Academy of Sciences has entered the stream. Academician Zhou from the Academy of Sciences has entered the stream. Academician Name from the Academy of Sciences has entered the stream. Academician has entered the stream. The fans were dumbfounded, and so were the netizens. What kind of connections does this streamer have to attract so many people from the Academy of Sciences? These big shots seem to be real. No kidding, who would dare impersonate national researchers? They'd be out of their minds. Wow, Brother Six is hitting the second spring of his career. What second spring? The first one hasn't even ended yet. This is the streamer who handcrafted the transformer yesterday. He looks impressive. Can we get a link to buy that transformer? I want one just to experience the technology up close. The netizens' enthusiasm lifted Xie Lin's spirits. Fans, I'm afraid the transformer can't be put on sale. The project has already been given to the Research Institute. His words caused a huge stir. Did they hear that right? The transformer had already been sent to the Research Institute. Didn't that mean their army of robots would soon become a reality? To the people from the Research Institute in this stream, I just want to say, speed up your development. I want to see an army of robots at the next military parade. I second that motion. If research funds are insufficient, well, pay more taxes. No objections. Same here. Watching the live stream, the academic giants from the Academy of Sciences felt a swell of emotion, their eyes welling up. See, this is the people's expectation of us. We cannot let them down. No need for donations. Our research funds are more than sufficient, Elder Zhou said with a chuckle. The netizens, however, remained skeptical, convinced that the funds were inadequate. A group of them quietly flocked to the official account requesting to make donations. When the employee managing the official account arrived at work that afternoon, they were greeted by a flood of messages requesting to donate. What's going on? Why are so many people suddenly offering us money? The newly hired staff members stared at the comments below the account, utterly bewildered. Had the Research Institute become so impoverished? That shouldn't be the case. He recalled that the RD budget seemed quite ample. Faced with a situation beyond his comprehension, he promptly escalated the matter to his superiors. The middle-aged leader looking at the comments fell into deep thought as well. Had the nation encountered some crisis? No, that couldn't be right. If anything, it was others who should be worried about trouble. Was there a financial shortfall? Unlikely. He remembered that the treasury was well-funded and both this year's RD and military budgets had been increased. Where did these people come from? The leader asked. They came from a live stream called Master of Handcrafting. Hey Race, what happened? The employee carefully reported the situation. The whole thing was rather baffling. Who would have thought that big shots from the Research Institute were also watching that stream? Were all these bigwigs these days so relaxed? Was it because he wasn't relaxed enough that he hadn't become a big shot himself? After learning the full story, the leader breathed a sigh of relief. So the public was just worried about RD funding. For a moment, he had feared something unknown had happened. Tell the public our RD funds are extremely sufficient. They needn't worry. I've told them, but they don't believe it. They say our development is too slow and they think it's because we lack funds to hire more people. They even mentioned wanting a mechanized legion, a drone migratory bird reconnaissance unit, and a bionic robot night mission squad. The leader was speechless. He understood now. The public was suffering from a severe case of firepower insufficiency phobia. Issue a statement clarifying that our nation's RD and military budgets are adequate. Reassure the public. The leader let out a weary sigh. Those things they mentioned, he wanted them to. Right now, he was going to call the heads of the research institutes and urge them to accelerate their RD. Meanwhile, the few big shots had finally managed to placate the public. They secretly wiped the sweat from their brows. The public's enthusiasm was overwhelming. It was better to get back to their research. Xie Lin's live stream finally stabilized, allowing the broadcast to proceed normally. Brother 6, what are we handcrafting today? I want to see you handcraft a plasma cannon. The guy above knows how to pick. I second that motion. So this is the streamer who claims he can handcraft anything. You Dragonites sure love to brag. A discordant comment scrolled by, and the live stream fell silent for a moment. Instinct told the fans that a show was about to begin. Sure enough, the individual requested to connect with Xie Lin. Oh ho. Having never connected with anyone in all his time streaming, Xie Lin felt a flicker of excitement. Sure, go ahead and connect, Xie Lin said nonchalantly. Whoever it was, he wasn't afraid. Once the connection was established, the person appeared on screen. To Xie Lin's surprise, it was indeed a foreigner. I've seen your videos, the handcrafted weapons and the flying swords. Impressive, but I don't believe you when you say you can handcraft anything in the world. The foreigner got straight to the point, expressing his disdain for Xie Lin. Believe what you want. I couldn't care less, Xie Lin retorted. Oh, you can't do that. You are just afraid of a confrontation. I'm streaming live in America right now. Your lies will be broadcast all across our nation. The foreigner said. Huh, live. Wow, so they were streaming this whole confrontation. The netizens also thought this foreigner was cunning, trying to trap them so sneakily. Fine, what's your challenge? Xie Lin said. The foreigner looked smug. Your dragon nation can't compare to our America in anything. If you're so capable, why are our fighter jets able to enter your airspace whenever they want? Xie Lin's eyes narrowed. So the Americans have been doing such despicable things without their knowledge. So are you scared? You're inferior to us in every way. You can't make your own chips, your jets aren't as advanced as ours. You're just a liar. The foreigner ranted, growing more animated. The emotions of the netizens were instantly ignited. Damn it. This foreigner is infuriating. I'm going to curse him out. Give me his address. I'm going to go there and twist his head off. Arg. Coming to bully us on our turf. They really think we're pushovers. Xie Lin's gaze turned sharp. Hey little foreigner, are you declaring war on our dragon nation? No. I'm not declaring war. I'm just stating facts. Your dragon nation is weak and you are the biggest braggart in your country. Alright, you say our dragon nation is inferior to your America. In what way? Is it inferior in $0 shopping? Or in the variety of genders? Or perhaps in the rates of violent crimes and drug abuse? If that's the case, then yes, we are indeed inferior to you, Xie Lin stated solemnly. The foreigner's face turned red with rage. I'm talking about technology and military. Those things you mentioned are completely irrelevant. Huh. The well-being and stability of a nation's people are irrelevant. Of course they are to you. What would a bunch of savages know about that? Xie Lin mocked. You're the savage. Your nation is the most backward. We will attack you and you won't stand a chance. We have the most advanced rod of God weapon system. Your nation is doomed. Oh really? Are you sure? Back in the day you couldn't beat us even in a 1v17. Now that we have advanced weapons you think you can win. The rod of God. It's an idiot. The best it could do is make a big crater when it falls. You bunch of ugly, ignorant fools. Go home and let your mommies comfort you, Xie Lin said sarcastically. No. What gives you the right to say that? Xie Lin grinned. The so-called rod of God involves dropping a tungsten rod from space to create a massive explosion. That's clearly impossible. Listen up, foreigner, let me teach you a lesson. Xie Lin briefly explained the principle behind it, using data to prove it was a fraud. The netizens listened, only half understanding. Only a few could grasp Xie Lin's hypotheses and data. But the more they listened, the brighter their eyes became. So that's how it was. Get it now? It's a scam cooked up by your America. Only a bunch of fools like you would believe in that thing, Xie Lin said with biting sarcasm. The foreigner was truly panicked this time. You have nothing. Your technology is extremely backward. How dare you speak to me like this? You should be kneeling, you bunch of savage monkeys. Not only Xie Lin but the netizens were also enraged. This man had offended every single one of them with his words. The anger of the netizens was not easily quelled. They directly bombarded the foreigner until he doubted his own existence. Xie Lin then said, "Why hasn't your America truly reported on the rod of God? Because you haven't figured it out yet. That's just your science fiction. If you don't believe me, ask your government whether they've researched it. Don't think your America is so powerful. We are not the same as before, not a bunch of uncivilized barbarians." Xie Lin's mockery drove the foreigner nearly mad. The netizens' words were like venom, each sentence piercing their hearts. Unable to bear the stimulation, the foreigner ended the call. "Can't take it anymore. Foreigners have such fragile hearts," Xie Lin sneered. However, Xie Lin's mood was far from pleasant. Having someone come to his own home to scold him today was truly infuriating. The netizens' mood was equally foul. It was uncomfortable to have one's own country looked down upon. "It's driving me mad. I can't sleep tonight without fighting back. Brothers, I'm going to scold them on the foreign internet first. They'll be back to watch Brother Six's livestream later. I'm going to. I can't get out, so after you're done, remember to send the posts over to let me feel better. Brother Six, you're amazing. You even know about the rod of God. A thing from a sci-fi movie, and they dare to show off with it." Xie Lin comforted them. Although their stuff isn't great, their idea is still decent. The concept of launching weapons from space sounds quite interesting. Using hypersonic speed for strikes and the idea of launching weapons from space is also good. Xie Lin said seriously. "What does Brother Six mean?" "It means we should develop a space army," Xie Lin replied. "Whoa, Brother Six is indeed Brother Six, daring to think bigger than me. Upstairs, dare to think big. I even want to build military bases on the moon and other planets to cover them all." Xie Lin chatted with his fans and followers. It seemed he wouldn't be able to do any Hansen work today, so he just talked with the netizens. In the research institute, several senior experts stared at Xie Lin's calculations regarding the rod of God, lost in thought. This weapon had just been tested by the Academy of Sciences, and it was exactly as Xie Lin had said. His computational ability is incredible. He can calculate results from a mere hypothesis. He's a born scientific researcher, Elder Zhou said. This kid understands us. Hypersonic weapons and space launch bases. These two ideas are indeed the future of development, Elder Huang added. Just then a researcher entered from outside. Elder Huang, Elder Zhou, the United States has issued a statement condemning our dragon country for insulting their rod of God. They demand an apology or else they will launch the rod of God at us. The two elders exchanged glances, their faces full of annoyance. They've told so many lies that they've fooled themselves, Elder Huang said sarcastically. Release a portion of our experimental data. Let the world see this absurd joke, Elder Zhou said. Xie Lin hadn't even finished his live stream when he received the news. He thought about how fast America was. They had issued a statement so quickly. Just as he was pondering how to handle this, the Research Institute released the experimental data. After multiple experiments, a 140-kilogram tungsten rod striking the ground at 14 times the speed of sound only created a 3-meter-deep crater with a parabolic diameter of 4.6 meters. Once the data was made public, it caused an uproar. The Dragon Country mocked America for watching too many sci-fi movies. Americans couldn't believe that the Dragon Country had actually conducted this experiment. They hadn't even done it yet. How could the Dragon Country have researched it first? Inside the White House in America, the Rod of God claim can no longer fool the people of the Dragon Country. "We need to come up with another reason to deceive them," said President Hudson. "Oh, Mr. President, we need to stabilize the emotions of our own people first. Those people are already condemning the government on social media for deceiving them," said Senator Fitt. The foreigner who had argued earlier called the government after ending the call to inquire about the weapon. The government gave up. Satisfied, the foreigner hung up and contacted his media friends to attack the Dragon Country, never expecting the matter to escalate so much. "Those idiots. Just say the Dragon Country deliberately slandered us. Our weapons are always the most advanced. Shift the blame and hatred onto the Dragon Country," Hudson said. "Yes, sir. By the way, that man named Xie Lin cannot be allowed to live. He's too clever. Find a way to eliminate him," Hudson said. "Sir, are you serious? He's on Dragon Country's territory. We can't do it. If you can't do it, he'll eliminate you." "Yes, sir. They'll figure something out." Ending the day's live stream, Xie Lin felt a sudden relief. Today's events were truly unexpected. In a word, the motherland was awesome. He never imagined the country would use real experimental data to prove his words. Thinking of the Americans' provocation today, Xie Lin snorted coldly. Weapons. It's not like he couldn't create them. He immediately opened the system and searched for weapon blueprints. Something suitable for the current time, powerful enough to be built, and the cost shouldn't be too high. A little higher was fine, the whole nation could afford it. Weapon name: hypersonic missile. Description: Mach 31, capable of carrying multiple warheads. Summary: if you don't behave, he'll reason with you. Exchange points: 300 points. Oh, this is good. He remembered the highest missile in the world currently was Mach 25, so Mach 31 was impressive. Xie Lin continued scrolling and saw one with Mach 53. Exchange points required 600. Xie Lin's eyes lit up immediately. This was good, this was good. I'd be the boss of the world. Who would dare speak loudly to me? But the manufacturing conditions were somewhat harsh, not feasible for now. Xie Lin felt a bit regretful. Looking further down, weapon name plasma cannon. Description: move your home to the enemy's doorstep. Exchange points 1,000 points. At such high points meant it must be extremely powerful. He decided to exchange these two to see what they were about. Ding. Exchange successful. Deducted 1,300 points. Remaining 4,360 points. The two blueprints instantly appeared in Xie Lin's mind. After examining them carefully, he found that the biggest problem in developing the plasma cannon was the energy issue. The best way to solve the energy problem was to tackle nuclear fusion. So he shifted his focus to the hypersonic missile. That was much more reasonable. Based on existing technology, it could be fully developed. He finally breathed a small sigh of relief. Ding. Host, you have earned 2,000 points today. Your total points are now 6,360. This number seemed normal as he hadn't engaged in any Hansen crafting projects today. He figured the influx of visitors was likely thanks to that foreign guy from before. With everything settled, Xie Lin finally lay down to rest. At the same time, a conspiracy targeting him was quietly unfolding. At 5 a.m., the United States issued a statement strongly condemning Dragon Country for interfering in the war, selling arms to the Middle East and demanding compensation. The news sent shockwaves through the citizens of both nations, especially those in Dragon Country. A commuter on his way to work saw the report and paused, wondering what the U.S. was up to now. Dragon Country had always remained neutral, never involving itself in other nations' conflicts. But when he saw the evidence provided by the U.S., the commuter fell silent. There, clearly visible on the artillery barrel, were 4 large characters, Liang steel pipe. The evidence also included a video showing a gas tank being launched from a Liang steel pipe, successfully demolishing a building across the way. The kicker was that the gas tank itself also bore Chinese characters, Kong's gas tanks. Seriously, this is the arms they're accusing Dragon Country of selling. What were they thinking? He continued reading and saw that the U.S. had also condemned a streamer from Dragon Country, known as Handcraft King, accusing him of providing weapons assembly to the Middle East and demanding he be arrested on charges of war crimes. The man was puzzled. What did a streamer have to do with this? He clicked on the linked video, which showed Xie Lin teaching viewers how to manufacture powerful weapons at low cost, including the idea of launching gas tanks. After watching, he exclaimed in disbelief. This streamer was the same war criminal everyone had been talking about before. He thought that had blown over, but here he was again. This was hilarious. He made a mental note to check out this guy's live stream in the afternoon. As for the U.S. condemnation, he completely ignored it. This scene repeated across the country. Workers now had a source of amusement, spending their mornings discussing the U.S.'s accusations, the 2 arms dealers, and the war criminal streamer. When the National Personnel Monitoring Public Opinion saw the U.S. condemnation, they were baffled. They reviewed the evidence, a set of photos and a video. The photos showed a cannon, and the video showed it launching a gas tank to be used as a bomb. The National Public Opinion Monitor couldn't figure out what this had to do with them. Launching gas tanks from cannons wasn't particularly novel. They had done it themselves before. Accusing Dragon Country of supplying weapons to the Middle East was a joke. Yet seeing the large Chinese characters on the video, it was hard to deny outright. It was indeed a huge, awkward joke. Looking closer, he thought, wait a minute. The characters on the cannon seemed to read Liang steel pipe. This completely stumped the monitor. How did their steel pipes end up as artillery barrels in the Middle East? He immediately contacted the security team to inquire with the 2 factories involved. When Xie Lin woke up, he saw the news and discovered he had his own trending topic. The top news was the U.S. accusation. His topic was 3rd, and the 2nd was about the Dragon Country arms dealers. Xie Lin was baffled. The first 2 topics seemingly had nothing to do with him, yet there he was. His trending topic seemed purely comical. After clicking on it and understanding the full situation, Xie Lin fell silent, confirming that his topic was indeed just for laughs. He remained unbothered, casually commenting on the absurdity of the U.S.'s actions. The Liang steel pipe factory and Kong's gas tank company, however, were not amused. At 6 a.m., national officials arrived at the steel pipe factory just as the boss, a man over 40, got to work. Seeing 2 police officers and 2 members of the national security team, he felt a wave of anxiety, having never faced such a situation before. He tried to reassure himself, we operate legally and pay taxes on time. Nothing to fear. At this point, he was still unaware that his steel pipes had been turned into weapons. Here are our credentials, the lead investigator said, showing their identification to the factory owner. Then they asked, did you sell steel pipes to the Middle East? The boss nodded. Yes, a client from the Middle East did order a batch of steel pipes from us. Suddenly worried that the pipes might have been defective and resulted in a complaint, he quickly added, our pipes are high quality, we absolutely do not pass off inferior goods. The pipes aren't the issue, the investigator said. Do you know what they bought them for? The boss replied matter-of-factly, for laying gas pipelines, of course. The investigator hesitated, then finally said, "They turned your pipes into artillery barrels. The US is now accusing us of selling weapons." The boss was stunned, thinking the officials had a strange sense of humor. The joke was too scary. Seeing his disbelief, the investigator showed him the news. After watching it half doubtfully, the boss was even more bewildered. He couldn't believe the Middle Easterners had pulled such a stunt. "I swear I had no idea they were going to make cannons. I dealt with their local gas company. They said it was for laying pipelines, so I didn't ask any more questions." The investigator nodded, indicating he understood. They then toured the factory with the nervous boss leading the way. He asked, "What does the country plan to do? Can I continue my business? Will this affect my factory?" The investigator replied, "Don't worry, there shouldn't be a major problem. You can continue your operations, but you'll need to issue a statement proving that your exported steel pipes comply with trade regulations." The boss understood. He just needed to issue a clarifying statement. He breathed a sigh of relief, having feared his factory was doomed. Meanwhile, the gas tank company owner was also facing an inspection. Looking distressed, he led the investigators through his factory. "I just expanded into overseas business this year and hadn't had much luck. Recently, a client from the Middle East contacted me about a batch of gas tanks, so I started doing business there," the gas tank owner explained, looking as if the sky was falling. They were quite serious, even sent someone over to inspect. "I even gave them a discount." "How many shipments have you sent?" "3 so far, with the 4th due in a couple of days." "Didn't you find it suspicious that they ordered so many?" "No, I thought they just used a lot of gas. I figured my tanks were cheap and good, so they wanted more." "Who knew they were using them as artillery shells?" The gas tank owner felt even more aggrieved. The investigators were equally helpless. No one could have foreseen this. "All right, that concludes today's investigation. So can I still ship my goods the day after tomorrow?" asked the gas canister factory owner. His was just a small workshop. Surely they weren't going to shut it down. He still owed the bank money. This was the end. "Continue shipping as usual, just issue a public statement," the investigator said. The gas canister owner breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, his factory wasn't being seized or shut down. He still had a chance. Thank the party, thank the motherland. All right. The investigator sighed helplessly. Their preliminary investigation clearly hadn't been thorough enough. By noon, netizens saw statements from both factories roughly stating that their exported products complied with foreign trade regulations and that the steel pipes were for gas pipeline installation, not military use. They further emphasized that any modification of the steel pipes into weapons was not their responsibility. The gas canister factory's statement was similar, asserting that their products were for civilian use only. Netizens found it hilarious. This was definitely the most entertaining event of the year. The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs posted the factory's statements on international websites. The United States, however, rejected this explanation, subtly accusing the Dragon Kingdom of involvement in and support for the Middle East conflict. The Dragon Kingdom refuted these claims, stating that the customers had violated the terms of the contract and the responsibility lay with the buyers. The U.S. then turned its attention to Xie Lin, suggesting this Dragon Kingdom citizen had taught arms modification knowledge in the Middle East. This was also refuted by the state. Netizens were having a field day. Today's international situation was filled with a sense of absurdity, and everyone was thoroughly entertained. By the time Xie Lin started his live stream in the afternoon, the viewer count was unprecedented. "I came here from the news. Is this the mastermind who taught the Middle East to use gas canisters? Haha, hilarious. I never thought Brother Six would become famous this way. Don't say that people have been using gas canisters to blow up buildings for ages. This has nothing to do with me," Xie Lin quickly clarified. He had only mentioned it once during a stream, and who would have thought a whole country would fixate on that one point? They truly lacked the magnanimity of a great power. Right, Brother Six is right. But how did they think to buy steel pipes from our country? Everyone knows Dragon Kingdom manufacturing is the best, and we're trustworthy. We don't get involved in messy foreign affairs. Of course they'd come to us. Haha, probably the cheapest weapon in the world. Gas canisters don't cost much anyway. Use them for cooking when it's peaceful, and carry them to blow up buildings when there's trouble. Multi-purpose. The enemy must be so frustrated. Think about it. If they intercept, their missiles cost a fortune. And they might not even intercept them successfully. Did you see the expressions on the factory owners' faces during their interviews? I'm dying laughing. Who wouldn't be stunned by this? Both owners. Overnight, I've become an arms dealer. My family has sold gas for 3 generations, but now I'm an arms dealer. Isn't the streamer the funniest? He made a few comments and became a war criminal. Don't worry, this isn't the first time the streamer has been called a war criminal. Netizens sent barrage comments at a furious pace, and Xie Lin could barely keep up. After a while, the conversation finally turned back to him. Apparently, the Middle East has learned all of Brother Six's improvised weapon techniques and are now quite formidable. Brother Six has single-handedly become the top military advisor in the Middle East. This reminds me of that guy who played Clash of Clans. Our Dragon Kingdom really is full of talented people. Brother Six, what are we making today? Xie Lin finally got a chance to speak. Brothers, what do you want to see me make? Brother Six, the mood is set. How about you break down the situation over there for us? You tell us how this war should be fought. Xie Lin looked at the comments. You guys are my real brothers, aren't you afraid I'll get arrested after I analyze it? Impossible. Analyzing international affairs is our tradition. It was at this moment that a bunch of foreigners flooded into the live stream. Oh, I'm in. My God, is this the Dragon Kingdom man who guided the Middle East in making weapons? My God, there are so many people here. Is this really just an influencer? I've heard Dragon Kingdom people are very smart. It seems to be true. The Dragon Kingdom netizens were baffled. Wait, why were there suddenly so many foreigners here? What was going on? After exchanging greetings and getting explanations, the Dragon Kingdom netizens understood what had happened. The U.S. condemnation in the news earlier that day had sparked the Americans' curiosity, and they all wanted to see this impressive Dragon Kingdom man. The foreigner who had clashed with Xie Lin yesterday saw Xie Lin's photo in the news and came up with a plan. He got paid to direct those curious people to the Dragon Kingdom's internet. That was how this situation came about. Out of curiosity, they had bypassed the firewalls to get in and were surprised to actually see this impressive Dragon Kingdom man. The entire comment section was now a scene of great harmony, with conversations in Chinese and English occasionally interrupted by Arabic. The live stream room was incredibly lively. Eventually the topic drifted to the conflict, and the Americans unanimously agreed that the Middle East couldn't possibly win. Their opponents have the most advanced weapons and overwhelming firepower. It will be very difficult for them to win this war, an American netizen analyzed. The Dragon Kingdom netizens, however, thought it was worth a fight. No one knows the outcome until the very end. Both sides were at a deadlock and asked Xie Lin for his opinion. Xie Lin was watching with great interest when he was suddenly called upon. He hadn't even had time to wipe the smile off his face and said, "It's not that I want to analyze it, but I'm worried I'll get arrested right after I do." The netizens were speechless. Brother Six, aren't you being a bit too cautious? A black fan planted by the U.S. government quickly posted, "What do you Dragon Kingdom people know about tactics? I'd rather ask my dog." The comment was extremely conspicuous and netizens were furious. Damn it, there was a troublemaking foreigner yesterday, and now another one today. They have advanced weapons and plenty of troops. There's no way they can win. Your Dragon Kingdom won battles in the past because you had sheer numbers. The Middle East doesn't have that many people this time. They're doomed. Xie Lin watched and laughed. Who says they can't win? No, they can't win. The gap in strength is too big. This statement drew agreement from many who all thought victory was impossible. You bunch of blockheads wouldn't know the first thing about warfare. You know nothing about the art of war of the Dragon Kingdom. Xie Lin was intrigued. You say they can't win because their commander isn't me. If I were in charge, this war would surely be won. Not only the foreigners, but even some Dragon Kingdom netizens thought Xie Lin was boasting. This was a real battle, not a war game. We don't believe you. Tell us how you'd win. Xie Lin chuckled and said, "Well, you've come to the right person." Without a second thought about his own fate, he continued, "If it were me, I would never use a foolin' firepower barrage. It's a terrible waste of gunpowder. Instead, I'd launch sporadic raids around the clock, rotating shifts so they can't rest for a second. They'd be stuck in their bomb shelters all day, and their society would grind to a halt." The Dragon Nation netizens' eyes lit up. What a brilliant strategy. A few American netizens began to grasp the idea. Xie Lin added, "And that's not all. They have 3 seawater purification plants, right? Blow up 2 of them. Bro 6, is that to make them fight over the last one?" Xie Lin nodded. "Something like that. Stir up internal strife, divide their attention, and weaken their forces. Then dump pig blood into the remaining purification plant." The Dragon Nation netizens were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Bro 6, you're absolutely diabolical." The American netizens didn't quite understand the tactic. Pig blood was disgusting, but it could be purified. A kind-hearted Dragon Nation netizen explained, "Their religion is different. Pig blood is their ultimate taboo." Seeing that the brothers understood, Xie Lin continued, "We can go even further. Load the shells with itching powder, fiberglass, and quicklime." Strategist, what does that mean? Suddenly a string of Arabic was typed in the chat. The netizens were taken aback, then it hit them. The real deal is here, holy crap. Damn, there's someone from the Middle East lurking here. Xie Lin's first thought was whether had just caused a huge problem. His second thought was that they called him strategist. How could anyone resist that? While Xie Lin was still processing this, the person called him strategist again. His heart raced with excitement. How could he refuse this? They were calling him strategist. He cleared his throat and put on a show of authority. The reason is actually quite simple. Mix those 3 together, and if you scratch it hurts, if you don't it itches. And if you scratch hard enough to break the skin it burns you raw. The live stream went silent. The Dragon Nation netizens were the first to react. I call him the modern-day Jiasu. Bro 6, this trick might be underhanded, but when you think about it, it's completely lacking in honor. He's a veritable Zhuge Liang reincarnated. Not. Even Jiasu was more honorable than you. Jiasu would come to the present day and find himself a saint compared to this guy. Xie Lin chuckled. Just tell me, would this trick work or not? It would work, but it was a bit dirty. But despite being dirty, they loved it. The Middle Eastern viewers' eyes lit up, quickly taking screenshots to save the information. Xie Lin continued, "You should also update your weapons. Strategist, we don't have much of a military budget." Xie Lin clicked his tongue. It won't cost much. You have pressure cookers, right? If not, go buy some. He then gave a mysterious smile. Brothers, next I'm going to teach you how to make your own weapons when facing an enemy invasion. It's very simple, anyone can do it. Ever heard of a pressure cooker mine? The moment he said it, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is a pressure cooker mine? What does a pressure cooker have to do with a mine? Xie Lin smiled mysteriously. Fill the pressure cooker with explosives or TNT and add in lethal projectiles like nails, iron shards, or steel balls. Then install a remote detonator to ignite the gunpowder. The pressure inside builds up and BOM, it explodes. If that's too much trouble, you can just rig up a timer instead. The moment Xie Lin finished speaking, the live stream fell into dead silence. After a moment, a knowledgeable netizen commented, "Theoretically, bro, SIX's idea is completely sound." The silence in the live stream was broken. The screen was flooded with 666 and 999. Damn, how is bro SIX's brain wired? Forget about how it's wired, let's worry about whether someone in Dragon Nation will use this to commit crimes. Who in Dragon Nation would be so bored as to actually make this thing? Aren't they afraid of the police? Seriously, we Dragon Nation folks might fight and argue, but if anyone actually carried one of these, they couldn't even get on public transport. Alright, I'm staying far away from pressure cookers from now on. Xie Lin said, "Whoa, if anyone actually tries this and ends up getting themselves cuffed, don't blame me." The Dragon Nation netizens knew the rules. They could joke and mess around, but they would never use a pressure cooker as a cannon. Despite this, the discussion in the comments didn't stop. The Middle Eastern person lurking in the live stream quickly took notes, then sent another message, "Strategist got any more?" Seeing those words filled Xie Lin with satisfaction. The next trick is the forklift mortar. What the hell was that now? What does a forklift have to do with a mortar? Xie Lin grinned. Mount a gas cylinder cannon onto a forklift. You can attach as many barrels as you want. It's cheap, easy to make, and packs a massive punch. One shot, and it's lights out. Plus it's highly mobile, you can hit and run. As they say, when the forklift tilts up, your fate is sealed. However, its range is average, and it's not very accurate either. The quicker netizens immediately understood the principle. They cried out in astonishment. Weapons are everywhere in life. The forklift turns into a cannon, and after firing you just run. Xie Lin continued. You need to be flexible with this thing. You can mount it not just on a forklift, but also on a bulldozer or even a pickup truck. Friends who are experienced in warfare know that this thing is perfect for mounting machine guns, artillery, hauling cargo, and carrying troops. Friends experienced in warfare, he says. Who else here knows this stuff besides you? Even a country that's constantly at war isn't as good at this as you are. Damn, thank goodness you're from Dragon Nation. Thank goodness you're in Dragon Nation. If you were abroad, you'd have unified the Middle East in no time and become their emperor. Damn, you almost made it into the history books. The Middle Eastern brothers were incredibly excited, recording everything. There are still good people in Dragon Nation. They have strategies and weapon modifications. I love Dragon Nation. I want to win this war with Dragon Nation. The live stream was buzzing with excitement. Dragon Nation netizens suddenly awakened their warrior genes, offering up their own strategies. There were ideas for making bombs from soda bottles and the infamous unconscionable cannon. Someone even brought up our ancient siege catapults. This live stream was shaping up to be the most epic military strategy broadcast in history. The Middle Eastern guy was watching completely dumbfounded. He had only one thought: Dragon Nation people are too powerful, frighteningly so. An American secretly watching the stream was horrified. Dragon Nation is terrifying. Who said Dragon Nation people were all harmless little lambs? Does this look like a harmless lamb? These are clearly evil demons. It's too scary, I'm out of here, never coming back. Before leaving, these foreigners made sure to send screenshots and clips to their own country's media. Thanks to them, half of America now believes that Dragon Nation people are evil demons. Overseas students suddenly felt that everyone around them was being extra friendly. Xie Lin was having a great time chatting with the netizens. They talked about ancient warfare, modern warfare, international relations, and Dragon Nation's current standing in the world. Suddenly a netizen said, "Earlier bro 6 mentioned the pressure cooker bomb, and it just gave me an idea." It's common knowledge that pressure cookers are ordinary items that draw no attention. Besides, gunpowder isn't hard to come by, and tickets to Sakura country are easy to purchase. As soon as these words left the netizen's mouth, the live stream room froze for a second, followed by even more heated discussions. I'm already in Sakura country. They'll go buy a pressure cooker right now. Bro, just say the word, and I can get lost in Sakura country. Damn, don't you dare think about it, let me do it. Damn, that's actually a brilliant idea. Seeing the topic spiraling further off track, a curse silently echoed in Xie Lin's mind. Easy there folks, don't get my live stream banned. The moment he finished speaking, the stream went black. Damn, it really got shut down. Due to a report, this broadcast promoted ideas not conducive to international unity. The live stream is banned for 24 hours. Netizens erupted in fury, cursing at the absurdity. Who reported it? Step forward now. A mole, it's definitely a mole. Xie Lin was deeply displeased. System, find out which bastard reported my live stream. Ding. Host, this system is just a manual one. Xie Lin shot the system a glare. What use are you then? Beep. Host, please don't take your anger out on the system. If the system gets angry, it might leak electricity. Bro system, I'm just joking. Xie Lin immediately groveled an apology. He then took out his computer, hacked into the platform's backend, and traced the report back to its source. After seeing the person's details, he sneered. A manager of some big hotel. Manager my ass. Bought off playing the mole. Truly a degenerate bastard. No wonder he reported me, he must have been triggered. Looking at the call records on this person's file, Xie Lin noted a clear overseas virtual number. Unbelievable. How have these moles in the country not been discovered yet? He immediately saved the information, deciding to talk to He Guang and his team later to probe the situation. In a high-end residential area in a first-tier city of Dragon Country, a bald middle-aged man smirked contemptuously. All this money just for reporting a streamer. The person on the other end must be a fool. Still, the task about photographing that base hadn't been completed yet. He needed to speed things up. He couldn't miss out on such a large sum of money. Before he could even indulge in his fantasies, his front door was kicked open. The Dragon Country security team burst and pinned him to the ground and slapped silver bracelets on his wrists. From start to finish, it took only 3 seconds. The man, utterly bewildered, was shoved into a vehicle. Wait, how was I caught? Wasn't I hiding well? Back on Xie Lin's side, just as he finished saving the information, the platform lifted his ban and issued an apology stating that after investigation the report was found to be false. Xie Lin was quite surprised. The platform is being this reasonable. Truly a major platform, catching the issue with the other party so quickly. He decided to let it slide. Speaking of which, the platform admin was sweating bullets. He nearly got into serious trouble just for banning a stream. He had no idea such an action would attract high-level attention, and the reporter turned out to be a mole. He had merely thought that if that streamer kept talking, he'd stir up nationalist sentiments. Meanwhile, Xie Lin contacted He Guang quietly, telling him had been reported, suspecting the reporter was a mole. How do you figure the guy's a mole? He Guang chuckled on the other end. Look, I was discussing national affairs and modern history, and that's when they reported me. Think about it, which real Dragon Country citizen would report someone for that? Only a mole would fear our unity. So out of fear they reported me. Don't you think my analysis is sound? Xie Lin's smooth talk sounded quite logical. He Guang laughed heartily. You know what, you actually make a solid point. Don't worry, kid, the mole has already been detained. Really? But they've been lurking in our Dragon Country for years. They must have accomplices. You have to catch them all, Xie Lin said through gritted teeth. We know all the moles in Dragon Country. We're not arresting them now because we need them to feed us information. Anyway, rest assured, everything is under the nation's control. He Guang rarely offered such an explanation. Xie Lin immediately understood. I get it. It's about keeping your enemies close. If we arrest them all, they'll just send new ones, and would have to start the whole process over again. Father Nation is truly formidable. Finally, He Guang advised Xie Lin not to go too far on his live stream, as someone hot-blooded might actually act on today's talk and head to Sakura Country. Xie Lin acknowledged the advice. With the major issue resolved, Xie Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Father Nation certainly thinks of everything. At the Sanluo District Police Station, Yangshan watched Xie Lin's stream, replay, his head throbbing. Setting aside the ethics, that strategy was indeed satisfying to use against the enemy. Thank goodness the kid was from Dragon Country. Zhongdong Jada was the one lurking in Xie Lin's livestream earlier. He was compiling the strategies suggested by their Dragon Country friends. After finishing, he was full of admiration. Dragon Country truly was a great power. Even its citizens were masters of strategy. Amazing. He quickly implemented these strategies, and after a few days of following them, he found the results to be remarkably effective. Meanwhile, Xie Lin was researching his energy shield. He had already solved the energy conversion problem. The next step was energy control. After several failed attempts to master the control, he was meticulously fine-tuning the energy output. Xie Lin added the extracted shield substance into the energy. The energy shield instantly became solid, tangible, and incredibly hard. He tried striking it with a knife, but the shield remained unscathed. Relieved, he transferred the energy shield data to his computer and ran simulations. The results showed the shield could completely withstand a wild boar's charge. Success. It had been quite a struggle. He planned to test it at the chicken farm in the next couple of days. If it worked, he could place a large shield over the farm to protect it from wild boar attacks. But first he needed to create a door in the shield. Xie Lin excitedly began the final phase of testing. After 2 hours of adjustments, the energy shield was finally perfected. One only needed a device similar to an access card to enter while the shield was active. Xie Lin activated the shield and tested it several times, finding no issues, and nodded in satisfaction. Only after completing all this did Xie Lin have time to check today's popularity points. System, how many popularity points do I have today? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 5000 popularity points today, bringing your total to 11360. Reward Combat Arts Level 1, Level 25. The system is really coming through. Even the skills are maxed out, and there are still rewards to be had. So this combat arts skill also has 5 tiers. Yes, host. All such rewards have 5 tiers. Please continue your efforts to earn more points. Xie Lin rubbed his chin. System, give me a straight answer. What exactly do you plan to turn me into? Ding. This system is the all-around mastery system. Naturally, it aims to develop you in all directions. Well, that's another day of asking in vain. At this moment, Xie Lin had no idea that his live stream today had once again gone viral on the trending searches. Modern-day Xie King of handicrafts. It didn't want to teach but the lead strategist. Xie the sage. Weapons transformed pressure cooker landmine. Those out of the loop looked at the trending topics in confusion, but after learning the details, everyone had to exclaim, a reincarnation of Xie. The netizens below were in a frenzy. Seriously, I love this guy's take, hahaha. I think it's great. In war, you need to make the enemy feel fear. That's too cruel. Putting in itching powder and fiberglass. Why not add some poison for pain and pleasure, or even some anesthetic? The guy upstairs is a total demon. The conservatives think the radicals are too conservative. Which blogger is this? I'm going to follow him. Are these weapons for real? Could my family's three-wheeled cart become a weapon too? Oh my god, I've been cooking with a weapon all this time. Hey, isn't this the guy who handmade firearms before? What a coincidence. With ideas like these, the people in the Middle East must be thrilled. Pressure cooker landmines, forklift mortars, flashlights, turned grenades. Dude, you better turn yourself in. Better follow him now before he actually gets locked up. Military Research Institute, hire this guy, let him go develop weapons. Your info is outdated. The Military Research Institute is already following him. I think it won't be long before this guy gets recruited. Xie Lin was truly famous, this time known to all. Those unfamiliar with him went through his past videos and were utterly stunned. This guy was no ordinary man. The sword flight and wind fire wheels they were playing with now were also his creations. What does this guy intend to achieve with such talent? Xie Lin was now completely famous online. The personnel at the military base chuckled upon seeing the online comments about Xie Lin. The speaker was Wei Zhonghua, the captain of the security team. This kid really has a talent for being an internet celebrity. He Guang said with a smile. He's a talent. I've reviewed his file and his recent research is quite promising. When are we recruiting him? Wei Zhonghua asked. Soon. Everything is prepared, He Guang replied. The nation needed talents like Xie Lin. Aside from that, his ideas, though devious, are undeniably practical and well-suited for the situation there, Wei Zhonghua said with a chuckle. He's enjoying himself now, but the U.S. is probably furious. Should we inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? To prepare in advance, He Guang said. Give them a heads up so they're ready. Don't let them scramble for a solution when the U.S. actually comes knocking, Wei Zhonghua said. He Guang couldn't help but remark, after all these years I still can't get used to America's pettiness. Every time they cause a fuss, it's like children playing games. Then you'd better get used to it. In my opinion, this kid Xie Lin will pull off something even bigger in the future, Wei Zhonghua said. He Guang showed no sign of impatience. I'm not afraid of him making a big splash. No matter how big it gets, we can cover for him. Because of this live stream, the situation in the Middle East quickly turned around. Zaid accepted Xie Lin's suggestions and modified forklifts, pressure cookers, and other items for use on the battlefield. A video of the Middle East conflict quietly surfaced on the internet in both Dragon Nation and the US. In the video, they not only adopted Xie Lin's tactics, but also added chili powder, itching powder, lime fiberglass, and other substances. They even innovated by adding feces. When the enemy intercepted a bomb, they were hit with a shower of filth, and the video immediately captured the sounds of the enemy gagging and vomiting. The enemy got smarter with the next bomb and stopped intercepting it. But that one was a real explosive, landing directly in their camp. In short, the enemy was miserable these past 2 days. Intercepting was a loss, and not intercepting was also a loss. Add to that the high cost of their interceptor missiles, and their pain was even more acute. Intercepting. Not cost-effective. Not intercepting. They'd actually get bombed. Helpless, they turned to their American daddy for help. Inside the White House, President Hards received the news, his face full of disbelief. Are you telling me our puppet lost? With all the advanced weapons we provided, they still couldn't beat those guys throwing gas tanks. Do you expect me to believe that? Senator Fitt nodded solemnly. Mr. President, in fact, they did lose. The main reason is that the gas tanks are too cheap, while the interceptor missiles are too expensive. After a whole battle, they didn't eliminate the enemy, but they sure spent all their money. Secondly, they didn't fight by the rules, and they left a severe psychological trauma. This is the combat footage from that time. After you see it, Mr. President, you'll understand. After watching the video, Hard's face turned green. How did they come up with these methods? Did the Indians give them these ideas? How could the Middle East, which usually fought conventional wars, suddenly come up with such disgusting tricks? Senator Fitt said, it wasn't the Indians. It was someone from Dragon Nation. Hard slammed the table. It's the Dragon Nation again. All that talk about neutrality is bullshit. Mr. President, the one who gave the advice is a streamer from Dragon Nation. Actually, his original ideas are even more psychologically devastating than what the Middle East is currently using. Senator Fitt couldn't find a better word to describe it. A streamer from Dragon Nation can discuss matters of state. No way can their streamers have such high military acumen. Hards thought Fitt was shirking responsibility. But when he actually saw the clips from Xie Lin's livestream, his face turned even greener. Damn it, it's this guy again. Didn't I tell you to take care of him? Hard's murderous gaze fixed on Fitt. Oh, Mr. President, you have no idea how tight Dragon Nation security is. The mercenaries we hired can't even get into the country, Fit said regretfully. Send mercenaries to Dragon Nation. Are you serious? For a nobody streamer you'd hire mercenaries. Why don't you just bribe someone inside Dragon Nation to do the job themselves? Hart suspected Fit wasn't putting in the effort at all. Chief, we lost one believer yesterday. Should we arrange another one? The believer Fight referred to was the one who had reported Xie Lin. Even believers are citizens of Dragon Country, and there are plenty of them. Send one to cause trouble for this person. Hades said. Yes, Chief, will get on it right away, Fight said. Wait, we can't let Dragon Country's interference in the war go unanswered. Rally other nations to pressure Dragon Country. First they sell arms, then they provide military strategies. They owe the world an explanation. Hades said. Chief, discussing international affairs isn't a big issue in Dragon Country. It may not be there, but on the international stage it is. Do it now, Hades snapped. Chief, there's no such rule internationally. Fight couldn't help but remind him. There is from now on. Fight, you've been slacking lately, Hades said, eyeing him. I just think it's inappropriate. Fight, as long as we achieve our goal, that's all that matters. Drop your pathetic sense of morality. This isn't Dragon Country. Hades warned. Yes, Chief. Awakening from sleep, Xie Lin thought of hypersonic missiles and how to guide the research institute to develop them. Ding. Host can handcraft a missile during a live stream. Xie Lin was stunned. Man, is the system serious? Handcrafting a missile sounds totally surreal. But, system, are you sure I won't get arrested by the country if I pull out a hypersonic missile? Xie Lin wore an expression of you think I'm stupid. Ding. Host, you're a handcraft blogger, it's normal to handcraft a missile. Besides, you're a genius now, so no one will doubt your abilities. Xie Lin was baffled. When did he become a genius? Host, have you forgotten your upgraded skills? Also, the system had already planned ahead for him. System, you're the best. Beep. Host stopped saying mushy things to the system. System. Will leak electricity. Xie Lin suddenly felt a tingle. Damn, why did the electricity have to hit me? You're my host, soulbound, so you're closest. When I leak, you suffer too. Xie Lin was annoyed but decided not to argue with an artificial idiot. He opened his phone to check the trending topics and was shocked to find himself on several. Man, what were these people doing up late at night? The word war criminal just won't leave him alone, will it? Overnight, Dragon Country's internet took another turn. The hashtag Handcraft King war crime shot up the trend, sitting right below weapons overhaul pressure cooker mines. Netizens rushed to the comment section to see what was going on. Seeing the video in the post, they couldn't help but laugh. This is a video with a smell. The Middle Easterners learn fast. They even innovate. Impressive. Suddenly war doesn't seem so scary. 666, a mortar made from a forklift. Civilian tools turned into weapons, ha. Great, now the Middle East is ordering pressure cookers from Dragon Country, ha. I don't know about pressure cookers, but I do sell forklifts, and I actually got a Middle Eastern order, dog. While 6bro single-handedly boosting the whole industry, ha. Should these companies pay 6bro some endorsement fees? The Middle Easterners know what to buy. They come to us. After gas tanks and steel pipes, pressure cookers and forklifts are the new arms dealers. 6bro is turning every industry into weapons. Who would believe Dragon Country is now the biggest arms dealer? Dog. The US must be crying, spending so much on expensive weapons to fight these cheap ones. This streamer deserves a follow. Truly a proud Dragon Country citizen. Ha! The internet was livelier than a festival, with netizens hopping around like melon-eating groundhogs. Just as they finished feasting on the Middle Eastern weapons gossip, the US started calling out Dragon Country internationally. Same old routine, demanding an explanation to the international community and accusing Dragon Country's netizens of influencing the war's direction by discussing international affairs. Netizens found it hilarious. Just talking affects the outcome. Then your international situation isn't very stable. Dragon Country rejected all US claims. Explanation. What explanation? If the Middle East chooses to believe a streamer's casual boast, that's not their problem. Besides, the US is the world's superpower, a military giant. How could a few words from a streamer affect it? In short, no matter what the US said, Dragon Country had a rebuttal, infuriating the US so much they threatened sanctions and even expulsion from the UN Security Council. Dragon Country netizens heard this and thought, bring it on. Of course, it ended in nothing. The US couldn't possibly expel Dragon Country. When it was time for the live stream, Xie Lin went live. With the buzz from arms dealer and modern Jiasu, he was greeted with overwhelming enthusiasm, nearly crashing the servers. Our strategist 6bro is here. 6bro, when will you conquer the world? Jiasu bro, what are we learning today? This is the man who caused global turmoil. Shocking. This man made several countries fight. Is this moral decay or human depravity? This is the blogger who turns daily necessities into weapons. A man who affects the whole world. In the pressure cooker boss, thanks 6bro for the business. Good thing this guy is from Dragon Country. If he were abroad, he'd conquer Europe by now. The top influencer. Anyone who disobeys gets a pressure cooker at their door. Bro, do you promote products? I sell socks. I sell chili peppers, perfect for export to the Middle East. The chat was a chaotic mix of all kinds of comments, a wild world carnival. After half an hour of banter, he finally managed to calm the energetic crowd. Only then did Xie Lin get to the main topic. Folks, today we're not chatting. We're handcrafting, getting back to the essence of this channel. Xie Lin said. The chat instantly filled with disappointment. Xie Lin was speechless. What are you all disappointed about? I'm a handcraft blogger. What else would I do? 6 Bro, remember you're an all-round handcraft blogger, so you should excel at everything else too. Exactly, like how to maintain world peace. And how to make war disappear. Xie Lin squinted his eyes. I feel like you guys are going to get me locked up sooner or later. The netizens cried out that they were wronged. They were just ordinary, innocent netizens. How could they possibly get the streamer locked up? Xie Lin didn't believe them, but he had no proof, so he could only say, want world peace and war to disappear. Simple. If Blue Star is destroyed, peace will naturally follow. Damn bro, are you trying to live up to your reputation as Jiasu? Who told him to maintain world peace? Forget it, you'd better stick to handcrafting. Yeah, we love watching your craft videos. Xie Lin snorted coldly. Trying to trick him? Not a chance. Bro, what are you handcrafting today? Xie Lin's face instantly lit up with a smile. We've got a lot of new friends today, so let me handcraft something special for everyone. What's so special about it? Xie Lin smiled mysteriously. Today I'm going to handcraft something impressive. The moment he finished speaking, the iron gate outside was pounded with loud bangs. The netizens in the live stream were instantly amused. They had witnessed this scene countless times. Bro, hurry up and open the door. We want to see who's pounding on your gate. Could it be that because of your war analysis the other day the government sent someone to arrest you? Don't talk nonsense. If they were going to arrest him, they'd have done it long ago. They wouldn't have let him roam free for so many days. Xie Lin sighed helplessly. You guys are truly my best buddies. Xie Lin opened the gate and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't government officials. Standing outside were his good brother Chung Wei and a young man with fiery red hair styled into an impressive height. Young man, are you by any chance young Master Long from the Burial Love family? Xie Lin suddenly asked. The netizens in the live stream burst into laughter. What the hell, young Master Long? I'm stubborn boy. Then am lying Shang Angelina Sakura, Yuanling Shueli Chi Mei and Talia Shangming, Shu and Mei Hathaway Rose, Tier Yuling Seer Fandom Hainwen. Stop it, your name is longer than my life. The red-haired youth, after a moment of confusion, said, I'm not from the Burial Love family. I'm from the Burial Poverty family. The fans found it hilarious, the Burial Poverty family. This kid is a real character. Poverty doesn't need burying. Just throw the corpse in the wilderness. Chung Wei slapped Xie Lin. What are you going on about? Don't learn random nonsense from the internet. And you? Where have you been these past few days? You didn't come to see me. Xie Lin went over and wrapped his arm around Chung Wei's neck. Chung Wei also stretched out his arm and patted Xie Lin's shoulder. Something came up at my grandma's place these past few days. I left right after coming back that day. As he spoke, he introduced the red-haired young man beside him. This is my cousin Wang Kai. He's also a fan of yours. Wang Kai's eyes sparkled brightly. Hey bro, I'm your fan. You're really amazing. Wang Kai was a modern internet surfer. Ever since he bought a new car and wanted to change its paint, he spent his days watching all kinds of craft bloggers online. One day he stumbled upon Xie Lin's channel and was instantly captivated by his incredible skills. From then on he became a devoted fan. He thought that such a skilled craftsman could surely mix the exact color he wanted. Just as he was worrying about where to find this streamer, his cousin came to visit their grandmother and happened to see him watching the stream. After chatting, he discovered that the streamer was actually his cousin's good brother. That was it. Once his errands were done, he hurriedly urged his cousin to bring him over. Xie Lin released Chung Wei and unconsciously straightened his back. Being admired by a fan in real life felt different indeed. You're too kind. You're my little cousin now. Come on in, all of you. The three entered the house, and Chung Wei finally stated his purpose. Lin, my cousin needs your help with something. Xie Lin said cheerfully, what is it? As long as I can do it, he'll take care of it for you. Bro, I want you to help me modify my car. Wang Kai said excitedly. Can't do it. Xie Lin changed his tune immediately. Are you kidding? A guy like him, who doesn't even have a driver's license, modifying a car. Ain't he afraid of causing fatalities? Little cousin, it's not that I don't want to help, but car modification is beyond my capabilities. Xie Lin said. Bro, it's not modification, it's just a paint job. I want that particular shade of red, but the 4S store doesn't have that color tone. So I wanted to ask if you could mix the paint for me. Wang Kai quickly explained. Oh, it was just a paint job. That was simple. I can mix it, but I need to ask my buddies in the live stream first. The netizens had no objections. A paint job would be done quickly. Bro, the paint job will be done in no time. I want to see bro spray paint. The last time he spray painted his drone, I knew he had the skills. Xie Lin said, if my buddies have no objections, well, do the paint job today. Wang Kai said excitedly. Bro, from now on you're my big brother. The buddies in the live stream are my second brother, and Chung Wei is my third brother. The buddies in the live stream chuckled. This guy's cool. Even though he's still one step below bro, I don't mind. I just want to take a piss, and I became the second brother. Little cousin, come find me in Mountain City if you ever visit. Hold on the guy above. Meanwhile, Chung Wei went up and put him in a chokehold. In the big brother, he's the third brother. Wang Kai refused to yield. If bro helps me with the paint, Then he's the big brother. Xie Lin laughed and pulled Cheng Wei over. The buddies are still watching brother Cheng Wei. Cheng Wei wanted to protest, but with Xie Lin's chokehold on him. All protests were futile. These two were truly devious. Then Xie Lin looked at the live stream camera. Buddies today were changing the plan. How about we mix and spray paint for a car? Xie Lin then asked Wang Kai what color he wanted. Wang Kai immediately pulled out his phone and searched for a picture of the desired color. Xie Lin understood at once. It was red with a hint of yellow leaning toward a red-orange, but redder than red-orange, and slightly lighter than pure red. The color is no problem. Let's take a look at your car, Xie Lin said. Wang Kai immediately ran next door and drove the car to Xie Lin's place. Xie Lin looked at the car model and nodded. No problem. I can handle it, Xie Lin said. Xie Lin secured the camera and began preparing the materials. The netizens watched as Xie Lin put some unknown substances into a small black bowl and stirred them around, then heated and extracted, and finally combined everything to create the paint. In the end, they watched as Xie Lin mixed it once more, and it became paint ready for spraying. The netizens' eyes widened in astonishment. So your spray paint is mixed from scratch? Wait, no. Go back. Let us see how this paint came to be. Xie Lin sprayed a little and compared it with the color Wang Kai had provided, then nodded in satisfaction. Perfect, Matt. Xie Lin glanced at the questions flooding the bullet comments and kindly explained the principles and transformations to the netizens. Folks, the automotive paint first, then this. And finally the colors blend together. See, it's super simple. Anyone with hands can do it. This wasn't Xie Lin showing off. To a mind that had been developed and enhanced, this was a trivial matter. The netizens were even more confused. Brother Six, having hands isn't enough for this. I still wouldn't get it. Forget it. Those who understand, understand. Those who don't just can't learn it. It's already good enough that Brother Six took the time to explain it to us. Wang Kai wore a look of utter bewilderment. Having observed Xie Lin's handiwork up close this time, he still couldn't fathom how the paint had been formulated. Being so near had only doubled the shock and awe. Once he snapped out of it, he was filled with profound admiration. Brother Six was truly incredible, deserving of his title as the ultimate handsome blogger. Xie Lin covered the car's windows and glass, then began spraying the paint onto the vehicle. His silky smooth technique was both satisfying to watch and a feast for the eyes. Brother Six's spraying skill? You'd need at least 30 years of practice to achieve that. Huh. So you're saying Brother Six has been practicing spraying since birth? Don't be ridiculous. Why not say he started practicing in the womb? Once the paint job was finished, the entire car looked brand new. Xie Lin was even more pleased. It was a paint he had mixed to paint he had sprayed, and it was beautiful. Wang Kai was also extremely satisfied. It was exactly the shade of red he had wanted. Brother Six truly understood him. Xie Lin held up his phone to the car. Folks, what do you think? Isn't this color gorgeous? Isn't this paint job flawless? I'm just too good. Where did Brother Six pick up this habit of being so confident? The words humility don't exist in Brother Six's dictionary. Knew this kid would show off. Say what you will, but this guy knows so much. We're all human. Why are you so talented? Fellow human, why art thou so extraordinary? Wang Kai, marveling at his car, exclaimed, Brother Six, the paint you mixed is just perfect. Is there anything you can't do? Before Xie Lin could respond, Cheng Wei proudly declared, look who he is. Of course, my brother Cheng Wei's brother is awesome. The livestream fans commented that it was no surprise these two were brothers. They were equally confident. Brother? Call me Dad, Xie Lin retorted. Cheng Wei immediately took offense, and the two launched into a 300-round battle over who was whose father. Wang Kai gazed at his beloved car, now truly cherishing it to the core. He immediately suggested taking the two of them out for a spin. Xie Lin initially wanted to decline, but these two were too persistent, so he reluctantly agreed to join. Folks, today's livestream theme is a joyride. Let me show you the local customs and scenery of my city. Xie Lin was extremely excited. A viewer immediately asked where he was from. I'm from Yun Province. If any of you folks come to Yun Province for a trip, just drop my name. It won't get you a discount, but they'll know you know a local. Rounding it up, we're all friends here. I was waiting for a real tip, and Brother Six hits me with that. Brother Six is such a tease. Is that how you round things up? Xie Lin's one comment stirred up the live stream viewers. Brother Six, where are you guys heading for the drive? Is the scenery nice along the way? Yun Province was after all a semi-tourist city, and those who had never visited were quite curious. Right, where were they heading? The three exchanged glances, and it was Cheng Wei who provided the answer. We're going to the neighboring city. We'll buy some chicken stew with mushrooms and come back. Xie Lin, I'm all for it. Haven't had that in ages. Netizens. I thought you were going to show us the stunning landscapes of Yun Province, but instead you are taking us to see chicken stew with mushrooms. Can you three grown men have a bit more ambition? Wait, is this chicken stew with mushrooms really that good? Did Brother Six get sponsored? Which place is it? Give me the address. I'm in Yun Province. If it's not good, he'll come back and curse the streamer out. Wang Kai had no objections at all. He was just thrilled to be driving his new love. As long as he could hit the road, he was happy to go anywhere. Wang Kai floored the gas pedal and merged onto the main road. Just as they got going, they spotted two traffic police officers up ahead. Xie Lin was about to tell Wang Kai to slow down, but Wang Kai drove right past them without decelerating. Whoosh. They sped by. There's no speed limit on this road, don't worry, Wang Kai said excitedly. Xie Lin felt something was off. That thing next to them is a speed gun, right? It is, but it's fine. This road has no speed limit. Although a bit puzzled, Wang Kai didn't think much of it. No speed limit. Then why were the traffic cops there just for decoration? The two officers behind them stared in disbelief at the car that had just whooshed past. Seriously, were cars this audacious these days? Speeding right in front of the police. It's been a while since I've seen a car this brazen. The young officer was slightly excited. This was a ticket waiting to happen. He immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and called the officers further down the road. Old Lou, there's a red car speeding your way. Block it off. License plate NB676. The middle-aged officer, Old Ma, went over to check the speed gun, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. Xiao Xiao, come look. There's no speeding record for that car. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie also replied that they hadn't found any speeding record for that vehicle. Impossible. That car was definitely speeding. How can there be no record? Just then another car passed by, and the device displayed its speed. So the equipment was working perfectly fine. Call the station and have them pull up the surveillance footage. Old Ma immediately contacted the station to check the vehicle's travel information. The station replied, we don't have any speeding records here. Oddly enough, there's no travel record for this car at all. Are you sure it just drove past you? I'm sure. It was a red car plate NB676. Pull up the footage for this stretch of road. The station also felt something was amiss. They accessed the surveillance feed based on the information Old Ma provided, but could only capture a blurry red streak. The car was indeed on the outer ring road. The license plate you mentioned just passed the Donching section. The camera only caught a glimpse of it. Why is there no speeding record for that car? This defies logic. Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Something's definitely wrong. Well, contact the captain. You two hold your positions, the station said. At the intersection ahead, Old Lou was checking the speeding records on his device. There was nothing. As he was puzzling over this, he looked up and saw a red car approaching from the direction of Yin Province. His years of experience allowed him to instantly read the license plate. There really was such a car. The red vehicle whooshed past Old Lou in a flash. Based on years of experience, this car is definitely speeding. Old Lou checked the speed records. Huh, nothing. What's going on? Where's the problem? The radar can't be faulty, it registered all the other cars. Why didn't it catch this red one? Could it be equipped with some kind of radar jammer? Old Lou immediately reported this to Captain Su Liang, who was stationed up ahead. Su Liang had just received a report from the station, and now Old Liu's report came in. He understood the situation. Though he didn't know how the car jammed the speed gun, speeding was still speeding. Inside the car, Xie Lin was now 80% sure something was wrong with this stretch of road. Are you sure there's no speed limit here? Xie Lin asked again. Wang Kai was adamant there wasn't. Then why are there so many traffic cops if there's no speed limit? Once could be a coincidence, but twice. He wouldn't believe there was nothing going on. Viewers in the live stream also sensed something was off. Usually when traffic cops set up a speed gun, it means the road has a limit. The atmosphere in the car grew tense. What to do? If there was a speed limit, they were truly done for. Just then they saw two traffic cops up ahead directing traffic. Damn it. This road probably did have a speed limit. Why else would there be so many cops here? One of the officers was already waving them over from a distance, signaling them to pull over. Wang Kai's heart sank. This was it. He pulled over, and Su Liang approached. He first checked Wang Kai's ID and driver's license, then said, "You were speeding." Wang Kai's heart ached. He asked timidly, "But isn't there no speed limit on this road? Look at what that sign says." Wang Kai looked over. There was a very obvious speed limit sign. Man, why hadn't he noticed it before? When was it put up? It was a new regulation issued last month. It's been publicized for a while now. Didn't you get the notice? Su Liang asked expressionlessly. Wang Kai genuinely didn't know. He never read text messages. News. He didn't watch that either. Su Liang looked at Wang Kai's red hair and his red car. A real modern-day reckless youth. Is this car modified? Su Liang recognized the brand. This model didn't seem to come in red. No modifications, just a repaint, Wang Kai quickly explained. Just then a patrol motorcycle pulled up. It was Xiao Zhao from earlier. Oh ho, isn't this the arrogant red car from before? Got caught after all, Xiao Zhao said, approaching curiously. The three of them felt even more awkward. Would the cops believe they weren't trying to be arrogant? The speed gun didn't register your car twice. What kind of radar jamming device do you have installed in there? Su Liang asked. The three of them were even more confused. Jammer. No, absolutely not. Wang Kai quickly clarified. They couldn't be accused of that. Are you sure? If we find one, this will be more than just a speeding ticket. Su Liang stared at them sharply. Even the live stream viewers held their breath. Brother Six, you guys are in real trouble now. It's confirmed. The cousin isn't just reckless, he doesn't even know the road's speed limit. Even seeing the cops didn't clue him into the speed limit. Brother Six went out for a joyride and got stopped for speeding before it even started. Sorry, but I really want to laugh. Today's stream wasn't a waste. Thought the rest of the stream would be boring, but Brother Six pulled a big one. No need to go this far for stream content. The cops are real. The fine is real, confirmed, not staged. Wang Kai genuinely had no idea. How could his car have a jammer? He didn't even know what that was. Not only did he not know, but the cops didn't either. But they couldn't think of a better explanation for the speed gun failing. Back at Sanluo District Police Station, Zheng Xiaokai learned from Xie Lin's stream that the three had been pulled over by the traffic cops. The key issue wasn't that they were stopped, but that the speed gun couldn't detect their car's speed. Thinking about Xie Lin's tinkering skills, he was sure there was something in that car. He immediately went to Yangshan's office and reported the situation. Yangshan frowned. Wait a bit. The traffic police station is right next door. Keep an eye on what happens there. Normally this wouldn't fall under their jurisdiction, but this involved Xie Lin. Over there, Su Liang had searched every inch of the car, but found nothing suspicious. He began to wonder if Head missed a spot. Xiao Zhao was also persistent. He took Wang Kai's car for a test drive, but the speed gun again showed no reading. Drive the car back to the station for a more thorough inspection. You three come along for questioning, Su Liang said. As for the stream, Xie Lin had already quietly turned it off. There was no way Head keep streaming during such an embarrassing moment. So the three went to the traffic police station, paid the fine, and underwent questioning. Just as they finished, Yangshan from the neighboring station arrived. Both served the people, so they knew each other. Su Liang learned about Xie Lin from Yangshan and gave him a second look. A handicraft blogger, and someone the Military Research Institute has its eye on. Maybe it was Wang Kai's red hair influencing him, but Su Liang now saw all three of them as reckless youths. I don't care about that. Since you're here, check if there's a jammer in this car, Su Liang said. Yangshan was also curious about how the car managed to jam the radar, so he accepted the invitation. Unfortunately, he searched it from top to bottom and found nothing suspicious. They even took out the interior decorations and floor mats, but still found nothing. Strange. This car was bought last month. Nothing's been changed except the paint. Why can't we detect it? Su Liang looked troubled. If they couldn't find the cause of the speed gun failure, it posed a potential danger. If this technology were widely used, it would threaten people's lives and property. Yangshan also found nothing suspicious and frowned deeply. Could it be a problem with this car model? Check with the manufacturer. You can let the three of them go for now, Yangshan said. Su Liang nodded. Detaining them now wouldn't help, but the car had to stay. Until the problem was solved, they weren't getting it back. Wang Kai left the traffic police station, looking back every few steps. Captain Su, please take good care of my car. It's brand new, I've barely driven it, Wang Kai said, unable to bear it and forcing himself to speak. Su Liang's temple throbbed. You'd think he was talking about his wife, not a car. After sending the three off, he had to continue working. Yangshan and Su Liang arrived at the 4S store where Wang Kai had bought his car and tested a similar model, finding no anomalies. Thus the issue was not with the vehicle itself. Yangshan was more inclined to believe that Xie Lin had tampered with it, given that the young man always enjoyed tinkering with peculiar inventions. But they had thoroughly searched that car. Where exactly was the problem? Returning to the traffic police station, they saw the repainted vehicle, and a ludicrous thought crossed their minds. Could it be the paint itself? Old Su, don't worry. They'll get someone to test it for me, Yangshan said. Technical testing. That's the only option now, Su Liang sighed. Yangshan didn't call the police technical department. Instead, he directly phoned He Guang. Having heard the full story, especially the part about the car being undetectable by radar, He Guang's eyes lit up. Something that could shield against speed radar. He knew exactly what that meant. The American stealth fighters used radar shielding technology, repeatedly provoking our Dragon Country. Unfortunately, the United States had tightly sealed that technology, and Dragon Country had yet to glimpse it. If such technology emerged in Dragon Country, it would be exhilarating. Whether true or false, he had to go. At 11 o'clock that night, He Guang arrived at the traffic police station with his team. Su Liang stared at Yangshan in shock. This guy had actually contacted military personnel. They'll take this car back for research. They'll notify you when I have results. He Guang cut straight to the point. Yangshan and Su Liang had no objections. The situation was beyond their technical capabilities. However, before He Guang left, Yangshan added a request not to damage the car. Don't worry. If the vehicle is damaged, well, compensate the owner at full price, He Guang said. Yangshan nodded in relief, and He Guang drove the car away. Xie Lin returned home, stored the paint he had mixed that day, and felt a bit regretful that he hadn't gotten to eat chicken stew with mushrooms. After resting for a while, he summoned the system. System, how many popularity points did I get today? Ding. Congratulations, host. Today's popularity points, 3,000. Total points, 14,360. Reward, Taekwondo fragment 1, total 5 fragments. Xie Lin's eyes widened. System, are you kidding me? Taekwondo fragments. Are you going to ask me to cut a knife next? You're not a Pinduoduo product, are you? Ding. Host, the system has no relation to Pinduoduo, nor does it have a cut a knife feature. Please rest assured. Xie Lin was far from reassured. Fragments had appeared. Who knew what would come next? System, I protest. Fragments are unreasonable. I want a complete reward. Drip drip. System is upgrading. Please contact later. Damn. Damn system, you'd better not let me catch you, or I'll install a dozen viruses on you. Inside the research institute, He Guang drove the car in, and Elder Huang and his team gathered around. This is the car that radar can't detect, Elder Huang said with delight. Please examine this car thoroughly to find out what's blocking the radar. Then recalling Yangshan's words, He Guang added, we've already checked the car's origin. No issues. Now we suspect it's the paint. Why do you say that? Asked Elder Zhou. Because the paint was mixed by Xie Lin, and he also repainted the car, He Guang replied. So that was it. Send the car to Lab 5 for testing, Elder Huang ordered. Immediately the car was taken to Lab 5, and the two elders circled it. Test its microwave reflectivity. Fu Guoqing began operating the instrument. His heart tightened as the numbers shifted. Moments later he exclaimed in astonishment, Elder Huang, Elder Zhou. The frequency band is 818 GHz, and its microwave reflectivity is 10 dB, with an absorption rate of 90. This is exactly the stealth coating we've been looking for. The lower the microwave reflectivity the better. This one already met the stealth standard. The two elders stared at the data then burst into laughter. They never expected that such a small coating would solve the problem that had perplexed them for so long. Contact Xie Lin immediately. Tell him to preserve the remaining paint. We need to conduct further tests. Elder Huang said excitedly. Elder Huang, it's too late. Rest first. They'll bring the paint over tomorrow. He Guang replied, equally thrilled. How can I sleep now? The breakthrough is within reach. I can't rest at all. Elder Huang said. Fu Guoqing suppressed his excitement. It's already 2 o'clock, Elder Huang. Please rest. Health is the foundation of revolution. Besides, if we go now and come back, it'll be dawn. Better to rest and test later. Persuaded by the two, Elder Huang and Elder Zhou finally gave up the idea of experimenting immediately. As for sleep, no one was in the mood for it. Do we need to return this car? He Guang asked. Compensate the owner at full price. Also transfer the car's ownership to the Institute. We might need it for future experiments, Elder Huang said. He Guang nodded. No big deal. He would handle it tomorrow. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Xie Lin was jolted awake by a loud banging on his door. Who the hell was banging on his door at 5 in the morning? Had they lost their mind? Cursing under his breath, Xie Lin opened the door and saw He Guang's face. His anger flared even more. Bro, it's only 5 o'clock. What the hell do you want? If Xie Lin knew that He Guang had been waiting at his doorstep since he might have been even more terrified. He Guang suddenly saluted Xie Lin, startling him. Comrade Xie, on behalf of the organization, thank you. He Guang's solemn manner left Xie Lin even more bewildered. Hey, just say what you need to say. What's with this show? Xie Lin was now filled with unease. Forget anger. He was afraid he might lose his breath. Do you still have the paint you used to modify the car yesterday? I need to take it back for research, He Guang said. What's there to research? Don't tell me the radar not showing speed has something to do with my paint. Xie Lin said, his mind clearing. To be honest, preliminary tests show that it is indeed related to your paint. So I need to take the remaining paint for further testing, He Guang said. Xie Lin wondered if he was still half asleep. This sounded too absurd. Xie Lin handed over the remaining paint to He Guang, who left immediately. Dazed, Xie Lin lay back in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Back at the Institute, He Guang oversaw deeper testing of the paint. Radar wave absorption meets the standards. Adhesion test. Passed. Abrasion resistance test. Passed. Salt spray resistance test. Passed. Heat and humidity resistance test. Passed. Optical camouflage effectiveness test. Passed. A dozen or so tests were run in succession, and all met the standards. The researchers within the Institute were ecstatic. This was the stealth coating they needed, and its performance even surpassed that of the American equivalent. Even He Guang, whose face was perpetually stern, couldn't suppress the excitement welling up within him. With this coating, the Dragon Country would finally have its own stealth fighter jets. Take me to see Xie Lin. I want to learn this technology from him, Old Huang said, his voice trembling with excitement. Calm down, Old Huang. The results are out now, there's no need to rush. Please rest for now, and he'll take you to see Xie Lin this afternoon, He Guang replied. He Guang said. Xie Lin started his live stream 3 hours earlier than usual today simply because he had woken up too early and felt like bothering his online viewers. The moment the stream began, netizens received the notification. Brother 6, why are you starting the stream so early today? Earth hasn't blown up yet, has it? What's on your mind, Brother 6? Spill it, let us have a laugh. Hey 6, how did that speeding ticket turn out yesterday? Tell us about it. That one really knew how to pick a topic, but Xie Lin refused to answer that question. He's the only streamer on the internet who live streamed his own speeding ticket. LOL. Born to stream, blessed by the heavens. You've got a point. Keep talking. I got fined yesterday too, why isn't anyone comforting me? Aren't we best buddies? Xie Lin feigned anger. No. Number 10086, and my ID number. Fine. I treat you as my best friends, but you just see me as a joke. Xie Lin got angry, but only for a moment. Let's drop yesterday's topic and start today's stream. Xie Lin snorted. What are you going to build from scratch today, streamer? Xie Lin cleared his throat and said, I got pulled over by a traffic cop yesterday. So first I'm going to set off a firecracker to ward off the bad luck. So you're going to make a firecracker. What's so special about that? I could make one too. Has our streamer run out of ideas? Nothing else to show. Who says I have nothing to show? After the firecracker, it'll build something awesome for you guys. Xie Lin said with a chuckle. Alright, you said it. If it's not impressive, we're all unsubscribing. 6 is always fixated on setting off firecrackers. There must be a hidden trick. Knowing SIXS style this firecracker is probably not ordinary. Xie Lin looked at the barrage and thought that these guys had sharp instincts, but he couldn't admit it. This is a firework I made myself, so it's bound to be special. Xie Lin went to the courtyard holding a cluster of several firecracker rockets bundled together. Watch closely, guys. Xie Lin lit the rocket. With a whoosh, it shot straight into the sky. One section of the rocket detached midair, propelling the remaining part forward. After 3 consecutive boosts, just as netizens thought it was over, the rocket made a 90-degree turn in the sky. What kind of principle is that? This firecracker is truly one of a kind. Holy crap. 3-stage boost right angle turn. Is this really a firework? I don't know much about fireworks, but isn't 3-stage boosting used in rockets? Right? The streamer's got skills. 6, is that really a firework you set off? I knew this guy wouldn't set off fireworks for no reason. Damn, that was a slick move. Xie Lin nodded in satisfaction. The initial effect was good. You guys are smart. Today I'm going to build a missile from scratch, Xie Lin continued. Whoa, 6, you actually dare to say that? It feels like 6 did all that show just to say he's building a missile. I wouldn't even dare to think about it, let alone say it. Guys, a DIY streamer never boasts. Today he'll build a missile to entertain you and show off our country's military strength, Xie Lin said proudly. Wait, is this something you can just build? Isn't that classified? National military strength. 6, are you still thinking about those foreigners' provocation from a few days ago? 6 is awesome. Even though the streamer is impressive, building a missile from scratch seems a bit too much. Who cares if it's too much? As long as it's entertaining, well, watch. Go ahead, 6. I trust you. If it's not good, I'll report you. Xie Lin suddenly felt a pang in his teeth. Why did he know these people? If you guys don't want to watch, we could switch to something else. Xie Lin's eyes sparkled as he looked at the screen. Don't switch. We want to see the missile. Yeah, I also want to know how 6 builds a missile from scratch. Might as well watch this. Building a missile from scratch sounded interesting. Xie Lin secured his phone and said, since you all want to see it, he'll build a missile. I promise I won't let you down. The netizens all knew that if Xie Lin actually built a real missile, things would really be over. Xie Lin prepared the materials quickly. He placed all the necessary components aside and began designing the missile blueprints. Why not just copy an existing design instead of drawing a new one? Don't mind him, just watch what he does. 6 has his own ideas. While drawing, Xie Lin kept an eye on the livestream comments. The exterior will be a bit different because the interior will be different too, like its speed and the warhead it carries. Actually, missiles from different countries are pretty similar. In short, it's all about speed. As long as it's fast enough, it's a qualified missile. The netizens were baffled. Why does it sound like he's talking about a tractor being fast enough? Is there an expert here? Is that what a missile is like? Something's off. The missile 6 is describing doesn't sound like the missiles I know. Xie Lin was currently mixing some kind of substance black and pasty like sesame paste. 6, what's that in your hand? It's not really sesame paste, is it? Something's up. 6 never does things without reason. That stuff must be special. Seeing the comments, Xie Lin said, this is the missile fuel. It's ready now. Let's see how it works first. Saying this, Xie Lin took out a portion, placed it in a test device, and ignited it directly. With a whoosh, blue flames shot out from the device. Before the netizens could even gasp in amazement, 3 Mach rings suddenly appeared within the blue flame. The next second, the 3 Mach rings transformed into 8. The knowledgeable netizens in the live stream were stunned. No way 8 Mach rings just appeared like that. Are you kidding me? That bowl of sesame paste can produce 8 Mach rings. Shouldn't it be Brother 6 who's terrifying? He actually handcrafted 8 Mach rings. Now I believe Brother 6 can build a rocket. Seeing the barrage, Xie Lin straightened his back even more. Folks, don't be surprised, yet save your amazement for when we test the rocket later. 666, the Brother 6 never forgets to show off. Haha, I can imagine how proud Brother 6 feels right now. If that were me, I'd be even prouder. Curious what Brother 6 does for a living. Xie Lin clicked his tongue. Isn't it obvious? I'm just a handicraft streamer. Other handicraft streamers aren't like you, crafting everything under the sun. That just proves I'm dedicated to my craft. A handicraft streamer should be able to make all sorts of things. Didn't we discuss this topic before? Xie Lin said. 666. He's going to outshine everyone. 999, totally epic. Is Brother 6 going to use this as fuel? Will it work? Xie Lin caught the barrage. Of course it'll work. A man can never say no. He then explained solid fuel reduces the missile's weight and increases its range. The viewers didn't fully understand, but felt it sounded impressive. Xie Lin confirmed the sesame paste was ready and began shaping the missile. He even used scrap paper head dug out from who knows where. Is that right? Scrap paper. Brother 6, I know you're skilled, but don't mess around. Is Brother 6 going to pull off his trick again, using scrap paper to demonstrate his abilities? That familiar smell, that familiar recipe. Xie Lin quickly finished crafting the missile and installed a self-made chip inside. He turned on the computer and started programming. The supersonic missile required independent program control, which Xie Lin wrote in no time. After testing, no anomalies were found. Then he attached anti-jamming devices and other components to the missile. While assembling, he explained each step in the missile's technologies. Folks, when you handcraft missiles in the future, mind the speed. If it exceeds Mach 20, the enemy won't have time to sound the alarm. This is the launch control. Simply put, it makes the flight path more flexible, making it harder to track. This is gravity assist, which expands the strike range. Multiple warheads. This is even cooler. Each warhead has a different trajectory, making interception much harder. As Xie Lin explained, viewers couldn't help but exclaim in awe. If such technology actually existed, it would be thrilling. It's even more impressive than American missiles. Can this technology be realized in reality? Probably yes, otherwise how would Brother Six know all these details? Of course it's achievable. If not, where would I get these ideas? Xie Lin said. Most viewers didn't grasp the technicalities, they only knew the missile was formidable. And if the country could build it, that would be amazing. Only a few professionals realized Xie Lin's words were mere speculation, frowning, unsure whether to expose his claims. Two military jeeps were racing towards Sanluo district in Yun province. Inside, Old Huang was watching Xie Lin's live stream, pondering over his words. Guoqing, what do you make of Xie Lin's claims? Old Huang asked. Fu Guoqing thought for a moment. His reasoning is sound and several technologies align with our current research directions. I see no issues at all. Old Huang nodded. He can build it on the spot, which means he already has a complete concept and design in mind, just like the bionic drone earlier. He chuckled, thinking it a pity that this young man hadn't joined the research institute. So this is the genius you've been praising. Truly a genius. Old Zhou chimed in. When we get there, you can ask him anything directly. Old Huang thought to himself that if the missile were real, the nation would advance by at least 30 years. Meanwhile, after 3 hours of hard work, Xie Lin finally completed the task. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. Folks, the handcrafted missile is done. Congrats, Brother Six. Let's go test it out. I can't wait. This is the internet's first handcrafted missile, and just thinking about it gets me excited. Come on, place your bets. Type 1 if you think it succeeds, 2 if it fails. Xie Lin quickly interjected. Those betting on success type 1, those betting on failure also type 1. While the streamer has no shame. Dignity doesn't matter to Brother Six. The barrage flooded with a stream of 2s. Xie Lin protested. Hey, don't you trust me at all? That's heartbreaking. It's not that we don't trust you, but this is unprecedented. We have to be cautious, right? Cautious, my foot. You're just here to cause trouble. Come on, folks, let's head to the park outside for a test to prove I'm not lying. The space at home was too limited, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to the park. If only he could buy the neighbor's yard someday. That would be awesome. Xie Lin walked out the door with the handcrafted missile. On the way, the snack stall owner had already set up and greeted him warmly. Xie Lin returned the greeting enthusiastically. He then headed to the nearby park with his phone. At this hour, the park was nearly empty. Office workers hadn't clocked off yet, and the elderly were still at home. Xie Lin placed the missile on the open ground when a sudden idea struck him. Folks, I just had a more fun idea. Xie Lin said. Viewers eagerly asked what it was. Xie Lin said, they'll convert this missile's speed to real-world missile speeds, mark out an area, and draw a map to scale. What do you think? Where will this missile land? The livestream viewers froze for a moment. Then the screen exploded with excitement. Xie Lin began mapping the area, calculating and drawing key countries on the ground. They happened to be in different directions across the park. With everything ready, Xie Lin prepared for ignition. The livestream atmosphere suddenly tensed up. Where will it actually launch to? This is a bit over the top, but I've got to say the stunt is quite entertaining. I'm getting nervous too. Hey, Brother Six, where did you aim it? Xie Lin grinned. No idea, wherever it lands. He set up the ignition device, prepared the countdown, and stepped back from the scene. All right, folks, ready. Countdown 3, 2, 1, ignite. With his words, the missile shot into the sky with a whoosh, turned a corner, and vanished from sight. The viewers were stunned. This can't be right. Where's the missile? Why can't we see it anymore? Is it really that fast? Xie Lin looked up at the sky. Folks, let's head in that direction to find it. That way should represent an ocean. Xie Lin dashed off in pursuit. That thing was so fast he could barely keep it in frame. The shaky camera suddenly steadied the image, becoming sharp and clear. In the frame, the missile's tail expelled 8 Mach rings, its trajectory shifting unpredictably at tremendous speed. The 3-stage booster separation was executed flawlessly, each of the 3 independent warheads peeling away on a completely distinct flight path. They finally descended upon a spot within the park. Fortunately, the park was deserted at this hour, so Xie Lin, the director of this spectacle, didn't fear any collateral damage. Viewers in the live stream were astounded. Was this tracking shot achieved with a drone following the missile? The viewers merely expressed a brief marvel before their attention was wholly seized by the launched missile. Xie Lin navigated through a grove of trees, arriving at the continent representing America. There the missile stood upright, having struck a location within it. Scattered debris from the missile lay strewn across the ground. The live stream audience was instantly bewildered. So the missile's designated target this time was America. Xie Lin's grin widened. Hey folks, what if I told you this missile was originally aimed at the ocean, but just veered off course terribly? Would you believe me? He'll believe whatever Brother Six says. That's one obedient missile. Brother Six is grinning so much, clearly he's thrilled with this deviation. Dog face emoji. Brother Six is right, this missile's deviation is severe. I suggest mass production. Though it still has technical flaws, it's already quite good. I recommend we keep it. The viewers saw through the ruse, but said nothing as Xie Lin gathered the wreckage. Folks, my missile launch was a success and hit its target with precision. Well, despite a slight deviation, it was still a success, right? The viewers chimed in, Brother Six is right, whatever Brother Six says goes. Haha, the joy on Xie Lin's face was utterly undeniable. Folks, remember to snap a photo of this spectacular moment. If you missed it, I'll post the video on my account later. Don't forget to share and save it. This is my first successful hand-built missile test flight, a milestone worth commemorating. Xie Lin flashed a wide grin, the corners of his mouth nearly touching his ears. Look at Brother Six, so thrilled. It's almost embarrassing. I know what he's up to. He's just showing off. I know him too well. As soon as Xie Lin returned home and set down the missile debris, the sound of vehicles approached from behind. Turning around, he saw 2 jeeps parked at his doorstep. The live stream viewers perked up instantly. Here we go, the classic scene unfolds once more. Oh no, it must be because of the missile test. Is he really going to get taken in this time? Don't worry, the good news is they're not police cars. The bad news is they're military vehicles. Is the streamer getting recruited? The door opened, and He Guang stepped out. The rear door swung open, revealing 2 elderly men. Xie Lin observed the 2 old men with curiosity. Given the deference shown by He Guang and Fu Guoqing, their status was undoubtedly exceptional. The live stream viewers seeing He Guang in military uniform erupted with excitement. My heavens, real soldiers. He's got 1 star and 3 stripes on his shoulder. I recognize the old man in front. That's Academician Huang, the dean of the Military Research Institute, a towering figure in our nation. Oh my goodness. They're here for the streamer's talents. We're witnessing a miracle. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed. Any one of these individuals was a top-tier luminary, and to encounter 3 at once was unheard of. Damn, the streamer has attracted the bigwigs. I'm so blessed to see this luminary up close. Streamer, tell me your address. I need to get an autograph from that great man. Fu Guoqing approached Xie Lin and stated directly, we've come to seek your assistance with a matter. You need my help. Xie Lin felt the world had gone mad. A luminary from the Research Institute was asking him for a favor. It's about that paint you concocted yesterday. Fu Guoqing began. Xie Lin glanced at him saying, I'm still live streaming. If this involves classified information, I'll end the stream right now. Don't end it. Don't end it. Let us watch even without sound. Brother Six, you're my brother, don't end it. What about that paint? Tell us. Fu Guoqing glanced at Xie Lin's stream and chuckled. It's fine, they'll find out soon enough anyway. The paint you hand-mixed yesterday is a stealth coating for fighter jets capable of evading radar detection. The moment those words were spoken, the live stream audience was stunned into silence. Though they didn't fully grasp the technicalities, they understood the term stealth. Those who followed national affairs immediately comprehended the significance of a stealth coating. American stealth fighters relying on their radar-evading capabilities frequently harass our nation's airspace. If this paint truly was a stealth coating for fighter jets, it meant they could have their own stealth fighters too. The viewers held their breath, afraid of missing a single crucial detail. Inside Xie Lin's courtyard, Fu Guoqing first introduced the 2 elders. This is Academician Huang, the dean of our institute, a leading authority in the field of space science. And this is Academician Zhou, a leading authority in the field of artificial intelligence. Xie Lin felt immensely honored. These were the nation's most revered pillars. Fu Guoqing continued, we've investigated why your vehicle's speed wasn't recorded by radar yesterday. The cause is the paint you formulated. In simple terms, the paint you created is capable of shielding radar signals. Xie Lin was dumbfounded. This was no joking matter. Are you sure you've got the right reason? It's truly because of the paint. Xie Lin asked, his voice laced with doubt. That's correct. Moreover, the paint you've formulated is precisely the stealth coating our military's fighter jets require. He Guang added. This situation was becoming increasingly absurd. Were they sure they weren't playing a joke on him? How could this be so surreal? Here are the experimental data for the paint. You can take a look. Fu Guoqing handed the documents to Xie Lin. Xie Lin could now comprehend the data. The report detailed extensive tests on the paint, all of which it had passed. A silent exclamation of holy crap echoed in his mind. When he had mixed the paint, he hadn't considered any of this. He was merely aiming for better performance, greater durability, higher heat resistance, just wanting it to be better. How could he have known had inadvertently crafted a military-grade stealth coating? Could they be here today to take him away? Academician Huang stepped forward solemnly, his gaze serious, his expression grave. Xie Lin instinctively took a step back. Oh no, was this his last moment of freedom? Just as Xie Lin had braced himself for the inevitable judgment, Academician Huang suddenly bowed deeply to him. Startled, Xie Lin instinctively reached out to lift him up. A national pillar bowing to him, he didn't have that kind of fortune. Why the sudden bow? Xie Lin panicked and quickly sidestepped. Academician Huang patted Xie Lin's hand. This stealth coating is of immense importance to our nation. It holds the potential to give Dragon Country the military edge to surpass America. Xie Lin replied without a second thought. That's wonderful. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Old Huang studied Xie Lin for a moment before breaking into a smile. You're a true son of our dragon nation. Xie Lin chuckled. The nation's development is everyone's responsibility. Your sense of duty is truly commendable. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Old Huang continued. Indeed, we do need your help. You'll need to authorize the technology for this coding to us. The patent fees will be at the highest standard, just like before. Xie Lin thought it was nothing major. However, he turned to the live stream and grinned. Folks were about to discuss the coding production method now. For the sake of confidentiality, they'll have to pause the stream. The viewers felt as if they were dreaming. The coding casually mixed on a whim turned out to be stealth coding. They were witnessing the advancement of technology. What kind of streamer had they chosen to follow? When they heard Xie Lin was ending the stream, they understood. This was a matter of national importance. Knowing the gist was enough for them. Listening further might risk exposing secrets if there were any spies among them. Go ahead and close it, we all support you. Right? But make sure you tell us the good news in the end. Xie Lin blew them a kiss. You're the best, my folks. Amidst the viewers' mixed reactions, Xie Lin ended the stream. The researchers present felt Xie Lin was tactful and handled things properly, earning their respect. He then discussed the primary materials with Old Huang. The main components are graphene and ferrite. Xie Lin shared the entire preparation process and all the materials used without reservation. Fu Guiqing stood by jotting down key information. The more Old Huang heard, the brighter his eyes became, mentally simulating the properties of these materials. Some of the materials Xie Lin mentioned were still in the experimental phase. If what he said was true, the experiments could progress much faster. No, they could potentially skip straight to final integrated testing. How did you ever think of this? Old Huang asked. Xie Lin gave an awkward smile. I just figured it out by accident. I wouldn't have known its purpose if you hadn't told me. Old Zhou began questioning Xie Lin about the transformers. I remember the blueprint specifies a metal with molecular level programmability. What do you know about this metal? Can it be extracted? Xie Lin was taken aback. Such a difficult question right off the bat. That metal hasn't been discovered yet. But the logic behind the transformers is applicable. We could build a batch using current tech first and upgrade them gradually. After Old Zhou finished, Old Huang started his inquiries. Fortunately, Xie Lin's intellect and skills had been enhanced, otherwise he couldn't have answered the questions from these two towering figures in their fields. After an hour of discussion, Old Huang and Old Zhou's eyes gleamed brighter and their excitement grew. What a talent. No, he was a genius. An extraordinary mind. It was a national loss that such a talent had only been discovered now. Your discovery of the stealth coding is a great achievement. What reward do you want? If it's within our power, we'll support you. Old Huang said cheerfully. Xie Lin thought for a moment. Could we manufacture more stealth fighters, plus a mechanical legion and bionic army? The nation will produce those regardless. I'm asking about you personally. I haven't decided yet. Can I tell you later? Oh, when the tech is ready, could you also promote my channel? Xie Lin rubbed his hands together with a grin. No problem. We'll promote your channel. As for your reward, you can ask for anything you want later. Money, fame, whatever. By the way, would you like a degree or a research position? Xie Lin quickly shook his head. No, I just got out of school and don't want to go back. And I definitely can't be a researcher. Not as a student, as a professor. Old Huang said. Even more impossible. I'm fine just tinkering around on my own. I absolutely can't teach. Xie Lin quickly refused. Teaching and nurturing minds. He was a problem student himself. They went back and forth for a while, but Xie Lin adamantly refused. Old Huang conceded. Could we at least consult you if we have questions in the future? Of course, ask me anything I know. Xie Lin promised, patting his chest. They were such high-level figures, though they probably wouldn't need his help. Old Huang felt a pang of regret, but decided to let it be for now. But it was all right. The organization had already decided to grant him the title of academician. They would surprise him with it in a couple of days. Old Huang smiled just thinking about it. By the way, the missile concept you worked on today aligns perfectly with our current research direction. Following this line of thought, we have a good chance of developing a supersonic missile. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, Old Huang suddenly said. This topic perked Xie Lin right up. He had been waiting for Old Huang to ask him about the missile. Xie Lin said excitedly, based on my deductions, it's completely feasible. Technically, we can abandon traditional ballistic trajectories. Xie Lin then launched into a detailed explanation of all the technologies involved for Old Huang. The Qianshuosen trajectory, MRV technology, aerodynamic systems, gravity assist, and more. It would glide for extended periods at the edge of the atmosphere, reaching speeds of over Mach 20. Initial estimates put the overall speed at Mach 31. That means it could travel from the Dragon Nation to the land of Rice in just 12 minutes. With this, we wouldn't have to rely on the Big Bear anymore. Even if things change, we won't be caught off guard. We'll use solid fuel to reduce the missile's weight. The exact reduction will need to be determined by experiments. This composite carbon fiber bay can withstand the extreme heat of the atmosphere up to about 3000 C. Old Huang was thrilled. Excellent. We'll start testing as soon as we get back. If it proves successful, our Dragon Nation will truly stand tall. Xie Lin thought to himself that this was just the beginning. The The system contained far more advanced technology. Maybe one day they could even venture into interstellar space and capture an alien for research. By the way, he'll draw you the blueprints. He went into the workshop, picked up a piece of paper from the desk, and started sketching the missile design. Finally, he could openly share this knowledge. It was fantastic. Foreigners, just you wait. Our dragon nation will soon become an entity you can only look up to. While Xie Lin drew, old Huang surveyed the workshop. One shelf held Xie Lin's handmade creations, another was stocked with various materials. On a third shelf sat a strange instrument, seemingly a work in progress. Near the window was a workstation surrounded by several small machines. The room was packed full, but despite the clutter, it was organized. He then turned his gaze to his desk, where several scattered sketches lay, the purpose of which remained unclear. Before old Huang could examine them closely, Xie Lin had already finished drafting the blueprint. When old Huang took the blueprint, a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes. It was entirely logical. This trip had not been in vain, it had solved their greatest difficulty. Old Huang grew more satisfied the more he looked, though he regretted that Xie Lin had not joined the research institute. He Guang and Fu Guqing exchanged a glance, stepping forward to say, "Xiao Xie, I have a question. Is there still room for improvement in current weapons?" Xie Lin was somewhat bewildered. What kind of question was this? Missiles and atomic bombs are already quite formidable, aren't they? Apart from these well-known ones, what new types of weapons are there? He Guang asked. Old Huang and old Zhou glanced at He Guang, roughly understanding his intention to probe for information. They immediately fixed their burning gazes on Xie Lin. Xie Lin, of course, could not see through their thoughts, assuming it was merely a simple inquiry. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Plasma cannons, space weapons, and bionic mechanical bodies could all serve as weaponry for the new era." Xie Lin said, "Aren't bionic mechanical bodies different from the bionic drones you made some time ago?" He Guang asked. Simply put, bionic mechanical bodies simulate living organisms, while bionic drones are only designed for flying animals with a focus on replicating flight capabilities. The two technologies overlap, but their application goals and technical emphases differ. This technology is indeed very difficult to achieve at present, old Huang said. It's not too difficult. The underlying logic is similar to drones. I'll tell you more when I have some ideas later. Xie Lin chuckled. If he could craft such a technology by hand, it would be incredible. His livestream would surely gain countless followers. The main issue was that he hadn't yet figured out the energy problem. Once that was solved, everything else would fall into place. He Guang did not press further. Alright, take some time to think about new weapons. The international situation has been tense these past 2 years, and powerful weapons carry the greatest voice. Xie Lin understood. The country needed weapons. Xiao Xie, would you like to come with us to Ha Province? No need, I prefer staying at home, Xie Lin replied with a smile. Old Huang felt a pang of regret, but did not insist. As it was getting late, the group left Xie Lin's house. On the way back, old Huang discussed with He Guang arranging for some people to be stationed around Xie Lin's home. He is a national treasure. Any accident would be a loss to our Longhua, old Huang said worriedly. This has already been arranged. We have secured a piece of land near his home to build a military base. Once it's completed, we can station troops there. I've inspected the mountains near Sanluo district. They are suitable for training new recruits. By the way, the abandoned old houses opposite Xie Lin's current residence can be demolished to build a branch of the research institute right behind the military base. There is an empty lot diagonally in front of Xie Lin's house, which can be turned into a square. He Guang had planned everything clearly. This way it won't disrupt the nearby snack street, disturb the residents, or affect the local tourist attractions. Such a big change. Old Huang worried it might alert enemies lurking in Longhua. Stationing troops in a city is not unusual. There should be no problem. Moreover, this is a new recruit training base, so it will draw even less attention. He Guang said. Alright, since you've planned it out, submit the application to the state. Old Huang strongly supported the idea. He had already decided that once the research institute was built, he would drop by from time to time to keep an eye on that young man and get him to produce more inventions. At this moment, Xie Lin had no idea what changes were about to occur in Sanluo district because of him. He was now staring blankly at the clear and professional livestream replay. So it was you who filmed this livestream? Xie Lin asked the system. Yes, host. Since your filming skills were too poor, the system temporarily unlocked the recording function and took over the video livestream. Why didn't you tell me you had this function earlier? You never asked, host. Xie Lin now really wanted to tear the system apart to see what was going on. So will you be doing the filming from now on? This temporary takeover was just a one-time task. Once your popularity reaches 200, the livestream function will be truly unlocked. This function includes filming techniques, editing skills, and more. While this was a great feature, no more need to film and edit himself. Honestly, his own live streams always had limitations in technique and angles. With the system's support, future videos would definitely be like blockbusters. How many more popularity points do I need to unlock this function? Xie Lin quickly asked. Ding. Today's popularity, 3,000. Total popularity, 17,360. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Taekwondo fragment, 25. Seeing this fragment reminded Xie Lin of how the system had pretended to go offline yesterday. System, you're back online now. Beep. Beep. To alleviate the host's anxiety, the livestream function is specially issued as compensation. Ding. Livestream function has been issued. Please check host. Xie Lin chuckled dryly. Did it look like he desperately needed the livestream function? After some back and forth, the system agreed to grant him Taekwondo in addition to the livestream function. The skills he now possessed were as follows. Taekwondo level 15, fragments 25. Martial arts level 25. God level gun king level 15. Xie Lin fell into deep thought as he looked at these increasingly absurd skills. Was the system trying to train him to be an assassin? Forget it. The system's mind was as deep as the ocean. How many popularity points did yesterday's video get? Xie Lin asked. Ding. Yesterday's video earned 2,000 points. Total points, now 19,360. Xie Lin was very satisfied. He had entrusted today's video editing to the system, and indeed the edited video was far better than what he could do himself. Inside the research institute, Old Huang and the others returned and immediately established a missile research team. They conducted experiments on the missile blueprint Xie Lin had submitted today, confirming that the data was accurate and ready for production. Just as they finished arranging matters, the head of the War Simulator Research Group came to report on the simulator's progress. Old Huang, the war simulator has been completed. We have added the military's transportation tools, weapons, and equipment into the program. We have also recreated simulations of modern wars, urban landscapes, and mountains. Different choices lead to different outcomes based on the scenarios. Now we have included the military forces and weapons of various countries, allowing for real-time combat simulations. This was truly wonderful. Guang became emotional. Let me see it right away. The group quickly arrived at Laboratory 4, which was spacious and contained models of tanks, cars, airplanes, ships, and various other vehicles. Guang chose a car model and began his experience. Inside the car, Guang activated the machine and different missions and battles appeared on the screen. He selected random mode and was matched with a modern war scenario where his assigned task was to transport supplies. Guang was startled, not expecting to be matched with a realistic war reenactment. Opening the battle briefing in December of 19XX, the Sakura army invaded Ice Province, and the Dragon Country troops received orders to stop the Sakura forces from advancing south. The two armies clashed in XX Province. Our forces lacked firepower. Your task is to transport strategic supplies to XX City within 12 hours. Guang saw the battle background and became extremely excited. It was the most arduous modern war, and also one that left a deep regret. Guang gritted his teeth and decided to focus on the task. Based on the current environment, the vehicle's performance, and the weapons he planned a route. He had to deliver the weapons to the troops in the fastest possible time. There were 3 routes to choose from. One was easy to travel, but longer, and would definitely not be completed within a day. Another route went through mountainous terrain with difficult conditions and constant risk of overturning, but it took the shortest time and required excellent driving skills. The last route was across the ice. It was midwinter and the river in Ice Province had frozen thickly, so crossing on foot was completely safe. However, regardless of the route chosen, they had to guard against enemy interference. Then a map appeared on the screen showing our positions and the enemy's positions along with the villages in between and the surrounding terrain and mountains. Guang reviewed the rules and found that they could switch transport vehicles midway. He repeatedly studied the map, trying to choose a safer and more efficient route. The program allowed selection from the 3 routes, but it did not prevent him from planning his own route. After selecting weapons, planning the route, and counting his personnel, there were only 4 of them, including himself. He drove toward the destination. The simulator's experience was very realistic. The bumpy roads and cold air made it feel as if he had truly traveled back to that time. Outside, Old Huang watched the laboratory with a furrowed brow. Is there a problem with this simulator? Why hasn't he come out yet? The researcher also couldn't help worrying. It should be fine if the data has been debugged. At that moment, Guang was engaged in intense combat. A traitor had emerged within the troops. The enemy learned of their plan and sent a detachment to encircle them from behind. The explosion effects were rendered at a 1:1 scale, causing Guang's ears to ring. The experience was too realistic. Hearing the Sakura language spoken nearby, Guang's blood boiled with fury. In the end, he was killed by the explosion because he had misjudged the enemy's strength. Guang was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. He restarted the simulation, planned a new route, and considered how to deal with the enemy, but still failed. He tried again, replanning the route, but the car ran out of fuel, so he chose to transport supplies in batches. He commanded the battle, and just as success seemed near, he was intercepted by an enemy agent planted on his side. Failure. Guang calmed down. Weapons were limited, and he had to consider fuel consumption. In this run, he managed to deliver some weapons to the front line, but only he survived. Guang sat in the simulator and rubbed his sore eyes. Games can be restarted and lessons can be learned from failure, but history cannot be restarted. Outside, the waiting people grew anxious and were about to check on him when the car simulator's door opened and Guang stepped out. Fu Guoqing keenly sensed that Guang's spirits were not high. Could it be that the battle simulation was not successful? Guang was merely awed by the spirit of his predecessors, and it was hard to calm down quickly. How did it go? Is there anything that needs adjustment? The researcher stepped forward and asked. Guang paused for a moment and said, "It's quite good. It can test soldiers' reaction to sudden battle conditions and their command abilities. It would be even better if individual action had more freedom. That problem can't be solved at the moment. This is a military equipment simulator, not a war simulator. The issue you mentioned requires gradual research," the researcher said. Guang nodded. He only regretted not being able to personally kill the enemy's soldiers or truly participate in those simulated battles. But this was already impressive. Using limited weapons under restrictive conditions to break through or complete missions was also a difficult test. Being accustomed to modern advanced weapons, it was easy to make wrong decisions when suddenly switched to inferior weapons and extreme conditions. This tested how to win battles under extreme limitations. The researcher continued, the explosion data in the simulator was imported from real data without any weakening. Do you need sensory adjustments? Not for now. There was no difference between this and the explosion sounds from field training. Soldiers should get used to such sounds. The researcher made a simple revision afterward, and the second test began at 8 a.m. The next day, Guang arranged for a group of soldiers to conduct the simulation experiment. When they came out, they were all dejected. The training data could be transmitted directly to the head coach's computer. Guang saw that the failure rate was over half and veins bulged on his forehead. That day, he intensified training for the troops at the base. Xie Lin, having one worry resolved, slept exceptionally well. He was woken up in the morning by the clanging and banging outside. At 10 o'clock, Xie Lin climbed out of bed with a face full of resentment, stood on the second floor, and looked out. He saw that the old houses in front were being demolished. Wait, when did that area become scheduled for demolition? He hadn't received any news at all. Fortunately, the demolition noise didn't last long. After his resentment subsided, Xie Lin went out to get something to eat. The snack street outside was becoming more like the real thing. The government had even designated unified stalls. Xie Lin sometimes wondered, would tourists really come to buy food in this residential area? The only tourist attraction was on the next street over. He didn't know what the planners were thinking setting up a snack street here. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. Xie Lin bought a serving of egg fried rice and strolled back home. He felt the egg fried rice was getting tastier, and the snack stall owner's skills were improving too. After taking care of his hunger, Xie Lin called Cheng Wei to tell him that today's live stream would require his cooperation. Then he began preparing for today's live stream. This time the live stream was handled by the system. A drone for live streaming followed beside Xie Lin. According to the system, the drone was meant to be a decoy. Xie Lin admired his handsome reflection in the camera, marveling at his own irresistible charm. How could someone this handsome exist in the world? It was almost enviable. He chuckled to himself, feeling rather pleased. System, don't you think this angle makes me look even better? Before the live stream began, Xie Lin struck various poses and tested different angles in front of the camera. A robotic voice chimed in, beep, beep. Host, please refrain from being so narcissistic. You are a craft streamer, not a look streamer. Xie Lin was clearly unconvinced. Even a craft streamer needs some looks. If I were ugly, would my fans even have the mood to watch me? And if they watch me, I earn more points, right, system? The system, seemingly repulsed by his flawed logic, sent a jolt of electricity through him, making his entire body tingle. Stop. System, if you keep shocking me, I'm going to die. If you want a new host, just say so, don't try to murder me. Xie Lin quickly stopped the malfunctioning system. He now had reason to suspect it was a defective unit, or perhaps it was just seeking revenge. After all, whose system leaks electricity? Host, shall we begin the live stream? The system decided to skip the previous topic. Yes, start now. With my looks, I can pull off any angle. Xie Lin said with immense vanity. Please prepare, host. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The system slyly chose a devilishly awkward angle to start the stream. As soon as Xie Lin went live, fans flooded in, only to be greeted by the camera's terrible positioning. The viewers were taken aback. In the frame, Xie Lin appeared unnaturally tall with an absurdly elongated face. His nostrils were oddly prominent. After a moment of shock, the viewers burst into laughter. Bro, that's a unique camera angle today. Wait, did you put the camera on the floor? Why does it look so weird? Damn, how did you even think of such a terrible angle? What character are you cosplaying as? Ha ha ha, it's not a cosplay. Xie Lin glanced at his phone to check the stream, and the sight nearly gave him a heart attack. System, what kind of angle did you set up for me? Are you jealous of my good looks? Who in their right mind puts the camera right under their face? All you can see is my nostrils. My handsome face is completely ruined. Even my godly looks can't survive this sabotage. Host, your charm is overwhelming. You can handle any angle, the system retorted flatly. Wow, this system can be sarcastic too. Luckily, the system adjusted the camera back to normal. Xie Lin's handsome face finally soothed the viewers in the chat. Bro, doesn't matter how fast you fix it, I already took a screenshot. I got one too. DM me if you want it. This just begs to be made into a meme. Xie Lin watched a headache forming. What a bunch of loyal fans he had. When he tries to eat, they spin the table. When he's down, they have a laugh. Anyway, the stream quality is much clearer this time. Yeah, it's way better than before. Did you hire a cameraman or something? Xie Lin immediately struck a handsome pose. To give you guys a better viewing experience in using a drone camera, what do you think? Doesn't it make me look even more handsome? Guys, when did he get this narcissistic? Bro, you're the handsomest, okay? Seriously though, with those looks you'd be a hit in Mountain City. Ever think about it? You just revealed your location. Haha, every stream someone tries to get bro to move to Mountain City. Just given already. Xie Lin felt a headache coming on. Enough all of you. I'm going to find a wife someday, don't ruin my reputation. He's scared. Haha. So what are you building today? I'm curious. Tell us about that paint from yesterday, we want to know. Yeah, is that paint really invisible? Just then a wave of new viewers flooded the chat with big news. Whoa, is this the guy who made the stealth paint? We're getting stealth fighters now? Haha. Man, I'm definitely following you from now on. You are the man among men. As more and more viewers poured in, the original fans were baffled. What in the world was happening? The military just released a statement saying they've developed the stealth paint for fighters, and they specifically credited the technology to streamer Handcraft King. It's all over the news, go check it out. The fans were about to open the news app when they saw the notification on their phones. The Military Research Institute has recently developed the stealth paint for fighter jets. A new generation of stealth fighters is about to debut. Special thanks to the owner of this technology, Douyin streamer Handcraft King. Holy crap. It was actually true. Was this really the same guy they knew? He was actually this impressive. Go bro. The streamer is amazing. After reading the news, viewers rushed back to Xie Lin's live stream and showered him with praise. By then, Xie Lin had figured out what was going on. He hadn't expected the nation to publicly announce the technology and even give him a shout out. Haha, his popularity was about to skyrocket. The government is awesome. Bro, can we get an interview? How did you come up with this technology? So that's why that car couldn't be caught speeding. Damn, this guy can craft and do scientific research. Unbelievable. Not just research, he can command battles too. He's the ultimate powerhouse. Bro, remember you're just a craft streamer. Oh damn, I almost forgot. He's just a craft streamer. Are all craft streamers this hardcore now? Am I witnessing history here? Xie Lin was floating on air from all the praise, completely lost in his own glory. He cleared his throat and said smugly, easy, easy. Calm down, my friends. With my brains, I'll probably come up with more stuff in the future. Get used to it. The fans were speechless. Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Alright, let's go guys. This streamer can't handle compliments. We broke him. Remember, newcomers never compliment him. Are you sure this guy does research? He doesn't seem like it. He's not a researcher, he's a streamer. Don't forget his job. Damn, I forgot again. Is he really a streamer? Is he secretly a researcher? By the way, what's the streamer crafting today? The barrage of comments was scrolling fast, but Xie Lin still caught it. He clicked his tongue. This batch of fans was too hard to please. Xie Lin's eyes lit up. You've asked the right question, folks. Today I'm going to show you something different. The viewer's attention was immediately diverted. What's different? Last time Brother 6 said he crafted a missile. Spill it. Xie Lin chuckled. This thing is too complicated, so I made it in advance. Today I'll take you all to test its effect. The viewers were burning with curiosity. What needed testing? Just then Cheng Wei drove up to Xie Lin's doorstep. Here we go, folks. Let's set off. Once in the car, Cheng Wei was equally puzzled as to why Xie Lin wanted to go to a chicken farm. I crafted something to show you folks its power. Not only Cheng Wei, but the viewers were also intensely curious. Are you sure you're not just craving chicken stew? Cheng Wei doubted. What needed testing in a chicken farm? Xie Lin clicked his tongue. You don't know me well enough. Well, then we won't go to that restaurant today. Cheng Wei said calmly. No, since we're here, we have to go. Xie Lin replied without changing his expression. It was simply unbearable to watch. Was this guy really the streamer they followed? Eating doesn't interfere with testing new stuff, Xie Lin said. He oozes unreliability. A paradoxical aura of both reliability and unreliability. Brother 6, what exactly did you craft? Give us a hint. Yeah, we're your diehard fans. What don't we know? Alright, since you folks want to know, I won't keep it from you. Xie Lin continued, a few days ago, I was almost gored by a wild boar. After I got back, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. So I researched a great tool to deal with wild boars. Today I'm going to test its effect. Oh, Brother 6 still remembers that. Wait, didn't Brother 6 already make a wild boar repeller? Why research more? What's this new thing? Cheng Wei had the same reaction. The wild boar repeller at the chicken farm was working fine. Was he upgrading the equipment? The wild boar repeller is for large areas. It automatically drives away boars. But today's device is for personal use, Xie Lin said. The viewers didn't understand. Neither did Cheng Wei. Xie Lin explained, what if I accidentally encounter a wild boar in the wild? What if I don't have the repeller? This thing can help you survive when you're alone in the wild and run into a wild boar. This sounded more and more incredible. As everyone knows, when you encounter a wild boar in the wild, you'd better run fast. Brother 6 has piqued my curiosity. Could it be a gun? Hunting boars with a rifle isn't bad. Wake up, buddy. This is Dragon Kingdom. You think you can pull a gun? Xie Lin laughed. This thing is legal and absolutely life-saving. Xie Lin spoke mysteriously, and the viewer's curiosity was fully aroused. Cheng Wei's curiosity was also piqued. Xie Lin grinned. You all want to know? The screen was flooded with yes. Seeing this, Xie Lin stopped playing coy. Since my folks have spoken, I must satisfy them. With that, Xie Lin pulled a black iron rod from his pocket. It looked about 20 centimeters long with a button on it. They couldn't make sense of it. What's this? Did you craft it? Cheng Wei asked. This is today's star, the energy shield. As Xie Lin spoke, the live stream fell silent for a moment, then exploded with comments. Brother Six, are you kidding? Do you even know what an energy shield is? It's something only found in fantasies. Is it the energy shield I'm thinking of? Holy crap, Brother Six, you secretly made something big. Honestly, it's not that I don't trust the streamer, but an energy shield. Well, whatever makes you happy. Is the streamer drunk? How can he boast like this? I came to see what's special about this streamer who's been stirring up the internet. Now I see. He's just a braggart. It sounds unreliable, but he's Brother Six. As an old fan, I support Brother Six. He never lies. Some in the stream supported him, others thought he was full of it. Xie Lin grinned. You don't believe me? The skeptics held firm. Or I want to make a bet. If I really have an energy shield, what will you do? If it's real, I'll gift you a spaceship. A viewer immediately said. Xie Lin shook his head. At least 3 spaceships. The other thought for a moment. If it's real, I'll gift you 3 energy shields. Xie Lin chuckled. Then you'd better prepare. This time I'll definitely open your eyes. With that, Xie Lin turned on the energy shield. A transparent dome appeared around him, glowing faintly. The viewers rubbed their eyes. It wasn't an illusion. Holy crap, protective aura. Am I dreaming? How can this thing actually exist? What else has Brother Six been secretly researching? Are you sure it's not a glow stick or some kind of light? The live stream buzzed with excitement. Cheng Wei's mind was reeling. What had his good buddy actually pulled out? More importantly, when had his buddy secretly evolved without him knowing? He used to be so simple. He wanted to evolve too. Xie Lin said with a hint of pride. This is the energy shield. Based on data simulations, I concluded it can withstand a wild boar's attack. The viewers were baffled. How could this thing block a wild boar? Simply put, it condenses matter in the air into a hard shield. Its hardness is more than enough to withstand a wild boar's attack. Xie Lin said. I can't tell if Brother Six is fooling us, or if it's real. Me neither. Wait, what Brother Six said is probably true. He's at the chicken farm right now. Holy crap, is it what I think? Brother Six is going to test it on a wild boar himself. The viewer who had bet with Xie Lin said, if it really can resist a wild boar's attack, it'll add 3 more spaceships. 5 in total. Hearing this, Xie Lin's eyes brightened even more. Free money was not to be refused. Meanwhile, Cheng Wei was curiously touching the energy shield. Holy crap, it was actually tangible. It was cool and smooth, but he wondered if it was truly hard. Could I smash it with a hammer? Cheng Wei suddenly asked. No, you can't. Xie Lin replied. The netizens instantly changed their minds and urged Cheng Wei to try with a hammer. Should I give it a shot? Xie Lin was indifferent. Go ahead. The chicken farm had all sorts of tools. Cheng Wei found a hammer in the warehouse and began striking Xie Lin's energy shield. At first, Cheng Wei held back his strength. A single hammer blow sent ripples across the energy barrier, but the shield remained completely unharmed. The netizens exclaimed in disbelief, saying it looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, wondering if they were being fooled. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3, 4. Each strike vanished against the shield without a trace. They realized it seemed genuinely sturdy. Eventually, Cheng Wei grew tired and stopped hammering. The netizens couldn't fathom the principle behind it. Xie Lin retracted his energy shield with a smug look. Folks, no time for chit-chat. They'll take you up the mountain right now to experience just how sturdy this energy shield really is. Cheng Wei's curiosity was piqued. He had used his full strength when hammering. But then he remembered the wild boars in the back mountain, whose brute force far surpassed his own. Cheng Wei hesitated, torn with indecision. Xie Lin patted his chest, guaranteeing there was absolutely no problem. If anything goes wrong, he'll run immediately, Xie Lin declared confidently. The two then headed toward the back mountain. Thanks to the wild boar repeller device, the entire chicken farm was now free from the threat of boars. The chickens seemed to have grown even plumper. Xie Lin's mind automatically conjured images of chicken stew, with mushrooms, chicken braised, with vermicelli, stir-fried chicken, spicy chicken. He swallowed his saliva, thinking he'd order every single dish once this was over. The live streaming drone followed behind the two. Through the drone's footage, the netizens could finally appreciate the scenery of the mountain. Indeed, it's different with a new filming tool. Is this really a chicken farm? The chickens raised here look like they'd taste amazing. These chickens live better than I do. We're all just beasts of burden in society. Why do they live so well? The one above, they also die earlier. They can't even have chicken stew with mushrooms, dog face. The live stream was buzzing with chatter as Xie Lin and Cheng Wei quickly reached the edge of the chicken farm. Any further, and we're out of the repeller's range, Cheng Wei said. Xie Lin nodded. So how do we lure a wild boar over here? Cheng Wei's eyes widened in shock. Are you insane? Do you have a death wish, eh? Have you forgotten how we almost became its snack last time? Don't get so worked up, we've got the boar repeller, haven't we? If Xie Lin had said he wanted to go head-to-head with a boar, Cheng Wei would have carried him away right then. No way, it's too dangerous. Cheng Wei said. Relax, it'll just stay right outside the repeller's range. If a boar really comes ill, just step back inside, how about that? Xie Lin said. Cheng Wei thought Xie Lin was playing with his life. Before he could persuade him further, a rustling sound came from ahead. The live streaming drone flew over immediately, and on the screen the netizens saw a wild boar charging straight toward them. Holy crap, it's a wild boar. Damn, where did that boar come from? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The netizens were stunned. What kind of constitution did Xie Lin have running into wild boars twice in a row? By now both Xie Lin and Cheng Wei had spotted the boar's figure. Cheng Wei cursed under his breath. It was exactly what they feared. Lin, quick, the boar's coming. Xie Lin's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed his energy shield, and even took 2 steps forward toward the boar. The netizens were baffled. Bro, why are you walking toward it? Cheng Wei now believed Xie Lin had truly lost his mind. That was a wild boar. The boar spotted the humans ahead, sniffed the air. If it was that little snack that got away last time. It excitedly charged forward. Cheng Wei, watching the boar barrel toward them, silently cursed the boar's entire ancestry. He snapped out of it and rushed over to drag Xie Lin back into the repeller's range. Xie Lin turned and kicked Cheng Wei, sending him stumbling back into the safe zone. Damn it, that bastard Xie Lin actually dared to kick him. Ungrateful brat. The netizens in the live stream all thought Xie Lin had gone mad. Call the police, this guy's lost it. Is this what they call a mad scientist? All my favorite streamer is about to die, save him. Bro 6, don't do anything rash. If you die, I'll have to dig your grave, which is a pain. This test doesn't have to happen. Holy crap, why not try a different method? Xie Lin remained calm and composed. The success of his energy shield all came down to this moment. Folks, don't worry. The energy shield is sturdy. Even in such a critical moment, Xie Lin had the mood to joke with the netizens. Meanwhile, Cheng Wei was already planning Xie Lin's funeral, where it would be held, what it would look like, and how many people to invite. The boar was charging too fast. The netizens in the live stream saw it about to collide and immediately shut their eyes. They didn't want to see the streamer get tossed into the sky. A moment later, a loud exclamation snapped everyone back to attention. Xie Lin was enveloped in a layer of energy, and the boar had slammed directly into this energy barrier. Because it was running so fast, it knocked itself dizzy. What just happened? That thing actually blocked it. Holy crap, is that protective chi? Cheng Wei rubbed his sore waist, staring at Xie Lin in shock. Damn, that thing really was that sturdy. Bro 6, tell me the truth, are you already at the golden core stage? Honestly, I've been at the golden core stage for a while too. It's just that the hospital insisted it was kidney stones and smashed it for me. Woo-woo. I knew there were cultivators in this world. How long were you going to keep it from me? The energy shield is fake, but the protective chi is real. This miraculous scene attracted even more viewers, all wondering if this was special effects or if someone was genuinely practicing cultivation. The wild boar circled around Xie Lin, confused. What was this thing? Why did it hurt its head? Unconvinced, the boar rammed the shield a few more times, but the energy barrier didn't budge an inch. The netizens watched in amazement. The live streaming drone, being clever, flew a full circle around the energy shield and even zoomed in on the boar still ramming it. The video was clear, the shots were cool, and it had the netizens howling with excitement. What kind of divine energy shield was this? Wasn't it just protective chi? If it could withstand a boar's charge, could it also withstand other impacts? Xie Lin saw the comments and praised the netizens for being sharp. This one is on low energy. If I crank it up to full power and form an energy array, it can withstand artillery bombardment. As for exactly how much, that would require further testing. Xie Lin said with great pride. Bro 6, you're joking, right? I don't believe it. Streamer you. Unless you show us an experiment. Oh my god, if this is real. I can't even imagine how proud I'd be if this thing were used on the battlefield. Whoa, isn't this basically a mountain protecting grand formation? That's assuming the streamer isn't lying. Xie Lin frowned at the doubt. I'm a man of some reputation, why would I fool you all? The light-hearted banter dispelled the lingering tension. Xie Lin's proud expression was impossible to hide. He then began to explain the composition of this energy shield. This energy shield is formed by transforming matter from the air. The subtle ripples you see flowing within are actually derived from a type of gas. This gas causes matter in the air to condense, forming a true shield. And this material has the ability to absorb and convert infinitely. In other words, any impact it receives can be absorbed and transformed into its own energy. Simply put, the stronger the attack, the tougher it becomes. The viewers were dumbfounded. Was this really something from Blue Planet? Was this really something from a cultivation world that had crossed into the wrong channel? Snapping back to reality, netizens frantically tagged the Dragon Country Military and the Dragon Country Research Institute. The Military and Research Institute accounts lurking in Xie Lin's stream directly replied, received. The bright red font was highly conspicuous. I totally forgot there were big shots lurking in Brother SIXS stream. No problem, at least the military saw it. Netizens were now eagerly anticipating the energy shield's deployment on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the wild boar hadn't given up on the food right in front of it. This foolish boar charged several times, but still couldn't reach its snack. On its final charge, it successfully knocked itself unconscious. Xie Lin laughed at the sight, Folks, is this what they call waiting by the energy shield for the boar? A boar that knocked itself out could no longer capture the audience's attention. Their focus was entirely on the energy shield. In their minds, they were already envisioning a grand national protection formation. Each one was flushed with excitement, their spirits soaring. The guy who had bet with Xie Lin unhesitatingly gifted 5 spaceships, urging Xie Lin to hurry up and research the grand national protection formation. Xie Lin was speechless. Further research wasn't something he could handle alone. This required the intervention of the nation itself. Inside the Military Research Institute, Elder Huang watched Xie Lin stream with great excitement. So someone actually managed to create this energy shield. We've underestimated Xie Lin's abilities, Elder Zhou said seriously beside him. He Guang stared intently at the energy shield. This was truly a remarkable piece of work. If it truly could withstand enemy artillery fire, that would be incredible. Elder Huang, in your opinion, can this energy shield withstand a bombardment? He Guang asked excitedly. Theoretically, an energy shield shouldn't be able to withstand any physical attack. But since Xie Lin has already built it, the key technology behind it requires consulting him. Elder Huang was now eager to proceed. He then asked, ensure the development of the Sanluo district is completed quickly. He Guang immediately gave his assurance. Meanwhile, Xie Lin had returned to the range of the repeller and was preparing to say goodbye to his viewers. Folks, that's it for today's energy shield test. Tomorrow I'll handcraft a new toy for you all. It's over already. I wanted to know the shield's limits. Don't even think about it, man. That requires professional research. Seriously, how did Brother Six even craft this thing? What's the principle behind it? The fans clamored for answers, but Xie Lin pretended not to see and simply ended the stream. This heartless man discarding them without a second thought. Today's stream ended quite early as there was no handcrafting involved. He had merely verified the data, giving his viewers a massive shock. The effect was indeed remarkable. Seeing the shock on his viewers' faces was incredibly satisfying. Sheng Wei looked at Xie Lin as if seeing him for the first time. This was his buddy. To think that someone this incredible was his friend. Where was this sudden surge of pride coming from? Xie Lin packed up a serving of chicken stew with mushrooms and headed back to the Sanluo district with Sheng Wei. The demolition across the street was still ongoing. Xie Lin curiously asked the stall owner if he knew what was happening. The pancake stall owner, skillfully spreading batter, replied, I heard there's a new plan to build something, but I don't know the details. Had only heard a passing mention from his superiors and hadn't dared to ask for specifics. So it was a new development plan. But why would they suddenly implement a new plan? Was the nearby scenic spot really that profitable? Xie Lin didn't understand, and Xie Lin was greatly perplexed. As soon as he got home, he saw He Guang waiting at his doorstep. He didn't need to guess why he was there. But seriously, did he have to move this fast? He had just arrived home, and the man was already waiting. This technology has surpassed everything the Research Institute currently possesses. The academicians there couldn't sit still any longer. They're eager to see this technology for themselves, He Guang explained. Xie Lin felt a swell of pride inside. Alright, fine. He was planning to hand it over to the Institute anyway. Back inside, Xie Lin immediately drew up the blueprints for the energy shield, annotating the critical points: energy conversion and power supply. The exact level of attack this shield can withstand requires specific experiments at the Institute, Xie Lin stated. He Guang nodded in understanding. With the blueprints in hand, He Guang didn't linger and headed straight back to the Institute. With that settled, Xie Lin eagerly checked today's points. Ding! Today's viewership exceeded 5,000. Points earned 5,000. Reward Taekwondo level 2, 2 fragments. Current skills Taekwondo level 35 of 45 fragments. Total popularity points 24360. Xie Lin let out a wow. This was the highest popularity he had ever seen. Thank you, national support. Back at the Institute, several leading academicians gathered around studying the energy shield. Based on our projections, with increased energy, the shield could indeed withstand artillery fire. Its defensive range is 3,000 square kilometers. To defend an entire province, multiple shields would need to be combined to form an energy shield network. Elder Huang's eyes grew brighter as he read. He then reviewed the principles behind the shield's energy and generation. After reading Xie Lin's theories, everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. This was a monumental innovation in technology. This theoretical framework is beyond anything I could have imagined, Elder Huang said, his voice trembling with excitement. The energy constructs we're currently researching can't withstand physical attacks. Not only has Xie Lin developed one, but he's also tested it. If it can withstand artillery fire with sufficient energy, wouldn't that mean everyone could have their own protective aura? Elder Zhou was equally thrilled. What kind of prodigy could possibly break through such a technological barrier? Elder Zhu added, just as excited. At that moment, a researcher from the Institute came to report on their previous findings. The multi-array radar has undergone extensive testing and can fully identify stealth fighters. The first batch of radars has already been deployed, and the second batch is currently in production. He Guang's expression relaxed considerably. This year had been the happiest of his life. Excellent, excellent. Immediately issue a document to announce our latest research results to the public and give Xie Lin a boost in popularity as well. Achievements like this should be shared with the entire nation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Research Institute and the military jointly released a document detailing 4 major announcements. First, the nation had successfully developed multi-control radar capable of aerial, maritime, and terrestrial surveillance. Through high-frequency bands and signal processing technology, certain models could even detect stealth aircraft. The second announcement was that the nation had mastered the structure of stealth coding materials and completed comprehensive experiments. The third was that the Dragon Nation's war robots were nearing completion, codenamed Lone Wolf, with plans to form them into a robot legion designated as the Lone Wolf Legion. The fourth announcement was that the Dragon Nation's bionic drones had been fully developed with detailed parameters provided in an accompanying video. In the footage, a soldier in the Dragon Nation's military uniform meticulously demonstrated the appearance and capabilities of one of these bionic drones. This bionic drone can perform reconnaissance, stealth surveillance, demolition, and various other missions. Following public requests, it has been named the Night Shadow Legion. The document concluded with a special note of gratitude to the technology's supporter, Ultimate Master Craftsman. The document was released, and the entire internet was stunned. This was an official announcement. Within 5 minutes, it had rocketed to the top of the trending list. Military document: the Master Craftsman behind the tech, one man, boosting national military power. Who is the Master Craftsman? Multi-control radar tech from a streamer robot legion exploded. Netizens were shocked that these technologies were provided by a single streamer. That streamer must be incredibly impressive. Xie Lin's fans were utterly astounded by the document. Holy crap, this is actually real this time. So the country has fully mastered this technology. So Brother Six's handcrafted stuff was actual tech, and it's been adopted by the state. Damn, is he really just a craft streamer? Who knew a craft streamer could end up working within the system? I feel like I'm dreaming if those handcrafted items weren't just for show after all. The wild boar repeller was actually a radar for detecting stealth fighters. Oh my god. Don't even mention it, that paint he used was the same stealth coating used on fighters. And that bionic drone legion. Father Nation really knows what I'm thinking. Did a craft streamer really do all this? The world feels so surreal. You used to call me a craft streamer and I'd take offense, but from now on call me a scientist. The ultimate craft streamer, truly amazing. So those videos weren't just him messing around. Brother Six really shows us everything. Since we've seen all this, can we see your abs too? I was feeling all emotional, but that comment broke me. I'm dying laughing. Someone get that mood killer out of here. Multi-array radar stealth paint, a robot legion. Any one of these alone would be a game changer. This streamer is incredible, having such powerful technology. Quiet down. They said they plan to develop these robots into a legion and already have a code name, so they must already be in production. Knowing Father Nation's style, that's a given. We're going to have a robot legion. Of course, there were also those who doubted Xie Lin's abilities, questioning how a young streamer could possess such prowess. Could it be that he bought the results, or even stole them from someone else? Such comments were quickly drowned out by netizens. Xie Lin's popularity soared even higher, being personally acknowledged by Father Nation, and the military made it impossible to stay low-key. Meanwhile, Xie Lin looked at the official document utterly shocked. Father Nation really works in silence, but is it really appropriate to tag a Douyin account in such a serious document? It was a bit embarrassing. Ha. Should he start wearing a mask when he goes out now? Wait a minute, Xie Lin suddenly realized he was famous now. This place wasn't safe anymore. What if someone with ill intentions tried to ambush him? He needed to get a house with high security. Besides, his current place was a bit small. Xie Lin's gaze fell upon the empty courtyard next door. He decided to ask Uncle Jiang tomorrow about the whereabouts of that neighbor to see if he could buy the place and renovate it together. Inside the White House in the United States, Hardys, having watched the news released by the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was so furious he smashed the coffee cup in front of him against the bulletproof glass. There's no way the Dragon Nation could develop radar capable of detecting stealth fighters. This must be a lot. Senator Fit looked at the fuming Hardys with a helpless expression. Mr. President, I believe the Dragon Nation's military would not lie about something like this. Their capable scientists are either here in America or have already met their maker. How could they possibly develop such advanced technology? Hardys refused to believe that the Dragon Nation possessed such formidable research capabilities. Mr. President, you need to prepare yourself. This is only part of it. Please take a look at this video. They have already mastered the use of energy. Fit played the video of Xie Lin's livestream from that day for Hardys. After watching it, Hardys completely lost his composure. Is this really technology developed by the Dragon Nation? Are they sure this isn't a Bollywood movie effect? Mr. President, this is real, not some special effect. I believe the Dragon Nation's military has already made contact with this person. Fit stated. Oh no, I don't believe it. I refuse to believe anyone in the world can develop such technology. Hardys was convinced the Dragon Nation had deceived them and the entire world. Mr. President, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But it's the truth. Fit said helplessly. Hardys glared at Fit with a dark expression. Since it's true, go and poach him. I'm sure he's not happy in the Dragon Nation. Fit disagreed. Sir, I'm afraid we won't be able to this time. By handing over the technology to the Dragon Nation, he has already made his allegiance clear. Parties dismissed the concern. Money, power, status, whatever he wants we can give him. He doesn't have those things in the Dragon Nation. Yes, sir. By the way, since the Dragon Nation claims they can detect stealth fighters, let's send a plane over to harass them a bit. I don't believe they've really developed it. This is definitely a lie they're telling us. Hardy scoffed disdainfully. Sir, what if the Dragon Nation actually detects it? Then we'll say our aircraft accidentally strayed into Dragon Nation's airspace. There's nothing they can do to us. It's not like they dare to attack directly. I shouldn't need to remind you of this, Fit. Hades said impatiently. Very well, Your Excellency. He'll see to it immediately. Fit felt helpless. Now that the Dragon Nation had multi-array radar, would they truly let an intruding aircraft off the hook? He was merely a minor councilman, powerless to change the commander's mind. In the Dragon Nation, He Guang was monitoring a soldier simulation drill when a sudden notification arrived. The multi-control radar had detected an invisible fighter jet from the Rice Nation requesting further orders. He Guang's face darkened. The Rice Nation dared to come again. Did they truly believe the Dragon Nation was so easily bullied? Arriving at the Central Command Center, He Guang stared at the Rice Nation fighter on the screen, fury blazing in his eyes. The aircraft was drawing closer and closer to the Dragon Nation's border, closing in rapidly. Send a warning to that aircraft. Order it to halt its advance immediately, or we will be forced to take action. He Guang instructed. The Rice Nation pilot received the Dragon Nation's warning and was taken aback. He never expected them to actually detect his presence. Could the news reports be true? Had the Dragon Nation really mastered the most advanced radar technology? A sneer curled across his lips. Even if they detected him, so what? Did they honestly think they could demand an explanation from his country? A pack of savage monkeys. Far from heeding the warning, the pilot accelerated. The colonel beside, He Guang frowned at the screen. At this rate, I estimate they'll breach our airspace in about 2 minutes. He Guang's eyes flickered with an unreadable light. Continue the warning. The colonel relayed the warning again, but the pilot ignored it completely, pushing the throttle to maximum. 2 minutes later, the aircraft crossed directly into Dragon Nation airspace. The pilot was smug, thinking the Dragon Nation were all a bunch of cowardly weaklings. Even if Head entered their airspace, what could they do? He wasn't dropping any bombs, so they couldn't touch him. Warning. Warning. You have entered Dragon Nation airspace. Turn back immediately. Failure to comply within 5 seconds will result in forced action. 5. 4. The pilot muttered to himself, wondering if the Dragon Nation would actually resort to force. He dismissed the thought. The Dragon Nation was known for its gentlemanly conduct. They wouldn't dare do anything to him. At worst, they'd take photos and file a complaint with the Rice Nation. In the end, his country would spin the story however they pleased. At the Dragon Nation's Central Command Center, seeing the pilot's complete disregard, He Guang gave the order, lock onto the aircraft. Shoot it down. The colonel received the order, excitement surging through him. Copy that. The still smug pilot suddenly sensed something wrong. What was that flying toward him from ahead? Damn it. The Dragon Nation, those cowards were actually trying to shoot him down. He immediately attempted to turn around, but it was too late. To ensure the aircraft was destroyed, missiles were launched from 4 directions. Before the pilot could utter a final word, he met his maker. Inside the White House of the Rice Nation, Hades received news of the downed aircraft. He raged, shouting about how dare the Dragon Nation do this, demanding they provide an explanation. Councilman Fit sighed helplessly. Commander-in-Chief, the Dragon Nation has evidence proving our pilot entered their airspace. Under international law, they have the right to retaliate. Hades gradually calmed down. If the Dragon Nation could shoot down their aircraft, it meant they truly possessed the latest radar technology. This was not good news. Commander, it's best you come to terms with this. If their radar technology is real, then the other technologies they've announced are likely real as well. We need to plan accordingly. Fit reminded him. Bionic drones, robot legions. And that energy shield from the video. Damn it. When had the Dragon Nation's technology become so advanced? They had already eliminated their capable scientists. Well, rally other nations to condemn the Dragon Nation for secretly developing war robots, claiming it violates international security laws. Commander-in-Chief, allow me to remind you that war robots are fully compliant with international regulations. Your own approval of war robot development was in line with technological progress. Hades suddenly remembered. When he had initiated his own war robot program, the Dragon Nation had objected, and he had dismissed their concerns. Now that they had made progress, it was indeed inappropriate to criticize them. Damn it. He never imagined the Dragon Nation would actually succeed in developing war robots. Hades felt that everything involving the Dragon Nation had become troublesome lately. After a long deliberation, he said, every nation is researching bionic drones. With increased investment, we can surpass them. But we must get our hands on the Dragon Nation's energy shield technology. Contact the Foreign Ministry and demand they share the technology, citing the benefit of all humanity. Such advanced technology ought to be shared. Hades wore a smug expression. He had to seize their technology and also curb their research capabilities. Fit disagreed. Sir, the Dragon Nation will never agree to hand over their technology. Then we cut off our chip exports. Force them to come to the negotiating table and trade their technology for peace. Hades smirked cunningly. At the Dragon Nation's Military Research Institute, Elder Huang received the news with a grave expression. Handing over the energy shield technology was out of the question, but chips were also vital to the Dragon Nation. What is the leadership's stance? Elder Huang asked. Central Command's directive is clear: the technology must not be surrendered. The energy shield is too critical to fall into the Rice Nation's hands. We must accelerate our chip development, Elder Zhou said. Our current chip technology is still immature, and the key equipment, the lithography machine, is still under the Rice Nation's control. The thought pained Elder Huang deeply. The Foreign Ministry will stall the Rice Nation for now. We'll focus on our research and achieve a breakthrough, He Guang said. The Rice Nation's demands quickly spread to the Dragon Nation. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the public was fully aware of the situation. And Xie Lin was trending again. Rice Nation fighter jet shot down after intruding into our airspace. Rice Nation demands Handcraft King hand over energy shield tech. Live streaming, the energy shield. Rice Nation comes to bully. The two new trending topics sat atop yesterday's, leaving netizens exclaiming in disbelief. This Handcraft King was the war criminal from a few days ago, and the military's officially recognized tech supporter from yesterday. Now in just a short time, he had become the man the Rice Nation wanted. This man was truly extraordinary. Wherever he went, chaos followed. Netizens marveled at the man's prowess while lambasting the Americans. They celebrated the downing of the plane, joking it was mistaken for a fly. As for the demand to hand over energy shield technology, why not share chip technology first? The night was a whirlwind of excitement and spectacle. Far from fear, Chinese netizens felt an odd thrill. Meanwhile, Xie Lin woke to news alerts that froze him in place. He had merely slept, yet the international landscape had shifted so drastically. First, an American fighter jet intruded into Chinese airspace and was shot down. Then the U.S. demanded China reveal its energy shield technology or face a chip export ban. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed it wasn't a mistake. Pinching himself, he winced. This was no dream. So this diplomatic conflict stemmed from the energy shield he had handcrafted. Unbelievable. The U.S. threatening with chips to force technology sharing was revolting. Would the nation actually surrender the shield's secrets? No, this technology must never fall into American hands. Xie Lin urgently contacted Fu Guoqing to probe the government's stance. Fu Guoqing was surprised by the call, but reassured him the state has no intention of sharing the technology. Don't worry. Though our chip expertise isn't cutting edge, we've mapped a path to conquer high-end chips. The U.S. may restrict chip sales, but there's room to maneuver. Don't fret. Xie Lin pressed. What's our current chip node? 28 nanometers. Xie Lin understood, hung up, and immediately summoned the system for lithography machine blueprints. The system displayed all available blueprints: 14 nanometers lithography machine, 500 points, 7 nanometers, 2000 points, 5 nanometers, 4000 points, and so on down to 0.001 nm, each with escalating costs. Xie Lin was astounded. Such legendary tech actually existed. But the 0.001 nm machine cost 100 points. Damn expensive, yet irresistible. Head start with a blueprint and reverse engineer it himself. After deliberation, he opted for the 7 nanometers machine to address the immediate crisis. The U.S. could forget about getting his tech. No doors, no windows, not even a crack. A chime confirmed, exchange successful. 2,000 points deducted. Remaining 22360. Instantly, the 7 nanometers lithography machine's blueprints flooded his mind. Studying them, he grasped the principles and key technologies. His livestream topic today: he couldn't handcraft chips or lithography machines without proper equipment. Head start with an exoskeleton and tackle chips once his gear arrived. Xie Lin renamed his stream The Ultimate Handyman. Everything can be handcrafted. As the scheduled time arrived, he went live. Viewers flooded in, many drawn by the military's recent announcement. Curious about a streamer Hood invented so much they tuned in. But when they saw the host, a strikingly young man, they were all stunned. Is this the guy behind the bionic drone tech and stealth coding? He really handcrafted a multi-array radar. So young, could it be a scam? Genius or eccentric? Bro 6, you're famous. Students at our school are all talking about you. Bro 6, you're awesome. When did you get recruited? We're all wild cards, but you've gone legit. Is the energy shield the U.S. wants on today's hot search really handcrafted by this streamer? The U.S. has some nerve demanding tech outright. They've been the bullies so long they forgot who the real boss is. But they're threatening us with chips. So what? We'll develop our own. You want to be strangled forever? Bro 6 handcrafted a chip to show them. Whoa, that's a tall order. He's impressive, but handcrafting a chip. Xie Lin countered doubters. Chips can definitely be handcrafted, but not today. I lack the equipment. Once I get it, I'll handcraft one for you all. Are you serious or just joking? If you say so, I'll take you at your word. You're bluffing. You're good, but no way you can handcraft a chip. That's high-tech. Xie Lin clicked his tongue. It was high-tech until I handcraft it. Then it won't be. He's lost touch with reality. Xie Lin squinted and grinned. How about a bet? Here we go. Bro 6 is betting again. As we all know, when Bro 6 bets, he wins 8,090 of the time. He never bets without certainty. Careful, he might just handcraft a chip. He'll believe anything but that. I bet you can't. If you win, he'll be your assistant. If you lose, you apologize publicly. Fans lost interest upon hearing assistant. I suspect you're using the bet to become his assistant. I see through your scheme. Xie Lin dismissed it. I don't need an assistant. Make it something practical. Haha, Bro 6 knows what he wants. Who doesn't love money? Dog emoji, come on, bet something real. Fine, if I lose, he'll gift you 10. No 20 spaceships, he declared grandly. In a university lab, Han Bo chuckled at the live stream. It was absurd, someone claiming to handcraft chips. If it were that easy, the nation wouldn't have spent years on research. The door opened and Han Bo eagerly approached the newcomer. Brother Feng, I saw this hilarious guy online. He says he can handcraft chips. Can you believe it? The man addressed as Feng didn't even look up as he asked, how are the recent experiments going? They're already in the petri dishes, and we can get results within 24 hours now. Seeing that Feng had no intention of resting, he quickly added, we've been running experiments for 4 days straight. You should get some rest. It wouldn't be worth it if you wore yourself out. The sooner we develop it, the sooner cancer patients can be relieved of their suffering. If Xie Lin were here, he would definitely be astonished, because the man called Feng was none other than his neighbor and childhood friend Jiang Feng. Well, we don't know the results yet, so don't get your hopes too high. The experiments haven't succeeded so far. You should rest when it's time to rest. As the saying goes, health is the foundation of all endeavors. If you faint, he'll have to carry you to the infirmary, and that would be even more of a delay. The man called Feng glanced at Han Bo. No live streams in the lab, please. Just then Xie Lin's voice came through the phone. Han Bo chuckled upon hearing it. This streamer is trying to build an exoskeleton by hand. That's pretty interesting. Jiang Feng found the voice from the stream oddly familiar. He turned and saw the young man on the screen and was instantly stunned. Why did this person look so much like his childhood friend Xie Lin? What's this streamer's name? Jiang Feng suddenly asked. I don't know. I only know the account is called Supreme Handcrafter, and he seems to be from Yun Province. Han Bo didn't understand why Jiang Feng had suddenly taken an interest in a streamer. Although he found the streamer amusing, this was clearly not something that the tech-obsessed Jiang Feng would normally care about. Jiang Feng was now 100% certain that this person was his childhood friend Xie Lin. He hadn't expected the guy to go back home and become an online content creator. He decided that once today's experiment was over, he would go check out the live stream. Meanwhile, Xie Lin had just confirmed with his viewers that he would be handcrafting an exoskeleton today. It's not even dark yet. Bro, are you messing with us? An exoskeleton is basically a mech suit. If Bro 6 actually pulls this off, I'll worship him immediately and burn incense for him every day. Dude above, you can't offer incense to the living. Holy crap, if Bro 6 can really craft an exoskeleton, I'll send you 5 super rockets right away. Bro 6 could even craft a missile. An exoskeleton should be a piece of cake. Streamer, don't you dare fool us just because you have a big audience. Xie Lin looked absolutely confident. We've known each other for so long, but you guys have no idea what I'm truly capable of. Since that's the case today, I'll show you what it means to be the supreme handcrafter. With that, he struck a cool pose. The fans in the live stream were stunned for a full 3 seconds before bombarding him with demands not to show off. Bro 6's habit of showing off hasn't changed one bit. If Bro 6 really crafts an exoskeleton, I can't even imagine how insufferably cocky he'll be. If he really pulls it off, it'll allow him to be as cocky as he wants. Xie Lin clicked his tongue at the barrage of comments. See, you all really have no idea what I'm capable of. A king is a king no matter where he goes. With that, he hauled a pile of aluminum alloy up from under the table. Today's exoskeleton will be made from this aluminum alloy, Xie Lin announced. To handcraft an exoskeleton, I first need to capture the BOTUS measurements. Let me start with a simple one and get the data for the hands and legs. He then picked up a 3D scanner to capture his body data, followed by the joint mobility data, and finally imported all the data into his computer for 3D modeling. Xie Lin's old decrepit computer whirred and chugged to life, its heavy grinding sound as labored as an old ox pulling a cart. The viewers in the live stream were getting dizzy from the noise. Bro 6, you really should get a new computer. It sounds like it's about to die. Why get a new computer? Bro 6 is the handcrafting king. He should just handcraft a computer. Xie Lin protested, computer technology is so advanced now, and you want me to handcraft one? Not a chance. They'll just buy a new one tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm getting a supercomputer. After the modeling was complete, he designed the exoskeleton and used a 3D printer to print out the necessary components. With that, the exoskeleton began to take its initial shape. Next came the critical technology. Xie Lin retrieved the joint mobility data and began crafting the joint exoskeletons. These were made from the aluminum alloy. To facilitate smooth joint movement, he deliberately designed articulated connectors that mimicked the natural motion of human bones. For the thigh area, he combined the outer shell with carbon fiber to create the leg exoskeleton and the lower leg exoskeleton, using the aluminum alloy to build the primary frame of the mechanical suit. The feet were firmly locked in place with mechanical aluminum alloy to prevent them from slipping off, while elastic mechanisms were added to the back of the calves. Once these were completed, Xie Lin began writing the control programs. The technology required for an exoskeleton is quite diverse, encompassing electronic components, artificial intelligence actuators, electromyography sensors, power training, and the control center's program systems. Xie Lin spent a full 2 hours writing the code. It was a good thing he had a developed brain and upgraded abilities, or he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After the system program was done, the next step was to craft the finely detailed hand exoskeleton. He imported the hand data and joint mobility data into the computer, determined to show his fans that he could create even more intricate exoskeletons. As for the rest, he would just make do with the aluminum alloy for now, as long as it worked. Sure enough, the hand exoskeleton was crafted with remarkable precision, and the joints and wrists moved with incredible dexterity. Once all of this was finished, Xie Lin attached a small backpack to the back of the suit. For an extra cool factor, he specially rigged up 2 highly flexible mechanical arms. Finally, he handcrafted a simple aluminum alloy helmet and integrated basic head-mounted display technology into it. After that, he imported all the exoskeleton data into the computer for a simulated test. By this point, the viewers had already realized something was up. I thought you were just messing with us, but you actually went and built an exoskeleton. Hey, that guy who made the bet, you better get your money ready. I have a feeling that guy's wallet is in danger. Don't panic. Maybe it just looks the part. We don't know what it can actually do yet. Xie Lin ran simulated tests on the exoskeleton, making tweaks and adjustments here and there. After an hour, the exoskeleton was finally complete. Xie Lin let out a long, relieved sigh and looked at the steel exoskeleton before him, beaming with unrestrained joy. My friends, can you guess what this thing can do? Judging by his smug attitude, it was clear this wasn't just a simple piece of equipment. The viewers declared they didn't want to guess and refused to play along. Xie Lin didn't mind at all. I know you're all just jealous. Hee hee hee. According to the data, this exoskeleton can lift up to 300 pounds and assist with running and jumping. In simple terms, wearing it lets you run faster and jump higher. Oh, and these 2 mechanical arms on the back are normally used for mounting weapons. I'll forget it, you guys wouldn't understand. Wait, hold on. You said these are for mounting what? Never mind whether we understand or not, just tell us. Yeah, elaborate. We won't get it unless you explain. Bro, you're really going all in on the weapons path, huh? Well, if this is real, its uses would be massive. But how does it even work? Xie Lin explained. I've installed an auto-targeting system on these 2 mechanical arms. They automatically scan, detect, and counterattack enemies. The wearer can also manually control whether to attack. With that, Xie Lin proudly raised his chin. He was just that impressive. He continued, I've also loaded this helmet with a basic HUD capable of data analysis, command reception, tactical assessment. So what do you think? Isn't it cool? The netizens in the live stream watched Xie Lin's smug face, thinking it was no longer just about being cool. It was about the installed weaponry. VR headset. Autonomous control. Each feature alone is a technological breakthrough. This guy is totally obsessed with weapon crafting. He seems to have a special knack for weapons. I bet he doesn't have a girlfriend. He doesn't have a girlfriend, but he's got a boyfriend, and it's me. Blush. My eyes hurt, get him out of here. I think this thing's gonna be confiscated soon. I agree. This isn't just an exoskeleton, it's basically a prototype mech. Holy crap, forget everything else, bro, test it out for us. I need to see just how awesome it is. Xie Lin looked at the barrage and laughed proudly. Folks, let's go test it out right now. With that, Xie Lin put on the exoskeleton. The exoskeleton detected it was worn, activated automatically, and locked the buckles tight. Xie Lin's handcrafted exoskeleton conformed to his muscles without being too restrictive, offering minimal constraint. As Xie Lin moved, the exoskeleton worked with his body to reduce his effective weight. Thinking about the shocked expressions his viewers were about to have, Xie Lin couldn't contain his excitement. Folks, let's go test it outside. Xie Lin decided to put on a grand show for his viewers. He grabbed his helmet and headed to a small hill near his home, which was behind a scenic spot. That area was sparsely populated, perfect for showcasing his skills. Bro, are you taking us into the woods? No dirty jokes in the chat. Has anyone noticed how fast the streamer is? Seeing that someone had finally noticed his speed, Xie Lin couldn't help but say, this exoskeleton saves my energy. It can carry a person as they walk. Suddenly remembering a crucial point, he quickly added, it moves at a speed your body can handle, so your legs won't turn into flaming wheels. This sent the live stream audience into fits of laughter. Upon reaching the testing site, Xie Lin felt refreshed and invigorated. Folks, are you ready? I'm about to unleash the big guns now, ha ha. With that, he started running at an incredible speed, like a leopard in full sprint. The drone shot forward, and the scenery blurred past at breakneck speed. Netizens watched the video of Xie Lin in shock. This speed didn't seem humanly possible. Xie Lin ran at an astonishing pace, deftly navigating obstacles. When he encountered a hurdle he couldn't run around, he executed a leaping side flip, effortlessly clearing a tundra-high boulder. Grabbing a thick tree trunk, he scaled it in 3 seconds. Then, using the mechanical arm to grip the tree, he swung himself to the next tree, precisely catching its trunk. He moved through the woods like a monkey, leaping and swinging from tree to tree. Finally, Xie Lin came to rest on a tree branch holding onto the trunk with his mechanical arm hidden in the darkness like a martial arts master. He hung effortlessly beneath the branch, a smug grin spreading across his face. Folks, isn't this just insanely cool and badass? The viewers finally snapped back to reality, and the screen was flooded with badass and HHHH. That's so freaking cool, bro, let me try it. Holy crap, this is just... Holy crap. Oh my god, I want to play with something like this too. Aw. I can't take it anymore. Bro, tell me where you are. I'm coming over right now. Bro, did you secretly get in touch with alien tech? This tech, these features. You're my hero, man. I'm begging you, let me have a go. This can't be real. This is straight out of a sci-fi movie. It's like science fiction has become reality and you just built it by hand. This world is insane. This speed is beyond human capability. And the jumping. I can only say, bro, you're a legend. Wait, are you telling me you just came up with this on a whim? Not designed by some research institute. I'm done for, bro. You've killed me with your coolness. You have to take responsibility. I thought it was a special effect, but it's real. You're an amazing streamer. Seeing the screen full of excitement and awe, Xie Lin felt even happier. If I can't blow your minds, then I'm not the Handcrafting King. He then nonchalantly said, folks, don't get too excited yet. There's one more function we haven't tested. With that, he dropped directly from the 3-meter-high tree, landing perfectly stable on the ground. Another wave of holy crap flooded the screen. The exoskeleton has shock absorption. When falling from a height, it disperses the impact force, allowing for a stable landing. Xie Lin said even more proudly, I must be dreaming. The viewers were so excited they seemed ready to reach through the screen and snatch the exoskeleton. Xie Lin walked over to a large boulder, seemingly weighing several hundred G. To the viewers' utter shock, he used both hands and heaved it directly off the ground. Holy crap. I'm definitely not dreaming. This is too surreal. This is freaking real. No special effects, no wires, no cranes. Bro, please stop showing off. Bro, I'm calling you dad now, please stop. You're making us drool with envy. I admit you've successfully shown off this time. Woo, I want one too. Xie Lin put down the boulder, glanced at the dwindling battery life, and breathed a sigh of relief. Few good thing the showing off session ended perfectly. They'll definitely need to improve the battery system when I get back. If I had performed any longer, I would have been in trouble. Quick, tag the research institute. Start mass production immediately. I want this exoskeleton. Oh man, I can only imagine how awesome it would be to deploy these to the army. Think bigger. In the future, we'll have soldiers and exoskeletons followed by bionic robots leading robot dogs. Man, just thinking about it gets me hyped. Hey, isn't that like the old saying, holding a hawk on the left and a hound on the right? Our ancestors were right after all. At this moment, someone from the military lurking in Xie Lin's live stream replied directly. Someone will contact the streamer shortly. This technology could significantly boost our military's combat effectiveness. The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap, the military replied. Get it set up. We want to see a mechanical army. Brother 6 always attracts a circle of big shots. Oh my god. The country is about to recruit this technology again. All the tech Brother 6 handcrafts has basically been recruited. Wow, that's true. Brother 6, you are my god. Is this what a hidden master looks like? A weapons master hidden in the crowd. Is there anything Brother 6 can't do? Brother 6, can you replicate the weapons from American sci-fi movies? Brother 6, I want a Gundam. I want a spaceship. I want. The netizens in the live stream made wishes to Xie Lin. Meanwhile, in the research institute, He Guang truly coveted the equipment Xie Lin was wearing. If the army had it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Old Huang, standing nearby, watched the technology in the video with both envy and excitement. This technology is too important to us. We must obtain it no matter what conditions it takes. Old Huang said excitedly. It can carry 300 gene assist movement, be equipped with a robotic arm for automatic attacks, and has a VR headset for data. It's definitely a combat asset. Old Joe marveled, how could one person fuse so many technologies to create such an advanced exoskeleton? They'll go to Samluo right now. He Guang said. No, I'll go with you. Old Huang said. Such advanced technology demanded a face-to-face consultation. Meanwhile, Xie Lin was heading home. Seeing the netizens' wishes, he confidently said, easy. Watch me craft them all in the future. Brother 6 mighty. Brother 6 awesome. Damn, Brother 6, how is your brain wired? You make me feel so dumb. I have a PhD, but I feel like I studied for nothing. Turns out I'm just an NPC in this world. Don't you realize how incredible this thing Brother 6 handcrafted is? Explain in detail. In military use, it's individual combat. One person can take down an entire unit. The key is it can also be used in medicine, mountaineering. An exoskeleton with artillery shells, and if you add mind control. Wow, I can't even dare to think about it. Folks, think big. This helmet can be a brain-computer interface. You can control the entire exoskeleton with your mind. Actually, not just that, but drones and a mechanical army. After Xie Lin's words, the netizens in the live stream were completely thrilled. That's exactly what I want my army to look like. This way one person could take down 2 armies. This isn't just simple individual combat, damn. If we all join the military, would we have 1 billion soldiers? Damn, do you want to conquer Earth or the entire universe? Oh no, I'm abnormally excited. Father country, hurry up, we want to conquer Earth. Xie Lin got excited too. Wait, folks will find time to research more high-tech weapons, aiming to get one for each of us. Wow, I really can't even imagine that. One for each person. Today you issue weapons, tomorrow the coastal comrades will shoot down Sakura. Wow, I'm even more excited. The netizens were rowdy, though they knew it was impossible. But they couldn't help daydreaming about that day. It was just incredibly satisfying. Xie Lin returned home wearing the exoskeleton. The snack stall owner, seeing his distinctive look, asked curiously a few questions. Xie Lin proudly patted his chest and said, I handcrafted this exoskeleton, instantly earning lavish praise from the vendor. This made Xie Lin even more pleased. A talented man like him stood out wherever he went. Turning his head, he saw the old house across the way that had already been demolished and cleaned up. Wait, was demolition and cleanup this fast? Although we're the infrastructure maniac, this is too much. For the first time, Xie Lin witnessed the speed of Dragon Country's infrastructure. The snack stall owner, however, was much calmer. Today they clean up the construction waste, tomorrow they'll lay the foundation. At this rate, building a house in half a month would be slow. Wow, houses are built this fast now. The netizens then noticed the demolition happening near Xie Lin's home, and the topic shifted to infrastructure. After returning home and removing the exoskeleton, Xie Lin planned to go ask Uncle Jiang about the neighbor's house right away. He still remembered the bet about handcrafting a chip. He had to set up a lab quickly. Otherwise, how could he have the conditions to handcraft a chip? Folks, let's end today's stream here. I need to go ask my uncle about the house next door and try to buy it to turn into a lab. Xie Lin declared boldly. While looks like Brother Six really got rich, he can afford to buy a house. That's obvious. The streamer holds so many technologies, he must have some patent fees. Brother Six is building a lab. Tell us, what are you going to make? Wow, with a lab the things he handcrafts will be amazing. Future handcrafts will be even more impressive. Xie Lin saw the comments. Today I boasted about making a chip by hand. This requires some equipment. To not ruin my reputation as the Handcraft King, I must take it seriously. 666. This is for real. Brother Six in the equipment business. Give me your address and I'll send you a few sets. That guy's intentions are too obvious. Ban him. It feels like Brother Six has grown from a small workshop to a formidable small workshop. Brother Six, go ahead, but don't turn off the stream. I want to watch. Yeah, there's no secret, just keep it on. With that, the guy gifted Xie Lin a sports car. Thanks for the support, folks. I'm going to see Uncle Jiang now. Xie Lin headed straight to Uncle Jiang's small convenience store. Uncle Jiang was quite surprised to see Xie Lin. Now the neighbors had already learned about Xie Lin's live streaming, and they heard it was quite impressive, even endorsed by the state. They also felt proud. That kid Lin was different from others since childhood. At 5, he still wet his pants. At 8, he knew how to throw bombs into ponds to catch fish. At 12, he dismantled the family tractor. At 15, he got lost in the mountains for 3 days and nights, but still found his way home. You see, that's someone destined for great things. Uncle Jiang quickly put down his work. Lin, what brings you here today? Need a counterfeit money detector or buying something? Hearing about the counterfeit money detector, the old fans all laughed. Everyone knew that because of that detector, Brother Six even ended up in jail once. Neither. Uncle Jiang, I want to ask if Uncle Ma's house next door is for sale. I'd like to buy it. Xie Lin said. Uncle Jiang was stunned for a moment. Why do you want to buy a house? Isn't your own place good enough? Ever since I became a crafting blogger, I've accumulated more and more tools. My yard is just not enough, so I'm thinking of buying a house and connecting them. Could you ask around for me? All right, kid, since you've said it, I'll give you an answer tomorrow, Uncle Jiang said with a smile. Thanks, Uncle Jiang. In the lounge of a laboratory in the imperial capital, Jiang Feng had Xie Lin's live stream playing on his phone. On the table, a foreign medical treatise lying open before him. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Xie Lin in the broadcast. An exoskeleton. The data, the functionality. Isn't this the hope for disabled people to stand up again? Jiang Feng sprang to his feet in excitement, grabbing his phone as he rushed to his mentor's lounge. Inside the medical school's lounge, academician Ma had just lain down when he heard a knock at the door. Checking the monitor and seeing it was his student Jiang Feng, he wondered why he was here at this hour. Could there be a problem with the experiment? Opening the door, Jiang Feng quickly explained the situation in a few brief words. Professor, this exoskeleton, it can absolutely be used for disabled people and severe patients. Jiang Feng said excitedly. Academician Ma watched the video, a faint tremor of excitement in his expression. A genius. If he hasn't lied, this genuinely has applications in medicine. But all of that rests on the premise that he's telling the truth. The technology won't be a problem. Someone the military has its eye on wouldn't broadcast fake data. Live, Jiang Feng asserted with confidence. The military. So he's the young man old Huang has been praising to the skies. Academician Ma broke into a smile. Then I must go see for myself. They'll come with you tomorrow, he said cheerfully. He had heard about recent events as well. That old man Huang had been bragging to him every few days about breakthroughs in military weapons research, all attributed to one young man. He had long regretted that the medical field hadn't produced such a prodigy. And now this very person had turned around and crafted an exoskeleton with such medical applications. Perhaps the field of medicine was on the verge of a great revolution. Meanwhile, old Huang and his team had already arrived at Xie Lin's home, staring with gleaming eyes at the exoskeleton. Comrade Xie Lin, the nation needs this exoskeleton technology. He Guang said, passionately clapping Xie Lin on the shoulder. Damn, calm down. Don't get too excited. With that burly build of yours, a few more pats, and you'll send me to the afterlife. I know. Xie Lin winced, extricating himself from He Guang's grip. Comrade Xie Lin, rest assured. The licensing fees and bonuses will be wired to you tomorrow, old Huang said with equal fervor. Contributing to the nation, what glory! Xie Lin beamed with satisfaction. He then handed a set of blueprints to old Huang. This is the exoskeleton's design. What I built by hand on my live stream is a simplified version using the most common materials. For battlefield use, the materials would need to be upgraded. This helmet features VR technology that can analyze various data in real time, proving invaluable in combat operations. And this is brain-computer interface technology. My facilities here are limited, so I haven't been able to build a prototype. That will require testing by the Research Institute staff. The brain-computer interface is the key technology for linking drones and robots, and its core programming. The more old Huang and his team heard, the brighter their eyes gleamed until they finally let out exclamations of admiration. A full exoskeleton could control swarms of drones and robot armies, making it a formidable asset in both close combat and field operations. Weapons can also be mounted on the mechanical arms and forearm sections. Oh, and this is the complete software suite for the entire exoskeleton. Old Huang received the technology with trembling hands. This truly upended conventional notions of weaponry, and Xie Lin was the vanguard of technological progress. The two sides talked late into the night before finally leaving Xie Lin's home. Xie Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew the discussion would go that deep? Then he suddenly remembered today's viewership numbers, and his spirits lifted instantly. System, what's the viewership count today? Congratulations, host. Single session viewership has surpassed 8,000. Reward martial arts maxed out. Current skills martial arts max god tier marksmanship level 1. Keep up the good work, host. 800,000 people. He was incredible. His followers had come through. For tomorrow's stream, he'd need to come up with something even more impressive to build by hand. The system published the edited video to his account. Just as Xie Lin was about to turn in for the night, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he hung up. The next second, the phone rang again persistently. Xie Lin answered with resignation. Hello, Mr. Xie. This is the top research institute in America. Would like to offer you a position as a senior researcher with a monthly salary of $5 million. Xie Lin suddenly perked up. Damn. The American Academy of Sciences was inviting him to work abroad. He was on America's radar, wasn't he? How thrilling. How the hell did they get his phone number? I have no plans to go abroad. You've got the wrong person, Xie Lin refused flatly. Mr. Xie, I want you to reconsider. Our company offers very generous compensation. If you come to America, we'll arrange housing and a car for you. Whatever you want. If it's within our power, we'll make it happen. Xie Lin was intrigued. Anything I want you can make happen. Yes, Mr. Xie, whether it's power or money. The voice on the other end was brimming with confidence. What if I wanted beautiful women? How many would you like? 1 a day, or even 10 a day? We can satisfy that. Damn, 10 a day. Now that's exciting. And what if I wanted power? Absolutely no problem. How much power can you give me? Can you give me the position of President of the United States? Xie Lin asked with genuine curiosity. There was 3 seconds of silence on the other end, Mr. Xie. That one we certainly can't give you, but we can guarantee the power we grant you will be far from insignificant. That doesn't show much sincerity. What if I come over and you don't deliver on the power? Xie Lin said. If you're willing, we'll sign the contract the moment you land in America. We Americans have always held scientists in the highest regard. Xie Lin sneered inwardly. More like he'd be grabbed the second he stepped off the plane. Did they take him for a fool? Alright, I've heard enough. I'm not coming to America. They'll book your flight right now. The person on the other end paused for a beat, then suddenly caught on and demanded loudly. We're not coming to America. Xie Lin leaned back against the headboard, settling into a very comfortable position. That's right. Is there a problem with me not going to America? The other party was clearly getting irritated. If you're not coming, why did you ask me all those questions? Can I ask? Before I come over, I need to know what's on offer. But since you won't even give me the president's power, there's no sincerity at all. I'm not going. Xie Lin said in the most infuriatingly smug tone possible. The caller clearly realized he had been played. Mr. Xie, you'd better think this through. In Dragon Country, you have nothing. No money, no status, no respect, not even your basic needs met. Your government hasn't arranged a single thing for you. Xie Lin cursed under his breath. What did the American mean by that? How could his basic needs not be met? Was his left hand crippled or his right hand useless? Besides, he was the undisputed king of manual craftsmanship. Who were they looking down on? Don't you dare spread rumors. We're a respectable nation. We don't engage in that kind of filth. Xie Lin was taken aback. He continued, by the way, you might not know this, but I have more money than I could ever spend in this lifetime. And my status. I'm a mega popular internet celebrity, and the nation itself has my back. I'd advise you to watch your words. You really don't know what's good for you. Don't come crawling back to us when you're ostracized and can't survive in Dragon Country. Bullshit. You're accusing the nation of mistreating me. I'm going to report you to my father right now. Just you wait. The person on the other end was clearly furious. You Dragon Country people are absolutely insane. Xie Lin was genuinely puzzled. We're perfectly normal. After all, we didn't colonize your America, nor did we turn it into one of our provinces. I suggest you stop trying to frame Dragon Country with your baseless accusations. This time the person was truly enraged and hung up the phone directly. Xie Lin clicked his tongue. So hot-tempered, that's bad for the kidneys. He put down the phone and opened his computer, tracing the number's address. After breaking through several IPs, he discovered the call came from overseas. What a pity. It wasn't domestic. A 5000 bounty had just slipped away. Immediately Xie Lin called He Guang. He Guang was still on the road, and seeing Xie Lin's call assumed he had some technical matters to discuss. Sir, there's a huge problem. Dragon Country's rising star have been targeted by America. He Guang was shocked upon hearing this. Xie Lin reported what had just happened and applied for personal protection. Today they called me. Tomorrow they could send someone to kidnap me. The day after they might even drop a bomb on me. You have to protect me. Xie Lin's arguments were logical and sound. He Guang couldn't refute them. I understand. He'll arrange for someone to protect you in a couple of days. The military district in Sanluo district should be established soon. When that happens, not even a fly would be able to get past them, let alone any Americans. Xie Lin had no idea just how secure his future location would be. He lay down contentedly and started watching videos of beautiful women performing handstand walks. After He Guang hung up, the gazes of everyone in the car turned to him. What happened? Old man Huang sensed something was wrong. America has extended an olive branch to Xie Lin, He Guang said with a serious expression. Old man Huang's face turned grave instantly. And how did Xie Lin respond? The expressions of everyone present turned solemn. Over the years they had witnessed too many talented individuals being lured away by America. Hearing this news filled them with dread. If a talent like Xie Lin were to be poached, what a tremendous loss it would be for Dragon Country. Seeing the tense atmosphere, He Guang laughed heartily. That kid said he'd only go if they made him president of the United States. They rejected him outright. Ha ha ha, that kid's got spunk. Old man Zhou chuckled. Early the next morning Xie Lin was roused from his sleep. Uncle Jiang strode in energetically. Lindsay, your grandpa Moss family agreed. 3 million installment payments, no interest. Xie Lin had no objections. It was a fair market price. When do we sign the contract? We can sign this afternoon. If you're short on funds, I can. Xie Lin refused directly. Are you kidding? The cost of a single aircraft carrier arresting cable would cover it. 3 million. That's the price of just one cable. And that's not even mentioning his various technology patents and rewards, which range from at least 80 million to amounts he dared not even imagine. So sometimes having too much money is a problem in itself. Of course, he didn't tell Uncle Jiang any of this. It might come across as showing off. Since the contract signing was in the afternoon, there was no time for a live stream today. So Xie Lin posted a notice on his account informing his fans. When the afternoon arrived, Xie Lin met Uncle Ma's son Uncle Ma, along with Uncle Jiang. Uncle Ma had developed his career elsewhere and had moved his household registration, so he was selling the family home. It just so happened that Xie Lin was looking to buy a house, so they quickly came to an agreement. After exchanging pleasantries, they began signing the contract. The process went smoothly. Xie Lin transferred the payment on the spot. Uncle Ma was all smiles, and after receiving the money he prepared to leave. He even declined Uncle Jiang's invitation to stay for a meal. I'm on a business trip nearby, so I really must get back. When I return for the ancestral rites during the new year, we'll have a proper drink together. Uncle Jiang had no choice but to see him off. Back home following custom, Xie Lin gave Uncle Jiang a generous red envelope as a token of gratitude. After much insistence, Uncle Jiang finally accepted it. Back in his room, Xie Lin was thrilled his assets had grown. Riding this wave of excitement, he began drafting the architectural blueprints for his laboratory. Since it was to be built to laboratory standards, materials couldn't be skimped on. As for the layout, he'd build one with a basement. He'd stick to a 2-story structure for the main building, as that was the plan for the area. Anything taller would look out of place. With the blueprints finalized, Xie Lin contacted construction crews. To ensure progress, he hired 3 crews at once, guaranteeing a speedy construction. Once everything was arranged, he turned around and saw a tall, thin young man, wearing casual clothes and gold-rimmed glasses, standing at his doorstep. Xie Lin stared at the person in shock. Damn, he looked exactly like his best buddy Zhang Feng. The man smiled at Xie Lin and called out, Xie Aaron back. Damn, it really was that rascal Zhang Feng. Xie Lin walked up and gave Zhang Feng a punch. Damn Zhang Air, you unfilial brat. You finally decided to come back. I saw your live stream and rushed back immediately. My good son has made something of himself. Secretly started streaming, huh? Zhang Feng patted Xie Lin. Damn, I've been famous for ages and you are just finding out about my streaming. Xie Lin put Zhang Feng in a headlock. Spare me, big bro. I've been busy with experiments and haven't been following the news. Let me treat you to some barbecue skewers as an apology. Jiang Feng quickly begged for mercy, completely shedding the aloof demeanor he had in the lab. Xie Lin draped his arm over Jiang Feng's shoulder. So where are you working now? How long are you back for this time? Jiang Feng straightened his clothes. To be honest, I'm now a researcher at the Dragon Country Academy of Medical Sciences. Damn Jiang Air, that's awesome. Xie Lin praised him sincerely. That was truly impressive. Jiang Feng waved his hand calmly. Not as impressive as you, Xie Air. You're out there doing big things quietly. The whole Military Research Institute knows your name now. Xie Lin puffed out his chest proudly. Of course. Who do you think I am? It was nothing really. Both of them were incredibly proud. Truly they were best buddies, equally narcissistic. Xie Air, I actually came back this time to ask for your help. Jiang Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking. What's the matter? I'm afraid I don't know much about hospital affairs. Xie Lin said, puzzled. Jiang Feng looked at Xie Lin with deep emotion. You have no idea how significant that exoskeleton you built by hand the day before yesterday is in the medical field. How so? Xie Lin became intrigued. According to the data from your livestream, this exoskeleton provides external support and motion assistance, helping with mobility and recovery. Tell me, doesn't that relate to medicine? Every time he thought about it, Jiang Feng marveled at how that kid's mind worked, especially after watching his past livestreams. It was simply extraordinary. Xie Lin was stunned after hearing this. He really hadn't thought that far when he built the exoskeleton. Lao Air, your ability to spot this exoskeleton's potential is truly impressive. Xie Lin exclaimed. Jiang Feng shot Xie Lin a glare. Who was the truly impressive one here? He had every reason to suspect that this Xie was mocking him. Enough with the nonsense, hurry up and show me that exoskeleton of yours. Jiang Feng pulled Xie Lin along, eager to see it. Xie Lin led Jiang Feng to the exoskeleton, and Jiang Feng's eyes lit up with excitement as he examined it. After observing its appearance, he personally tried it on and tested it, just as Xie Lin had described in his livestream. His speculations were also correct. It indeed provided external support. If this were applied to the disabled and the paralyzed. Lin, this technology is incredible. We want to introduce it and bring exoskeletons to hospitals nationwide. Jiang Feng said excitedly as he stepped down from the exoskeleton. Are you serious? Have I ever lied to you? My mentor came along this time specifically to see your exoskeleton in person. He's resting at my place now. Let me go fetch him. With that, Jiang Feng headed towards his home. Within moments, Academician Ma was led into Xie Lin's courtyard by Jiang Feng. He was an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, and upon seeing Xie Lin, he gave him a kind smile. Academician Ma was a leading figure in genetics and medicine at the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences, having spearheaded the development of many domestic pharmaceuticals. Seeing this elder today filled Xie Lin with immense respect. Academician Ma in turn was observing Xie Lin, curious to see the person who had garnered such intense attention from those fellows at the academy. I know of your achievements. Well done, young man. Academician Ma genuinely believed Xie Lin had done exceptionally well. Thank you for the praise, Academician Ma. Xie Lin felt a hint of pride. So this is the exoskeleton you created? Academician Ma's eyes lit up the moment he saw the exoskeleton by the door. Let me try it right away. Academician Ma tested the exoskeleton himself, feeling both shocked and delighted. Good lad, no wonder those old fellows at the Research Institute took a liking to you. Truly clever. Academician Ma's fondness for Xie Lin grew with every passing moment. Xiao Jiang should have told you the purpose of our visit. We want to license this technology. Hey, race the contract for patent royalties and future sales commissions. Xie Lin took the contract, had the system check it for any issues, and signed it on the spot. Please wait a moment, Academician Ma. They'll get you the basic blueprints and the core program for the exoskeleton. Saying this, Xie Lin went inside to draw up the schematics. Since it was for medical use, he designed a version specifically suited for medical applications. Academician Ma and Jiang Feng curiously surveyed the handcrafted workshop, which was cluttered but organized. It was rare for a guy to keep his things so tidy. This technology essentially involves sensors, drive systems, power sources, and intelligent algorithms. It's not overly complex. As he spoke, Xie Lin wrote out the core program and handed it along with the schematics to Academician Ma and Jiang Feng. Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, Comrade Xie Lin. After reviewing the blueprints, Academician Ma became even more agitated. After asking Xie Lin a few more questions, he hastily left Xie Lin's home, eager to return and commence clinical trials. Jiang Feng, being Academician Ma's student, naturally followed him back. In the following period, Xie Lin was busy building his laboratory and had no time to livestream, vanishing entirely from the internet. Netizens went from initial calm to absolute uproar. No way has Brother Six gone to have a baby or something. No news for this long. Brother Six, have you been kidnapped? If so, blink during a live stream. Geez, maybe Brother Six went abroad. I heard someone spotted him overseas. Damn it, stop spreading rumors up there. My Brother Six isn't that kind of person. Brother Six, return. 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 Brother Six is probably off building a house. Remember, he was planning to buy the adjacent courtyard before he stopped streaming. Just as netizens were discussing Xie Lin, a wave of trending topics about him suddenly surged. And they were negative ones. Handcraft King Xie Lin. Handcraft King's behind-scenes team. Handcraft King abandons wife and child. The first hand builder is actually a scumbag. These tags exposed all of Brother Six's basic information, heaping a pile of fabricated scandals onto Xie Lin. They made it seem as though Xie Lin indulged in every vice imaginable. Seeing these tags, netizens were stunned. This feels so organized and premeditated. Anyone with half a brain can tell this is intentional. Trending topics one after another. Weibo, are you out of your mind? These trending topics are highly suspicious. If Brother Six had a team, they'd be joining the national team instead of following him around. So Brother Six's real name is Xie Lin. Surname Xie. The name Xie Laolu really suits him. You're a legend up there. Just to clarify, I'm Xie Lin's classmate. I might believe some of the other accusations, but the one about abandoning his wife and child. I have to tell you about our all-male class. Tell us more up there. Curious ID number. The classmate continued, we didn't notice during class assignment, but our entire class ended up being all boys. Everyone at school knows about it. I'm dying of laughter. He could have dated girls from other classes. That's even more impossible. We were known as the monk class back then. Other classes spread rumors that we had relationships within our own class. Damn, I still don't know which bastard started that rumor, and it's why I still can't find a girlfriend to this day. One could really sense the resentment from this classmate. That's so relatable. Sorry, but I can't hold it in anymore. Those girls must have been shipping us like crazy. No wonder you guys couldn't find girlfriends. Some level-headed people also stepped in to analyze. This is absolutely ridiculous. Xie Lin abandoning his wife and child. Where's the wife? Come forward and show us. Indeed, who is Xie Lin's wife and child? The parties involved. Brother Six has offended someone. They want to destroy him. To be honest, given Brother Six's personality, having a girlfriend is already overestimating him. The netizens were sharp-minded. When something unusual happens, there must be a catch. Suddenly, so many scandals exploding. It's hard to believe no one is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Xie Lin, who was supervising the construction of his house, suddenly found rumors spreading online at night. He was utterly bewildered. Wait, when did he get a wife and even a child? That memory simply didn't exist in Xie Lin's mind. What the hell? Could it be that he got drunk after graduation and was forcibly seduced by some beauty? How thrilling would that be? Would he be kicked out if he reported someone for stealing his seed? Xie Lin was pondering how to handle the situation when he saw a video released by the national father, a bald middle-aged man. In the video detailing how he had been paid to smear Xie Lin, and the money came from overseas. His actions were no different from espionage. In the end, the national father cleared Xie Lin's name. Netizens gasped in astonishment. Of all those who have been slandered, this is the first time the national father has stepped in to back someone. It must be the Americans. They want to destroy Brother Six. Holy cow! The national father personally intervenes. Father, we are all legitimate sons. Why do you favor that Xie Laolu alone? Xie Laolu. What a name. The trending topic rose fast and faded just as quickly. The CEO of Weibo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead after answering the phone. Damn, who bought that trending topic? What fool dared to accept such a hot search? How much did they hate him? Xie Lin watched the search vanish and let out a curse. In less than half an hour, the national father had settled it. Father, you're amazing. Your son kowtows to you. At that moment, a new trending topic seized the top spot. Dragon Kingdom Medical Academy releases exoskeleton technology. Today, the Medical Academy published the clinical performance of exoskeletons, concluding that exoskeletons are a blessing for the disabled and paralyzed. The trending topic instantly skyrocketed. Holy cow, that's the exoskeleton invented by Xie Laolu, right? Holy crap, this thing can actually be used in medicine. Oh my god, is Brother Six no longer satisfied with just the weapon field, and now venturing into medicine? I might doubt others, but if it's Brother Six, I find it totally believable. It says above that sensors capture muscle signals, transmit them to the control unit, and then output assistive functions. Is this real? I've been bedridden for years. I want to buy it. I want to go out and see the world. They'll definitely support Brother Six's technology. I've been a cripple, and he'll go try it. Xie Lin's reputation in the Dragon Kingdom had reached household fame. A genius who cares so deeply for the nation and its people would be remembered by every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, inside the research institute, the entire staff was cheering with joy. The hypersonic missile had been successfully developed and completed its maiden flight today. The data closely matched Xie Lin's estimates. Mach 31, a journey from the Dragon Kingdom to America, was no problem at all, and it boasted global coverage without relying on fixed launch silos. The institute named it Dongfeng. Xie Lin deserves the most credit. Elder Huang said with a smile. That kid's contributions exceed those of all of us combined. Truly a formidable younger generation. Elder Zhou joked. This is a good thing. It proves we have worthy successors. Elder Zhu rejoiced similarly. The missile test flight is complete. We can proceed with the next deployment phase. He Guang's face was flushed with excitement. He wished he could fire a few salvos of such advanced weaponry, but alas, it was a missile. Elder Huang nodded and then said, there's another piece of good news. Based on Dongfeng 31 technology, we've developed anti-ship and anti-air missiles. Come take a look. He pulled up the latest weapon blueprints on the central system and said, this one has a range of 2500 kilometers and a speed of Mach 10. Don't underestimate it just because it's slower than Mach 31. Its destructive power is not to be sneezed at. It's primarily designed to strike carrier battle groups and military bases in the Western Pacific, and existing anti-missile systems find it hard to intercept. He then called up another design model. This one has a range of 10,000 kilometers. It's a submarine-launched missile, can be mounted on Type 094 nuclear submarines, carries 36 MIRVs, offers extremely high stealth. It's the core equipment for the second nuclear strike capability of nuclear submarines. Elder Huang then flipped through more pages. This is the anti-ballistic missile. This is the surface-to-arm missile. This is the cruise missile. Elder Huang unveiled 5 types of missiles in one go, dazzling He Guang. This one was good, that one was also good. In He Guang's eyes, everything was excellent. In the past, he never imagined he could be spoiled for choice just by looking at missiles. These are tentative projects. In the future, based on the technology Xie Lin provides, we can develop even more variants. Rest assured, our equipment will only become more sophisticated. Suddenly becoming so rich feels like a dream. He Guang sighed. Don't be so short-sighted. There will be even more equipment. Xie Lin's handcrafted energy shield hasn't even been researched yet, and the exoskeleton he developed later is a major leap forward. Who knows, he might come up with even more weapons in the future. You can keep dreaming every day. Elder Huang made a rare joke. Then I wish that day would come sooner. Ha ha ha. I just saw the news. Xie Lin's exoskeleton can be used in medicine. He Guang looked at the news in surprise. Elder Huang leaned over to glance. Oh, old Ma is fast enough. I was thinking of reminding him about it. On the other side of the ocean, inside the White House, haters learned that Xie Lin had rejected the offer to work in America. His expression twisted terrifyingly. Sir, what should we do next? Should we abandon the encirclement of the Dragon Kingdom? Fit asked. Why abandon it? Since this man refuses to come, there's no need to keep him alive. I think you understand what to do. Hadrez stared at Fit. I understand, sir. Hadrez was satisfied with Fit's compliance. The Dragon Kingdom now possesses too much technology. We cannot allow them to continue developing. Send a document to all nations. No country is to sell chips to the Dragon Kingdom. If anyone disobeys, station troops there. Fit acknowledged. Tell the Foreign Ministry that the Dragon Kingdom has stolen our exoskeleton technology and must return it. Sir, they did not steal our exoskeleton technology. Fit corrected. Of course I know they didn't. It's just an excuse to accuse the Dragon Kingdom, you idiot. Fit felt the decision was not very wise, but he dared not say so. Otherwise he would lose his position as a senator, or perhaps even be disposed of by Hadrez. Within the Dragon Nation, although Xie Lin had been off the air for the past 2 days, his popularity remained sky-high. Before netizens could even react, another headline surged to the top of the trending searches. America demands Dragon Nation return technology. Handcraft King accused of stealing American exoskeleton tech. Netizens were utterly bewildered. The Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was loath to engage with America, feeling as though they were engaged in a war of words with kindergartners. Yet they couldn't simply ignore it. So the Dragon Nation released news of a successful missile test. The Dragon Nation's new generation missile test succeeded, reaching speeds of Mach 31 with a maximum range of 12,000 kilometers. This missile incorporates the latest technology capable of gliding and maneuvering at the edge of the atmosphere, equipped with decoy warheads and electronic countermeasure systems. The announcement sparked nationwide jubilation. Whoa, this is the missile that Brother 6 handcrafted before. Awesome. Brother 6 has truly redefined my imagination. Haha, this news couldn't have come at a better time. America was just clamoring that we stole their tech. Why are they so quiet now? Do you realize what 12,000 kilometers means? It means we could hit America directly from here. Haha. I hadn't thought of that, but damn, that feels good. Is our nation following some kind of invincible protagonist script? Haha. Shouldn't you be saying Brother 6 is following an invincible script? If you told me before that one person could have this kind of skill, I wouldn't have believed it. Now, I kneel in awe. While the Dragon Nation celebrated, the international community was far from pleased. Upon seeing the news, America began to suspect the world was conspiring against them. A missile at Mach 31 surpassed even their most advanced models, signifying that the Dragon Nation possessed the capability to wage war. Hardy slammed his coffee cup to the ground in a rage. When did the Dragon Nation gain such power? How is it we heard not a whisper about their missile research? Fit replied helplessly, Mr. President, the Dragon Nation has always been adept at concealing its true strength. Hardy's grew angrier. Have our people condemn them for threatening world peace and demand they halt these weapons. Sir, we've already issued condemnations. The Dragon Nation responded that their missile test failed, claiming its range was 2,000 kilometers with an error margin of 1,000, but it actually veered off course by 1,000 kilometers. It took Hardy's a moment to comprehend, then he fumed. An error of 1,000 kilometers. That's clearly a range of 1200 kilometers capable of striking us directly from their soil. It's infuriating. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Dragon Nation celebrated the missile news as if it were a grand festival. Sir, how should we handle this? Are we truly going to war with the Dragon Nation? Fit asked. War? How can we go to war? The Dragon Nation is full of people unafraid of death, while our nation is filled with cowards. And now they possess superior missiles. How can we possibly fight? Parties felt even more stifled. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave to attend to other matters, Fit said. Wait, we can't let this slide. Maintain the claim that they stole our technology. Also effective today, increased tariffs on the Dragon Nation to 245. I will win this war through trade. Parties declared with confidence. Fit couldn't help but ask, Sir, are you serious? How dare you question my decision? Go do it. Parties shouted angrily. Fit shrugged helplessly and left to carry out the order, believing that such tariffs wouldn't easily defeat the clever people of the Dragon Nation. When would the president ever understand this? Sure enough, the Dragon Nation retaliated by also raising tariffs to 125 and placed controls on rare earth exports, a strategic move that directly impacted America's semiconductor industry and national defense. This enraged Hardys, who cursed loudly within the White House. Fit, standing nearby, tried to remain inconspicuous. After exhausting his anger, Hardys said gruffly, Go and appease the Dragon Nation. Fit was baffled. Sir, how am I supposed to appease them? My dear Fit, why are you so dense? Just tell them there was a system error on our end, and we're adjusting the tariffs back. Hardys explained. Are you serious, sir? Will the Dragon Nation believe that? Who cares if they believe it? The important thing is the tariffs are rolled back, and we both get away to save face. Hardys felt like a genius for coming up with such a clever solution. Very well, sir, I'll see to it immediately. Also find out what the Dragon Nation is currently researching. We can deploy the high-level faithful operatives. Hardys said with a sinister tone. Fit received the orders and left the Oval Office. Back in the Dragon Nation, the internet had been buzzing over the tariff war. Ultimately, the Dragon Nation's decisive countermove forced America to sheepishly retract its tariff increase. Netizens celebrated. And they say it was a system error. Who would believe that? Can America be any less serious? They're like a total amateur hour over there. The comment above speaks the truth. They are literally an amateur hour. This missile gives me such a sense of security. We owe it all to Brother Six. Thinking about it now, he deliberately handcrafted that missile just to get the nation's attention. That's my guess too. If Head just handed over the tech, no one would have believed him. And the data he mentioned matches up perfectly. Xie Lin's fans immediately dug up his old livestream clips, and they were ecstatic. So everything Brother Six had said wasn't just speculation, it was real. Truly a master of weaponry, our Brother Six. Meanwhile, Xie Lin was busy constructing his house, and having a great time watching America make a fool of itself online. However, since America accused the Dragon Nation of stealing their tech, he decided it was time to escalate things. Xie Lin took out his computer, hacked into the American National Academy of Sciences, and leaked all their ongoing research data. Of course, he left behind traces pointing to Sakura Nation, hoping to stir up some conflict between the two allies. That night, the world was astonished to find America's current technological research and recent diplomatic cables publicly exposed. Other nations frantically downloaded the files, recognizing them as America's latest technological secrets. Although the culprit was unknown, they silently offered their gratitude. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation netizens focused on analyzing the leaked diplomatic cables and exoskeleton research. America's exoskeleton technology wasn't even in its infancy, it had never even been proposed. The diplomatic cables also explicitly revealed the deliberate framing of the Dragon Nation. These two documents cleared the Dragon Nation of the accusations. Dragon Nation netizens were astounded, knowing America was shameless, but not to this extent. LMAO, America really dares to say anything. What exactly were we supposed to steal from those blank files? The U.S. can't win a fight, so they're resorting to underhanded tricks. Whoever leaked those U.S. documents is a true hero. The U.S. scrambled to pull down all the files. Though they lost some technology, their swift counterattack ensured that critical documents were neither stolen nor exposed. But the leaked files had already cost them dearly. Their traceback instantly pinpointed Sakura, and in a fury the U.S. turned its wrath on them, completely ignoring Dragon Country. Xie Lin watched the international news, keeping his role a secret. With 3 engineering teams working in tandem, the laboratory was completed in no time. Water and electricity were set up to laboratory standards, complete with sterile rooms and circulation systems. Xie Lin then contacted Elder Huang and the others to transport professional experimental equipment over and spend a day crafting robots by hand to ensure his safety. Surrounding surveillance feeds were connected to his modified intelligent computer for data analysis. To guard against any maniac trying to bomb him, Xie Lin deployed an energy shield that would activate automatically upon any attack. Finally, he renovated his living quarters, connecting the 2 courtyards, paving them with concrete, and setting up a simple warehouse. It certainly looked far better than before. With everything in place, that evening Xie Lin announced on his account that he would go live the next day. Fans erupted with excitement in the comments below. The next day, right on schedule, the moment Xie Lin started the stream, netizens flooded in. Wow, Brother 6 is finally live. If this man didn't start streaming soon, I'd have popped out a second kid by now. Brother 6, oh, I've missed you so much. Do you know how lonely I've been? What's up, you planning to fire a shot at Brother 6? Xiaolao, you finally remember to stream. Did you forget you're a handicraft blogger? Oh my, someone finally remembered. He has an account. Wow, I haven't seen the streamer in a while, and he's gotten even more handsome. Is Brother SIX's house finished? Can we get daily streams now? Xie Lin, looking at the enthusiastic viewers, said, my brothers, the Handcraft King is back, and I've missed you all like crazy. The chat grew even more fervent with comments flying in from all directions. Brothers, today, I'll first give you a tour of my new workshop. With that, Xie Lin pointed to the newly built lab building. See that? This whole building is my workshop laboratory grade. Isn't that awesome? Whoa, Brother 6 is getting more professional by the day. The stuff he crafts from now on will definitely be something else. Brother 6 is a beast. Damn, it's starting to look legit. Congrats to Brother 6 for upgrading from a ragtag setup to a luxurious ragtag setup. This lab has a basement level and 2 above ground, 3 floors in total. I plan to do regular streams on the first floor and special ones upstairs or in the basement. Xie Lin introduced the lab to the viewers, giving them a tour of the layout. The place was spotless, divided into 3 rooms. One was the crafting room, where Xie Lin made his creations by hand. It connected to an equipment room filled with professional machinery. The second was an exhibition room to the left of the crafting room, lined with display cases showcasing items Xie Lin had crafted. Of course, these cases held only a fraction of his work, but the decor certainly looked the part. The last room was quite spacious, as Xie Lin had reserved it for crafting large-scale projects. It sat to the right of the crafting room, separated by a glass wall that could be controlled and retracted when necessary. The viewers were thoroughly impressed. So, brothers, isn't this workshop top-notch? Xie Lin said proudly. The viewers immediately showered him with praise, leaving him feeling giddy. Brother 6, what's in the basement? Xie Lin chuckled slyly. The basement was the highlight of today's stream. The viewers grew curious. What's the stream about today? So mysterious, with a dedicated lab and all. Didn't I tell you all I'd be crafting a chip by hand? That's where the chip-making equipment is. Xie Lin declared proudly. Holy crap, Brother 6, you're actually serious. Damn, so when you said you were buying equipment, you actually meant it. Remember, you're a handicraft blogger. No need to be this committed seriously. Just then, Han Bo received the notification about Xie Lin's stream and entered, only to hear him say he was crafting a chip today. Holy crap. Is this guy for real? Chips aren't something you can just handcraft. Isn't he afraid of tarnishing his Handcraft King reputation? Xie Lin's eyes lit up when he saw Han Bo enter the chat. That was 20 spaceships. Dude, is that bed of 20 spaceships still on? Xie Lin asked, rubbing his hands together. Damn. Even now, he's still thinking about those measly rewards. It's on. If you can actually craft a chip, it'll gift you 20 spaceships. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. If he actually pulled it off, I'd call him daddy. The viewers were stunned. He's really going to craft a chip. The U.S. wants to choke us, so I'm going to choke them right back. Xie Lin declared boldly. Oh my god, Brother 6, so what are you up to? Is Brother 6 declaring war on the U.S.? Whoa, that sounds so epic. Brother 6, oh, I can't help you, but I can buy you a burial plot. When they assassinate you, will bury you there. The guy above is a real devil. What does Brother 6 need a burial plot for? Just scatter his ashes at the White House, let him haunt them to death. You guys must have never gotten COVID. Your vibes are lethally dark. The chat was a chaotic mix of comments, as lively as a festival. Xie Lin watched the rapid-fire bullet comments and chuckled. Brothers, the main event is about to begin. Today I'm going to teach you all how to handcraft a chip. Whoa, the streamer is serious. Are you really serious, or is this a skit? Handcrafting a chip. Brother 6, you must be joking. Reborn to handcraft chips. Did you hear that? He said he'll teach us to handcraft chips. Is he about to turn you? Tech into cheap cabbage? Oh my god, this stream is a must-watch. Brother 6 is actually handcrafting a chip for us. Notebooks ready, Brother 6. Oh, whenever you are. Are you serious, taking notes? You actually believe him? Seeing the doubt, Xie Lin said with conviction, of course I'm not joking with you all. If I say he'll handcraft a chip, he'll do it. Let me show you the true strength of Dragon Country's ultimate Handcraft King. With that, he led the viewers to the door on the right. They took an elevator down to the basement. It was brightly lit with no hint of dampness or gloom. This is my dedicated chip lab. Today I'm going to take you all through handcrafting a chip right here. Xie Lin introduced it with pride. Xie Lin disinfected and changed into an isolation suit before entering the laboratory. The streaming robot automatically activated its energy isolation function and followed behind him. So professional, they even changed into isolation suits. I heard that the working environment for lithography machines is dust-free. This might be the cleanroom studio. Viewers in the live stream saw various specially equipped devices placed in the laboratory. Folks, making chips isn't complicated. Oh, what's complicated is the lithography machine used to make them. So today our primary task is to build a lithography machine from scratch. The moment Xie Lin finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream were stunned. Do you even hear what you're saying? Building a lithography machine from scratch. Oh my god, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. I've read about lithography machines, they're incredibly precise and complex to manufacture. Building one from scratch would take years. Xie Lin smiled with great confidence. You guys underestimate me. Normally, yes, lithography machines are complex with precise parts as you said. But I'm not building every single part from scratch. Some components I managed to source, and only the ones I couldn't get I'll make myself. Look, these ready-made parts were sent over by the Research Institute, so we don't need to worry about these. Xie Lin pointed to several specially packaged components nearby. If the Research Institute could handle it, head asked them. If they couldn't, head asked the system. Either way, he wasn't going to overcomplicate things. Then Xie Lin continued. Just to give you a quick rundown, a lithography machine consists of 7 modules, the reticle, handler wafer stage projection optics. To make finer chips, I've tweaked some key modules, but I can't show you the specifics of those adjustments. Seeing it or not doesn't matter anymore, I just want to know how this machine was built. Holy moly, this is playing for high stakes. I can tell Brother 6 is playing for real. Lithography machines are restricted from export, so Brother 6 really is making his own. Man, you guys sure trust the streamer a lot. Xie Lin declared with bold ambition. Folks, the scratch-built lithography machine begins now. You don't mind if I get a few assistants, do you? At this point, whatever Xie Lin said went. As long as he could produce a chip from scratch, no one would object, even if he asked for the Institute's director as his assistant. As he spoke, 3 robots glided over from the side, beginning to prepare materials and assist Xie Lin with his work. Whoa, your assistants are actually robots. My heavens. Did Brother 6 build these robots from scratch too? Man, these robots look so agile. They can even do scientific research now. Maybe it's just that Brother SIX's robots are exceptionally agile. Folks, this thing is too complex. Doing it alone would take too long, so I had to get a few robots to help out. Don't worry, folks. These are research robots I specially developed. They won't mess things up, Xie Lin said with a chuckle. Damn, these aren't just helpers, this is a mechanical civilization. Brother 6, do you realize what you're doing right now? Robot research assistants. My goodness, science fiction is becoming reality. Xie Lin successfully showed off, then quietly opened the system interface. Hey system, quickly help me assemble this lithography machine. Ding. Host, to fully assemble the lithography machine, please exchange for the real-time monitoring function. What does this function do? Ding. Host, real-time monitoring is a special function designed for large complex machinery. It improves assembly efficiency and reduces error rates. While using this skill, you can inspect whether the assembled parts are functioning correctly during the assembly process, preventing any errors from occurring. Xie Lin's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this function was awesome. This would prevent the risk of having to troubleshoot malfunctions after the assembly was complete. Good system, you're like a warm little vest to me. Ding. Host, I am a system, not a vest. Xie Lin was speechless. This system seemed smart, but was a bit of an artificial idiot. System exchange for the real-time monitoring function. Ding. Exchange successful. 500 points deducted. Function activated. Function is now in use. At that moment, a progress bar appeared above the robots assembling the lithography machine, displaying the progress and speed. The robot's movements became noticeably faster. Xie Lin finally experienced what it felt like to have a cheat. He immediately joined in. The viewers watched as Xie Lin polished and assembled parts while the robots beside him handled materials with smooth, fluid motions. The level of finesse and dexterity made them seem almost human. The lithography machine was quite complex, but thankfully with the system's support, Xie Lin and the 3 robots spent nearly 2 hours just processing the parts. Then they spent another 3 hours with the robots' help to assemble the entire machine. The progress bar in midair reached 100%. The fault detection read 0. It was absolutely perfect, very good. The blueprints for both the chips and the lithography machine had already been uploaded into the robot systems. It was true what they said, robots were incredibly precise workers. The viewers were buzzing with amazement. Times were truly advancing. They could now watch robots doing scientific research online. Thank the motherland, thank the party, thank us for being born in this new era. Folks, after working all afternoon, we've finally managed to build a complete lithography machine from scratch. Xie Lin shouted excitedly. Damn, Brother 6 is awesome. This is something a human actually did, oh my god. Am I the only one who watched those robots the whole time? They're so smart. Brother 6, does this mean you can start making chips from scratch now? You guys are smart. But before we start making chips, we need to sterilize this lab and remove all dust. Back at the Research Institute, when Elder Huang and the others learned that Xie Lin's live stream today was about making chips from scratch, the entire institute was utterly shocked. Their first thought was surprisingly Dragon Country's chip problem might be solved. No one knew why they had such a terrifying thought. Quick, open the live stream. Elder Huang said, feeling somewhat agitated. Elder Huang making chips from scratch. Isn't that a bit too fantastical? A researcher tried to remain rational. Xie Lin usually doesn't joke about these things. Maybe he really can solve the chip problem. Elder Huang didn't know where this confidence came from either. He too wondered if he was losing his mind. Meanwhile, 3 robots were clearing out waste materials from the lab. Once everything was tidied up, the robots returned to their positions. Xie Lin exited the lab and pressed a button initiating air purification, sterilization, and humidity temperature control throughout the entire lab. After a moment, the lab environment met the standards. Folks, the lithography machine must operate in a dust-free environment. You might not know this, but a single speck of dust can damage hundreds of transistors. Imagine how huge a loss that would be. With that, Xie Lin changed into the special ultra-clean suit sent by the Research Institute and even fitted the livestream drone with a custom-made clean suit just to be safe. Upon entering the laboratory, he was finally ready to handcraft a chip. Wow, this looks incredibly professional. Can't wait to see this. He'll support Brother 6, even if he fails this time. So is it time to refine the sand? You're sharp, buddy. The simple process of making a chip is first extracting silicon dioxide from sand and reducing it into silicon ingots. Then through purification and pulling we get silicon rods. Next we slice and polish the rods into wafers, and finally we can start fabricating the chip. As he spoke, Xie Lin brought out a material. But folks, ordinary sand isn't the main ingredient. We need high-purity silica sand and quartzite for extraction. Xie Lin explained while demonstrating. Watch closely, folks. Here are the detailed steps. Write these down. You can put them on your resumes later. We put the silica sand into a crucible for smelting. This isn't the kind you eat. With Xie Lin suddenly cracked a lame joke. This step turns the silica sand into high-purity silicon ingots. If you guys don't want to do this manually, you can just buy them. After all, our Dragon Kingdom is the world's #1 smelting nation. After getting the silicon ingot, we purify this silicon again. For this, we need hydrogen chloride gas. Specifically, we crush the ingot into pieces. The silicon pieces react with hydrogen chloride to produce hydrogen gas and trichlorosilane, which allows us to remove the useless materials. Finally, we reduce the purified trichlorosilane back into solid silicon. This is done by introducing hydrogen gas in a high-temperature environment of 1,100 degrees. This way we obtain high-purity silicon with purity reaching 99.9999999. Xie Lin blurted it all out in one breath, nearly choking himself. At this stage we can move on to the next step. The netizens watched utterly bewildered. Are you seriously trying to teach us how to handcraft a chip? The crucial problem is that we don't have the tools. Even if we did, we couldn't remember all these steps. Xie Lin ignored the netizens' internal complaints and continued teaching. At this stage, the silicon we've extracted can be used for solar panels and batteries, but not for ordinary chips. Because it's not flat or smooth, it's polycrystalline silicon. We need to turn this polycrystalline silicon into a monocrystalline silicon rod. Next we put it back into a quartz crucible for further purification. Pay attention, folks. At this step, we need a small perfect piece of monocrystalline silicon as a seed dipped into the silicon solution. Like this, slowly rotating and pulling upwards, we get a silicon rod. Xie Lin explained while operating. The livestream drone moved and closed, allowing netizens to witness the entire process. Folks, all that's left is to slice the silicon rod to make wafers. Xie Lin said with a sigh of relief. He was glad the pulling process had gone without a hitch, otherwise it would have been awkward. Once we master the production of semiconductor silicon wafers, half of the shackles around our necks are off. The remaining half is chip manufacturing. Brother 6, what's so different about semiconductor silicon wafers? The purity is different. Solar-grade monocrystalline silicon is 99.9999 pure, while semiconductor-grade silicon needs at least 10 nines, Xie Lin explained. While listening to you is like, well, I don't understand it anyway. I don't get it either, but it sounds impressive. Mom, come quick. I'm learning how to make chips online. Brother 6, hurry up and continue. I'm writing it all down. Xie Lin cleared his throat and continued. Next we cut the silicon rod. Then we grind it. After that we need to leave a flat edge or a groove on one side, which is used for alignment. We slice it using a multi-wire saw with diamond wire. These wafers need to be mechanically polished to make the surface smooth. After that we grind the edges into a rounded shape to prevent cracking during processing. Then the wafers are placed in a chemical solution for etching, which corrodes away about 20-50 micrometers from the surface. Chip manufacturing requires extreme flatness, so this step still requires chemical-mechanical polishing. After polishing, we clean the wafers to remove any dust and impurities from the surface. Xie Lin inspected the wafers, and upon confirming they met the standards, he placed them in a sealed container filled with nitrogen gas. The netizens were in awe today. They had truly witnessed something remarkable. Xie Lin's livestream wasn't just being watched by the Research Institute's personnel, the American side had also taken notice. After all, this was Xie Lin, the man who had dealt a heavy blow to the US. They had to see for themselves whether this man could genuinely handcraft a chip, or if he was just all talk. Folks, now we come to the most critical step, photolithography. As you all know, chips are made using light, and this light is extreme ultraviolet EUV light. This extreme ultraviolet light doesn't exist naturally, it's created artificially. It's manageable to produce chips around 20 nanometers with it, but to create 5 nanometers chips requires some special techniques. As he finished speaking, hidden foreign agents in his livestream room sneered. The most advanced chip in the world was 7 nanometers, and that was still in the research phase. This Dragon Kingdom man claiming he was carving 5 nanometers chips was utterly ridiculous. It seemed the Dragon Kingdom was truly desperate letting someone like this run wild. Inside the White House, senior officials and scientists gathered in a meeting room, watching the screen showing Xie Lin's livestream. Hart scoffed upon hearing what was said. The Dragon Kingdom is at the end of its rope. Provoking me was the biggest mistake they ever made. You are wise, Mr. President. The Dragon Kingdom will only make chips if God himself descends. Soon they will be begging to hand over their technology. Ha ha ha. A group of officials and American scientists surrounded Hart, showering him with flattery. The Dragon Kingdom has become the world's laughingstock. You may all leave. There's no need to watch this any further, Hart said. Meanwhile, Xie Lin had arrived at the lithography machine and said the light used in the lithography machine needs to be generated in a vacuum. This area is where the light source is produced. Xie Lin said, pointing to a part of the lithography machine. To create the light, we inject tin droplets into this vacuum. It's sprayed out from the nozzle at an ultra-high pressure of 4.0 times per second. At the same time, 2 powerful laser beams are fired at the tin droplets. The tin heats up and deforms. After 2 exposures, it vaporizes into plasma and rapidly expands, becoming the extreme ultraviolet light we need. Xie Lin operated the equipment as he spoke. As long as we maintain a good frequency, we can filter, collect, and concentrate the light source into a beam, then reflect and extract it to obtain the extreme ultraviolet light we need. Now we begin the photolithography process. Carving chips requires a photomask, a lithography machine, and photoresist. This bottle of photoresist is made from. Well, I can't tell you that recipe, haha. Xie Lin seemed to enjoy teasing the viewers. Never mind the photoresist, just get to work and build it by hand. We don't want to know that. We just want to know when you'll bring the price of lithography machines down. Great idea from the commenter above. At Dragon Nation speed, we could produce enough to meet global demand in minutes. Bro 6, hurry up. I'm tagging the Dragon Nation Research Institute right now. Mass-producing chips. Great idea, Bro 6. The nation's development depends on you. They didn't care one bit about the photoresist formula. The photomask is the blueprint of the chip. It's a glass shading plate engraved with the integrated circuit diagram. The lithography machine is a nanoscale printer that prints the image onto the chip. A layer of photoresist is applied to the chip. Light passes through the photomask to carve the chip, resulting in a preliminary chip. Then development technology removes the photoresist and other materials, followed by etching. With Xie Lin's commentary and actions, the chip was carved to completion. After the final electroplating and polishing and connecting the transistor circuits, a perfect silicon wafer chip was formed. It passed all tests without a single issue. Staring at the data on the monitor, the online viewers seemed to have their souls snatched away, each one frozen in stunned silence. Wait, you just casually crafted that? Folks, our handcrafted chip is done. How much did you all learn? Xie Lin said to the camera. Damn, he's asking how much we learned. I didn't learn a thing. Does he really think he can teach us how to make chips like this? Ha ha. Mom, come quick. I learned how to make a chip on Douyin. Learned it. I'm putting it on my resume tomorrow. I participated in chip manufacturing. Damn, great idea from the commenter above. I'm putting it on my resume too. Bro 6, spill it. What's the nanometer size? Xie Lin said with a smug look. Folks, watch closely. This one is 5 nanometers. Damn, what did you say? How many nanometers? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why does the detector show 5 nanometers? Damn, it really is 5 nanometers. How the hell is that humanly possible? Holy crap. Holy crap. This is insane. Stick with Bro 6, and maybe one day he'll handcraft a mech suit. Bro 6, what have you shown us? The world's most advanced chip is only 7 nanometers, and you just handcrafted a 5 nanometers one. This is unbelievable. If I hadn't watched the entire process, I'd think Bro 6 was messing with us. Hey, Father Nation. Look here quick. We've got a chip here. Xie Lin looked smugly at the live stream comments. Another win. Folks, stay calm. Your bro is the strongest handcrafter in the Dragon Nation. We can't handle it. We really can't. Bro 6, I declare that you're allowed to show off today. Damn, I'm already showing off. I've sent Bro SIXS stream to my class group. Is there no limit to what this man can do? The reactions in the live stream chat were explosive. Damn, who would believe this if you told them? The news of Xie Lin handcrafting a chip was too big and too mind-boggling. It shot up the hot search list at an incredible speed. Any person who saw the topic handcrafted chip would click to take a look. And upon looking, they found it was real and not a joke. The Dragon Nation netizens' reactions were even more intense. Oh my god, am I hallucinating from staying up late? I see someone handcrafting a chip. It feels like a dream, but I haven't even slept. I knew it. Stay up late enough and you'll see all kinds of news. Zhou Gong, come quickly. I'm taking you to see this glorious sight. Inside the Research Institute, Elder Huang was so shocked he jumped to his feet. Xie Lin had actually handcrafted a chip. Damn, had he just solved a problem that had plagued the nation for so long? Was he getting old, or had the world gone insane? Quick, we're going to Sanluo District immediately. Elder Huang couldn't wait a single moment. This was a restricted chip technology, and the Dragon Nation had suffered so much because of it. Now not just Elder Huang, but all the top-tier academicians in the Institute were restless. Handcrafted chips. Someone had accomplished the impossible. They immediately arranged for a helicopter to fly to Sanluo District. They arrived quickly where He Guang was already waiting at the designated helipad after receiving the notification. As soon as the plane landed, they saw several elderly men, all over 50, stride off with vigorous steps. Quick, take us to Xie Lin's place. Elder Huang urged He Guang the moment he saw him. A military jeep sped towards Xie Lin's home. Inside the vehicle, Elder Huang said anxiously, Xie Lin, handcrafting a chip will definitely attract attention. Arrange for people to protect his safety. Don't worry, Elder Huang. I've already assigned people to watch over him. Anyone who dares to harm Xie Lin will be shot on sight, He Guang said with unwavering determination. This was a chip, something of utmost importance to the Dragon Nation. No one was allowed to sabotage this. Meanwhile, Xie Lin had already left the lab with the packaged chip. Hey, is the guy who bet me still here? I guess this counts as a successful handcraft, right? Xie Lin said with an infuriatingly smug grin. It's not just a success, it's an unprecedented success. I can't even imagine how high this man's achievements will reach. Han Bo from the Medical Research Institute stared at Xie Lin in shock. Oh my god, this guy is ruthless. He spent a fortune on equipment just to win this bet. Damn, the cost of the equipment was several times the amount of the bet. Damn it. Is his competitive spirit really this strong? And the most terrifying part is that this man actually handcrafted a chip. Oh my heavens, this man is not human. Oh, why did he have to make a bet with a demon? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The bet is on. You win. With that, Han Bo immediately tipped 20 spaceships. You really went all out to win this bet. You're the most impressive man I've ever seen. Han Bo sighed while typing his comment. A man like this is a true man. The viewers were also amazed this guy was a rich tycoon too. Rich tycoon bro, do you need a pendant for your leg? Our rich daddy, look at me. I'm quiet and well-behaved. Xie Lin received the tips, a wide grin spreading across his face. Thank you for the generous tip, big brother. You're a true man for keeping your word. Feel free to come to me whenever you need anything. Although I specialize in handcrafting, I do have some knowledge of medicine. Xie Lin patted his chest and boasted. The feeling of receiving money was utterly exhilarating. Brother Six, don't brag. You're a weapons maker, not a doctor. Stop joking. You're not a medical student. If something goes wrong, even the state won't be able to protect you. Brother Six, please don't get carried away. You're my only idol right now. Han Bo clicked his tongue and sent a bullet comment. I admit you're impressive, but you're exaggerating too much. Do you know how difficult medicine is? Hey, are you underestimating me? Everything in this world can be handcrafted. No matter what it is, I can make it. Xie Lin raised his head with great pride. No, stop boasting. Medicine and weapons are completely different things. Han Bo had never encountered such a boundaryless streamer. Medicine and weapons are different, but they are interconnected through technology. For example, bionic prosthetic limbs, bone regeneration technology, cell reverse aging, organ regeneration technology, gene evolution programs, and so on. Whoa, Brother Six, are you telling a sci-fi story or a fairy tale? I think he's just spinning tales to fool us. Brother Six, if you keep this up, I might actually believe you. Damn, I'm looking forward to everything, Brother Six said. What's going on? Brother Six, please don't let us down. You're the most cost-effective star I've ever followed. Brother Six, you are my only connection to the Research Institute. You can't fall. I don't care. I believe everything Brother Six says. Han Bo felt the world had gone mad. How could everyone believe whatever this streamer said? Oh, they knew nothing about medicine. I don't believe it. If you really have this skill, create a bone regeneration technology. Otherwise, stop fooling the netizens. Han Bo felt utterly exhausted. This man was too confident, almost arrogant. Xie Lin's eyes lit up. All right, no problem. But it won't be possible in the next couple of days. I don't have the medical instruments here. Give me at most 5 days, and he'll deliver. However, for this bet, how many rockets are you going to gift me? Was this the right time to talk about rockets? Shouldn't you be worried about what happens if you can't make it? Heart weary, end it all. If you can actually pull it off, he'll gift you 40 rockets. That's generous enough, right? Han Bo gritted his teeth. A look of concern clearly appeared on Xie Lin's face. What's scared? It's not too late to back out now. Seeing Xie Lin's expression, Han Bo mistakenly thought he was afraid. I am afraid. Afraid that your assets aren't enough. How about you just contribute within your means? What if he goes bankrupt and then sues me? In this situation, would he go to jail or have to refund the money? Should I ask a lawyer tomorrow? I have plenty of money. You'd better worry about yourself. After saying that, Han Bo logged off, huffily unable to reason with this person. It infuriated him. The netizens were holding their breath. Had Brother Six made another bet just now? Bone regeneration technology. Whoa, is this bet really happening? Bone regeneration technology. Is it the secret to making me taller? Whoa, height increase. I like that. Brother Six, hurry up and research it. The guy above is stupid. This is for broken bones and bone loss. Isn't this already possible? What's there to bet about? It must be a new technology. Looking forward to it. Brother Six, if you develop a height increasing version, remember to save one for me. Wait, are you guys already discussing this? Don't you think there's something wrong with this idea? Brothers, you really dare to dream. He'll tell you when I figure out a way. Xie Lin sighed. The netizens didn't take his words seriously, either completely unaware of the surprises he would bring them in the future. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The viewers in the live stream room instantly perked up. Guess whether it's from the research institute, the military, or the police. Could also be a walking 5000. Damn, those 5000 wouldn't be that bold. Xie Lin saw through the surveillance that it was old Huang and the others. The live stream viewers cheered and jumped. Whoa, it's actually people from the Academy of Sciences. Somewhat unexpected, yet not unexpected. The state pays too much attention to Brother Six. I want the father's love too. The guy above wants daddy to hit you with a belt. Don't even think about it. The state's love for Brother Six is real, for us, it's just size. Xie Lin was quite surprised. They came over at 11 at night. Shouldn't they have waited until tomorrow? Researchers really work hard. Xie Lin controlled the program to open the door. Several elderly men strode in energetically, making Xie Lin's heart race. He was afraid someone might accidentally fall. He couldn't afford to compensate them. Xiao Xie, quickly take me to see that chip you crafted. Old Huang grabbed Xie Lin's hand excitedly. This is the chip I just crafted. Xie Lin happened to have a packaged chip in his hand and handed it to Old Huang. Old Huang took the chip with trembling excitement. The people behind brought a device over and immediately tested the new product. Test result, 5 nanometers, high-end chip quality, flawless, ready for immediate use. The tester said excitedly. They had produced a new product in Dragon Country. He immediately looked up, his eyes shining brightly at Xie Lin, which made Xie Lin feel a bit uneasy. That fervent gaze was quite frightening. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Xie Lin, you have made a great contribution to the nation. The United States has been suppressing our Dragon Country's chip manufacturing, afraid we might surpass them. This time you have led Dragon Country to break through America's blockade. You are a hero of our entire Dragon Country. With that, Old Huang stepped back and bowed to Xie Lin. The other Academy of Sciences members who followed also bowed. This scene stunned not only Xie Lin, but also the netizens in the livestream. Xie Lin snapped back to reality and hastily helped Old Huang and the others up. My God, several titans of the academic world were bowing to him. This was too surreal. The livestream barrage exploded instantly. What did I see that right? Crazy, crazy. Brother Six's life is worth it. I don't even know how to describe this. What level of knowledge must Brother Six have to make these big shots bow like this? Oh my God, this is a scene I wouldn't even dare to imagine in my wildest dreams. Academy of Sciences big shots bowing to a streamer. Who would believe that? Gentlemen, please get up. Don't bow anymore. I'm still live streaming. Xie Lin hastily said. Your contribution is so great, it's only right for us to bow. Hurry up and take us to the lab. Old Huang said excitedly. Thus, Xie Lin led this group of venerable masters into the laboratory. Upon seeing the chip production lab, Elder Huang was so overcome with emotion that he wept openly. Their nation had walked this arduous path for far too long, and finally, they could have chips of their own. The netizens watching the live stream were equally stirred. The nation would no longer be threatened by the United States. The venerable masters carefully observed the instruments in the laboratory, their eyes burning with fervent passion. They frequently consulted Xie Lin on chip-related issues, and his knowledge was solid, his thinking clear. He was able to answer all their questions. It was the first time netizens had seen Xie Lin speak with such eloquence. Although they knew he was knowledgeable, capable, and erudite, witnessing him hold forth so confidently still left them astonished. These were the most elite minds in the nation. What kind of monster had they been following? Damn, this kid was hiding his depth. We knew Sixth Bro was formidable, but never this formidable. My God, Sixth God. He built a chip from scratch. Is there anything he can't answer? The man at the pinnacle of technology, you have no idea of his true power. In the live stream, a group of bigwigs excitedly clasped Xie Lin's hand. Comrade Xie, we need this technology. Elder Huang said with great emotion. Well, it was time to end the stream. The subsequent discussion was classified and couldn't be overheard. I knew this live stream was going to be cut off. What, you wanted to listen in? Bigwigs, hurry up and communicate, get the chip prices down. Right, monopolize the world, let our nation reign supreme, unify the globe. With chips we can mass-produce robots, and with robots we can alleviate our fear of insufficient firepower. The netizens in the live stream were in full agreement. Anyone who opposed would be labeled a traitor. After ending the stream, Xie Lin led the group out of the lab and into his personal workshop, where he sketched out the blueprint. This is the complete blueprint for the lithography machine. It can not only manufacture 5 nanometers chips, but also produce 3 nanometers chips. I've adjusted the overall structure. The machine depicted was considerably smaller than current models, yet its mechanical structure remained highly complex. The drawings were meticulously detailed, allowing professionals to grasp the fundamental principles after careful study. Their minds began to verify the data on the blueprints, and the more they looked, the brighter their eyes became. The structure was perfectly logical. Several researchers started running calculations and simulations, asking Xie Lin about the principles and functions of anything they didn't understand. He explained each one. The scene was somewhat surreal. A group of eminent masters surrounding a young man seeking his knowledge. It looked rather odd, yet no one paid that any mind. Xie Lin's explanations were clear and well-organized, and the masters understood the principles instantly. More excited than ever, they kept him engaged in discussion for a full 2 hours, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. It was already 2 a.m. Xie Lin felt his brain grinding to a halt. Were these old-timers really this robust? No, this couldn't go on, as staying up late could lead to sudden death. If anything happened to any one of them, it would be a national catastrophe. After much persuasion, he finally managed to send them off. Rest was paramount. Any questions could be discussed tomorrow. After seeing off these bigwigs, Xie Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Even during his school days had never been grilled like that. Before bed, he quickly checked his popularity score. Had been trending frequently lately, and after today's live stream his popularity had surged by 100,000, bringing his total to over 140,000. Seeing that score now, he was still excited. That was 140,000 points. Calm down, calm down. He was someone who had weathered many storms. Don't get worked up, don't get worked up. He drifted off to sleep peacefully, completely unaware of the storm his live stream had stirred up. The news had spread across the nation's internet. The hashtag Handmade Chip Academy of Sciences comes calling shot straight to #1 on Weibo, with netizens marveling at the spectacle. Abroad it caused an even bigger uproar. Foreign netizens didn't fully grasp the significance of handcrafting a chip, but they knew it was extremely valuable. Consequently, they all wanted to try their hand at making chips themselves, frantically scouring Xie Lin's livestream replays, until some stumbled upon his handcrafted counterfeit US dollars. Meanwhile, inside the White House, Fett strode in, hastily startling Hades, who was sipping his coffee. "My dear Mr. Fett, can't you be a bit more composed? Sir, the Dragon Nation has developed a chip." Hades was startled, but then recalled the live stream. "Fett, that's just a streamer. How could he possibly develop a chip?" "It's true, sir. The researchers at their national academy have already confirmed it." Hay raced the video of the chip. After watching the video, Hades slammed the table. "This is impossible. How could such a difficult chip be made so easily? God, this must be an illusion. Sir, what do we do now?" Fett was at a complete loss. After decades of rivalry, the Dragon Nation always managed to turn things around at the critical moment. It was a land blessed by God. Hades' face darkened. After a moment, he gave the order. "It's time to activate the believers in the Dragon Nation." "Very well, sir, I'll see to it immediately." The next day at lunchtime, Xie Lin finally woke up. He habitually scrolled through the news and was no longer surprised to see himself at the top of the trending list. Anyone would get used to being on trending lists every other day. He went out to buy a bowl of porridge and noticed that the building opposite had been completed. "Construction is so fast, it's already finished." Xie Lin marveled. The porridge vendor woman didn't even look up. It was finished a few days ago. They've also built a square next to it. Xie Lin glanced over. Indeed, there it was. How had he never noticed it before? Porridge in hand, he was about to head back when he looked up and saw He Guang. Seeing the porridge in Xie Lin's hand, He Guang said, "Our cafeteria will open in a couple of days. You can come and eat there. It's absolutely delicious and free." Xie Lin was slightly bewildered. Cafeteria. Following He Guang's gaze, he saw a sign on the gate across the street, Sanluo District Military Unit. Holy crap. Since when did the Sanluo District have a military unit? What was this tiny district trying to do? Was it appropriate to station troops here? What's going on? This is so casual. Xie Lin was shocked. No need to be surprised. The mountains nearby are suitable for training new recruits, so they designated a spot here. He Guang explained calmly. All right. He didn't understand national planning anyway. At least this made it convenient for them to meet up. But military food can never compare to the street stalls. You should come to the snack street more often in the future. The pancake stall owner, overhearing their conversation, suddenly spoke up. Xie Lin nodded. Of course. Your pancakes are pretty good." He Guang glanced at the plainclothes officers. The military cafeteria has fish, shrimp, and meat. Regular folks can't just get in to eat there. With that, he tossed a meal card to Xie Lin. "This is a meal card. Just swipe it when you go in. I've arranged a special one for you." Xie Lin caught it, utterly bewildered. He looked up and noticed the other stall owners were eyeing He Guang with strange expressions. What the hell? What's going on? Surely they weren't about to start a fight. That made no sense. Could it be they were afraid of losing his business? That seemed unlikely. He only ate there twice a day. How much money could that bring? Oh, he got it. It must be that natural fear vendors feel when they see military personnel. But hey, this is a government-designated area. There's nothing to be afraid of. After Xie Lin left, He Guang glanced at the plainclothes officers. With a scoff, he thought he could take down 3 of them with a single punch, given their frail builds. But despite their lack of combat prowess, their cooking skills were certainly decent. He wondered when the police had become so capable. He couldn't dwell on it, or he'd start craving spicy hot pot again. The elders from Huang's group had arrived right on time, and they continued their discussion from yesterday for 2 hours, finally clearing up all their doubts. It was just in time for Xie Lin's live stream, and they were also eager to get back to their research, so they all hurried off. The moment Xie Lin started his stream, the chat was flooded with netizens. "Whoa, this is the guy who handmade a chip. Legend. Great one, I finally see you. I bow to you. Oh God. I see God. Please great one give me your brain, and I'll offer you 30 pounds of my fat. The guy above is trying to take everything. Bro 6 is mighty taking down a whole country single-handedly. What's Bro 6 making today? Let's see. I want the most advanced fighter jet. Bro 6 take on the world. I want a weapon that can obliterate everything in one hit. Whoa, the guy above wants to wipe out his own side too. The comments flew by rapidly. Xie Lin looked at the screen and chuckled. Since you guys are so enthusiastic, today's creation is your choice. Whoa, Bro 6 is so generous. Bro 6, I want a plasma cannon. Be bolder. I want a laser cannon. Even bolder. I want a lunar subway. You're all amateurs. I want a starship. Suddenly a wave of foreigners flooded the stream. My god, is this the guy who claimed to make a chip? Wow, he has so many followers, my god. I know him. He's amazing. I used his method to make some weapons, and I've already made a lot of money. Me too. The guns in my house are all self-made now. Thank God he's truly a hero. Oh god, I finally see him. Dragon Country people all know magic. The Dragon Country netizens were stunned. Why were so many Americans suddenly here? What were they looking for trouble? No, we're here to pay our respects to a hero. Yes, he's very popular in our America, so I came to see for myself. The Dragon Country netizens were baffled. Since when was Bro 6 popular in America? You don't know? This gentleman taught us how to print money. Too bad we only found his video today, or I'd be a national billionaire by now. He truly is my god. The Dragon Country netizens were utterly confused. What was all this? Bro 6 taught Americans how to print money. How bizarre. The foreigners briefly explained what had happened in America. After Xie Lin's chip-making video went viral in the US, someone discovered his old video of hand-making US dollars. They started to follow it, and surprisingly, they actually succeeded. This immediately caused an uproar across America. Out of curiosity, some people used VPNs to come over. The Dragon Country netizens were stunned by the story, finding it both absurd and hilarious. They couldn't help but laugh. Then you guys should learn well. Now draw lots of them, and save up your money. You guys are so smart. If you need help with drawing, just ask me. I studied art. Of course, I only teach drawing techniques, you know what I mean. I've already figured out the ink formula. They'll send it to you all in a private message. Your America is just great, full of the smell of freedom. Indeed, such a developed country, so different from us developing nations. Seeing the situation spiraling into absurdity, Xie Lin quickly intervened. If you're going to conspire, at least do it privately. This is way too blatant. Since you guys have no requests, I'll decide for myself. Can you really make anything? An American asked curiously. Of course, I'm the undisputed handcrafting king of the entire planet right now. He then said to his viewers, alright folks, let's see what these foreigners have in mind today. Let's give them a chance. Oh god, can you make a lightsaber? Like the one in Star Wars. Oh god, I want that weapon too. No, I want Thor's hammer. Can you help me? The foreigners argued amongst themselves, finally settling on a lightsaber. Oh man, are these foreigners trying to stump Bro 6? A lightsaber? That's only in sci-fi movies. Can he really make one by hand? I don't care, I believe Bro 6 can do it. Are you underestimating Bro 6? He's the guy who made a flying sword and windfire wheels. A little lightsaber is nothing. Seriously, those two things are my favorite toys now. I ride my windfire wheels to the company, it's so cool. I use mine to go grocery shopping. It's super cool. I'm different. I ride it to the fields, it feels more like cultivating immortality. Xie Lin smiled confidently. A lightsaber is no problem. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The lightsaber in the movies is essentially about containing plasma. Simply put, it's using electricity to create an offensive blade of light. Controlled nuclear fusion isn't available yet, but a simple version using electrical discharge is worth a try. The netizens in the stream were stunned when they heard Xie Lin accept the challenge. Whoa, that's something from a sci-fi movie. Can he really make it by hand? Wow, a new toy. Bro 6, hurry up and make it, I want to see. Finally, a new product. Xie Lin went to his workshop and gathered the necessary materials. A lightsaber is essentially a transformation of electricity. You just need to turn the electricity into plasma and contain it properly. He thought that research institutes should be able to handle this kind of technology. While thinking, he sketched out the blueprints for the lightsaber, obscuring the key details and only showing the final assembled diagram. With the design finalized, Xie Lin uploaded the data to his computer and ran simulations. The results were flawless. He then began crafting the lightsaber, explaining its principles to his viewers. Folks, crafting a lightsaber is essentially a process of managing electricity. Once you master electricity, you can handcraft one yourself. Whoa, I know how to use electricity. Using it safely is everyone's duty. I get it, you just attach the electricity to the blade, right? Xie Lin glanced at the barrage of comments and was momentarily speechless. You'd better just watch me do it. I'm afraid you might end up hurting yourselves. The netizens were unconvinced, thinking he was underestimating his fans. However, their bravado was all talk. When it came to actually doing it themselves, they decided against it, as they didn't even know what the device was. Curious, they watched Xie Lin's process. I heard someone here is handcrafting a lightsaber. Let me see what's going on. Oh my god, what is he doing? At that moment, Xie Lin was crafting the lightsaber's core device, placing metal wires and a high-voltage battery inside. Folks, the key to handcrafting is actually quite simple. Just install the high-voltage battery and attach the light-controlling device at the end. Like this, and voila, it's done. The netizens watched in bewilderment, none of them understanding his explanation. You know what this is called? It's called confined plasma. Xie Lin proudly raised an eyebrow at the camera. Just focus on your lightsaber, stop winking. Yeah, you're making me think you're trying to flirt with me. Bro, since you didn't come to the mountain city, why don't I just come to you? A bit taken aback, Xie Lin quickly turned his attention back to the lightsaber. Confining plasma requires creating a magnetic field. The length of the blade depends on the field's range. He adjusted the field, fixed the blade length, sealed the insulator, crafted the hilt, and the handcrafted lightsaber was complete. Xie Lin held the lightsaber with a smug grin. Folks, the handcrafted lightsaber is done. This thing looks like an iron rod that's a lightsaber. Oh, you're fooling us. I can't see how that's a lightsaber at all. It has no blade, I don't believe it's a real lightsaber. The Chinese netizens all urged Xie Lin to test it. At this point the lightsaber was just a 20-centimeter long, bare-looking iron rod. Xie Lin grinned cunningly. Folks, it's time to witness a miracle. He held the rod, and with a shhh sound a beam of blue light shot out from the hilt, radiating a soft blue glow. Xie Lin twirled the blade with a flourish, instantly mesmerizing the viewers. Oh, so cool. Bro, you're my god. Wow, it's actually real. Let me try it. Hey, you want to try Brother 6? You guys are such clowns, stop joking around, and tell him to start mass production. Seeing the excitement, Xie Lin said proudly, folks, watch this next part closely, I'm about to show off. The lights dimmed, and a blue beam appeared in the darkness. Xie Lin performed a few impressive sword flourishes. A spotlight illuminated him as he executed a sword routine, captivating the audience in the dimly lit workshop. Suddenly, he slashed at a wooden board, cleaving it in two. The lights came back on. Folks, how do you like this lightsaber? Cool, right? He struck a pose, still showing off. The live stream chat exploded with excitement. I want it. Just tell us when you'll start mass production. Give me the technology. Am I the only one who noticed he installed a stage light in his workshop? Man, Brother Six's show-off habit is getting worse. Forget the show, just get him to mass produce. Master, I'm your long-lost disciple, give me the sword. Bro, I'm your long-lost brother, I'm coming to find you. Bro, I'm handsome, look at me. I want to have your baby. Oh man, bro, you're my brother. No, you're my dad, give me the sword. Wait, it's made of light, how can it cut through wood? The foreign viewers were just as excited. My god, how did he do that? Oh man, this is so cool, it's the lightsaber I've always wanted. It's a lightsaber, it's a lightsaber. China, when will you export these? It'll take 100,000 units. The Chinese know magic, they can actually make a lightsaber appear. Seeing everyone so captivated, Xie Lin was in a fantastic mood. Folks, this lightsaber isn't just single-edged, it has a blade on both ends. As he spoke, a green blade emerged from the other end of the hilt. He twirled the double-bladed lightsaber with great flair. The chat went even wilder, with viewers wishing they could jump through the screen. Xie, man, stop teasing us, and send one over. You tricked us, Xie. You said it was a lightsaber. Send it to me, I'll modify it for you. Just tell us when's the mass production, and what's the price. Hey, national authorities, look. Someone is handcrafting a lightsaber here. Someone tag the toy factory boss, get them to take orders. I want to know the science behind this. I don't care about the science, I just want a 1-meter long one. The chat was in chaos, filled with demands for the lightsaber, or pleas for the toy factory to take orders. The foreign viewers in the live stream were going crazy too, clamoring to place orders. In a short time the price went from 100 to 5,000 and was still climbing. The Chinese netizens were even more thrilled by this bizarre turn of events. Quick, I'm in overseas e-commerce, I'm about to get rich. Bro, I'm a student abroad, I think I'm going to become a millionaire. Haha, Brother 6 has single-handedly boosted trade between the two countries. Xie Lin was stunned by the incredible turn of events. XX Toy Factory, which had been on the verge of bankruptcy before collaborating with Xie Lin on flying swords and windfire wheels, was now saved. The owner had since made it a habit to watch Xie Lin's live streams. Perhaps another remarkable invention would emerge. Unfortunately, what followed were all military weapons which he dared not produce. Today, as usual, he watched Xie Lin's live stream. The moment he saw the lightsaber, he sprang to his feet in excitement. This lightsaber is absolutely going to sell like hotcakes. Quick, head to Sanluo District. The toy factory owner grabbed the contract and rushed out the door. He wasn't the only toy factory owner with this idea. Those who had missed the opportunity last time were determined not to let it slip away again. Inside the Dragon Country Research Institute, Elder Huang sprang up in excitement at the sight of the lightsaber. Though he had witnessed numerous groundbreaking technologies before, seeing such innovation again never failed to stir his emotions. A lightsaber, something that existed only in science fiction, had been handcrafted by that man. How far along is the lab in Sanluo District? Elder Huang asked, unable to contain his eagerness. The researcher beside him quickly reported, everything is ready. We just need to pick an auspicious day to send a team of researchers over. What auspicious day? Today is as good as any. Send them over right now. You're all far too sluggish in your work. Yes, Elder Huang. They'll notify them immediately and arrange helicopter escort. The researcher responded swiftly. Once they arrive, connect the central system first. Xie Lin's blueprints will be transmitted through it. Elder Huang instructed. The Central System was a top-secret network used by Dragon Country's scientific and military sectors. Meanwhile, Xie Lin had finished his grand demonstration, and the lightsaber had reverted to his simple hilt. The foreigners eyed the lightsaber in his hand with intense longing. Why isn't he one of us Americans? Yes. If I knew where he lived, I'd visit him constantly. My God, that lightsaber is incredible. I'd trade you my gun for it. Dragon Country netizens laughed so hard they nearly keeled over reading the comments. They're practically begging for a zero-cost heist. Do you think Brother Six needs your pistol, eh? Oh, that performance just now was absolutely stunning. I admit it, Brother Six totally showed off this time. Brother Six, confess. Are you cheating, or what? What's the big deal? This guy single-handedly crafted a chip. Making a lightsaber is child's play for him. Those foreigners are drooling with envy, begging Brother Six to start mass production. Xie Lin glanced at the comments. Mass production? Not happening. I'm not running a factory. But if any factory wants to collaborate, feel free to contact me. There's money to be made for everyone. At the mention of money, Xie Lin's eyes lit up. Brother Six, you're already this rich, and you still love money this much. What nonsense. Who doesn't love money? Xie Lin nodded in agreement. As Confucius said, turning down profit is a fool's game. Just then a knock echoed from the door. The livestream chat grew even livelier. $10 says we guess who's knocking. I'm betting on the Research Institute. He'll bet on the 500k spies. Why do you keep guessing the spies? Whoever it is, Brother Six, just open the door already. Military or Research Institute, well, no, soon enough. The door swung open to reveal 3 middle-aged men. One of them was familiar to netizens. It was factory owner Lu, who had previously collaborated on the Windfire wheels and the Immortal Sword. The other 2 were strangers. Whoa, the toy factory owner got here fast. That's some business acumen. Are those other 2 also toy factory owners? Oh ho ho, hurry up and start production. I want to buy a lightsaber. Factory owner Lu stepped forward eagerly. Mr. I'm old Lu from the toy factory. We've worked together before on the Windfire wheels and the Immortal Sword. I'm here to discuss a collaboration on the lightsaber. The other 2 chimed in without hesitation. I'm from Labudu Toys in Yen City, here to discuss a lightsaber toy collaboration with Mr. Xie, and in the owner of Iwu Toys, hoping to work with Mr. Xie on the lightsaber as well. Netizens in the live stream were stunned. Wow, the bosses from Labudu Toys and Iwu Toys are both here. These are the most famous toy companies in Dragon Country. Famous. They're practically the kings of small commodities. And if Iwu doesn't give the green light, the Americans won't be getting their hands on any lightsabers. Jackpot. Labudu Toys has a global reach. Brother Six is about to hit the big time. Now that toys are going worldwide, the earlier toys Brother Six made have already flooded the market thanks to Iwu. Oh crap, almost forgot we have World Iwu. While the Americans can breathe easy now, Iwu will sort them out. World Iwu, huh? Why does it feel like the lightsaber's prestige just dropped a notch? Haha, Yawa's boss is a legend. Xie Lin had anticipated factory owners approaching him about the lightsaber, but he hadn't expected these 3 to be the first. Collaboration is possible, but as for the profit split? Xie Lin winked, and the implication was clear. The 3 immediately understood and pulled out the contracts they had prepared in advance. Here are the contracts. Please review the terms, Mr. Xie. Xie Lin took them, and his system automatically scanned the documents. All 3 contracts offered fair profit splits with no hidden traps or pitfalls. They had integrity. The contracts are well-drafted, and the sincerity is evident. He'll collaborate with all 3 of you. The domestic and international markets are vast. A monopoly won't last long. Xie Lin was thoroughly satisfied. Shall we sign the contracts now, eh? Factory owner Lu asked cautiously. Before we sign, I need to clarify something. The blueprints I'm giving you are for toy versions using toy-grade materials. They're different from the lightsaber I have here in the live stream, which is lethal. Any objections? Xie Lin suddenly remembered this crucial point. None at all. If you'd handed us the real technology, that would be a problem. The 3 bosses voiced their full support. Lethal weapons were a no-go. They'd end up in jail. They weren't like Xie Lin, who had made significant contributions to the nation. Shall we sign now? The Iwu boss asked quietly. Let's sign. Xie Lin didn't waste a moment and signed all 3 contracts. He had just gotten a lot richer. Damn, Brother Six is a beast. 3 contracts just like that. With Iwu on board, mass production is right around the corner. Ha ha ha, hilarious. The foreigners must be thrilled. After signing, Xie Lin asked them to wait while he went to draw up the blueprints. Xie Lin summoned a robot to serve tea. A small robot just over a meter tall ambled over. It had an oval head, 2 small eyes, and a fixed, gentle smile etched onto its face. It looked dependable, yet endearingly goofy. Its movements were nimble. Though it retained a slight robotic stiffness, its overall motions were notably smooth. It carried a tray laden with green tea, black tea, and yuzu tea. Help yourselves to whatever you'd like. Don't be shy. We've got plenty of tea, Xie Lin said with a grand, generous wave of his hand. Netizens in the live stream were utterly amazed. Oh, it's a robot. I want one. Bro Six, how much would you sell it for? I want a robot too, one that can do my laundry, cook, mop the floor, and even lull me to sleep. It's over, the mechanical age is coming. We humans will eventually be replaced by robots. Don't worry, robots can't do a handstand and take a dump. Holy crap, that's awesome. Bro 6, you've been living the good life behind our backs. I don't care, roll this out nationwide ASAP, I need a stack of these robots. Hey bro 6, can you make the robot look like a hot chick? Hee. Upstairs, wipe that lecherous grin off your face. Am I the only one who noticed old Xie had the robot bring him drinks? Nice endless tea supply, I can do that too. Bro 6, you should get something better than that, it doesn't match your status. Yeah, why not order Mishua? That's way more classy. You guys upstairs are a bunch of trolls. The three bosses casually picked a bottle. The drink was pretty good. It was what they loved to drink in their youth. But that robot was really cool though. They wanted one too. Is this robot for sale? Bossy was eyes were practically bulging out with desire. Not for sale. This one's my housekeeper. It can clean and do laundry, but it still can't cook. Such a pity, Xie Lin said with great regret. I suspect that regret is fake. I think old Xie is doing this on purpose just to make us envious. Oh, busted. But even caught, he wouldn't admit it. He let the envy eat you up. After showing off his robot, Xie Lin went off to draw blueprints. The three bosses stared at the robot with sparkling eyes. Wow, a robot. A robot that could actually move. Too bad Xie Lin wouldn't sell it. Sigh. What to do if I really want a robot? How about we push the research institute? Push for mass production of the robots. That way they could even export them overseas. The blueprints were finished quickly. I've slightly modified the energy source in these blueprints. The light blade's beam is a normal beam with no lethal power, just like a regular stick. Then Xie Lin took out another blueprint. This one is for a standard lightsaber. The blade is hidden in the hilt. Just a flick like this, and it snaps out. From the outside, it looks exactly like the lightsabers from my live stream. The three bosses took the blueprints incredibly excited. Damn, that's cool as hell. No way. Once they're made, they're keeping one for themselves to play with first. Oh right, the principle is actually simple. You can apply the same logic to make normal swords with glowing blades. The three bosses nodded, ready to go back and start production. No sooner had they left than the Academy of Sciences team arrived. This time it was Elder Zhou who came. Not that Elder Huang couldn't come, but he was leading his team to tackle the chip problem. Holy crap, the Research Institute guys are late, but always show up. Damn, Bro 6 has serious connections, even a military bigwig has to come to him. Whoa, are they upgrading the military's weapons? Comrade Xie, thank you again for developing new weapons for the motherland. Elder Zhou shook Xie Lin's hand with deep emotion. Xie Lin had already guessed they'd come. It had been so long since his first stream. They'd all fallen into a routine. You're here. They'll go get the blueprints now. The dialogue was practiced. The tone was casual. But netizens somehow felt like they were listening to neighbors chatting. Seriously though, this was a lightsaber. At least show some respect or go through the motions of mutual flattery. Xie Lin quickly returned with the blueprints. These are the lightsaber tech for military use. The lightsaber itself isn't that versatile, but with slight modifications this technology can be used for laser weapons and cutters. Elder Zhou got even more excited holding the blueprints as if they were precious treasures. Is this laser weapon the one every country has been theorizing about? He gang asked Xie Lin, struggling to contain his excitement. Probably. Laser weapons can intercept aerial threats like drones and rockets. The principle is to burn the target by focusing the beam. Based on calculations, it can melt a drone within 0.5 seconds, with an effective range of about 9 kilometers. Xie Lin pointed to the cutter blueprint and added, this one is for cutting metal objects. It can heat metal up to thousands of degrees. The key is its high efficiency and low cost. Elder Zhou accepted the blueprints. Every visit yielded something new. He felt like just moving in with Xie Lin. Oh silly him. The research institute across the way was all set up now. It would be so convenient to visit from now on, haha. Alright, I'll get to testing as soon as I return. Once you're done testing, get them into mass production ASAP. We need to cure our firepower deficiency phobia, Xie Lin said with a straight face. Don't worry, we won't let the people down. Elder Zhou promised solemnly. There's something I need the research institute's help with. Could you send me a batch of medical research equipment? I want to do a new study. Xie Lin said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. The live stream viewers were stunned. Holy crap, Bro 6. You're actually serious about that bone regeneration tech? No. Bro 6, don't ruin your image. Damn, it's over. Bro 6 is expanding into every industry. Terrifying. Whoa, Bro 6 is really going for it. Even Elder Zhou was taken aback for a moment. Medical research equipment. Could this kid possibly know medicine too? Wow. This isn't just a genius. This is a prodigy. A talent seen once in a century. No, once in a millennium. Alright, I'll have it delivered tomorrow. Elder Zhou agreed, and then hurried off to study the blueprints, unable to contain his eagerness. Elder Zhou was also an impatient man. He rushed with He gang towards the military district opposite. Since the institute and the military district were connected, it was essentially one entity. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers were still hung up on something. Forget the medical stuff for now, let's talk about why you only made a lightsaber and not a laser weapon. Yeah. Bro 6, you don't love us anymore. If you don't make a laser weapon, he'll cry right now. Weapons, man, these are weapons. Bro 6 hasn't lost his original purpose, he's still making weapons. I also want to see the laser weapon. Xie Lin glanced at the livestream comments and clicked his tongue. What's so interesting about that thing? It just goes pew and shoots down a drone. Holy crap, isn't that cool enough? We want to see it. Cut the chatter and make it. Xie Lin checked the time. The lightsaber was quick to make, it only took 3 hours. It was now 6 p.m. Making a laser weapon was technically feasible time-wise. But had finally finished early today. Damn it, you guys really don't want me to rest. Say no to overtime starting with you and me. Xie Lin protested. Wait, you're a DIY blogger and you're telling me you refuse to work overtime? Come on, the traffic is booming now. Don't you really want to make money? This Xie Laolu doesn't love us anymore. He's actually turning down our requests. Hey, that's not quite right. I've already agreed to craft a laser weapon live tomorrow. See how much I care and how much I love you all. Yet you speak ill of me. Such a friendship can't be salvaged. Xie Lin wore a look of profound anguish. Whoa, this guy is putting on a show for us. Wait, isn't he a DIY blogger? Since when did he start acting? Damn, this kid is a talent. Tomorrow it is then. Stop acting. It's giving me the creeps. Brother Six's handsome face is still attractive even with exaggerated expressions. I like it. Ugh, why are there always weird comments in the live stream? Just then the doorbell rang again and the viewers instantly perked up. The Research Institute and Toy Factory bosses have already come. So who's knocking now? Gasped Curious. Brother Six opened the door quick and see who it is this time. Could it be the police? The police? Impossible. Brother Six has already passed the official review. Even if he crafts weapons, the police won't arrest him. Right. Xie Lin was also curious about who it could be. Through the surveillance camera, he saw a middle-aged man in a Research Institute uniform standing outside. Someone from the Research Institute. Xie Lin hadn't seen him before. Could he be here with some problem? The live stream viewers saw the surveillance footage and felt bored. Oh, it's someone from the Research Institute. He opened the door and the researcher politely greeted him, then said he wanted to copy the data for the lithography machine and the transformers. I've already given those materials to the Institute. I don't have copies here. Xie Lin was puzzled. The Institute's results were almost ready, so why come asking for data again? Suddenly Xie Lin sensed something was wrong. There was a problem. As soon as he realized that the researcher pulled out a gun from his hand and fired at Xie Lin. With a bang, the bullet hit the energy shield and fell to the ground. Whoa, you're so unethical. You just shot at me. Xie Lin darted back into the house. Mom, this is terrifying. There really is a traitor who wants me dead. Father Nation, come quick. Your most beloved son is about to die. You must die today. The man tried to rush into the house to finish Xie Lin off. But before he could take 2 steps, 3 robots appeared in the yard. Their metallic surfaces gleamed coldly, their faces expressionless. Their hands had transformed into the shape of chain guns. Without giving the middle-aged man any chance to react, they aimed at the researcher and opened fire. The only downside was that the ammunition wasn't bullets, but glass marbles. These weren't ordinary marbles either. They were specially made by Xie Lin with rough surfaces and worked perfectly when combined with fiberglass. The middle-aged man howled in pain from the beating. Soon he was lying on the ground like a dead dog, breathing weakly. His gun had been knocked out of his hand during the first volley and was now kicked somewhere unknown. Crisis resolved. 1 spy captured. One of the robots reported. Everything from start to finish had taken less than a minute. Xie Lin still stood inside the house with no intention of going out. As if, what if this bastard pulls out a grenade next? Even though he had an energy shield, he didn't want to be part of that chaos. The livestream viewers were going crazy. What had happened so fast? Someone tried to assassinate Brother Six. My God, first time seeing an assassination. Wow, thrilling. That robot is amazing. Without it, Brother Six would be dead today. Good job, Brother Six. If you were dead, who would make me laugh? At that moment, He Guang rushed over with a squad of soldiers, followed by a group of stall owners. He Guang was sweating profusely, his hands trembling with tension, when he saw the researcher lying on the ground unconscious. His fury grew. Those bastards, they couldn't just stay human, they had to be dogs. 2 soldiers hoisted the man up from the ground, searched him thoroughly to ensure there were no dangerous items, and then handcuffed him. Only then did Xie Lin come out of the house. Damn, I almost met my great-grandmother just now. Thank goodness I always carry an energy shield, or you'd be looking at my corpse right now. I'm so done. He Guang was filled with self-blame. If someone had been assassinated right at the military base gate, it would be the ultimate humiliation for him and for Dragon Country. He Guang's eyes now held a murderous glare as he looked at the handcuffed spy who seemed barely alive. Don't worry, the nation will give you an answer. They can't get away with this. How dare they brazenly wield weapons in broad daylight and fire at me without warning? So treacherous. If it weren't for my energy shield, I'd be dead. No wonder so many scientists get assassinated. It's almost impossible to guard against such methods. But wait, how did this bastard get a researcher's uniform? Damn, has the country been infiltrated this deeply? He Guang saw the expression on Xie Lin's face and knew what he was thinking. This man is indeed a researcher at the Institute. He never showed any signs of disloyalty before. It seems this mole was planted deep. And the fact that he brought a gun straight to your place, the mastermind behind this, is definitely connected to the United States. Whoa, so is your internal security still safe? Will another insider come and give me a burst of bullets later? Xie Lin eyed He Guang warily. What are you thinking? The fact that they managed to infiltrate one person into the institute is already a major feat. If another one sneaks in both, I and the security team should just quit. Don't underestimate our country. He Guang slapped Xie Lin on the shoulder. Xie Lin instinctively braced for pain, but found it didn't hurt at all. He Guang looks so burly, but his strength is that light. And his pad is surprisingly gentle. Ding. Post, your physical strength is now at level 5. Not only can you withstand a few pats from an army general, but even if someone hit you with a stick, you'd stand up completely unharmed. The system chimed in at the right moment. Huh. Alright, I've already achieved a saintly physical body. Ugh, I've upgraded so many skills that I'm starting to mix them up. Xie Lin sighed with deep emotion. Post, your brain has been developed. If you still can't remember things, then I'm afraid you're heading for dementia. Whoa, who are you calling senile, you artificial idiot? Host, please refrain from verbally abusing the system, or I will activate self-protection mode. 10,000 thunderbolts return to 1. Oh wow, now you're threatening me. Fine, a wise adult won't stoop to arguing with the system. Sigh, it's your lucky day to have met me. System. They'll take the person back with me, and I'll arrange for guards to stand outside your door later, He Guang continued. But what exactly did your robot shoot out? Sir, I didn't install any weapons. Those are just fiberglass steel balls from the house. They hurt and itch when they hit, but they definitely won't kill anyone. Xie Lin quickly assured him. Impressive young man. In the blink of an eye, he was on the ground. Good stuff. I also added anesthetic to them. That's why he couldn't stand up. Xie Lin chuckled. He Guang patted Xie Lin on the shoulder with great satisfaction. This kid did well. It was then that Xie Lin noticed the snack stall owner standing nearby. Why did they follow along too? Hey, you caused such a commotion. We came to see what was going on. The pancake stall owner explained with a smile. Well, they didn't even need to step in. As expected of a weapon grandmaster. Awesome. The spy was taken away by He Guang, and the crowd outside dispersed. Xie Lin's home instantly returned to tranquility. Only the viewers in the live stream remained steadfast. Folks, that's it for today's stream. I'm going to buy a Michuet to soothe my startled heart, Xie Lin said with a sigh. I was worried about Brother 6 earlier, but now I think Xie Laolu doesn't need my concern. Thanks to Brother 6, I've witnessed a spy battle today. Brother 6, you need to be careful. There might be more people coming for your life in the future. Damn it, those foreigners have no bottom line. Xie Lin wholeheartedly agreed with what the viewers said. They had no bottom line and no decency either. The foreigners in the live stream watched the entire process in a daze. Finally understanding what had happened, they flew into a rage. What the hell is Hards doing? That Dragon Kingdom man is my god. Yes, he taught us to make improvised weapons and even crafted lightsabers for us. He's amazing. If anything happens to the streamer, he'll blow Hards' head off. You're Americans. How can you side with the Dragon Kingdom man? Besides, it's not certain that our country did this. I hope not. If they did, he'll sleep with Hards. Even though Hards is a bit ugly, covering his face might be acceptable. The Dragon Kingdom netizens were stunned. These foreigners are indeed wild. But they liked it, hee. Foreign friends, your country won't let you off the hook for this. Yeah, even though your government is corrupt every year, it's still your government. Exactly, be careful they shoot you dead or harvest your organs. Oh, do you people who are suppressed by the government actually dare to resist it? We don't believe you. The Dragon Kingdom netizens subtly instigated the American netizens. These muscle-brained, simple-minded Americans were enraged. The government. Screw that. This is the free United States. If those in power dared to touch them, they would start a riot. Xie Lin was incredibly impressed by his viewers. He gave them a thumbs up. Impressive, they truly were his fans. Their strategic thinking was on another level. Folks, today's stream ends here. But don't worry, I have plenty of robots in my yard. If anyone dares to come, I'll tear their legs off. Xie Lin's smile was exceptionally sinister. And with that, today's live stream finally came to an end. Xie Lin collapsed onto his recliner. The more he thought about it, the more thrilling today felt. He never imagined he'd encounter an assassination attempt in his life. What a rush. By the way, to prevent such incidents from happening again, Xie Lin decided to renovate his front gate. He would install machine guns on both sides of the gate. Of course, they wouldn't be loaded with real ammunition. They would be hidden. The surveillance cameras would be connected to the supercomputer, which would use calculation algorithms and machine learning combined with factors like a person's body language and expressions to determine if they are a spy. To this end, Xie Lin also upgraded the computer, giving the system the abilities of causal reasoning, prediction, and autonomous learning. He named this system the Fuxi system. It could predict and observe the occurrence of all things. The Fuxi system was granted control over the robots, ensuring Xie Lin's safety from all angles. Ding. Host, you can also connect to this system. This system is currently the most intelligent system on Blue Star. The system suddenly popped up. That does seem like a good idea, but I'd only dare to connect the system if you tell me where you came from. Ding. Host, trust the system. The system is from the Dragon Kingdom's future. Beep, beep, beep. Alert. Alert. Keyword triggered. Permission level insufficient. Xie Lin instantly perked up. Keyword triggered. So what was the system trying to say? It's from the Dragon Kingdom's future. What? And what's this about triggering keywords and permission levels? Does that mean there's something else behind this system? Hiss, this feels ominous. Ding. Host, the system harbors no ill intentions, please rest assured. According to detection, the number of viewers for this live stream was 786800. Points earned 75868. Total points 201460. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your points have exceeded 200000. Reward, all current skills upgraded to max level. Current god level gun King maxed, Taekwondo maxed. Ding. Congratulations, host. System permissions unlocked by 10. Xie Lin suddenly became interested. System permission unlock. What does that mean? Ding. When system permissions reach 100, the host can freely browse and use everything within the system and will have complete control over it. Got it. It's like having the highest authority. Hey system, what can I do with the 10 I've unlocked now? Xie Lin quickly asked. Nothing. It's just 10 unlocked. So this feature is only useful when fully unlocked. It seems pretty useless for now. System, how is this unlock progression calculated? Ding. When the base popularity points reach 2010 is unlocked. After that, each subsequent 10 unlock requires double the popularity points of the previous threshold. The next 10 unlock needs 400 points, the one after that needs 800 points, and so on. So unlocking to 100 would require 200 million popularity points. Damn system, that's an insanely high requirement. Xie Lin was shocked. He had never seen that many popularity points in his entire life. But this is full ownership of the system. An absolute bargain, the system explained. Oh my god, I've seen shamelessness, but this takes the cake. I think I'll pass on this system permission unlock. I can't afford it. Xie Lin lamented. Host, this is mandatory. What the hell, this is a forced sale. Is there no justice anymore? Host, if you don't comply, the system can find a new host. Friendly reminder, once the system changes host, you'll kick the bucket immediately. Please make your choice carefully. Xie Lin felt as if he had been roped into a pirate's ship. Do I even have a choice? You're the most black-heart system I've ever met. And to think I used to consider you my sweetheart. Host, once you reach 100% synchronization, you'll understand my good intentions. The system let out a helpless sigh. Seriously, what good intentions could a system possibly have? I'm in awe of you. Hey system, say I've unlocked 10% with my 200,000 points, but then I spend some points on other things, and am below 200,000. What happens then? Ding. Nothing changes as long as you meet the required points threshold when you reach 100% synchronization. Understood. So it's about reaching the unlock threshold, and after that I can spend the points however I like. Meanwhile, in the military's interrogation room across the way, Wei Zhonghua from the security team had taken charge of the captive and had thoroughly investigated all his information. The reason was that this man had defected to the United States just in the past month. He had a classmate who was an American, a virus cultivated by the US to subvert Dragon Nation citizens. They had met frequently in the last month. This researcher was driven by jealousy over Xie Lin's abilities and also harbored a desire to go to the free America to live a life of privilege. The sight made He Guang's and Wei Zhonghua's forehead veins throb with anger. What a treacherous bastard. The nation raised you, and this is how you repay it. Elder Zhou was practically furious. I didn't mean to betray the country. I just wanted to kill Xie Lin. I never intended to betray the nation. The man protested weakly, his voice barely a whisper. Now his entire body was racked with excruciating pain, a sharp, agonizing ache wherever he was touched. That Xie Lin was truly insidious, planting fiberglass on the glass ball. What a venomous heart. Xie Lin is a top-tier talent of our Dragon Nation. Even Elder Huang and I cannot compare to him. To kill him is to sever the Dragon Nation's path forward. That is treason. Elder Zhou spoke with utmost severity. He's too outstanding. So outstanding that I grew envious. The man said with resentment. Elder Zhou could not comprehend such a mentality. At this point, words are useless. You have been sentenced to death and your property will be confiscated. Your wife and children will also be investigated and placed under state surveillance. Your descendants will be barred from politics, business, scientific fields, and public-facing careers like entertainment. Elder Zhou let out a sigh. The researcher's eyes widened in shock. You can't do this. The crime should not extend to one's children. You cannot do this. This punishment is already lenient. But the person you sought to kill is Xie Lin, someone who could elevate the Dragon Nation to the pinnacle of the world. The state will not tolerate any potential threat to him. Security Officer Wei Zhonghua explained. After all, special circumstances require special handling. Did he truly believe that after betraying the country his descendants would remain untouched? Naive. Leaving the interrogation room, Elder Zhou felt a deep chill in his heart. However, He Guang and Wei Zhonghua felt no sadness whatsoever, only that justice hadn't been served swiftly enough. That American has been apprehended. They'll be executed together, Wei Zhonghua stated. Oh, well, the foreign ministry is going to have their hands full. He Guang said with a chuckle. Just a minor nuisance. They'll sort it out in no time. Wei Zhonghua replied with confidence. Inside the White House, Hards had just arrived at his office when Fitz strolled in unhurriedly. Mr. President, we've received news from the Dragon Nation. Our acolyte has failed and is compromised. The agent we sent and hasn't returned either. The Dragon Nation dares to touch our people. They are increasingly disregarding the United States. Receiving this news first thing in the morning put Hards in a foul mood. Sir, allow me to remind you the Dragon Nation has mastered numerous high-tech weapons. We are not their match. Fit said. That makes me even angrier. I, the leader of a global superpower, can't even beat the Dragon Nation. This is terrible. Sir, it's not just terrible, it's a fact that no other country on Earth can defeat the Dragon Nation. Fit stated matter-of-factly. Fit, I've noticed you've been acting strange. Why are you always siding with the Dragon Nation? Hards stared intently at Fit, as if he had committed some offense against America. Mr. President, I am merely stating facts. We should focus on surpassing them. Otherwise, they will certainly seek retribution for past conflicts. Fit tried to reason with him helplessly. The president was simply too arrogant, completely unaware of how formidable the Dragon Nation truly was. Send politicians to demand the return of our citizen. Regardless of whether they comply, we will attack them in the court of public opinion. No country in the world dares to hold an American citizen. Hards declared with immense confidence. Sir, you may not be fully aware. That internet celebrity from the Dragon Nation has developed a laser weapon. Yesterday, he even created a lightsaber which has already won over the hearts of some of our citizens. Fit reported on Xie Lin's livestream from the previous day. That's impossible. Lightsabers are just fiction from our movies. There's no way they could actually build one. Hards refused to believe it, dismissing it as a Dragon Nation conspiracy. Left with no choice, Fit pulled up the video for Hards to see. After watching the video, Hards was astonished, but he said, don't worry. A little lightsaber poses no threat to us. But sir, they drew inspiration from the lightsaber for their laser weapons. That streamer is scheduled to broadcast how to build a laser weapon today. Hards let out a mocking laugh. Fit, are you intimidated by the Dragon Nation? We've already developed laser weapons. Even if they manage to build one, it won't match ours. You underestimate our research teams. Fit remained uneasy. The defining trait of these Dragon Nation people was that they never did anything without thorough preparation. Since they dared to produce laser weapons, they must have mastered far more advanced technology. Inside the Dragon Nation Research Institute, Elder Huang, the energy shields have been deployed along the borders and at key bases. Our future plan is to cover all cities, linking them as nodes to form a massive protective shield over our entire territory. A researcher reported on the progress of recent days. The exoskeletons have been issued to the Army, and the feedback is excellent. However, the Navy and Air Force are a bit disgruntled. They're protesting that we haven't developed new equipment for them. Mentioning this put the researcher under pressure. The Army's gear had improved dramatically, and it was indeed time to update the equipment for the other two branches. Those rascals sure know how to voice their demands. Developing new weapons requires research. Elder Huang wished to upgrade their equipment, but he didn't have the capability at the moment. Elder Huang, why don't we ask Xie Lin? Maybe he can come up with suitable weapons for those branches. The researcher suggested. Elder Huang's eyes lit up. Good idea. That kid is on another level. He might just have some brilliant concepts. Elder Huang smiled like a mischievous old man. This way the problem gets solved and the equipment gets upgraded. From now on, we should consult Xie Lin more often to add further security to the nation. The researcher, excited that Huang Lao had accepted his suggestion, felt a surge of anticipation. Haha, let the advanced weapons be unveiled. We must develop in all directions. He calmed his emotions and continued. The Transformers-derived robots have been iterated to the 3rd generation, and the 4th is already developed. It is estimated that after the 5th generation, we can fully realize the complete form of Transformers. Excellent. Accelerate the progress and produce the Transformers as soon as possible. Huang Lao said, his excitement palpable. Huang Lao, regarding robots, the team has expanded this technology to create household robots, service robots, and so on. We plan to put them on the market. Huang Lao, after listening, saw no issues. Releasing them to the market would benefit the people. As for the technology of civilian robots, I think we should distribute it to enterprises below, so the price won't be too high and everyone can afford them, the researcher added. Now robots are no longer considered high-tech. Civilian use. No problem. Huang Lao felt a bit pretentious saying this. Robots no longer high-tech. In the past, he would have slapped anyone who said that. Thanks to Xie Lin, the price of robots had truly been driven down. Xie Lin woke up early today and habitually opened his phone only to find that the United States was accusing the Dragon Kingdom of detaining their citizen, claiming it was a sign of disrespect. Xie Lin was baffled. Really? Are you guys from the US that ridiculous? You come to someone's home to commit crimes, get caught, and still have the nerve to be so righteous. Oh, shameless. However, the Dragon Kingdom's diplomatic corps was no pushover. They said this person had damaged bilateral relations and was an extremely dangerous criminal. If released, he might even assassinate the president. So they firmly detained him and sentenced him to death. Moreover, the state live-streamed the execution, and the video was also broadcast to the United States. The people of the Dragon Kingdom cheered, brimming with pride. No matter who you are, if you commit a crime on Dragon Kingdom soil, you won't leave unscathed. Xie Lin gave a thumbs up to the diplomatic corps. Their fierce protection of their own was simply too cool. Then Xie Lin noticed a trending topic: robots enter every household. Above it was an interview video released by the Research Institute this morning. In the video, the researchers said they had developed service robots using Transformers technology. These robots were low-cost, fully functional, and had very stable and mature programs suitable for household chores, store services, and more. In the video, the institute tested the robot. It was incredibly smart and agile, completing tasks like laundry, mopping, and tidying up the house. It could even analyze the owner's emotions and health, providing care accordingly. It was a truly all-in-one butler robot. The key was its price, only 2,000 yuan. As the technology spread, the price was expected to drop further. Below the video, Dragon Kingdom netizens were ecstatic. Sci-fi world coming to life. Isn't this exactly the butler robot from novels? Oh, Father Nation, you understand me. Give me 5 of these robots. Wow, awesome. Robots enter thousands of households. At this price, I can actually afford it. Where are the sales points? They'll go check it out. The price will drop further. It's no different from a phone. I'm going crazy. It feels like overnight the Dragon Kingdom has become a cyber Dragon Kingdom. Don't get too excited. Oh, we still don't have flying vehicles. That would be truly cool. No, replace buses with public flying vehicles, subways with star rails, and equip them with cleaning robots and security robots. Wait, are you describing Earth or interstellar space? I think the comment above makes sense. Father Nation, please arrange it. I think calling Brother Six would be faster. Exactly, who doesn't know that Brother Six is the most favored son of the Emperor? Kill Brother Six, and he'll be Brother Six. No, kill Brother Six, and you'll be a criminal. Xie Lin scrolled through the comments, quickly laughing so hard his stomach hurt. These netizens were hilarious. But the country's progress on robots was fast. Could he speed up his own work? Then Xie Lin's phone rang. It was Huang Lao. Huang Lao succinctly explained the purpose. He wanted Xie Lin to help design combat equipment for the Air Force and Navy. Xie Lin agreed. Designing weapons was a piece of cake. At noon, the researchers from the other institute delivered the medical instruments Xie Lin needed. He arranged them in the upstairs lab. Tomorrow he'll craft the bone regeneration technology and blow everyone's minds. His title as the world's top handcrafter was no joke. Ding. Detected that the host's videos have been widely spread overseas. Please prepare defenses. The system's sudden alert startled Xie Lin. What? How is my video spreading overseas? And why do I need to defend against it? The system predicts subsequent disputes. Don't worry, little system. Father Nation has my back. Xie Lin was very easygoing. Father Nation was an impregnable fortress. Who would dare challenge it? They'd be asking for a short life. At the scheduled time, Xie Lin started his live stream. The fans in the chat room were incredibly enthusiastic. Brother Six, craft a laser weapon today. The laser weapon I love is finally being handcrafted. Yesterday's lightsaber was stunning. Today's laser weapon will probably blow me away twice. Look at the rookie above. Calm down. When the laser weapon comes out, it'll warm Brother Six's bed. What? Where did that bent one come from? Get him out. Why does Brother Six always attract men? Brother Six, you should reflect on that. Xie Lin just happened to see this comment. He clicked his tongue. Am born with a king's aura. Am the man among men, the alpha of alphas. The admiration of all men is only natural. I think Brother Six's explanation is off. He wants to warm your bed. Exactly, he clearly covets Brother Six's body. This is excessive bravery attracting the same sex. We'll stop this topic. If you keep going, how will I ever find a wife? Xie Lin shuddered. Finding a wife? You're too young for that. You should work hard. Get your handcrafting done. Good point, Brother Six. Don't you want to be the world's top handcrafter? Exactly. Right now you're just the top handcrafter in the Dragon Kingdom, not the world. It's been 14 hours since you last did any handcrafting. Even the donkeys on the production team wouldn't dare rest this long. Xie Lin's forehead veins pulsed with irritation. These sneaky bastards were trying to work him to death, so they could inherit his hundreds of millions in assets, right? You bunch of sly dogs, who else would spoil you like I do if I'm gone? Tis, Xie Lin muttered while pulling out his electric scooter. And I suspect you guys are trying to gaslight me. He looked as if he had seen through their schemes. Damn, we've been caught, hee. We were just trying to spur you on to work harder. Huh. Aren't engineering guys supposed to be oblivious to that? Xie Lin sighed. Forget it, they were all his fans, even if some were a bit dim. But it was everyone's duty to care for the mentally challenged. Bro Six, aren't you supposed to be building a laser weapon from scratch? Why are you hopping on an electric scooter? The netizens were confused. No materials. Well, go find some. Xie Lin rode his scooter out, weaving through the streets until he arrived at a scrapyard. Wait, Bro Six, what's the deal with coming to a scrapyard? Are you planning to recycle us? Watch your words up there, you might be trash, but I'm not. Xie Lin ignored the live chat, greeted the owner, and went inside to find what he needed. Folks, building a laser weapon from scratch doesn't require anything too complex. Just need a few laser modules, batteries, a step-down converter, a switch, and stuff like that. These things are a dime a dozen in a scrapyard. Within moments of speaking, Xie Lin had gathered all the components. Holy moly, that's all the materials we need. No way, Bro Six, don't mess with us. Haha, my family owns a scrapyard. I'm going to look for the parts now. Damn, I thought laser weapons were super hard to make. Bro Six got the materials in minutes. And for free. Xie Lin clicked his tongue. Free. I gave the boss a bottle of green tea. The netizens were speechless. You've got some nerve saying that. You're so stingy. Just kidding. The netizens sighed in relief, thinking there was no way. I didn't give anything. The scrapyard owner is my uncle, I just used my face. Hee hee hee. Well, they had overestimated Bro 6. What a sly dog. Back home, Xie Lin went straight to his workshop. Folks, today we're going to build a laser pistol that'll blow your minds. As he spoke, he designed the pistol's appearance on his computer and used a 3D printer to print out the shell. Bro SIXS equipment is leveling up. State-sponsored, definitely top-notch stuff. After both sides were printed, Xie Lin started on the heat sink. He handmade a heat-absorbing and dissipating coating and installed it inside. He placed the laser module in the right spot and soldered the battery to the charging module. While soldering, he gave the viewers a live demonstration. Folks, did you learn the soldering process? If you didn't, go do 100 push-ups. Xie Lin joked. Then he brought out the laser and soldered it to the boost converter. The netizens in the live chat watched in complete bewilderment. Wait, why does it look so easy when he does it? Looks simple, but it's actually not simple at all. Is this really how the US's hipped-up laser weapons are made? I'm not sure, but watching him makes me think I could do it too. Finally, Xie Lin tightened the last screw and the handmade laser pistol was complete. Xie Lin spun the laser gun in his hand and then turned sideways at a 15-degree angle to face the livestream drone. Folks, let's see the power of this laser weapon. He aimed at a pre-prepared wooden board. A beam of light shot instantly from the muzzle, burning a hole straight through the wood. He then aimed at a steel plate, which was also burned through with a hole. Xie Lin held the gun in a very cool pose, aiming at his target. Then he launched into a dramatic simulated gunfight, filling the workshop with the pew-pew-pew sounds of the laser gun and explosions. Finally, Xie Lin pointed the gun directly at the livestream drone's camera. Whoa, who's Bro 6 trying to shoot? Damn, he not only installed stage lights in his workshop, but also a sound system. No one can compete with Bro 6 when it comes to showing off. Whoa, so cool. Quick, Bro 6, give me the gun, I'll cover you. Bro, you're truly my bro. I can't handle a lightsaber, but can I at least play with a laser gun? Daily question, Bro 6, do you want a disciple? I can be a housekeeper, or even a warming dog for your bed. Hell, it'll even be your son if I have to. Damn, that's a cunning plan up there. This way, when Bro 6 dies, you can inherit his vast fortune. Xie Lin lowered his pose and smiled at the live chat, giving a two-fingered salute to his forehead, radiating confidence. Folks, how was my performance? Don't be jealous, I mean my looks are top-notch anyway. Whoa, someone get him out of here and make him an imperial consort. Have you all noticed that this laser gun has some serious firepower? Damn, I was too busy watching old 6 show off to remember the power of the laser gun. Xie Lin twirled the laser gun deftly in his fingers. Folks, let me show you something even more impressive. Xie Lin aimed the gun out the window and fired. Pew! A passing bird squawked and flew off in a flash, while a splat sound came from something falling to the ground. The netizens in the live chat let out a collective whoa. Whoa, what a shot. Shooting birds now. Damn, this scene feels oddly familiar. Too bad no cops are busting in. I got banned last time for Bro 6 shooting a bird. Sigh, it's been so long and Bro 6 still hasn't been arrested. Haha, you might never see that day come. The livestream drone flew out the window and saw a rat lying on the ground. Wait, why a rat? Where's the bird? I recorded it. I rewatched it. The bird was carrying the rat, and Bro 6 shot the rat. Whoa, great shot. Bro 6 is finally obeying the law. Is this for real? He actually made it. He made a laser weapon out of a pile of junk. Wait, this is America's most powerful weapon. Why does it look so cheap to me? Give me a moment, this isn't what I imagined a laser weapon to be. Xie Lin put away the pistol and laughed smugly at the barrage of comments. Of course it's different. A real laser weapon has a range of 3,000 kilometers with ridiculously high precision. It can shoot down hypersonic missiles and high-speed fighters. Laser guns are even more impressive. They can kill silently, and you wouldn't even know where it is before you're gone. Plus, they have low energy consumption, low cost, and are easy to make. At our pace, we could churn out tons of them in no time. Whoa, that's amazing. Is the US range 5 kilometers or 800 meters? No matter what it is, it can't beat Bro SIXS. Oh my god, Bro 6, get the state to mass produce these. I want to buy one. Is he trying to drive down the price of laser weapons? Even if the price drops, you can't buy it. It's illegal. Don't follow brother SIXS example. He's the favored son of the state, so it's different for him. What about the energy source for laser weapons? Xie Lin chuckled. He had been waiting for this question. The laser weapon is designed to run on electricity. I've installed a power compression device on this laser gun for perfect energy conversion. I've also modified it to operate in any weather. Under normal conditions, it can run for 15 hours and 10 hours in severe weather. Hearing this, netizens grew anxious. No way, brother 6. 15 hours is too short. What if it runs out of power? Yeah, it should last at least 24 hours continuously. Add backup batteries and max out the performance for a solid 48 hours. Exactly. You're a nationally recognized weapon master now. Don't be stingy with your RD. Load it up with features. Tell us which country has what you need, and it'll take my family of 3 generations over there to get lost. The guy upstairs is too young for this. Let me, an old man, handle it. I'll organize a senior citizen tour group and head over directly. Seeing the comments, Xie Lin feared they might actually do it. No worries, he'll optimize it right away to run for 24 hours with a self-sustaining energy source. That's more like it. The worst thing in battle is a weapon failing halfway. The longer it works, the better. Who would dare talk tough in front of our dragon nation now? Today's handcrafted laser weapon was done in 2 hours. Brother Six, how about you craft something else? Yeah, I've never seen a laser cannon. Give us a laser cannon to see what it's like. Xie Lin saw the comments. No problem, a laser cannon is a piece of cake. They'll have it done for you guys in no time. Whoa, Brother Six is so cool. I'm your most loyal fan. This time Xie Lin didn't go to the scrapyard. He pulled out a bunch of materials from his own storage. As usual, he designed the appearance on his computer, first the structure already clear in his mind. He used 10mm aluminum plates for reinforcement, and a harmonic reducer and servo motor for power. Guys, I just had a new idea. It's going to be flashy, awesome, and fun. Xie Lin grinned mysteriously. When Brother Six smiles, he's definitely up to something. We're not afraid of him causing trouble, oh, we're afraid he won't. Xie Lin's hands moved without pause, leaving netizens both confused and speechless. It's not complicated. Just installing a photoelectric system and a detector. This is a high-definition camera. As he spoke, he started coding. He pulled a large amount of mosquito data from the Fushi system into the program. After simulation and adjustments by the Fushi system, the laser cannon was finished in a minute. Xie Lin mounted the small mini cannon on 4 wheels, making it voice-controlled and fully mobile. Guys, the laser cannon you wanted is complete. Let's go test its power. Xie Lin waved his hand, and the laser cannon followed him out on its own. Oh my god, this little thing can move by itself. I thought this small cannon would be boring, but it's actually pretty smart. What can this mini version even do? Whatever, just follow Brother Six. That sneaky guy is definitely planning something big. Having crafted 2 weapons, the sky was getting dark. Perfect timing to test the laser cannon. Xie Lin headed out with the small cannon, immediately catching the attention of the food street vendors. Lin, is that a toy car following you? The Malatang vendor asked, curiously eyeing the cannon by Xie Lin's feet. Before Xie Lin could answer, the pancake vendor chimed in. What toy car? That's the laser cannon Lin built today. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The Malatang vendor clicked his tongue. Look who's the expert now. Xie Lin felt a quiet surge of pride. If he had a tail, it would be wagging. What are you going to do with that laser cannon? The pancake vendor asked curiously. Great question. Xie Lin got excited. I've installed a mosquito recognition system on it. I'm taking it out to hunt mosquitoes. The live stream chat exploded. Whoa. So that's why he was pulling up all those mosquito images earlier. He was planning this all along. Wait, a laser cannon for mosquitoes. Does that even make sense? Not the ending I expected. Haha, that sneaky guy never fails to surprise us. As always, my favorite concubine never disappoints. The 2 vendors were taken aback by his answer, giving him a thumbs up. You're the best craftsman I've ever seen. Even the head of the research institute would have to step aside for you, the pancake vendor praised sincerely. Xie Lin waved his hands dismissively. Stop telling the truth. The title sounds impressive, but that job has you researching 366 days a year. All that worry ages you fast. My handsome face can't handle that kind of wear and tear, ha. The vendor was speechless. This guy had the thickest skin had ever seen. The netizens, however, didn't let Xie Lin off the hook. This guy is such a sly dog, not humble at all. Vendor, I only gave you a compliment, no need to drag the whole research institute into it. Old Huang, so I'm old because I worry too much. Institute director, I'll resign tomorrow and let this guy take over. Haha, it feels like Xie Lin just offended the entire institute with one sentence. I'm dying of laughter. It's a bit much, but why is it so funny? Don't learn from him, folks. Researchers deserve the utmost respect. Right, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Xie Lin added this explanation, fearing someone might not grasp the line between jest and earnestness. After a brief chat with the vendors, he headed to the park with the cannon. The park was crowded, so Xie Lin found a secluded corner to stop. Folks, the moment of truth is here. Mosquito hunting with a laser cannon is a world first. Don't miss it. With that, he switched on the laser cannon. It immediately began scanning and locking onto mosquitoes. The high-powered lens on its body whirred back and forth. In the blink of an eye, bright flashes started popping around Xie Lin. This wasn't a light show, it was the funeral rite for every mosquito. The sparks grew denser and the little machine's heads swiveled faster, determined to eradicate every last mosquito. Holy crap, is it going to wipe out all of the mosquitoes' ancestors back to the 18th generation? Good shot, I hate mosquitoes the most. Come on, is it reasonable to use a laser cannon to swat a mosquito? I get it, this is a mobile, flexible electric mosquito swatter. Who can explain to me? I just went to school, and the technology outside has already developed like this, eh? So extravagant, using a laser cannon to kill mosquitoes sounds like bragging. Oh my god, I like this little gadget. Brother Six, quickly tell me the price I want it. Oh my heavens, this toy looks so fun, give me one quick, my family lives in the south, and there are so many bugs. Would this burn a person if it hits them? Xie Lin looked at the barrage with a proud expression. Don't worry buddies, I've installed an intelligent AI algorithm and automatic recognition self-learning module in this thing. It can identify humans and won't hit you. If you're asleep and a mosquito lands on you, it will activate low-frequency mode, and the laser it emits can only kill the mosquito. Even if it hits you, you won't feel a thing. Xie Lin explained this design. Wow, amazing, my brother 6. It can identify mosquitoes even in such darkness. I know this one. I bet brother 6 definitely installed an infrared module. Xie Lin raised an eyebrow. Correct answer, you're so smart, buddy. I can tell you're one of my old fans. This little gadget is too awesome. Not just awesome, if you adjust the parameters and change the form, shooting down planes and missiles would be a piece of cake. Holy shit, good idea from upstairs, but I wonder how its tracking system is. With brother 6 here, the tracking system is absolutely awesome. Ha ha ha, every single thing brother 6 handcrafts can actually be used on the battlefield. Gotta say, it's really impressive. Now you call me a little gadget, I don't mind, but when it's on the battlefield, please call me by my full name. Laser cannon. Holy cow, so the laser cannon was just casually handcrafted like that. Wasn't it said that laser cannons are very difficult to research? Why does it seem so cheap with brother 6? That only shows one thing. I'm just too awesome. The little laser cannon is conquered. Xie Lin was extremely smug. The netizens collectively sighed. Brother 6 really can't be praised. The more you praise him, the more arrogant he gets. Just tell me, isn't it cool and awesome? Xie Lin pointed at the little gadget that was enthusiastically killing mosquitoes. At this moment, sparks were flashing around the gadget, and upon closer inspection, a layer of mosquito corpses had already fallen below. Very awesome, the best in the world. Wait a second, this thing can kill mosquitoes, and we've already mastered bionic mosquito technology. Good thinking upstairs, but what are you afraid of? We have both the spear and the shield, so why fear anything? When you put it that way, it's true. It's all ours, ha ha ha. Putting aside everything else, I just want to know when this energy cannon can be used. Right, the sooner it's used, the thicker my health bar will be. Xie Lin read this and thought the buddies had a point. Luckily, I gave the blueprints to Elder Huang and the others in advance. I estimate they should have it mostly researched by now, and it can be installed tomorrow. Elder Huang, who was watching the live stream, almost choked when he heard Xie Lin say that. This little rascal, does he think the time flow in the research institute is different from outside? But with such strong public reaction, all projects should be accelerated. Add more manpower if needed. Over there, Xie Lin chatted casually with the netizens for a bit, and then ended today's live stream. The little gadget over there was still killing mosquitoes, and a thick layer had accumulated on the ground. Xie Lin shut it down and took it back. Killing mosquitoes was just the beginning. Its ultimate destiny is to shoot down fighter jets and missiles. Xie Lin's flashy move today quickly went viral on the trending list. Laser cannon kills mosquitoes. Everyone who saw this tag out of curiosity clicked in to take a look. After watching the video, they left a neat row of holy shit comments. Good. The benefit of advanced technology is that you can use a laser cannon to kill mosquitoes. Damn, this mosquito's life is worth it. A dying under a laser cannon is truly a mosquito among mosquitoes. Oh my god, what is this? This seriously threatens national security. Hurry up and change the program. I'll take it to Sakura to destroy it. The 45-meter-long blade was just drawn, but after seeing the later comment, I decisively retracted it. Almost friendly fire. Of course, there were also dissenting voices. Civilians are not allowed to manufacture such dangerous weapons. I suggest the police investigate thoroughly. I always feel that Brother 6 already doesn't know what weapon to make, so he just casually threw one together. Yes, the United States has been researching laser cannons for decades, and their technology is far ahead by who knows how many times. Brother 6 used a tiny bit of superficial knowledge to make this thing. It's only rare to those who haven't seen it. Exactly, this blogger has exhausted his talents. Let's disperse everyone. When the netizens saw these comments, they immediately reported them without hesitation. With over 20 years of internet experience, anyone who says that is definitely a 500 traitor. When you encounter them, report them quickly to avoid them being disgusting here. Xie Lin returned home, checked the trending list, and calmly put down his phone. Those other countries are watching them very closely. Whenever Longhua shows any technological movement, they swarm around like dogs. It seems they are also afraid of Longhua. But no matter how panicked they are, it's useless. Back when we had nothing, we could still beat them to a pulp. Now that we have everything, if they want to arm wrestle, well, twist their elbows off. System, how many popularity points did I get today? Ding. Viewers 1305600 people. Points obtained 13560. Total points 215020. Xie Lin stared at the points and fell into contemplation. The points were growing too slowly. The next unlock required 4000 points. It seemed he needed to think of a way to cause a bigger sensation and attract more people. This kind of small-scale handcrafting needs to change its mode. Inside the Longhua Research Institute, the researchers had already produced a preliminary version based on the laser weapon, and the afternoon field test had ended. The weapon and data had no issues. Laser cannons and laser guns had already entered mass production, with plans to deploy them across land, sea, and air. He Guang looked at the data with great satisfaction. This was the speed he wanted. Inside the White House in the United States, Fate entered to report to Ha Desi about Longhua. Your Excellency, Xie Lin of Longhua has handcrafted a laser weapon. According to the data, they have fully mastered the technology of laser weapons. Desi, who had just arrived at the office and hadn't even warmed his seat, heard this news and instantly lost his good mood for the day. Are you sure you didn't leak the technology? The blow from Longhua actually made him think such a thought. Your Excellency, this joke is not funny at all. Fei replied expressionlessly. We've been researching laser weapons for so long, and Longhua just came up with it like this. God, I feel like he's playing a joke on me. Desi would rather believe that God was helping them. Your Excellency, the people of Longhua are not a nation that boasts. Arrange it. Have the media tout that laser weapons on the future battlefield are useless and that our country has abandoned them. We've already developed our latest 5th-generation fighter with a lift coefficient of 2.0, a speed of Mach 2, 25, perfect stealth and reconnaissance, and strike capabilities. Let's see if Dragon Country can handle that. Hard smiled smugly. Very well, sir. He'll arrange it immediately. Within Dragon Country, a sudden flood of news and media outlets began touting the uselessness of America's 5th-generation fighters and laser cannons. Dragon Country netizens looked on in bewilderment. Was America spending money to spread rumors again? But their 5th-generation fighters do look really impressive. No, if they have them, we must have them too. Quick, someone tag the Dragon Country Research Institute. Don't just tag the researchers, go find Brother 6 too. Tell him there's work to do, no more resting. You've got a good head on your shoulders upstairs. I've already flooded Brother SIX's account. Damn, America is shameless bringing up 5th-gen fighters at a time like this. Are laser weapons really useless? I think America is trying to fool us. No need to think, they are definitely fooling us. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Brother 6, stop sleeping and get to work. We need 6th-gen, 7th-gen, 8th-gen, and 18th-gen fighters. Xie Lin woke up and was shocked by the sheer number of private messages and comments under his videos. His phone nearly crashed from the load. What the heck were these guys doing a data bombardment on him instead of sleeping? He had to see what they sent. Opening the messages, he found they were asking him to develop every generation of fighter jet all the way back to its ancestors. Damn it, who provoked these people again? Didn't they know that when they go crazy, they even attack themselves? Xie Lin then opened the news feed. The headline was about America's successful development of a 5th-generation fighter complete with its performance specs. No wonder everyone was up late. They really were provoked. A 5th-generation fighter. Looking at the images and data released by America, he simulated the aircraft's combat performance in his mind. Suddenly, he realized the data was off, though it just didn't add up. Somewhat doubtful, he ran the simulation again in his head and finally reached a conclusion: America was bragging again. It was just their usual style. Xie Lin clicked his tongue, dismissed the thought, and headed out to find some food. Just as he left the gate, he saw Elder Zhou approaching. Elder Zhou warmly invited him to the military district cafeteria for a meal. Xie Lin couldn't refuse and followed Zhou into the military area. The guards on duty seemed to recognize Xie Lin, as there was no interrogation or registration, which differed from the strict military he had imagined. Only after entering did he notice the military district was quite large. The cafeteria is in the back. The food there is amazing. But there are no late-night snacks, so you have to watch the time, said Elder Zhou. Xie Lin didn't believe it. Cafeteria food was never good. He still remembered the bizarre dishes from his university cafeteria: strawberry stir-fried, tofu dragon fruit stir-fried, cucumber cold mooncake, with 5 nuts, and tomato stir-fried pineapple. Just hearing the names, it didn't sound fit for human consumption. He suspected the person who made such food was definitely not from Dragon Country. Even a Dragon Country native wouldn't think of combining these ingredients. In ancient times, they would have been dragged out and beaten to death. Xie Lin was lamenting the pig slop he ate in university when he was suddenly hit by the aroma of the cafeteria food. The smell was incredibly bold. Looking up, he saw the serving counter lined with all sorts of delicious food: beef stew with potatoes, mapo tofu, braised chicken, and more. There were both meat and vegetable dishes plus sweet and salty soups. Oh my god, I regret not joining the military. This food is 1,000 times better than the swill from university. Elder Zhou was pleased with Xie Lin's reaction and got him 4 dishes and a soup. Xie Lin ate with his head down, not looking up. When he was almost done, Elder Zhou brought up the topic of America's 5th-generation fighter. America's 5th-generation fighter specs are inflated. Their actual combat performance wouldn't reach those standards, Xie Lin said directly. How can you tell me? Elder Zhou asked curiously. I just simulated it in my head. If we wanted a 5th-generation fighter, I could whip one up in no time, Xie Lin said, proudly patting his chest. Elder Zhou stood up excitedly and grabbed Xie Lin's hand. Comrade Xie, I knew you were a natural-born researcher. Look at how arrogant America is, and our fighters are indeed inferior to theirs. It would be wonderful if you could design a better fighter. Xie Lin looked at Elder Zhou in bewilderment. Wait, when did he agree to build a fighter jet from scratch? Had he been tricked? Xie Lin furrowed his brow in thought. But if he were to build a fighter? He suddenly had a great idea for a live stream. He leaned in and whispered something to Elder Zhou. After hearing it, Elder Zhou looked at Xie Lin in shock, then disbelief. Good. The Research Institute will fully support this idea of yours, Elder Zhou said excitedly. When will you start? How about right now? Alright, I'll use this format for this afternoon's livestream. But will my livestream cause any problems for you? Xie Lin asked uncertainly. No, absolutely no impact whatsoever, Elder Zhou said with utmost certainty. That's good. Today I'm going to do something big for the fans. After finishing the meal and tidying up, he got into He Guang's jeep with Elder Zhou heading towards the military airport in Sanluo district. There was an airport in Sanluo district that was once used for troop transport and training in the early years. Now it had lost that function with only a few soldiers sent there for training. It was the perfect place for today's live stream. The airport arrived quickly, the journey taking no more than 20 minutes. As soon as he got out of the car, Xie Lin started his live stream. As soon as it began, the fans noticed the change in the setting. Whoa, Brother Six, where are you? This place is so empty. This place looks like an airport to me. Oh my god, Brother Six is going to build something big for us today. Xie Lin excitedly waved to the fans. Fans, today, I'm building a big item for you all, something that will definitely amaze you. Wow, tell us what it is, let me get excited in advance. This setup is thrilling, the streamer is getting serious. Wait a minute, isn't that General He from the military standing next to him? Whoa, it really is him. Brother Six, what are you guys up to? Brother Six, tell us the truth. Did you get locked up, or did you join the army? Xie Lin clicked his tongue at the comments. Can't you guys wish me well? I've just moved to a new venue for my building projects, you know. Then tell us what you're building today, so we can be properly shocked. Xie Lin raised his chin slightly. I saw your private messages yesterday. To fulfill your wishes, I've decided to build a fighter jet today. This is the place I've chosen to do it. Once it's built, we'll test fly it right here.